Synopsis. A brilliant Mars researcher gets bitten by a mysterious spider, and wakes up in the Marvel Universe. With no clue how or why he got there, he must navigate a world filled with superheroes, villains, and cosmic surprises. Follow his incredible journey as science meets superpowers, and an ordinary man faces an extraordinary destiny. Chapter 1. A Mars observation and research base somewhere. Dormitory building. Mark lay on his dormitory bed, his left hand swollen and wrapped in white gauze. He is a researcher currently working as an intern at this observation base, with a training period of just 6 months. This place, known publicly as an astronomical observation base, is a significant project of this country, focusing on research and missions related to Earth's neighbor, Mars. They observe Mars through telescopes here and receive data and samples from Mars probes. All these efforts are aimed at further exploration and even future missions to land on Mars. As for Mark's injury, it's a bit frustrating. A few days ago, a Mars rover sent back some items collected from Mars to Earth. Mark received this batch of items with his mentor and leader, Dr. Harper. Everything was going smoothly until Mark accidentally got bitten by a spider that somehow sneaked in from somewhere. Technically, there shouldn't be such creatures at the research institute. So the researchers believe that Mark must have brought the spider from the outside desert and considered it a self-inflicted mistake. Not only that, due to the bite, Mark accidentally broke the precious soil sample from Mars. As a consequence, Dr. Harper was furious and put him in confinement for a full 2 weeks. Of course, considering his current condition, he also needed some time to recover. I wonder how the research on the returned items is going. Mark sighed, opened the computer on the desk, plugged in the hard drive, and decided to watch a pre-downloaded movie to pass the time. SpiderMan, Into the Spider-Verse, he read with a curious face, immediately drawn to the movie, perhaps because he had just been bitten by a spider himself. Then, he double-clicked to open the video and started watching. Click. The screen suddenly flickered. Mark reached out and tapped the computer screen, feeling puzzled. He had recently bought this laptop and it shouldn't have broken so quickly, right? The magical tap it trick seemed to work as the screen returned to normal, displaying the beginning of the movie. Mark settled back into his chair. Click. This time, the computer screen flickered again. And this time, it seemed more severe than before. The entire screen was covered in colorful spots and distortions. What's going on? Mark extended his hand, ready to perform the tap it technique again, but hesitated when his hand was about to touch the screen. The fuck? Immediately, a hint of fear appeared on his face. In his line of sight, it wasn't just the screen's image that was distorted but the entire computer itself. As if the entire space had become chaotic. Facing this eerie scene, Mark quickly stood up, trying to distance himself from it. However, just then, a tremendous force of suction came from the chaotic spatial black hole, pulling him forward repeatedly. Fuck. Mark let out a scream of terror as he was pulled into the spatial black hole. Where am I? Mark rubbed his slightly dazed head and slowly got up from the ground. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly realized that he wasn't in the observation base. The scene around him resembled the architecture New York and etc. But it felt somewhat different. In the blink of an eye, I've ended up from the base to here. What kind of joke is this? Some kind of advanced or bullshit technology? Or did I just witness a cosmic phenomenon? As a scientific researcher, although his practice was relatively short and not yet mature, Mark never lacked such leaps of thought and imagination. After experiencing initial panic, he regained some composure and began to assess his surroundings. Even if he had mysteriously been transported to another place due to some bullshit reason, as long as he could find some embassy, he could still get back to the base without much problem. Then after getting back, he would probably not get any severe punishments. And being detained was out of the question. Although their observation base was a forward outpost for observing and researching Mars, it hadn't made much progress due to limitations in scientific technology. In other words, they were just burning funds. According to higher-ups, it was likely that their generation and even the next few generations were just preparing for the future. Furthermore, as an intern researcher, it was impossible for him to know any deep secrets. In other words, he had some value, but it wasn't significant. So his situation was delicate but not dangerous. Compared to those unimportant matters, Mark was actually more interested in the seemingly existing quantum phenomenon. It was well known that if a physical quantity had a minimum indivisible unit, it was considered quantized, and the smallest unit was called a quantum. The basic concept was that all tangible properties could be quantized. Quantization meant that the numerical value of the physical quantity would be specific rather than arbitrary. In other words, the quantum itself was already a fundamental unit in the microscopic physical world, and theoretically, it wouldn't become smaller. But now, he encountered a phenomenon that completely overturned the previous understanding of physics. If he could truly decipher its mysteries, perhaps he could become a great figure like Einstein, Newton, and others. The thought excited Mark, and he eagerly looked around. Just then. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly echoed in his mind, causing his entire body's hairs to involuntarily stand on end. Was there danger? In Mark's mind, a string had been stretched to its limit. "Hey, buddy, I think you've encountered the same thing as me." A voice came from above his head. Mark looked up with confusion and saw a figure almost completely shrouded in darkness. It was hanging upside down from the high roof eaves, looking down at him. How did this guy manage to do that? Mark widened his eyes, greatly astonished by this scene. "Who are you?" Mark asked loudly. "Buddy, I think you don't need to be so nervous because you also have the spider sense, right?" "I believe we are of the same kind," the person replied with a light laugh, making a move that left Mark in awe. He actually jumped down from the roof eaves that were over 10 meters high. Chapter 2. Holy shit. Are you, like, a human or a ghost? Mark's eyes widened. The reason why he was so surprised was not only because of the way the guy landed in front of him just now, but also because of his appearance. The man was now standing fully in front of Mark. Through the light coming in from the street lamps, his entire figure appeared in front of Mark, and he was actually black and white. Wait, no. Black, white and gray, to be precise. His body was draped in a long gray trench coat with a plain black skin-tight suit underneath, while on his head he wore a cap, and under the brim, a pair of windproof glasses that only pilots would wear, but the style looked very old. And looking like that, he looked really weird. "Huh. Man, you don't seem to be clothed in the same style as me," "Oh," the man said in surprise. Mark was, "I should be the one saying that, right?" "Well, your lines are soft, you feel less like a fighter and more like a civilian," the man said as he surveyed Mark. "Well, you got me, I am indeed a man who can't fight, but still, you still haven't answered my question, who are you really? You said we were one of a kind. What do you mean? Do you know why I am here?" Mark asked a series of questions. The man waved his hand. "Well, now I'm more convinced we're kind, because you talk as much as I do." "Mark, the fuck?" The man said, "Let me introduce myself. Ahem, my name is Peter Parker, but they usually call me, the Spider-Man Noir." "Spider-Man, you're Spider-Man." Mark's eyes went wide for a moment. He didn't think if he should believe it. But by now, his mind had unconsciously conjured up the actions of this Spider-Man from the time he appeared until now. Hanging upside down from the eaves of a house without any external help. Without any gliding wings or any traction, he easily jumped from a height of more than 10 meters without any injuries. It's definitely something extraordinary. A/N, Imma, just call him Shadow Spider-Man from now on. Yeah, aren't you? Shadow Spider-Man stretched out his hands and looked at Mark, puzzled. Me? Of course I'm not. I'm just a normal guy. Mark said, denying it immediately. He would have liked to be Spider-Man, but he wasn't mutated. Wait, speaking of which, it seems he had actually just been bitten by a spider. With that in mind, Mark subconsciously raised his left hand, the fingers of which were still wrapped in white gauze. I don't think so, though. There are many people who have been bitten by spiders. If a spider bite makes you Spider-Man, then wouldn't a worker ant bite make you a working ant-man? Mark thought to himself, but his hand honestly went to remove the white gauze, and at the same time, a bit of anticipation even crept into his heart. The Shadow Spider-Man didn't make a sound either, just clasped his hands to his chest, and waited for the reveal. The gauze was soon lifted. Mark was overwhelmed by the fact that the wound, which had been so swollen yesterday, was now smooth as a baby's skin. Not to mention the swelling, the wound is not even visible anymore. Did you just get bitten? Shadow Spider-Man spoke up at this time. Spider-Man's intelligence was high, and Shadow Spider-Man, as a mature Spider-Man who had fought against the monopoly capitalists independently, was even more capable. Seeing Mark's actions, he took a rough guess of what was going on. Mark nodded subconsciously. Well, I kinda believe what you're saying now. Shadow Spider-Man smiled a little and put his arm around Mark's shoulders casually, as if he saw his old self in him. Well, I've been through periods like yours, and soon you'll get used to it. But until then, I thought we might as well go for a drink. Yes, Mark agreed. When in unfamiliar surroundings and distracted, a small drink was indeed a good option. So the two of them went and headed out into the alley. But soon they stood still again. In front of them, a large screen appeared, and on it was a picture. And on the screen was a Spider-Man in a blue and white spider suit. Spider-Man again? Mark looked at the screen in shock. He could be sure that this was not some kind of movie promo, as it was not in any of the generations of Spider-Man that he had seen made into movies. He had a good memory and was absolutely certain of this. Because what it read. Our hero, Spider-Man, left us today. His death is linked to another mysterious seismic event that took place in Brooklyn today. Confirmed by multiple sources, Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer, played the role of Spider-Man for more than a decade. And with the news put on the screen, was Spider-Man, and a picture of Peter Parker. There's a Spider-Man in this world, too, and he's dead. Both Mark and Shadow Spider-Man stared blankly at the screen. Mark suddenly reacted as if he knew which world this was. He hadn't watched all of the animation related to Spider-Man, just the ones that had been made into movies. But apart from that, he had previously gotten his hands on a PS5 and bought the Spider-Man, Miles Morales game disc. This is a spin-off of the 18th edition of Marvel's Spider-Man, featuring Miles Morales, an Afro-Latin mix who is also the second Spider-Man of Marvel's Ultimate Universe. His powers are similar to those of the original Spider-Man, coming from the bite of a spider created by Norman Osborn in an attempt to replicate Spider-Man's superpowers. However, unlike other Spider-Men, he has bioelectricity and the ability to be invisible. In the game, the stealth ability allows Miles Morales to immediately disappear when an assassination attempt fails and return to high ground to continue the assassination, while the bioelectricity, which can be used to shatter armors and paralyze enemies. Of course, the plot of this game has the first Spider-Man not dying, but taking his girlfriend to Europe and then fighting one of his usual enemy. But after beating the game and getting the reward, Mark went searching for this Miles Spider-Man, setting out a further understanding of the game's characters. The backstory of the Miles Spider-Man then led to the death of Peter Parker, the first Spider-Man. After the Green Goblin's identity was revealed, Norman Osborn was arrested and Osborn Industries was abandoned. 2 months before Peter Parker's death, a thief infiltrated Osborn Industries, during which a spider slipped into his carryall without him noticing. Miles Morales is a young boy from Brooklyn who goes against his parents' rules to visit his uncle, the Prowler, who used to be a criminal. At his uncle's house, he is bitten by this spider from Osborn Industries and later discovers that he has gained superhuman physical abilities, invisibility, and bioelectricity. Initially he was very negative about this and planned to hide his powers and just be a normal person. But some time later, Spider-Man is killed in battle and Miles arrives on the scene too late. He blamed himself for Peter's death and was determined to follow Peter's belief that, with great power comes great responsibility, and became the second Spider-Man. In fact, there is a veiled reference to him in Spider-Man, Homecoming. In order to find out where the Vulture is and to prove that he is capable, Spider-Man uses the artificial intelligence in his suit to find Aaron Davis, who says that he has a nephew who lives in Brooklyn, a reference to the Miles Morales Spider-Man. But though that Miles was probably only 4 or 5 years old at that time. By comparing the information in his head, Mark quickly came to a conclusion. This must be the Ultimate Universe, aka Earth 1610. Oh fuck me. Chapter 3. Except, did Spider-Man from other universes intrude in the Ultimate Universe? Mark glanced at Shadow Spider-Man, who was standing beside himself in confusion, and was a little confused. Still, he reacted quickly and shared the information he knew with Shadow Spider-Man. Right now it was a matter of life and death, and sharing information was the top priority. And he believed that Spider-Man would not break down for such a reason. After all, Marvel itself had this parallel universe set up. It was just that in his case, this parallel universe had become a bit special. As expected, Shadow Spider-Man was immediately shocked. You mean there are movies and games about Spider-Man in this world and other worlds in your universe? Mark nodded. That's incredible. What about me? Shadow Spider-Man said expectantly. Mark shook his head after trying to think back. There's a lot of stuff about Spider-Man in our world and I haven't seen all of it, so. Well, Shadow Spider-Man shrugged, looking a little lost. It seems I'm not much known. Hey man, don't be like that, why don't we just try to work out our immediate problems first? Mark put his arm around Shadow Spider-Man's shoulders and reassured him. He didn't want the hope of returning home that he had so easily encountered to sink. And, for some reason, he always felt a sense of affinity when facing Shadow Spider-Man, as if they were meant to be meet and be friends. Well, you're right, Shadow Spider-Man nodded. Then again, by what you say, maybe we should go find that little guy named Miles now. Mark shook his head. Miles shouldn't be too easy to find, the name is common after all. I was thinking, why don't we go and look for Aunt May? Aunt May? Yes, it's two different worlds, but you're Peter too, so you probably know where Aunt May lives, right? Mark suggested. After a moment of deliberation, Shadow Spider-Man nodded. That's true, but there's so much difference between my time and this time setting-wise. And that's all we have as a clue, isn't it? Mark shrugged. Well, you have a point. Shadow Spider-Man nodded. So the two men continued and walked down the street to the far side. On the side screen, the report of Spider-Man Peter Parker's death was still playing. My husband, Peter. He was an ordinary man. He always said that anyone could be the man behind the mask. He just happened to get bitten by that spider. Both Mark and Shadow Spider-Man were in a somewhat heavy mood as they listened to that along the way. The two soon arrived in Queens, in front of a detached cottage with a courtyard. It turned out that even though it was a different world, Peter Parker was Peter Parker and there would always be certain similarities. If nothing else, this should be it. Shadow Spider-Man said. Mark looked and nodded, affirming, this is the right place. Look, there are still sympathy gifts from the fans over there. On the fence of the courtyard, there was a gift or a bouquet of flowers, and a note on top of it, saying something like, a tribute to our beloved Spider-Man, our friendly neighbor Spider-Man, dear Peter the Spider, and so on. Well, this is the right place, Shadow Spider-Man shrugged. The mood of the two men sank back down for a moment. You go and ring the doorbell. You go ahead, you're the one who's Peter. You're Peter too, you go. But I'm Mark. Mark, Peter, that's now the same since you're now a Spider-Man as well, so go. What kind of nonsense was that? Look. The two men were pushing and shoving each other, deciding who was going to ring the doorbell, when suddenly, in unison, a violent twisting sensation arose in both their bodies. Mark fell to the floor without being able to help himself, the intense pain giving him a feeling of separation of the mass walls. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by a large rock. This sensation came and went as quickly as it came. After a few seconds, they breathed a sigh of relief in unison and got back to their feet. What's happening to us? Shadow Spider-Man asked rhetorically, his heart palpitating. Mark pondered for a moment and said, we are known to have come from our own world to this parallel world for some reason, so essentially we should have undergone a quantum collapse phenomenon passively. And the quanta we carry that originally belonged to other worlds are obviously not adapted to the quantum state of this world itself. Stop. Shadow Spider-Man hastily held out his hand to stop Mark's brainstorming. Just say what will happen. It'll kill us. Mark affirmed, if we are not allowed to return to the space-time we belong to for a certain amount of time, our quantum state that belonged to other worlds will be crushed by the quantum state of this world and eventually collapse completely and disappear altogether. Shadow Spider-Man shivered. With a flash, he instantly appeared at the doorbell and rang it many times in quick succession. Aunt May dash. Who is it? It's too late in the night to be taking fan visits, a slightly older voice rang out as the lights in the room quickly came on. The door to the room opened to reveal a figure in the back. It was an old woman with a baseball bat, her face rather haggard in the light. No wonder, after all, how could one not be sad when an adopted nephew, who was as close as a son, had passed away tragically. Mark looked at Aunt May, then at Shadow Spider-Man, and decisively stepped forward and removed his hat with one hand. What are you doing? Shadow Spider-Man queried. Can you bear to see her sad? Besides, how can we get in without showing our face? Mark explained. I see, Shadow Spider-Man understood in seconds, then reached down and removed his visor. Beneath the mask was a middle-aged face with a sharp and experienced look, more vicissitudes than the Peter Parker of this world that Mark had seen on the street screen earlier. However, anyone who was not face-blind could see the extreme resemblance between the two. And Aunt May was clearly not blind. The baseball bat fell to the ground and rolled down the steps. But no one was paying attention to the poor baseball bat at this point. Aunt May was trembling all over with excitement. Peter. Peter. Shadow Spider-Man obviously wasn't very good at smiling, but managed to pull out a smile. Hi Aunt May, I'm Peter, but I'm not the Peter of this world. Aunt May had stepped in front of him and said as she surveyed him, I know, you're Peter from another time and place. Huh. Chapter 4. After a brief catch-up, Mark and Shadow Spider-Man were invited into the house together by Aunt May. As soon as they entered the house, a sense was immediately touched in both of their heads. This feeling, Mark's eyes wandered around the room for a moment before quickly settling on the 3 people in the room. A little girl in a plaid dress, a red robot with 4 legs, and a pig, to be exact. "Hi, my name is Penny Parker," the little girl greeted with a wave, followed by the red robot sitting on the floor behind her. The pig stood up with a start and trotted over to the 2 of them, tilting a pig's snout while holding out his hand. "Hello, I'm Peter Porker." Mark stared at the 3 of them. "Wait. You guys aren't also Buzz?" Well, needless to say, Mark waved his hand. The spider's senses all moved, so apparently the beings in front of them, all with names similar to Peter Parker, were all Spider-Men. And, definitely Spider-Man from a different universe. Ah shit. What the hell is going on in this universe? How did so many Spider-Men appear? Mark sat slumped on the couch with a lifeless look on his face. According to his logical analysis from watching multiple Spider-Man and other superhero productions, if one Spider-Man corresponds to 1 point of danger, then 2 would be 3, 3 would be 9, and 4 would be. It goes up exponentially. And by extension, when a nest of Spider-Men get together, that should trigger a major disaster that would sweep the multiverse. Shadow Spider-Man and Mark had come all this way and the 2 had become quite familiar with each other. So seeing this, he went to sit down next to Mark and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, relax mate, we're Spider-Man." "You guys are Spider-Man, I'm just a regular guy who just got bitten by a spider," Mark retorted with a tired look. "Huh? Did you just get bit by a spider?" The little girl, Penny, bounced over to Mark and looked at him curiously. Yeah," Mark nodded. "What would you like to drink, children?" Aunt May looked at the room of small Spider-Men and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Although none of these little spiders were her Peter, they all shared Peter's feelings and that somehow soothed aching mind and heart. "Egg cream, please." Shadow Spider-Man held up his hand. "I don't want a drink, can I have a hot dog?" Peter Porker, the Spider-Ham, raised his hand. "I want a glass of milk, I'll drink it and grow taller." Penny, the little girl, said with a smile. Mark looked at how nonchalant everyone was, so he too said, "Then I'll have a glass of milk, too." You want to grow taller too?" Penny looked at Mark suspiciously. Mark took a deep breath since he's already annoyed enough. "I just want milk." Ha 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 ha. The room was filled with laughter all of a sudden. Aunt May didn't feel bothered, but looked at the laughing Spider-Man with a smile on her face, turned and walked into the kitchen to start preparing. And in the living room, Mark chatted with a few people. Penny Parker was a 14-year-old girl whose companion, SP//DR, the red spider robot on the side, was her spider mech. She became Spider-Man because of her genetic compatibility with the spider, which in turn made her control the mech. As for Spider-Ham, who is a humanoid spider in his own right, and in his world Aunt May Porker is an anthropomorphic pig who is also a scientist. While testing an atomic-powered hairdryer, May Porker was affected by the side effects and became cranky, then bit Peter. As a result of the radiation, Peter is transformed from a humanoid spider to a pig spider, and he still has his spider powers. Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Man Noir, comes from the Great Depression era and is a young man who is idealistic but inexperienced and powerless. His Uncle Ben and Aunt May were often on the streets spreading left-wing ideas and street speeches, but one day Uncle Ben was brutally murdered. Peter takes over from Uncle Ben and continues to speak on the streets. Later, during an investigation into a smuggling case, Peter is accidentally bitten by a spider that runs out of the cargo and gains superpowers. He converted Uncle Ben's World War I-era pilot's uniform into his own Spider-Man costume and began fighting the illegal and criminal activities of monopoly capitalists. As for Mark's experience, it's even simpler. For the past 20 years or so, he was just an ordinary third-rate student who got into a major university and then chose the major of astronomy, opted for graduate school after college, and then was taken by his mentor to become a trainee researcher at that Martian research base. Then he was bitten by a spider that appeared out of nowhere, and somehow crossed over to this world. There are no Spider-Man powers, nor any of the legendary Spider-Man experiences. Even Penny, a 14-year-old girl, had a lot more experience than he did. Spider-Ham arched his pig snout and patted Mark's thigh with his short little hand. "Don't worry, that's how everyone comes across." Penny got the candy from somewhere. She peeled off the outside candy paper and handed it to Mark's mouth. "Here, it's delicious." "Thanks," Mark said with a smile as he opened his mouth and ate the candy. "What a united and friendly family of spiders." Shadow Spider-Man said, "If you want, maybe we can train you." "Train me?" Mark said in surprise. Yes, your present is our past. Each of us has been through your stage, so we also know what you need. Let's get you on a training plan, it might work. Shadow Spider-Man was indeed very steady and spoke in a logical and structured manner. Well, let's have something to eat first. Aunt May came out of the kitchen with a tray of not only food but also drink. Penny thanked her sweetly, but her hand fished the candy out of her pocket again. Shadow Spider-Man stood up and flicked her forehead lightly. Less sugar, watch out for cavities. Owie, Penny held her little head and obediently put the candy away. Mark got up too and helped clear the table. And Spider-Ham popped into the kitchen at once. Soon, with everyone working together, a simple but warm dinner was laid out. Chapter 5. However, first of all, we need to figure out why we're here. Mark said as he picked up a sandwich from the table and spread it with jam. Auntie May, your hot dogs are so good. Spider-Ham shoved a hot dog about the size of his head into his mouth so hard it made people worry if his head would be bursting. But it soon became clear that their worries were somewhat superfluous. It should be said that he had been gnawed on by a pig before he mutated, and he probably had the characteristics of a pig in addition to those of a spider, so he's an extraordinary good eater. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Aunt May looked kindly at Spider-Ham and thoughtfully handed over the milk. Penny took advantage of Shadow Spider-Man's lack of attention and quickly fished a candy out of her pocket and stuffed it in her mouth. Upon hearing Mark's question, she patted her robot companion standing behind her charging. Show them what we found. A pair of cameras appeared on the large screen of SP/DR's head, projecting a virtual screen in the air in front of the group with a screencasting-like ability. Mark and the others looked at the virtual screen. Several news items appeared on it, as well as some information that seemed to have been picked up from some special source. Recently, 2 mysterious earthquakes have occurred in Brooklyn within a short period of time. The exact cause of the earthquakes is under investigation, but according to expert speculation, the source of the earthquakes should come from directly below Brooklyn and the source of the earthquakes is very deep. According to multiple sources, there was another mysterious incident last night. According to sources close to Spider-Man, he is investigating the incident. Kingpin is experimenting with a particle collider. If he activates it, it could cause untold havoc in Brooklyn and New York. I have to stop him. If the first part is speculation, then the last video, shot by Spider-Man himself, says it all. Kingpin. This guy is a supervillain in the Marvel Universe. He's single-handedly built a massive criminal empire with forces all over the world, and it's said that the source of almost 40% of the criminal activity in the entire USA is caused by Kingpin. Not only that, but he is also extremely powerful in his own right. In addition to having a meticulous mind and a brilliant brain, his strength is also very impressive, with over 90% of his body being muscular and able to punch through a wall with his bare hands, and he is also a world-class fighting master, possessing the highest level of human combat power. His opponents have all been big names: Daredevil, Punisher, Spider-Man, even the Fantastic Four and the X-Men have fought him. To have survived so many rounds of superheroes against each other, you can see how good this guy is. All in all, a pretty scary guy. Apparently, though, not every Spider-Man world has Kingpin in it. Or maybe they haven't met one yet. Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Man and SP//DR, Spider-Mac, are unaware of the dangers of Kingpin and don't realize the seriousness of the problem. So Mark had to tell them again the information he knew. Spider-Man exclaimed, "Wow! This guy is scary, I hope he doesn't like pork chops." Penny pouted and made a thoughtful face. So, there really is a direct connection to him? Shadow Spider-Man was silent for a moment before saying, "If nothing else, he's the one we're dealing with. And the key to our return home is definitely in his possession. If I'm not mistaken, it's the particle collider." The crowd said in unison. Obviously, as Spider-Man from different time periods, although they had different experiences, looks, ages, etc., they were all wise beyond their years and quickly found the key to the problem from the only information available. "Wait, what's a particle collider?" Spider-Ham asked as he licked the sauce that had been stained on his hand. Shadow Spider-Man shook his head as well and said, "I'm not sure about that." His world was still in the era of the Great Depression. It was around 1933, and at that time the speculations related to particle colliders had not been introduced. And Shadow Spider-Man himself was not a scientist, but a private detective. His profession was even more out of place in this type of things. Penny, who was also confused, looked to her robot partner, who gave her a helpless look back. Clearly, they weren't sure what this thing was either. The SP//DR was a battle droid, not a research class. "We don't know for now, but I can try to hack into Kingpin's system database, and since this is his stuff, we should be able to find it. Paney said. Shadow Spider-Man nodded, then that task is in your hands. What about me then? What task do I have? Spider-Ham said hastily. You, Shadow Spider-Man looked at Spider-Ham and after a moment's hesitation said, why don't you train Mark with me? Mark didn't expect Shadow Spider-Man to keep this matter in mind, so he was a little touched. Actually, we can try to work out the problem of getting home first dash. Shadow Spider-Man stopped him from going on, you're one of us, you'll have to do your bit when the time comes, so training you will also be strengthening us. All right then. Mark was looking forward to developing his own powers next. Spider-Man. Although every Spider-Man's powers were related to spiders, there was actually a subtle difference between them. For example, Paney's spider powers are related to the Spider-Mech, Spider-Ham's spider powers come from himself, Shadow Spider-Man's spider powers come from the Spider-God, and the next protagonist of this universe, the second coming of Spider-Man, Miles Morales, is mainly invisibility and paralysis type of ability. Mark was looking forward to seeing what his own spider powers would be. At the moment, the only changes he could feel in his body were the spider senses that he had from time to time when he was with the other Spider-Men. But in the Shadow Spider-Man's experience, it was usually within a day to a week of being bitten by a spider that the powers would gradually show themselves. So next, as it was getting late, they each found a place to stay under Aunt May's arrangement. Paney got special privileges because she was a little girl, and slept in this world's Peter Parker's room with her Spider-Mech partner, while Mark, Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham each shared a blanket and slept on the living room couch. Chapter 6. Do I really have to jump from here? In an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Brooklyn, Mark stood on a steel beam more than 10 meters above the ground. Looking down, he swallowed involuntarily. At this time, he was still wearing a classic Spider-Man exclusive tight combat uniform. It was given to them by Aunt May before they came out. It is said that the Peter Parker of this world has more than 10 sets of combat uniforms of different styles adapted to different periods. Aunt May, who knew Mark's situation, lent Bid the most classic one, which was also the red and blue suit that Peter Parker first used after becoming Spider-Man. Mark was about the same age as Peter Parker in this world, and they were about the same size. In addition, the battle uniform itself is tight and has considerable ductility, so it fits well when worn. Of course. Shadow Spider-Man stood beside him and said confidently, every Spider-Man starts like this. You talk as if you're the one who know many Spider-Man stories. Mark whispered. Huh. Shadow Spider-Man cast a smug look at Mark, and raised his hand. Wait. Mark quickly stopped. What's the matter? Mark said, I think there is a bug in this test method. Oh. Why do you say? Spider-Ham on the side interjected. Mark said, you have to know that not every Spider-Man has the ability to produce his own web. What if I happen to be the type who can't produce my own? Then I went down and fell, what then? I die. Well, this is indeed a problem. Shadow Spider-Man glanced at Mark, feeling a bit at a loss for a moment. He remembered how he awakened his ability in the first place. It seems that after being bitten by the spider that crawled out of the statue, he saw the Spider-God directly, and then got the inheritance, and knew everything at once, and there was no slow process of getting familiar with the ability. Spider-Ham said, but with our durability, it's okay to fall from such a height, right? Mark, the fuck. Shadow Spider-Man, you're right. Wait. Mark had to shout one again. What again? Spider-Ham was eager to try, he really wanted to help Mark. But it's only been a day since I was bitten by that stupid spider. What if the ability hasn't started to show? Mark said hastily. Shadow Spider-Man. Spider-Pigman. Shadow Spider-Man then said helplessly, okay, what do you suggest we do? Mark said, why don't we start with the simple ones, such as fighting skills, climbing and crawling, etc. Well, that's okay. Shadow Spider-Man thought for a moment, and felt that he seemed to be too hasty. So he grabbed Mark, produced out the spider silk from his wrist, and swung down from the beam. Spider-Ham is next. All the three came to the ground and began to devote themselves to the teaching of fighting skills. The style of Shadow Spider-Man is actually somewhat similar to that of Batman, and unlike other Spider-Men, he kills the most heinous of criminals. Therefore, his so-called fighting skills are not those martial arts routines or anything, they are just some very simple and effective actual combat skills. It doesn't look like all that bells and whistles, but it works. And it is also very suitable for a polygonal fighter with high agility, high output and particularly strong like Spider-Man. While Mark hasn't shown any of these physical enhancements yet, there's no question that Spider-Man's set of abilities would suit him well. Oh, by the way, Shadow Spider-Man is actually also good at marksmanship. In comparison, Spider-Ham doesn't have that much to teach Mark. But that's not because Spider-Ham is weak. Quite the opposite. This guy is strong. Mark even suspects that his combat power may be among the best among all Spider-Man in the different universes. Because this guy is actually a gag character. He could take a hammer as big as himself out of his pocket and put it away. And this hammer is not inflatable, but a real wooden hammer, a magical wooden hammer that is indestructible and can be enlarged and reduced freely. It doesn't make sense at all. In this way, under the guidance of the two Spider-Men, Mark started the journey of developing his own abilities. On the other hand, Penny and her Spider-Mech are using the high-tech equipment in the basement of Spider-Man's home in this world to search for information related to Kingpin's particle collider. However, Kingpin obviously attaches great importance to this thing of his own, and the protective measures are also extremely strict. Penny's progress is not optimistic. In the evening, Mark, who had been trained for a day by two Spider-Man in turn, returned to Aunt May's house a little bit disappointed. At the end of the day, though Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham tried their best to teach him, but he don't know if his understanding is not in this aspect, or his superpower has not awakened at all. All in all, it has little effect. Shadow Spider-Man and the two didn't say anything, but instead comforted him. Before becoming Spider-Man, everyone was not a fan of fighting. It's normal to be slow at first. He is the best mentor. They were also novices in fighting at the beginning, and the so-called fighting experience was also accumulated in battles. But they also know that this kind of thing cannot be rushed. And they don't know why, other than the spider sense, Mark's supposed other abilities have not yet manifested. Or, it might have been revealed, but none of them discovered the way. Later, they also learned that Penny's progress was about 0. For a while, things returned to the original point. Aunt May comforted everyone and asked everyone to have dinner first, and then think about it slowly after eating. And at this moment, Aunt May and the group of Spider-Men also ushered in 3 uninvited guests again. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Everyone looked out the door nervously. Aunt May got up and said, "Maybe there are some fans coming, everyone sit down, I'll go and have a look," she said, walking towards the door. Along the way, she picked up a baseball bat. Ting. The baseball bat rolled to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Aunt May was standing by the door frame, her back was facing them, her expression could not be seen, but her shock at the moment could be felt from her slightly trembling body. Peter. Chapter 7. So you are also Spider-Man? Penny asked in surprise, and her Spider-Mech friend also made a Sigma expression on the head screen very cooperatively. In Aunt May's living room. It was already packed. Because, just now, 3 more Spider-Men visited. They are, Gwen Stacy, a slender Spider-Woman in a black, white and red uniform. The middle-aged uncle-like Spider-Man Peter Parker, who is wearing long pants on his lower body and has a big belly, and the second coming of Spider-Man in this world, Miles Morales. Yes, I didn't expect that there are so many of my kind. To be honest, I'm quite surprised, said the middle-aged Peter. Mark silently looked at the 3 newcomers. Seeing these 3, to be honest, he was quite surprised. Needless to say, Miles, the next protagonist in this world, the successor of Spider-Man, has played another version of the game of the Spider-Man Miles. And this middle-aged Peter is actually from 616 universe, that is, the Spider-Man of the main Marvel universe. But he has reached middle age, and because of a series of blows, he has become lazy and looks like a decadent middle-aged man. And this so-called main universe is actually not very reliable. Mark knows that there are 3 Spider-Man in the movie version, namely Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man and Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Theoretically, these 3 are Spider-Man from the main universe, but the middle-aged Peter in front of him looks different from the 3 of them, so Mark is not sure who he is. And then finally, there is Spider-Gwen. She comes from Earth 65, and the development of this world is different from other worlds. Peter Parker, who became Spider-Man in most of the world, was not bitten by the spider this time, but Gwen was bitten. And Gwen didn't immediately become a superhero after being bitten, but continued to be the drummer in her band. Until later, her classmate Peter Parker made himself a lizard serum because he had been bullied by others for a long time, and turned himself into the lizard. Gwen finally stopped the lizard Peter, but due to the defect of the lizard serum, Peter also died in her arms. After that, she realized that, with great power comes great responsibility, and became Spider-Woman. As the saying goes, 2 Spider-Men is almost equal to quadruple the trouble. And when the 7 Spider-Man are put together, how touching the scene is, it is unimaginable. Fortunately, these Spider-Man are not all Peter Parker. And 2 of them are both Peter Parker, although the Shadow Spider-Man also likes to talk, his mouth isn't dirty. And although the middle-aged Peter, 616, really wanted to use his second superpower besides the spider ability, but because there was a kid next to him, Miles, he was trying to maintain his image as an adult. So, after the initial heated discussion, the living room quickly became quiet again. During this period, everyone made a simple self-introduction to themselves, which is considered to have completed the initial understanding. Because of their identities, the 3 new arrivals quickly integrated into the big family. The next moments, all of them was happy by the next news that the 3 shared to them. They got information about the particle collider. This is the result of the hard work of the 3 during the day. The middle-aged Peter and Miles sneaked into Kingpin's laboratory and snatched the computer containing the data of the particle collider from the female version of Dr. Octopus, Olivia Octavius in this world. They then successfully brought it out with the help of Spider-Woman Gwen. This is definitely great news for everyone who is at a loss. In addition, they also got the news that Kingpin plans to conduct another particle collider experiment in a few days. At that time, it is time for them to return to their respective worlds. Not only that. Miles also has a key to destroy the particle collider obtained from the late Peter Parker of this world. Aunt May called it Goober. The problem is it's broken. In this way, the next thing to do is much simpler. First of all, what they have to do is to repair the key or make a new key by studying the collider data in the computer host. Then, take this key to Kingpin's laboratory to find the particle collider. Finally, when the particle collider was turned on again, they each entered it and returned to their own worlds. Finally, one person destroyed the collider with the key. The above are all combat missions. However, everyone has different opinions about the candidate who will stay and turn off the collider in the end. Theoretically speaking, the most suitable one is Miles. Because he is from this world. But Miles is still a 14-year-old child, and his situation is similar to that of Mark, and he has only been bitten by a spider for a few days. But he's slightly better than Mark as his abilities have already been activated, and his combat experience is about 1 in ratio if they consider the things they did today. However, it was obvious that no one present would do such a thing to a child who had just activated his abilities. The next moment, as if with one voice, everyone said in unison, "I'm gonna do it." It takes a lot of courage to make this decision, because it means that that person will be left forever in this strange world that does not belong to them. No, they will die because of quantum collapse. Die completely. And they will die in a different universe that wasn't even considered a foreign country. The next moment, the distortion phenomenon of quantum collapse occurred on everyone's bodies, and they all screamed and fell to the ground. No, it can't be like this. Miles Morales looked at everyone and said, "You will die like this. You can't stay here. I should turn off that machine. I will wait until you all go back." At this time, everyone has gradually recovered, but they are silent. Obviously, although they kept silent, they didn't really believe in Miles' ability. Miles continued, "Listen, I promised him, so, I must do it." Everyone knew who the he was talking about was. The middle-aged Peter also chimed in and confidently said, "Yes, this kid is actually quite powerful. He can even make himself invisible, show them kid." However, embarrassingly, after a long time, nothing happened. "I still can't control it," said Miles dejectedly. Chapter 8. The middle-aged Peter explained with some embarrassment, although he can't just show it right now, he is still very cool. "Let them see the electric shock, Miles." Hearing this, Miles stretched out his hands again, and then hugged his body, as he then quickly spreads it once again as if to release something. Still nothing happened. The scene fell into embarrassment again. There was suspicion on everyone's faces. Miles then said dejectedly, "It doesn't happen when I say it." "Did you hear that? It doesn't happen when he says it, but he has other skills." The middle-aged Peter looked at Miles and said, for example, what other abilities you have again, Miles?" Miles smiled wryly as he scratched his head, and answered in low voice, "Only those 2 things." The middle-aged Peter was also embarrassed. Although he is known as Marvel's most talkative superhero, Deadpool, it's not his specialty to chat and brag all the time. Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Ham and Penny all shook their heads with a helpless smiles. Gwen stood up to help Miles and said, "Listen, I've seen his skills. He really has potential, so I think, maybe he can send us home." "Okay young man," the Shadow Spider-Man also stood up and walked towards Miles and said, "Kingpin will send a lot of his super henchmen to find you, all of them are big men, and all of them are difficult to deal with, can you deal with them all at once? Do you have that confidence?" Miles Morales posed in a fighting posture like Shadow Spider-Man, confident on the surface but lacking in confidence in his tone. "Actually, I haven't fought anyone before." Everyone was overwhelmed. Surprise! Shadow Spider-Man stepped forward and threw a punch, but when Miles was about to block, he suddenly swept his legs. Plop! The figure of Miles immediately fell backwards, almost hitting the wall. Fortunately, Mark, who was standing aside, quickly gave him a hand. "Can you reinstall a console while fighting?" Penny took out a game console out of nowhere and threw it to Miles. "Miles, huh?" Gwen also put her hands on her hips and said, "Can you dance smoothly in the air like a dancer?" "Miles? Mark, didn't you speak for him just now? This change of heart is a bit too fast, innit? Shadow Spider-Man, can you cut off your humanity and not feel guilty for your violent behavior?" "Miles? Aunt May, can you help your aunt register an account on a dating website so that she can go out for a date once in a while?" "Miles? Spider-Ham also joined in. When you smell delicious food, can you resist it?" Mark at this point thought that he also should join since it would be out of place. "Are you strong enough? Are you ruthless enough? Are you self-disciplined enough?" Just when Miles was at a loss for what to do by everyone, Mark stood up and took everyone's attention. "Everyone listen to me, I think, I know Miles' ability." "Oh." Everyone looked at Mark. Shadow Spider-Man tilted his head, and then his eyes lit up. He remembered that when they first met, Mark had said that there were many stories about Spider-Man in his world, and Miles was mentioned among them. At that time, Mark said that different worlds have different Spider-Man, so different worlds should also have different Miles. So it's not surprising that Mark knew Miles' ability. Thinking of this, Shadow Spider-Man said, "I believe Mark, because he really knows a lot of things, such as us." "Eh? What do you mean?" "Literally," Mark said earnestly. "However, before that, I think, the most urgent thing is, shouldn't we fix the key first? Without it, everything is out of the question." "What you said makes sense, then, do we have such a place?" Everyone looked at Aunt May. Aunt May showed a smile on her face, of course. "Come on, come with me, children." Everyone got up and walked to the backyard. In the backyard, there is an inconspicuous independent small house. Many families have such a small house, which is mainly used to store sundries. From the outside, it's just an ordinary log cabin. When he saw it, the middle-aged Peter smiled and said, "I also have a place like this, a small room for storing equipment." Mark glanced at him. "Are you sure this is the same as yours?" Mark was sure that this was different since he heard Penny say that there is a huge underground base under the small house in the backyard of Aunt May's house. It is the secret base of Peter Parker, the version of Spider-Man in this world, and that there are a lot of high-tech equipment. Obviously, it couldn't be just a small house. "What do you mean?" Middle-aged Peter wondered. The next moment, his eyes were wide open, and he was stunned as he exclaimed like a kid, "Oh, my God." Aunt May took out a key and turned it on the ordinary-looking lock. With the confirmation of a complex verification method activated in the dark, a slight red light was emitted from the key. Immediately afterwards, the ordinary wooden door turned into a high-tech door, which quietly disappeared in the dazzling white light, revealing an elevator behind it. Mark smiled, patted middle-aged Peter on the shoulder, and followed Shadow Spider-Man into the cabin. Others also walked in. The middle-aged Peter curled his lips. "Isn't this place too exaggerated? From the inside, it is completely different from the outside. It looks like an ordinary hut from the outside, but it is actually a high-tech anti-gravity suspension elevator. The walls are all cool and colorful metal walls, obviously the protection effect is extremely high. Moreover, this elevator was really spacious. Even if 8 people and a spider mech are packed in, it wasn't crowded at all." The elevator started and went all the way down. Mark looked down involuntarily, and saw lights turned on one by one as the elevator descended, and suspended platforms fixed by spider silk appeared in front of everyone. And on these platforms, the things placed are also different. Some housed obviously modified cars and motorcycles, some housed computers, and some even housed small planes, both of which have a strong sense of grandeur. It's basically a positive version of the Batcave as it's not all gloomy and eerie. From the top down, it really looks like a huge spider hole. Wow! Miles has been exclaiming since he entered here. Everyone, apart from Penny and May, also had expressions of amazement as they marveled at the beauty of the place. Chapter 9. I have to say, the Ultimate Universe's Spider-Man is really awesome, with his hands pulling all the stops. You know, Spider-Man is not Batman, all he has are superpowers, not money powers. He can't rely on money to get all his materials, resources, etc. So it's surprising that this world's Spider-Man have such a large fortune on his own. You there? It's the same as here. Miles looked at middle-aged Peter with awe. He thought that middle-aged Peter was also such a great existence. Middle-aged Peter was a little embarrassed. My place, well, it's about the same as here, I guess. Just no jeeps or planes. It feels like it's, a smaller version. The more he spoke, the more his voice lowered to the point that the others have a hard time hearing him. By this time, the anti-gravity hover lift had landed firmly on the ground, right in the middle of a spider pattern. Lights came from all around. On one side was a set of standing cabinets loaded with different shapes of battle suits. Counting through, there were 12 sets. And as a fairly loyal fan of Spider-Man, having seen the movie and played several versions of the game, Mark found that he could only recognize about half of them. For example, one of the suits, which looked a bit like Captain America's battle suit, was called the Electro-Proof costume, which Spider-Man had developed to deal with Electro. There was also a red and blue suit with a large white spider on the chest, called the Advanced Suit, a popular model from the game Marvel's Spider-Man, which had a very pronounced muscle tone when worn and was Mark's favorite when he played that game. The other set in red and gold is even cooler, a steel spider suit made entirely of nanometal, with 4 steel spider arms on the back, which was originally created by Iron Man for the Marvel Cinematic Spider-Man. There is also the Spider-Mark 1, which is bulkier, and the Spider-Mark 2, which is relatively lightweight and is designed to be quite bulletproof against heavy weapons. However, Spider-Man has always been an agile fighter, so he doesn't like this type of battle suit and didn't really bother to use it much. Seeing this, Mark subconsciously touched his own body. There was actually another battle suit on himself, which was the normal red and blue color scheme, and also this was the everyday choice of basically all Spider-Men named Peter Parker. So, counting the one on himself, the Peter Parker of this world actually has 13 spider suits. Middle-aged Peter was not too impressed by these battle suits. At this moment he was standing in front of a table, holding a picture frame in his hand. It was a picture of Mary Jane belonging to this world. In his world, for some reason, he and Mary Jane had broken up long ago. In touch with the scene, middle-aged Peter's heart fell a little. At that moment, Miles went to a standing cabinet and pointed to the spider's cloak and said to the middle-aged Peter, "Peter, look, isn't this the cloak?" Hearing Miles' words, middle-aged Peter looked back and laughed lightly. Mark and the others listened with a puzzled expression. Other than the two of them, the others did not know what the words meant. When the two had gone together earlier to steal information on the particle collider from Kingpin's lab, Miles had worn a costume with a cape and had been teased by middle-aged Peter, who had told him that no Spider-Man would wear a cape because it was inconvenient. And he didn't expect to get slapped in the face here. But Miles' gag washed away middle-aged Peter's sinking mood. Mark also walked over to a pair of standing cabinets. "I heard you were just bitten by a spider." Gwen walked up next to him at some point. "Why does everyone ask me that question?" Puzzled, Mark glanced at the blonde girl and nodded without speaking. Gwen fluttered her gorgeous eyes and opened her seductive lips once again as she said using her soothing voice, "You said you were a Martian researcher. Is it possible to land on Mars on your world already?" A/N, yes. I just did that. Fight me if you can. Mark gave her an odd look, a little confused as to why Gwen had suddenly approached her to strike up a conversation. And an awkward conversation at that. But he replied politely, "No, our world is not even as technologically advanced as this one, and research on Mars is usually done with rovers and the like." "Why?" "Nothing, I'm just curious," Gwen said with a bright smile. Mark was unfazed by this. A/N, calm down, degenerates. Gwen is only 15 years old, mind you. Although the fast developments of teenagers made her look shapely and mature, as a normal adult with a decent and untainted brain, Gwen looked like a little girl to him at best. "So he isn't a lolicon or whatever?" "I don't suppose that's what you're trying to say," Mark said. Gwen had an embarrassed look on her face. "Well, I was actually curious about what you said earlier about Miles. You said that you knew what he was capable of, is that true?" But you obviously weren't with us this afternoon. Mark smiled. It's true, it may not be the Miles of this world, but I do know what Miles is capable of. And you've seen the Miles of other worlds? You've been to other worlds? Could it be that you are a Spider-Man with the ability to travel to other worlds? A space-time Spider-Man? Gwen's pretty eyes went wide for a moment. Mark smiled and shook his head. Of course not, I've just, played the game with Miles as the main character. Gwen, what? Miles, wait, what? It turned out that Miles had also come to the two at some point and happened to overhear Mark's words. Not only that, but even the others looked over. They were all Spider-Men with superpowers, and since Mark hadn't lowered his voice or something, they had all heard what he said using their enhanced hearing. So they too dropped what they were doing and came this way. With me as the main character of the game? Miles' eyes widened. Are you serious? Is there a me in your world too? A me that's as much famous as Spider-Man? Because after this world Spider-Man became famous, many peripherals related to Spider-Man did come out. Not the least of which were games and the likes. So Miles subconsciously assumed that was how Mark knew about him as well. That's not it, we don't have Spider-Man in that world, but there are numerous movies, games, etc. that featured Spider-Man, so I know a lot of stories about Spider-Man from various worlds, one of which is you, Miles. Mark patiently said as he looked at Miles. There was first a silence in the large spider cave. And then that silence was broken in an instant. Chapter 10. Oh my God, is it that really true? No way, that's incredible. Was there me? Did you see me? It took less than a second for these guys to go from being scattered in all directions to surrounding Mark. Mark felt like he had thousands of ducks quacking next to his ears. His brain were buzzing. Stop, stop, stop. Mark hurriedly threw up his hands while yelling, are you guys trying to kill me with a sonic attack or what? The voices stopped and the Spider-Men all had embarrassed looks on their faces. The most mature and steady of them all, Shadow Spider-Man, came forward to take the lead. He held up his hands and gestured, quiet, everyone, one by one, ask questions. Me first, me first. Miles squeezed in under middle-aged Peter's armpit and looked at Mark, curious, is it true that there's no me, as Spider-Man in that world of yours? No. Then could it be that your world has people who can travel through time and space and that's how you learn about us in so many different worlds? Hearing that, Mark hesitated for a moment. He was originally going to deny it outright. But thinking that something as bizarre as traveling had happened to him, what if there really were other people who had similar experiences? I suppose, no, right? Our world is still relatively harmonious on the surface, and although there are war zones, we haven't heard of any such existence of superheroes or super criminals. Mark weighed his words for a moment. Then your world doesn't seem to be quite like any of ours, does it? Middle-aged Peter's tone revealed a kind of envy. Mark shrugged, maybe it's because I was too ordinary in the past to be exposed to it. Who knows? Well, then, can you tell us the story you know? Middle-aged Peter said. Mark nodded. He then gave a general rundown of the storylines he had read about Spider-Man's work. The main ones were the first Tobey Spider-Man trilogy, the second Andrew Spider's two-part Amazing Spider-Man, and then about the stories in the games that he had played. He even intersperses parts of the reunion storyline in between. TCK, middle-aged Peter smacked his lips, that story of whatever Tobey Spider you're talking about is surprisingly similar to my experience, but that was over a decade ago. Mark's mind was clear. He had also originally made some guesses about where middle-aged Peter was coming from, thinking that he was closer to the first version, and now it seemed that the guesses were right. Because version 1 and 2 were standalone stories, not tied to the Homecoming, there was naturally no Iron Man to act as their mentor and father figure. Version 1 focused more on mutation. Even the spider silk was produced from his own body. This is the biggest difference between him and version 1 and 2. The second version of Spider-Man was a good inventor, and he made his own web shooters. This is quite similar to the late Spider-Man in their current world. Looking at middle-aged Peter, he's clearly more like a version 1. And now it's kind of solid from his own mouth. Wow, the third version of Spider-Man is so cool, isn't it? He's basically rich by having that Iron Guy as mentor. If that was me, won't that mean I can buy as many consoles as I want and eat as much candy as I want? Haney's eyes lit up with envy. Yeah, I wonder when I'll get to go to his world and I'll make him treat me to a hot dog. Just the super-duper luxurious double version. Spider-Ham also said with a daydreaming look. It does seem that your world is very special, Shadow SpiderMan said with a straight face, I'd like to visit it one day. Mark laughed, that's better not, I'd have to cry my eyes out if something so dangerous happened in my world too. Ha 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 dash, the crowd broke into laughter. Well, back to business, Mark said with a straight face after a bit of banter, let me tell you what I know about Miles. He looked over at Miles. Immediately, Miles puffed up his chest, looking like a good student waiting for guidance from his teacher. First things first, the spider that bit you. It was created by Norman Osborn's attempt to replicate Spider-Man's powers. And because of that, you gained abilities that are, by and large, similar to Spider-Man's. For example, your super-physical powers, which are the strength contained in your body. Since the spider that bit you and Peter should belong to the same category and have similar properties, your strength should also be similar to Peter's, which is between 15 to 20 tons. In addition to that, super-physical ability is also reflected in endurance and agility. Your body is enough to support you to withstand powerful impacts tens of times more than normal people, and your sensitivity and balance are also at the top level among humans. All Spider-Man's reflexes are 20 times faster than those of ordinary people, or even higher. When combined with his spider sense, he can dodge most attacks, such as bullets. There is also the ability of adhesion, which is the ability to crawl on walls using a principle similar to static electricity. All of these are regular abilities that I think everyone is aware of. Miles, you must have them too. Mark said. Miles nodded his head repeatedly. Although everyone else had already known and mastered these abilities, they all just listened quietly and did not interrupt Mark's words. Mark continued, the next thing I want to talk about is your unique ability, Miles. Mark's body stood a little straighter. Mark held up a finger, the first ability, called Venom Blast, is what you just called electric shock. When your hands come into contact with your enemy, by energizing the energy in your body, you can conduct the energy in your body to your opponent. When the energy is low, it can paralyze the enemy, if the energy is high, it can even shock the opponent directly to death. This move will work wonders against those enemies who have been genetically modified. Miles' eyes widened and he raised his hands, does my body really contain such a powerful force? But why can't I feel it at all? Mark nodded affirmatively and said, I am sure that you do have a very powerful force in your body. Your instant burst of power is even higher than theirs. Shadow Spider-Man crossed his arms, we're still here, man. Middle-aged Peter, on the other hand, cautiously reached out his finger and poked Miles' upraised hand as if to confirm something, are you sure about that? A/N, insert John Cena meme. Gwen, Penny and Spider-Ham also had a skeptical look on their faces, clearly not believing the point that Miles has more explosive power than them. Chapter 11. Mark ignored them and continued to hold out a second finger. The second ability, camouflage, or invisibility as you call it. Miles, you can blend your body, along with your clothes, into your surroundings to achieve the effect of visual invisibility. Even at a certain point, your invisibility can evade infrared detection. Wow, this is so cool too. Shadow Spider-Man called out, is this little guy really that powerful? Miles scratched his head with some embarrassment. Middle-aged Peter held up his hand, I can testify that he can indeed be invisible, I saw it with my own eyes this afternoon. But it's cool to actually be able to avoid infrared detection, ain't it? He inclined his head towards Miles as he said the last sentence. Miles turned to Mark and was also a little doubtful, can it really do that? Mark affirmed, yes you can. Yes. Hearing Mark's words, Miles jumped in happiness, that's so cool. At that moment, Mark extended a third finger. A third ability. What? There's a third one? Shadow Spider-Man was surprised, just the two abilities that Mark had mentioned earlier were ones that none of them, the Spider-Men, had ever possessed, making them a little envious. But he didn't expect that there's one more. This one, I'm actually not too sure about, said Mark, it's best for Miles to find a way to verify it by yourself in the future. Miles nodded, expectantly, you tell me what is it, I find it myself. Mark said, the third ability is, immortality. Immortality? Yes. Mark said, it is one of the effects of the OZ formula, and this factor is present in your genes, so you should also have this ability. I don't know exactly how it manifests though, you'll just have to find out for yourself later. Miles nodded repeatedly, taking note of Mark's words. There's one last ability, energy burst under great pressure, you can explode all your physical strength and energy at once, forming a powerful energy blast that is powerful enough to destroy this entire underground base. Mark finished his words in one breath. This time, even the middle-aged Peter who had been supporting Miles was a little stunned. "Miles, did you hear that? You're actually that powerful." Did I?" Miles looked confused. Miles had said was far beyond his ability to handle. How big was this underground base? Just from what could be seen, a conservative estimate had to be 5 or 6,000 square meters, almost half the size of a football field. It was also dozens of meters deep. And with a one-time release of the power within him, he could actually destroy such a large place. While Miles was dumbfounded, he also had some fear. He was terrified of the power contained within him. He wasn't ready for it. And the others' gazes had risen somewhat strangely. If Miles' words were true, then Miles' potential was indeed immense. But at the same time, he was an alien among Spider-Men, a Spider-Man that was more like a mage than a fighter. It took a long time for the crowd to digest the shocking news and get moving again. Middle-aged Peter patted the little black spider on the shoulder. "In that case, let me train you and release you your true powers." However, instead of the expectant eyes of Miles, what responded to middle-aged Peter was hesitation. "What's wrong?" Middle-aged Peter was puzzled, but he knew how excited the boy was for his powers. He desperately wanted to make himself strong, because that was the only way he could help others and prove himself. This was a child with a passion. He saw in him the person he once was. Miles said hesitantly, "But I'm afraid." "Afraid?" Middle-aged Peter was even more puzzled. Rather, it was Gwen who looked from the side and saw some clues. She clasped her hands to her chest and said, "Are you afraid of losing control of your power and hurting others?" Miles nodded. "My body contains such a powerful force, that if I were to accidentally explode out and hurt others I would regret it for the rest of my life." Hearing Miles' words, Mark was a little dumbfounded. He never thought that by giving Miles his ability information, he had actually caused him to become in fear of the power within him and become shrunken. What was this? What too much power? But shouldn't a normal person feel happy knowing that he has so much potential? As expected of the second coming of Spider-Man, he definitely had some perspective in life. A few moments later, after some persuasion from middle-aged Peter, Miles, for some reason, actually got on the elevator and then left. Why did he leave? Penny asked curiously. Mark made a thoughtful face. Is it because he wasn't mentally ready to be burdened with such potential? Gwen chimed in, or maybe he wasn't ready to become a ticking time bomb. Middle-aged Peter shrugged. He said he wanted some peace and quiet. Well, fellows, let him go ahead and have some air, we've got work to do here too. Mark said, picking up the conversation. He then turned to Penny. Penny, now that you have the information from the computer, can you try to fix the gadget? Penny and her mech partner walked over to a table where Aunt May had hooked up the computer mainframe that middle-aged Peter and the others had just brought to the display. Penny reached out with her small hands to operate it and began to read the information in it. When Peter got down to business, everyone stopped talking about Miles and gathered behind Penny to look at it. The Super Collider is a device built on the basis of a high-energy synchrotron, and its main function is to accumulate and accelerate two streams of particles injected by the previous accelerator to a certain strength and energy, so that they can collide to produce a high enough reaction energy. So, although it is called a collider, it is actually a super device that combines a particle accelerator and a particle collider into one. The total length of the particle collider is a staggering 30 kilometers. It is spread over almost the entire length of Brooklyn. That's why Spider-Man tried desperately to stop it from being activated in this world earlier. Because if something were to happen to this thing, it would lift the whole of Brooklyn into the sky. And that, with the safety of nearly 6 million people at stake. Chapter 12. Oh my God, is this guy crazy? To put something so dangerous under Brooklyn? Middle-aged Peter shouted. Shadow Spider-Man, on the other hand, sneered, that's the way of the capitalists. They only care about their own interests, not about the safety of others. Maybe he's just waiting for a disaster to happen so he can make a profit. Make a profit? How? Spider-Ham wondered. Shadow Spider-Man said, these capitalists have more than one industry under their name, so maybe there's something about food, medicine, construction, etc. It's a profitable industry in the midst of a disaster. Gwen looked at Shadow Spider-Man. Looks like you deal with them a lot. Shadow Spider-Man shrugged. To be precise, I only deal with them. Be quiet you guys. Penny turned her head with some cute annoyance. Sorry, Shadow Spider-Man and middle-aged Peter hastened to apologize. Mark had been reading the information instead. He was quite interested in the particle accelerator. After all, it was an advanced technology that could break the barriers between parallel universes. Of course, he didn't mean to replicate one, but as a researcher, it was his professional instinct to be interested in advanced technology. The particle collider consists of a 30 km long ring of superconducting magnets and thousands of magnets of different types and models. The former are used to confine the stream of energetic particles, the latter are acceleration structures that enable particles to travel in specific directions. For example, the 15-meter-long 1232 bipolar magnets are used to bend the particle beam, while the 392 quadrupolar magnets are used to concentrate the particle stream. When the particle collider is switched on, two streams of high-energy particles appear in the accelerator. The two streams pass through separate beam tubes and travel in opposite directions at speeds close to the speed of light. At the same time, the two streams of energetic particles are confined in this accelerating ring by a strong magnetic field at the periphery, and are accelerated one by one before successfully colliding. But these particles are so small that colliding them would be like colliding two needles fired from two places 10 kilometers apart. So one can imagine just how difficult it is. And the key that Peter Parker, the Spider-Man of this world, has made is actually aimed at one of the processes that turns on this particle collider. Cooling. The conditions required for two streams of energetic particles to be accelerated to near the speed of light are very demanding. Firstly, the environment inside the beam tube would need to be in an ultra-high vacuum to minimize particle losses. Secondly, the strong magnetic fields used to confine the particle streams also require large quantities of superconducting electromagnets to be obtained. These superconducting electromagnets are made using special cable wires which operate in a superconducting state and conduct the current efficiently with no resistance consumption or energy loss. To achieve this result, it is necessary to cool the magnets to approximately -271 degrees Celsius, a temperature lower than that of outer space. For this reason, most accelerators are connected to a liquid helium shunt system and other equipment that is used to cool the magnets. Spider-Man's key is a Trojan horse used to cut the connection between the accelerator and the liquid helium shunt system. When the liquid helium shunt is no longer cooling the accelerator, the temperature of the superconducting electromagnet will continue to rise, thus losing its ability to confine the energetic particle stream. The energetic particle streams are then thrown into a state of turbulence, making the next step of collision impossible. At the same time, because of the high temperatures, the magnets will even be demagnetized and the special cables, etc., will be burned up at temperatures beyond their rated range, thus rendering the whole particle collider ineffective. In this way, even if Kingpin had many more materials on hand, he would not be able to repair this collider in a short time. This, then, is the plan of the original Spider-Man of this world. At the same time, it was also Mark's and the group's next plan. For this, Mark and Penny analyzed it the whole morning. Then, with Penny and her mecha in the lead and Mark providing his valuable input, the two quickly finalized their plan. And it was unanimously approved by the others, of course they did, as none of them had a say in their professions. But then, naturally, it had nothing to do with Mark. He could analyze and then mouth high with his logical abilities, but practically speaking, his profession was also out of place. So, the task of fixing the key was still left to Penny. As for him, he once again went to the abandoned factory. But this time there were more people there. Apart from Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham, who had come with him right before, even middle-aged Peter and Gwen had followed him. So, what the hell are you two doing here with us? Mark stood once again on the high beam and turned his head to look at Gwen, who stood with her arms crossed over her chest, and middle-aged Peter, who was leaning against the wall while scratching his big belly. Middle-aged Peter shrugged, "I'm bored." Gwen raised an eyebrow, "I want to watch." Shadow Spider-Man walked up behind Mark, "Hey, are you ready? Do we really need to jump?" Mark subconsciously gulped. He wasn't afraid of heights, but any normal person would be weak in the knees standing on a beam that was only 10 centimeters wide at the front and back and over 10 meters above the ground, right? And he was going to jump. "Of course we're going to jump, it's the most direct way," said Shadow Spider-Man. Spider-Ham pulled half a leftover breakfast hot dog out of his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. "What are you afraid of? There are 4 Spider-Men here, they won't let anything happen to you." "Fine, then." Looking down at his feet, Mark was still a little scared. Gwen cut in, "Why do you feel more scared than Miles? Are you okay or not? You're asking me if I can do it?" Mark gritted his teeth. How can a man say no when asked like that? He checked the web shooter on his wrist once more. It was also a Spider-Man thing from this world, given to him by Aunt May. It had been confirmed that he was also the type who couldn't produce his own silk, so the web shooter was a must. He then took a deep breath and without realizing it, Mary Jane's words came to mind. My husband, Peter Parker. He used to be an ordinary man. He always said anyone could be the man behind the mask. He just happened to be bitten by a spider. I'm just an ordinary guy who happened to be bitten by a spider, too, but brought over into this world. Is this a gift, or a curse? Either way, I'll see what happens. After that, Mark no longer hesitated, and with a strong leap, he fell straight down. Chapter 13. Question. What is the acceleration of gravity at 40 degrees north latitude? How many seconds does it take to land from a 15-meter jump in the air here? Answer. From h equals gt we get t equals square root 2h slash g equals square root 2 times 15/9, 8s is almost equal to square root 3, 0.61224s is almost equal to 1/75s. This means that it is approximately 1/75s. 1/75 seconds, at a normal human breathing rate, might not even be enough time for one exhalation and one inhalation. However, the thrill of jumping from a height can make your heart beat faster and you hold your breath at the same time. Also, the adrenaline is rapidly pumping. And that was exactly what Mark was doing at the moment. No, it was even more amazing. The 1/75 seconds felt so long to him. He could clearly feel himself blink and then see the dust that had accumulated on the ground from too long without anyone arriving. Could see a few industrious worker ants struggling to carry the body of a small dead spider under a plank of wood. Then Mark even spun around in the air. He saw a row of heads poking out of the beams. Shadow SpiderMan's unreadable face, hidden under his visor. The way Spider-Ham's mouth was still chewing a hot dog, but his eyes were looking down past his pig snout. Middle-aged Peter held out his right hand in a firing gesture, as if ready to rescue. Gwen's gaze was calm, but her fingers were also pressed down on the web shooter. Fire! Shadow SpiderMan's voice rang out, snapping Mark out of this wondrous state. Mark subconsciously pressed the button on the spider silk launcher in his palm. Phew! A white mass flew out from his wrist and stuck firmly to the ceiling. Thump! Mark's body came to an abrupt halt the moment it was about to touch the ground, but this transformation from extreme motion to extreme stillness was only slightly uncomfortable for Mark and did not put too much of a burden on his body. But Mark did not notice this. He was now using the momentary momentum of the spider silk to shoot out and his body was flying upwards. Boom! Mark's figure smashed heavily against the ceiling, his limbs subconsciously stretched out. Then, he climbed upside down in such a stable manner. His powers, finally activated. Mark thought that he would be extremely excited, but at this moment, with his body hanging upside down from the ceiling in such an inhuman way, he found himself in an incomparable state of peace. It was as if this was the world he was supposed to be in. This is how he should be. Whoosh! A figure appeared beside Mark. It was the Shadow SpiderMan. His voice was slightly relieved under his mask. Great, you did it. Yes, thank you, Mark thanked from the bottom of his heart. Without Shadow SpiderMan's encouragement, he didn't know how long it would have been before he dared to take this step. What about me? Spider-Ham swished over as well. Sure, I'd like to thank you too, Mark laughed. And me? Gwen somehow managed to come along for the ride. Mark. Well, I thank you too. Whoosh. Middle-aged Peter also came near Mark. Mark hastily reached out, you don't have to say anything, I'm thankful too. Ha 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 dash, all of them then broke into laughter. Swish. Just then, he don't know if it was because the ability had just been activated and used unskillfully or what, but the adhesion on Mark's hands suddenly failed, and with this release, he fell down. Shit! Mark shouted and hurriedly reached out to spit out another web. With the pull of the web, he was able to get back to the ceiling. Looks like you need more practice. Gwen said seriously. Well, next, let's get back to that steel, Shadow SpiderMan said, hanging from the ceiling with one hand and pointing down with the other, relaxed. Mark was rather envious of this. For the only way he could feel more at ease now, without holding onto the spider silk, was to have both hands and feet on the ceiling at the same time. Otherwise there was a risk of falling, as he had just done. With his hands and feet pressed to the ceiling, he turned his head back to look and estimated the distance between himself and the beam. Then he leapt, his body like a spider with a catapult start, and dropped sharply towards the beam. And then Mark's hand slapped heavily on the beam and he drew a breath of cold air. It turned out that he had pushed too hard, causing him to jump a little too far. Instead, he subconsciously went to grab the beam, and naturally he hit it hard. Mark subconsciously then let go of his hand. At that moment, a soft palm reached out and gripped his wrist. Mark looked up and saw that it was Gwen. Gwen gave a slight pull. Mark then used the force to get up onto the beam. "Thanks," Mark thanked Gwen after letting go. Gwen smiled slightly. "No need to thank me, you'd better hurry up and practice, cause when the key is finished, we are all going to find that kingpin together." Mark nodded his head repeatedly. As the saying goes, once you've done it, you'll be familiar with it twice. After the first successful experience of launching spider silk and climbing, the second and third times naturally came quickly. This time, without even being pushed, Mark made a few adjustments and then jumped off the beam again of his own accord. Thanks to his previous experience of playing Spider-Man, his proficiency in using the spider silk began to increase rapidly as he got the initial feel for it. And soon, he found pleasure in it. His figure flew back and forth through the abandoned warehouse with reckless abandon, even using his increasing passive ability Spidey Sense to find obstacles to navigate. Flight. It has always been the dream of mankind. And now, he too could fly freely through the air with his spider silk. Even if there was nothing else, this alone was already worth $1,000. As Mark played happily alone, the group also watched him as well. Middle-aged Peter commented, "This guy is quite a fast learner, he already got a pattern." Spider-Ham said, "I think his moves are pretty cool." "Oh, look at that aerial twist, oh my." Gwen agreed, "He moves like a dancer." Aerials, not particularly pretty yet, but full of potential. "I'm starting to like him." Shadow Spider-Man shook his head, "Looks good, but too many fancy moves. Barely passable for a novice though." "Hey mate, don't be so harsh, he's only just starting out." Middle-aged Peter said. Shadow Spider-Man shrugged, "Well, I thought it was good too. I'll correct him though, it's dangerous and there's no need to be so fancy." After Mark had been familiarizing himself with it for about half an hour and felt that he had largely mastered the web shooter in conjunction with his body, Shadow Spider-Man called him to a halt. "Hey, Mark, if you keep playing like that, this room is going to be too full of webs to stay in. Get down now." Shadow Spider-Man shouted. Chapter 14. Swoosh. Mark's figure swung up to the ceiling with the help of web, and then made a flexible 180-degree turn in the air, from head to foot, and then kicked his feet lightly on the ceiling, and his figure quickly fell down to the ground. When passing the beam where Noir and the others were standing, Mark stretched out his hands, pressed lightly on the beam, then turned around again, and then managed to stood firmly on it. Clap clap. Ham, Gwen and Peter clapped their hands together. "That was pretty good." Gwen nodded approvingly. "Huh," Mark laughed a little embarrassedly. He felt that his progress had been rapid during the half hour. Moreover, the potential in the body is constantly being tapped out. Spider sense, super balance, body coordination, etc. have all been greatly improved. He didn't know why it hadn't responded before, but now there was such a big change suddenly. It's like a reservoir which gates were originally closed. After the flood valve was opened, the water rushed out. Just when Mark was a little complacent, Moore walked up to him. He was about the same height as Mark, but when he saw his eyes hidden under the goggles, Mark unconsciously felt that he was actually shorter than him. "This is a difference in presence. It seems that you are satisfied with your performance," Noir said in a deep voice. Mark wondered, "Is there something I'm not doing enough? I think I'm very powerful now, and I'm in great shape." "Heh." Noir sneered, surprise, and then threw an attack out of nowhere. Mark didn't expect Noir to launch a sneak attack suddenly. He was also so near that the punch landed solidly. Bang! After being punched, Mark was knocked straight off the beam. It was only after falling in mid-air for half a second that he came back to his senses. "He actually sneak attacked me." With some annoyance, Mark stretched out his hand and was ready to go back to Noir for an explanation that would surely just be about training and all. However, at that moment, Noir reached out his hand like lightning. Swoosh! A ball of web flew out of his hand and hit the web shooter on Mark's wrist, directly covering it. Startled, Mark hurriedly extended his left hand. The web shooters were left and right. However, another ball of web shot up and sealed the web shooter on his left wrist as well. After these two cunning attacks, he had completely lost the ability to counterattack. Moreover, his figure had also completed its free fall and hit the floor heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. He didn't have his hood on, so he also choked a mouthful of dirt. "Eck, you!" Mark stood up, spitting out the dirt in his mouth, then rubbed his butt. He had just landed flat on his ass, and that definitely hurt. What did you do? Having done that, he had time to look up and question Noir. Whoosh! In response, however, instead of an explanation from Noir, he got a kick from high above. Boom! Once again, Mark was knocked. This kick was powerful also, and adding to the fact that it was only a few centimeters from the heart. So it left him with a tightness in his chest. Tap, tap, tap. Noir arrived in front of Mark in a few steps, looked down at Mark, who was sitting on the dust, and said in a serious voice, "With such strength, you will only be a burden to us in time. What do you have to congratulate yourself about?" After saying that, he turned his hand and shot a web to the ceiling, and flew away after that. Mark looked at Noir swinging away and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He had been snapped out of it. The complacency that he had felt when he had first gained his power had been completely knocked out of him by Noir's punch and kick. At this moment, he even felt a bit ashamed. "Oh, he seems really angry." Ham jumped down from the beam and landed next to Mark. "I have a hot dog here that I asked Aunt May to make extra for me. Why don't I share half of it with you and you can take it to him and apologize? It's cold, but it still tastes really good." "Thanks, but no, I'll go apologize myself," Mark said sullenly. Gwen and Peter jumped down as well. Peter reassured, "Don't worry, you've done a good job. However, when we face enemies, we must be extremely vigilant. We must not be arrogant, or we will harm others and ourselves." Although he knew that Mark didn't necessarily like being lectured at this point, Peter decided to say it anyway. He didn't want Mark to die because of this. Mark nodded seriously and said sincerely, "I understand, and I know that you are all doing this for my own good, and I will take note of it." Peter smiled brightly and held out his hand. Mark reached out to shake it, and was pulled up by Peter. The latter patted his clothes to dust out the dirt that had gotten on him and then smiled, "Well, in that case, let's go back too." At this point Gwen also came up beside him. But unlike the two Peter's admonitions and teachings, she said to Mark, "Actually, many of your moves are quite practical, it's just that some of them are really too fancy in the middle. You can find a way to get rid of those extra ones to try." Mark nodded. The moves were naturally practical. The games he had played in the past had all been made with the help of special effects and robots, but there were a number of moves that had actually been considered for reasonableness, so they were naturally of some reference value. However, they were only references. In the eyes of a real Spider-Man, these moves would be too fancy. Especially to a practical man like Noir, so Mark's moves are as funny as a clown. And yet he boasts about it. That's what pisses Noir off. "But some of your moves look like dance moves, like that spiral in the air, like in ballet," Gwen said. "Did you take ballet?" Mark was embarrassed. That move was used in the game to gather energy, doing some difficult moves like spinning in the air to build up the game's energy, which could be used to release skills. The game's veteran players will usually fill it up while they're on their way, so it'll be easier to use in battle. But in reality, there was no such thing as that, so that action became fancy and useless. No. Would you believe me if I said it was Taekwondo? Oh, it's a bit like that. Gwen was thoughtful. Several people then left this abandoned warehouse and headed towards Aunt May's house. Before they could enter, they heard the slightly frightened voice of Miles Morales. "Listen to me, I've discovered a big secret. My uncle Aaron, turned out to be the Prowler." Chapter 15. Half a day earlier. Last night. Miles was so irritated by Mark's words that he was in a panic state and decided to leave the place for a while and go off on his own for a while. So he left Aunt May's house and headed for Brooklyn. He didn't dare go home, though, but went to the home of his uncle Aaron Davis. Unfortunately, his uncle was not at home. So, he wrote a note to this uncle of his, who was closest to him and was tolerable with all the mess he makes. Just as he was about to leave, the Prowler suddenly arrived at his uncle's house. And, through the opened window, the Prowler realized that someone might be in the house. In a moment of panic, Miles activates his invisibility powers. The Prowler's glasses have an infrared detector to detect heat. But as Mark says, when Miles goes into his invisible state, it can even block out the infrared detectors. So at first, the Prowler did not manage to detect Miles. Even though Miles was just sitting right in front of him, just a few meters away from him. At that moment, his boss's phone rang. "Hello Mr. Fisk," the Prowler picked up the phone. "I got the video footage from the tunnel, and as long as he's still here, I'll find him." "You know him, sir, I never give up." Then, thinking he was being paranoid about his earlier suspicion, the prowler hung up the phone and took off his hood, ready to get a bottle of wine out for a sip. And the face that was revealed when the hood was taken off was that of Aaron Davis, Miles' dear uncle. Miles' pupils contracted for a moment, but he had been chased by the prowler once before when Spider-Man had died in this world, and so, the oppressive presence of the prowler made him cover his mouth, while holding his breath for fear of revealing a breath. The prowler turned around and went to the wine cabinet, picking up the wine on it. Miles took this opportunity to flip out of the window in a hurry. But as he did so, he accidentally touched the plant that had been placed in the window. The prowler, who had just picked up the glass of wine, immediately noticed something strange about the place. He put the glass down and dashed in hot pursuit. The heat generated by the movement of Miles exposed him, and even though he was still invisible at the moment, he was still visible to the prowler's eyes. A chase and flight ensued between the two in the street. After barely escaping the prowler, Miles dared not go home and found a street corner to sleep for the night before dragging his tired body straight to Aunt May's house in Queens. When he arrived, he met Penny, who had just finished making her dangerous toys, and Noir, who had just returned from being outside. That's what led to the words that Mark and the others heard as they entered. Miles was running, panting, out of breath, and with panic and overwhelm all over his face. Peter came up behind him and patted him on the back. "Hey, kid, take your time." Seeing him, Miles calmed down a little and said, "My uncle, the prowler, he works for Kingpin and he tried to kill me." "That's a bit too simple and crude of a plot, isn't it?" Noir said as he sat on the couch and looked over. "Hey!" Penny slapped him on the shoulder in annoyance. People were already so sad, shocked, and devastated, and he still dare say things like that. Peter took Miles into his arms and gave him a bear hug, patting him on the back reassuringly. It's okay, we'll figure it out." At that moment, however, Mark, Gwen and Ham, who were standing in the courtyard, were startled in unison. Their spider sense was triggered. Boom! A figure descended from the sky and smashed heavily into the concrete floor in front of Aunt May's house, sending a crack through the concrete floor. It was an Afro-hairstyled woman dressed entirely in a lime green steel uniform, her hair tied back with a hairband and a pair of goggles over her eyes, making it impossible to see her eyes. And to top it all off, behind her were several tentacles with large claws that all moved about in calculated manners. Dr. Octopus. Olivia Liv Octavius. Unlike the Doc Ock of most other worlds, the Dr. Octopus of this world was a woman. But people didn't took her lightly just for that reason. Because no matter what, Dr. Octopus is Dr. Octopus. A mad scientist with advanced technology and high intelligence. "Nice place, really hard to find," Liv Octavia said sarcastically as she then continued after looking around. "Wow, there are so many Spider-Men. Sorry, am I interrupting something?" She looked at Mark, Gwen, Spider-Ham, Peter and Miles with a cruel smile on her face. "I think I was followed," said Miles, looking up from Peter's arms. "It's Liv, Miles, get in the house." Peter pulled Miles behind him and assumed a fighting stance. "Guys, I think we're in big trouble," Mark shouted as he looked to the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, a helicopter hovered. The hatch on one side of the helicopter had been opened and it was clear that that was where Dr. Octopus had come from. And then, once again, a figure appeared in the hatch. It was a man in a black suit, with silver-gray skin like steel. His name was Lonnie Thompson Lincoln aka Tombstone. He was one of the biggest underworld leaders in New York. He is a black man who has been ridiculed by those around him since he was a child because he suffers from albinism, making his personality cold-blooded and heartless. After being exposed to Diox-3, he gained the ability to be invulnerable to knives and guns. Thud. Tombstone leapt from the helicopter, which was suspended 20 to 30 meters in the air, and smashed down to the concrete floor that turned into pieces. "Looks like there's a lot of fun to be had here." Tombstone stood up straight and walked over to Liv, looking at Mark and the others with a cruel smile on his face. "Look at these poor little spiders," came a voice from the helicopter once again. A third figure then descended from the sky. It was a strange man wearing a suit of mechanical scorpion battle armor, with 4 mechanical scorpion-like feet and a mechanical scorpion tail needle erected behind him. His name is MacDonald Gargan, originally a private detective hired to investigate Spider-Man's true identity. Based on the principle that a spider's nemesis is the scorpion, his employer built him a high-tech scorpion battle suit, but the flaw was that it eroded the human brain, turning the user into a being that lived only to destroy. Thus, MacDonald became a puppet of this scorpion battle suit. In the distance, a motorbike roars up and brakes sharply, leaving long brake marks on the ground. A strange man in a purple high-tech battle suit also appeared in front of the crowd. It was Aaron Davis, Miles' own uncle, the Prowler. At this point, the 4 superhumans under Kingpin are all together and is ready for a battle. Chapter 16. Oh come on. Mark spat. Shouldn't normal Spider-Man start off by catching bike thieves on the streets, helping grannies cross the street to get a pancake bounty, and being a good neighbor? How could he be in a boss level right out of the bat? These 4 are all bosses at some stage of the games. However, the good news is that he has plenty of helpers on his side. There are 6 Spider-Men in total. Noir counts as 1. Peter counts as 1. Spider-Ham counts as 1. Gwen counts as 1. Penny, the Mecha Spider-Man, naturally counts as 1. Him and Miles barely count as half a person. The advantage is his. Mark was instantly confident. Just then. Idiot, what are you gawking at in the middle of a battle? Gwen grabbed Mark's hand and violently threw him away. A robotic octopus hand slammed hard into the spot where Mark had just been standing, plunging directly into the concrete below and shattering it into pieces. Thanks to his training in the abandoned warehouse a short while ago, Mark was familiar with his body at this point. He quickly adjusted his stance in the air and then reached out his hand in preparation to fly back with his web. However, after probing his hand, he realized that his web shooters had just been sealed by Noir earlier. Shit. Peter, you screwed me. Mark was grief-stricken as his form missed the opportunity to swing back into the battle immediately as he smashed into the roof of Aunt May's neighbor's house. At this point, though, no one was paying attention to him either. With Doc Ock taking the lead, there was immediate chaos below. After flinging Mark out of the way, Gwen turned and attacked Liz. Off to the side, Ham looked at Tombstone with a torn look on his face. This guy looks smelly and hard, I really don't want to fight him. Scorpion prepared to bypass these 2 and rush to the house to finish off Miles. But at that moment, Peter rushed up as well. Hey man, you're a Scorpion and I'm a Spider, we're distant relatives, I don't think we need to get into a big fight. Who? You're so jolly I see. Middle-aged Peter dodged Scorpion's stinger and kicked him in the side. Oh dang, this guy is tough. Let me do it. Penny had somehow completed her merging with her mecha partner and rushed out of the house in her spider mecha. The spider mech's left hand transformed into a sharp disc and spun up at speed. The disc cut into Scorpion's body, sending out a series of sparks. Scorpion roared in anger at the pain, and the steel scorpion tail needle lashed out viciously at the spider mech, sending it flying. Hey hey. That's still a little girl. Noir leapt out of the room and raised his hand, tying both of Scorpion's legs, before shooting another web at his head and throwing him out with both hands. Why did you come out too? Penny jumped back in her spider mech. Where's Miles? Miles? The enemies are outside the house, I don't suppose anyone's bothering him. Noir and Penny exchanged words as they surrounded Scorpion left and right. But I gave him the key before I came out, Penny said with a curious face. What? Why didn't you say something as important as that quickly? Noir exclaimed as he asked. I thought you'd stay in the house and just act like a trusty house guard. What? Noir threw over a puzzled look. Never mind. Penny waved off, but why don't you go back inside and help Miles? Crack. There was a crisp crack of glass. With an oppressive robotic roar, a purple figure shot into the house and took aim at Miles, who was standing in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do. Although Miles had very little experience with enemies, he can still dodge this kinds of attack. With the help of his spider sense, he backflipped and dodged the blow almost at the same time. Boom! But the couch behind him wasn't so good. With such a punch and tear by the Prowler, the couch was immediately torn into several pieces, and the cotton wool inside flew all over the room. Oh my god! How can you just break into someone's home? And destroy other people's things? Aunt May angrily walked over with her baseball bat and slammed it at the Prowler. The Prowler was hit with the bat, but Aunt May wasn't strong enough and he was protected by his armor, so he didn't flinch at all. But just because it didn't hurt didn't mean he didn't care. He gave Aunt May a bombastic side eye and then raised his hand, getting ready to teach the insensitive old woman a lesson. Hey! Why is there another scumbag here who likes out to beat children and now old people? Behind him, Noir's voice was heard before he can make a move. The Prowler's eyes froze. He knew that if he was held up by any of the Spider-Men, his efforts to kill Miles in front of him could be thwarted. To avoid any accidents, the Prowler gave up decisively on teaching Aunt May a lesson, and his sharp claws once again clawed at Miles. But after Aunt May's sacrifice to save him, Miles has finally reacted. He subconsciously turned on his stealth ability and ran away through the broken window. He was young, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He knew that his uncle, the Prowler, was targeting him, and as long as he remained in the house, Aunt May was not safe. So he chose decisively to leave. Hum. Thud. A sound of sharp mechanical resounded behind him. Even without turning around, Miles knew that his uncle was right behind him at this moment. He didn't dare to linger, or even ask for help. Perhaps he subconsciously did not want his uncle to make an enemy of the Spider-Man. "Boy, give me that thing, quick." The Prowler's voice came from behind him. Of course, Miles didn't even dare to respond and just quickly went for a mad dash. However, he had still made a fatal mistake. To a seasoned hunter like the Prowler, his simple trajectory was like a small beast that had no choice but to change its path. Too easy to catch. The Prowler's speed suddenly increased several times, and in an instant he was behind Miles, then threw him to the ground with a single punch. Bam! Miles fell heavily to the ground, rolled several times and tried to get up, but his body was already held down by the Prowler, who was quickly upon him. Prowler's cold steel claws grabbed Miles' neck and cut off the oxygen supply to the latter's lungs by starting to strangle him. Miles began to have difficulty breathing. He looked at the cold mask in front of him, thought of the face of the person close to him beneath it, and reluctantly lifted his hand and lifted his own mask up. "Cough you, Uncle Aaron." The Prowler's claws stopped in midair. Chapter 17. Miles. Prowler looked at his nephew in disbelief. His own nephew turned out to be Spider-Man. And not just any Spider-Man, but the one his boss ordered him to eliminate. "What are you waiting for? Get rid of him." At that moment, Prowler heard his boss, Kingpin, speaking through his earpiece. Aaron's face displayed clear hesitation. This was his beloved nephew. He himself had no children, not even a girlfriend. So he had always regarded Miles as his own son. In fact, part of the reason he became Prowler was to become a superhero in the eyes of children. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances of life, he had become a supervillain instead and couldn't fulfill his original path. Countless thoughts raced through Aaron's mind in an instant. Finally, he reached out and pulled up his crude polyester mask over the face of Miles. "Take care of yourself." Bang! Bang! Two sounds almost simultaneously resounded. Prowler, who hadn't even finished speaking, was kicked away by someone. Mark appeared next to Miles, without much explanation, embraced him, and rolled on the ground. That kick was obviously delivered by Mark. However, it wasn't meant to attack Prowler. In fact, when he saw Miles taking off his mask and recognizing Prowler, Peter knew for sure that Miles would be fine. But he noticed a huge figure, emerging from below. The Kingpin. Fisk took out a high-tech handgun and aimed it at Prowler and Miles. Mark wasn't sure whom Kingpin intended to kill. But suddenly, he thought of a peculiar curse. It was said that every Spider-Man's journey began with the loss of an uncle. So, almost instinctively, when he saw Fisk lifting the gun, he propelled himself with maximum force towards them, executing a mid-air kick that sent Prowler flying. At the same time, to be safe, he brought Miles along for a clumsy rolling maneuver. Although it wasn't the most graceful move, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The second bang was the sound of Fisk's handgun. Clearly, he missed the shot. In frustration, Kingpin raised his gun again. Just then, Noir, who had arrived a few steps late due to being entangled with Doc Ock, finally caught up. He quickly intervened and disrupted Kingpin's action. Fisk didn't back down and engaged in a brawl with Spider-Man Noir. Wilson Fisk's fighting style was fierce, living up to his 90% muscle-filled body. With a single punch, he could smash a wall and make a pretty impressive rupture on it. His combat skills were also extremely high. Noir himself was a skilled fighter, but he still felt a subtle sense of being suppressed against Kingpin. Of course, perhaps this was also due to the fact that he hadn't fought against someone as agile and chubby as Kingpin before, and hadn't yet adapted. "Uncle." Miles broke free from Mark's embrace and ran towards Prowler. However, Prowler had already stood up. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to touch Miles's head, but hesitated and refrained from doing so. Then he looked at Mark, said nothing, but left with a complex look. "Hey!" Mark called out to him. Prowler's footsteps hesitated for a moment, but he didn't turn around. Mark pointed towards the ongoing battle between Noir and Aaron and shouted, "If you just go away like this, you will surely going to be killed by Kingpin. You know what kind of person Kingpin is." Prowler's body came to a complete stop. He knew that Mark was right. "I have to," Prowler said, "it will affect the others if I continue to be near them." The others he referred to were his brother and sister-in-law, the parents of Miles, as well as Miles himself. "No, you do have a choice," Mark insisted. Prowler suddenly turned around. However, his face was masked, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Mark clenched his fist and firmly said, "Join us and take down Kingpin. He will never threaten you again. This is the best opportunity with the 7 Spider-Man from different universes together. If you miss this chance, you will be trapped forever. And Miles, as well as your brother, will be living under Kingpin's shadow for the rest of their lives." Prowler continued to remain silent, evidently deep in thought. Mark felt like the time was now. So, he decided to stoke the fire even more. "As someone close to Kingpin, you must have seen the impact his collider had on the whole of Brooklyn. And now he wants to activate it again, multiple times, maybe even countless times. If this continues, one day Brooklyn will be destroyed by the collider. Millions of people living in Brooklyn will lose their lives. Is that what you want to see? Did you put on this suit just to become that kind of person?" After saying this, Mark felt a bit uneasy. He had previously read about the classic antagonists named Prowler, in the Spider-Man games. Prowler was the youngest of 9 siblings, and his father had left them when he was still an infant. So, they grew up with their alcoholic mother. Under these circumstances, he obviously couldn't attend school. However, even without a formal education, he still had many achievements in design and invention. It's just that due to his identity, qualifications, and various other reasons, no one was willing to listen to him. He couldn't find an opportunity to showcase his talents. All he could do was find a job as a window cleaner to make ends meet. Later, by chance, he got involved in the battle between superheroes and supervillains, witnessing the abilities of a man who was once an ordinary person but became a supervillain with the help of high-tech suit. So, he quit his job as a window cleaner and designed a versatile battle suit for himself, including wrist and ankle bracelets filled with a special liquid, sharp steel claws, and special boots for climbing. Afterward, he created his new identity, Prowler. Of course, this is the background story of the supervillain, Prowler. Just like how Dr. Ock in this world became the known villain, this world's Aaron Davis clearly has notable differences from the background story version of Prowler. But different worlds can still have similar personalities. Just like how the Spider-Man always seem to get along instantly. So, Mark decided to take a gamble. Under Mark's somewhat anxious gaze, Prowler nodded. "You make a good point. I'm in." Upon hearing this, Mark smiled. He had made the right bet. Chapter 18. This battle came suddenly and ended just as abruptly. After the continuous sound of sirens echoed through the distant streets, Kingpin and his henchmen quickly made their escape. The Spider-Man had no intention of stopping them. They didn't want to deal with the police unless it was absolutely necessary. Most of the police had mixed feelings about the Spider-Man, and it was the same in most worlds. The group regrouped at Aunt May's house once again, and then quickly departed. Aunt May's house was the starting point of the battle, and even though this unexpected fight was brief, it still affected the entire street. Therefore, Aunt May was considered a primary victim and witness, and she had to stay behind to answer questions from the police. Though they felt guilty about it, in order to avoid encountering the police, Mark and the others had to leave behind their dilapidated homes and Aunt May and temporarily leave the area. After much consideration, they decided to go to the abandoned warehouse they often used as a meeting place. To remain inconspicuous, they went separately, one by one. Mark put on his regular clothes over his Spider-Man suit and blended into the crowd. Soon, everyone gathered again at the abandoned warehouse. However, in addition to the few Spider-Man, there was someone else. Prowler. Upon seeing Prowler appear, Gwen and the others instinctively assumed fighting stances. They thought Kingpin was still relentless and prepared to continue the fight with them. Miles quickly jumped out. He had come with his uncle and had a long conversation with Prowler on the way here. The most crucial thing was that Prowler had been convinced by Mark and had made the decision to change his ways. "Hey, everyone, listen to me. This is my uncle, and he's no longer working for Kingpin. Everyone, stay calm." Mark, who arrived a bit later, stepped forward and tried to stop the confrontation. He walked between the two groups and said, Miles' uncle has decided to abandon his dark past and help us fight against Kingpin. So, I don't think we need to view him as an enemy anymore. Wow, how did you manage that? Pot-bellied Peter exclaimed in surprise. On his way here, he had been thinking about how to resolve the issues between Miles and his uncle, but it seemed that Mark had quietly resolved it. Moreover, based on his observations, Prowler had exceptional combat skills. This action not only weakened the enemy's lineup but also strengthened their own power. Naturally, Mark didn't tell them that he had made a calculated guess based on the characteristics of Prowler from other worlds. He simply reiterated what he had said to Aaron Davis. When the Spider-Man heard that Aaron had chosen to stand with them to protect his family, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been for any other reason, they might have been skeptical. But when it comes to family, the level of trust is much higher. As long as a person hasn't completely lost their humanity, they won't turn a blind eye to the safety of their family. There's a saying that goes, family is a vulnerability, but also one's strongest armor. They didn't believe that a villain could suddenly change their ways, but they could believe that someone would go against the whole world to protect their family. Prowler, who had gained the initial trust of the group, lived up to their expectations. He shared all the relevant information he knew about Kingpin, the particle collider, and the base where the collider was located. As for Kingpin himself, not much needed to be said. Prowler's knowledge about Kingpin wasn't significantly different from what Mark knew. In fact, Prowler knew even less than Peter. Since Prowler was strictly a henchman and didn't have access to the inner workings of Kingpin's underground organization, his understanding of Kingpin mainly came from their day-to-day activities. And Kingpin was a very cunning and cautious person. Unless necessary, he wouldn't go around the world boasting about his power. Despite his large build and exceptional combat skills, he was actually an intelligent individual. As for the collider, constructing such a massive machine would require a substantial amount of money and the mobilization of many resources. It would also be time-consuming and costly. Luckily, during the urban planning of Brooklyn in its early years, there were several abandoned subway tracks and a subway station underground due to a rerouting of the subway. Kingpin took advantage of his influence to take control of these areas and established the collider beneath Brooklyn. The accelerator part of the particle collider relies on several completely abandoned subway tunnels as the containment space. The main body of the collider, including the collision site of the particles, is placed together with the cooling device in the abandoned subway station. At this point, Prowler spoke up and Miles mentioned that he had mistakenly entered that place before and witnessed the intense battle between Spider-Man and Green Goblin, as well as Spider-Man's death. Prowler remained silent in response. Strictly speaking, he also had a share of the blame for Spider-Man's death. Wait, the Green Goblin. Are you talking about Norman Osborn? Middle-aged Peter asked. Prowler nodded, yes, it's him. Norman is working for Kingpin too. Middle-aged Peter was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Prowler said, they should have a cooperative relationship. As far as I know, Oscorp has also been involved in Kingpin's particle collider. Now the problem is, if the Green Goblin gets involved as well, the enemy's power will increase significantly, middle-aged Peter said with a headache. This was not good news. I think I need to leave for a while, Prowler said after sharing the information. Morse spoke cautiously, no offense, but I'm curious about what you're planning to do. Prowler looked at him calmly, his eyes steady without a trace of deception. Kingpin must already know that I've betrayed him. I need to find my brother and ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, Miles immediately jumped up, Uncle Aaron, take me with you. I want to save my dad too. Prowler looked at him and gently patted his head, no, Miles, it'll be safer for you to stay here. But, Miles was unwilling. How could he just sit here knowing that someone like Kingpin might harm his parents? Miles, listen to me. Prowler's tone became stern. Then, looking into Miles' eyes, his heart softened involuntarily. Listen, Miles, your father is a police officer. Although Kingpin has great influence, he wouldn't dare to attack the police easily. So they might not be in immediate danger. I'm just going to confirm the situation. Mark stepped forward, looking at the uncle and nephew, and said, maybe it's not necessary to do it this way. What do you mean? Prowler asked. Chapter 19. In an abandoned underground tunnel, darkness prevailed. As far as the eye could see, there was silence and stillness. Only an occasional rat crawling out of the pipes foraging for food brought a hint of life to this desolate place. Several figures abruptly appeared here. They hung upside down, clinging to the ceiling and walls of the underground tunnel, defying gravity and moving effortlessly. These individuals were none other than Mark, Miles, Gwen, and Penny. They formed the second action group for this infiltration mission. As for the members not present here, Noir, Spider-Ham, middle-aged Peter, and the newly joined Prowler, they constituted the first action group. Here was the plan. The first action group, consisting of members with superior combat capabilities, would directly infiltrate the vicinity of the particle collider in a relatively conspicuous manner. By doing so, they would draw most of Kingpin and his associates' attention. This would not only ensure the safety of Miles' parents but also create an opportunity for the second action group to infiltrate unnoticed. The second action group, however, had weaker combat abilities due to the presence of newcomers like Mark and Miles. Even with Mark's insights and Miles' knowledge of his abilities' general development direction, time was limited, and mere knowledge wouldn't be of much use. Nevertheless, Miles had previous experience with infiltration, making him the ideal guide for this group. Their task was to directly penetrate the vicinity of the particle collider and seize the opportunity to insert a small device into its mainframe, destroying it. The mission was relatively straightforward, and if lucky, they might not even need to engage in combat. This was also the reason why middle-aged Peter and the others felt at ease with Miles accompanying them. Otherwise, they would never have allowed Miles to join them. Because they could escape this world using the collider, it didn't matter if Kingpin knew about their plan or not. But Miles was a part of this world and couldn't leave with them. Once Miles joined them, it meant that he would have to confront Kingpin head-on. Of course, there might be another option, to eliminate Kingpin directly. However, not everyone agreed with this approach. In most worlds, Spider-Men refrained from killing. The only ones who supported this option were Mark and Noir. Oh, and the Prowler. Even Miles, the person directly involved, was torn about whether or not to kill Kingpin after defeating him. This kind of reasoning was something that Mark found difficult to understand. Nevertheless, since this is Miles' world, the decision is ultimately his. The opinions of others can only serve as references. Mark, I have to say, the suit you designed for me is amazing. Thank you. Miles thanked Mark, who was beside him, as he swiftly crawled ahead. Now, Miles truly looked like a real Spider-Man, at least in appearance. He was no longer wearing the cheap Spider-Man costume he bought from a roadside store to commemorate the hero. Instead, he had put on a real suit made of high-tech nanofiber material. The suit was predominantly black, with red accents on the shoulders and hands, giving it a cool and stylish look. In Miles' words, this was his dream outfit. Hearing his words, Mark chuckled inwardly. It's the original design of your suit. Of course, you would like it. No need to thank me, Miles, Mark smiled and said, by the way, have you figured out how to deal with Kingpin? If we want to gather our strength and take him down, now is the best opportunity. Gwen glared at Mark and said, how can you encourage him to kill? Mark shrugged, I'm just stating the truth. If we don't get rid of Kingpin, Miles and his family will live under his threat for the rest of their lives. After all, since Aaron chose to betray Fisk, he has been marked for death. Hearing this, Gwen fell into silence. Because her father was a police officer, she had been taught from a young age not to commit illegal acts, especially killing. However, Mark's words did make sense. If they couldn't find a way to eliminate Mark, Miles' family would never find peace. Now there were only two options. Either Miles' uncle died, removing the threat, and Kingpin would no longer pursue his family. Or Kingpin dies, solving the problem at its root, once and for all. However, Miles' thoughts were similar to Gwen's. His father was also a police officer, and he had been taught to uphold the law from a young age. Miles hesitated for a moment and said, perhaps we can defeat him and show him how powerful we are. Maybe then he'll give up on targeting us. Mark chuckled, finding it quite funny and utterly naive. Even Penny, the young girl, couldn't bear it and sarcastically remarked, Kingpin is the biggest crime boss in this country. Do you think he'll just give up just because of that? Miles was momentarily speechless. What if we defeat him and make him sign a guarantee that he won't harm my family anymore? Gwen rolled her eyes and said, do you think this is a game of make-believe? Then what should we do? Miles felt distressed. He didn't want to kill anyone. But when he thought about what Mark had said, he had to try to figure out a solution. If his parents were killed because of him, not only would he never forgive himself, but he might even contemplate suicide. All right, quiet down, Gwen raised her hand, silencing everyone. Mark and the others immediately became alert. They had arrived at their destination. Through the gaps between the abandoned iron frames piled up at the entrance of the tunnel, they could see a faint light ahead. That was where the particle collider was located. However, the four of them didn't make any hasty movements. Instead, they patiently waited for the right moment. They needed to wait for the four members of the first action team to achieve certain results before they could start their own mission. On the other side. On a tall suspension tower, four figures hung or stood. They were the four members of the first action team. Potbelly Peter looked at the brightly lit building ahead and the vehicles bustling below it in surprise. He said, "Why is it so lively here?" Spider Noir replied, "Obviously, not to welcome us." Prowler's voice was calm, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "Kingpin is hosting a charity banquet here to mourn Spider-Man." Huh. Well, this is interesting, middle-aged Peter smirked sarcastically. The Spider-Man of this world was killed by Kingpin, and now he was holding a memorial service for him. Noir laughed, "Guess how much money he'll make from it." Spider-Ham angrily said, "Is this the true face of a capitalist? Watch me beat his ass." Chapter 20. The magnificent hotel lobby was now filled with guests. Delicious food adorned the tables, and the men were dressed in expensive-looking suits, while the women were elegantly attired. A large figure stood on the podium, holding a microphone and delivering a speech. "Thank you. It's an honor to commemorate Spider-Man with all of you tonight. We used to be very good friends, just like... the fuck? Look at what he's saying, what a literal pighead." Noir exclaimed. Spider-Ham instinctively nodded in agreement but then realized, "Hey, I can hear you." Noir smirked and pointed downwards, "Look at those waiters." The four of them directed their gaze below. They saw waiters wearing Spider-Man masks shuttling between the tables. Prowler pointed to a corner of the hall and said, "There's a private elevator belonging to Kingpin. It goes straight to the underground, where the control room for the super collider is located." "But how do we get in?" Spider-Ham asked, observing the people moving around in the lobby. Among them was Tombstone, whom they had clashed with before. Potbelly Peter's gaze wandered through the crowd for a moment, and then he froze suddenly. He saw a familiar figure he longed to see, Mary Jane. "Maybe we can just go in directly," he hesitated. Noir mercilessly pierced his little imagination, saying, "Are you trying to get close to Mary Jane? Wake up, pal, she's not your MJ. Middle-aged Peter hesitated to respond. But then Noir voiced what he suddenly thought of. "But," he then changed his tone, "you're right, let's go in directly." Huh. The other three looked at him, unsure of what he meant. Spider-Man Noir explained, "Don't forget our purpose in this group. We need Kingpin to know that we're here." Fat Peter suddenly realized, "That's right. Let's hurry." As he spoke, he impatiently prepared to go in. However, Spider-Man Noir grabbed his collar and said, "Listen, that's not your MJ. Don't complicate things. Think about Mark, Miles, Gwen, and Penny. Think about our plan." Fat Peter's expression changed multiple times, and finally, he let out a deep breath. "I understand. I won't do it." Afterward, the four of them quickly found the hotel's changing room, sneaked inside, and changed their attire. There wasn't much to change, just Spider-Man Noir and Fat Peter each took a bow tie and casually picked up a food cart filled with food. And Prowler took a waiter's cloth and wore it over his suit, then put on a Spider-Man mask over his head. As for Spider-Ham, because his appearance was too peculiar, he could only temporarily hide underneath the food cart. The three of them pushed the cart out of the kitchen and turned into the lobby. At that moment, Kingpin had already finished his speech and left the reception hall, boarding his private elevator to the control room of the collider located underground. Even Tombstone was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, the three of them visibly relaxed. "They should know we're coming," but deliberately left. "It seems they don't want to take action in front of everyone," Spider-Man Noir said. Of course, Fisk and his henchmen all maintain a successful and respectable image. How can they let the world know about their dark side? Middle-aged Peter said, while his gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. MJ was sitting there. Tonight, she was wearing a black off-shoulder gown with burgundy shawl-like long hair. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her eyes were slightly swollen, but still captivating. Even though Noir repeatedly emphasized that she wasn't his MJ, middle-aged Peter couldn't help but be involuntarily attracted to her nearly identical face. "Don't forget about the task," Noir kicked him discreetly. Middle-aged Peter took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and made an effort to clear his mind of distractions. The group smoothly passed through the reception hall and arrived at the entrance of the private elevator. There were two burly bodyguards in suits at the door, but the four of them easily dealt with them. The elevator had already descended, but it didn't pose a challenge for them. This time, it was much more straightforward. Moore stepped forward, pulled the elevator doors to the sides, and opened them. The four of them jumped directly from the elevator shaft. Meanwhile, in the control room, Kingpin received a report from his subordinates. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Little spiders have arrived and Aaron, that traitor. I'm going to crush his bones one by one, and I'm going to enjoy it, very, very much. Kingpin turned to his assistant standing beside him. The audience is in position. Initiate the program. Yes. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Begin searching for spatial matches. In the control room's machine room, Dr. Octopus also received Kingpin's notification. She multitasked and quickly adjusted the data preparation before the collider's ignition. Initializing primary ignition sequence. The particle accelerator began to operate at a high speed. Two streams of particles containing immense energy shot out from the coils in the far distance and, constrained by the strong magnets surrounding them, moved forward until they reached the collision point in the collider. Secondary ignition countdown initiated. 5. 4. 3. As the countdown ended, two dazzling streams of particles shot out from the accelerators on the left and right, colliding with each other. The entire Brooklyn shook as a result. On the streets, lampposts, houses, skyscrapers, and bridges all distorted. The three Spider-Men and Prowler had reached the collision point, but they could only watch the collision of the particle streams unfold before their eyes. Let's go, draw them out. Spider-Man Noir made a quick decision. They had little time left. The particle collider would attract things from parallel universes to this world, causing destruction throughout Brooklyn. Therefore, they had to leave this world before the situation escalated further and have Miles and Prowler shut down the collider. Whether they ultimately decided to kill Kingpin or just defeat him, it didn't matter to them. They were only responsible for helping to defeat him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fully armed mobsters in suits emerged from all directions, their guns pointed directly at Noir and the others' location. In the next moment, a metallic storm swept over. Spider-Man Noir leaped down from the sky and, working together with Spider-Ham, attacked from the left and right, diving into the crowd. Using their spider sense and exceptional agility, they easily dodged all the bullets and swiftly incapacitated their opponents. The only difference was that most of the mobsters knocked down by Spider-Ham were still alive, whereas those defeated by Noir were all instantly killed. Middle-aged Peter and Prowler also prepared to charge towards the other side. However, at that moment, a lid suddenly dropped from above their heads, and two long tentacles came stabbing at them from the left and right respectively. Chapter 21. Hi, Liv. Middle-aged Peter waved as if greeting an old friend, but his figure darted to the side as he dodged an attack. The Prowler didn't speak, and just moved very quickly, directly dodging the blow. Peter, 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 dear little Peter. Ms. Octopus laughed maniacally and came out from that doorway, two mechanical tentacles firmly grasped and bound to the ceiling, while the other two kept on attacking middle-aged Peter and the Prowler. And you, Aaron, why did you betray us? You know the boss would never allow that to happen. The Prowler dodged to avoid attack after attack from the robotic limbs and tried to move up to attack the Liv properly, but was once again attacked by the tentacles and he couldn't get an inch closer. Doc Ock's tentacles were akin to that of an impressive AI, so some conventional attacks naturally had no way to deal with it. I don't want to be somehow blown up into the sky while sleeping one day, or suddenly traveling to another universe. The Prowler said in a cold voice. Doc Ock snorted, I'm guessing that it's that newly appeared little spider that has something to do with you betraying us, isn't it? The Prowler's movement stalled, almost getting hit by a tentacle. Liv laughed, looks like my guess was right, that little spider is around 170–175 cm tall. I remember you have a nephew, named Miles, right? I pulled a file from the school he attends this afternoon, and he's 173 centimeters tall. Let me guess, that wouldn't be your nephew, would it? Damn it. The Prowler was instantly furious. Miles was his weakness. And that was exactly what Liv wanted to see. In fact, this was also a temporary idea. The reason why she knew Miles' information was because after the Prowler's betrayal, Kingpin was ready to make him pay. So she thought of arresting the Prowler's brother's family as a threat to the former. That's why they went looking for information on the Prowler's family. As for linking the new Spider-Man in town to Miles, it was just a guess, but who would have thought that it was actually true? Prowler, who lost his composure, begins to make frequent lapses in detail. This caused him to get hit by the tentacles a few times every now and then. And as this continued, he was beginning to get a bit overwhelmed. If not for the help of the middle-aged Peter, he would have been knocked down by now. When middle-aged Peter and the Prowler were entangled with Liv, behind them, on the iron frame, a figure flew and attacked. Middle-aged Peter glanced out of the corner of his eye. It was Tombstone. He immediately sensed something bad. Hearing the faint sound of gunshots coming from the tunnel, Mark and the others looked flabbergasted. "It's starting. Let's get on too," Gwen said. "Go." Penny, relying on the thickness of her own mech, decided to take the lead, slamming through what was blocking this abandoned tunnel in front of her and jumping out. Mark, Gwen, and Miles also jumped out in turn. With no obstruction, the sound of gunfire immediately became louder. Their position was roughly more than 100 meters from the collider where Noir and the others were fighting. If the collider was used as a central axis, it would probably mean that the place where Noir and the others were fighting was located in the upper right corner of the collider, while the location where they appeared was in the center of the left side of the collider. But the same cross-section on both sides has the extremely dazzling particle streams that are colliding in the middle as a cover. And according to Miles, the location of the insertion port was probably on the upper left side. So this position should be just right. Good. Now, Miles, take the key and go find the insertion port location, then use your stealth ability to hide there. Once we've settled everything on our side, you'll insert the gadget at the first opportunity and destroy the collider. Mark repeated the next plan of action once more. Understood. Miles Morales touched the key hanging at his chest and solemnly said, "I promise, it will work." "I believe in you." Mark reached out and shook his hand. "You can do it." Gwen and Penny sent their encouragement as well. Miles had been a bit nervous, but he calmed down at seeing their support. He gave a thumbs up to the three of them, and then with a shake of his body, he disappeared in front of them. Mark smiled, seeing that the surprise training given to Miles before he set off was still having some effect. Although his combat skills and the like still amounted to about zero, he could at least enter and disengage stealth on his own initiative. Retracting his gaze, Mark looked towards Gwen and Penny. Before he could even speak, Spider Sense reacted automatically. The three of them leapt away to the side in unison. Bang! There was a loud bang. A figure descended from the sky. It was a large monster that was 13 or 14 meters tall and covered in green lumpy muscles, and it had a pair of huge wings behind it. It was clear that not only was it strong, but it could also fly. It was none other than one of the classic villains of Spider-Man. Green Goblin. In fact, a few days ago, when the Green Goblin was fighting this universe's Spider-Man, it pushed Spider-Man into the collider in order to kill him. And this act of it eventually triggered a big explosion that seriously injured Spider-Man, causing him to die. But at the same time, he himself was seriously injured by the explosion and almost died. However, it has strong body and vitality and managed to cling to its life. Afterwards, Kingpin injected him with a nutrient solution and sent him back to the Osborn Industries. Then a few days later, it resurfaced and continued its hobby of wreaking havoc. And by the looks of it, it seemed to be stronger and bigger than before. Mark's eyes were round. What? This is Green Goblin. I thought Green Goblin was someone who fought using an armor and glider after injecting an experimental serum. The Green Goblin he remembered was the kind from the live-action film version, who would have thought that what appeared in front of him was actually a real monster. Indeed, it's so scary looking. Penny's big bubblegum bubble that she had just made popped out of shock. Gwen, on the other hand, charged straight up. Don't hesitate, let's do this. Yes. Penny also reacted quickly. When Gwen charged to the left, she went to the right. Mark watched the two girls go left and right, and after hesitating for a moment, he found a pivot point above him and swung his web towards the Green Goblin's head as well. Roar! The Green Goblin, which obviously could no longer be considered human at all, let out a roar that was even more beastly than a beast and charged towards the three. The three spider being and the monster immediately fell into a fierce battle. Chapter 22. After stealthing, Miles crawled all the way upwards and soon arrived at the entrance of the insertion. However, his figure stopped as he saw a sturdy figure silently hanging upside down at that insertion port. For mechanical legs, a long scorpion tail behind him, it was none other than the Scorpion. Kid, you've finally come. The Scorpion sneered as he looked towards the invisible Miles. Miles was startled. His uncle had told him that his stealth was sometimes able to circumvent infrared detectors. Although his body would spontaneously emit heat when in motion, causing it to be detected by the detectors, as long as he slowed down, this heat leakage could be reduced to an extremely small degree. Theoretically speaking, he shouldn't be detected. However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think more as. Swoosh! The scorpion's tail needle violently stabbed towards him. Miles was so frightened as he fell back. He was not confident that he could defeat the scorpion, so he was prepared to leave the scorpion's line of sight first and find an opportunity from the other side. However, how could the scorpion let him go so easily? This brat was on his boss's must-kill list after all. Scorpion exerted force with all 4 of his feet and violently catapulted towards Miles. Seeing the bad situation, Miles was so frightened that his climbing ability temporarily failed, and his figure immediately fell down due to the gravitational force. Luckily in mid-air he remembered the use of the web shooters and hurriedly found a pivot point to shoot out the web and flew over. The scorpion also saw how inexperienced this guy was and chased after him with a fierce smile. The two chased and fled, jumping around in this building. Although Miles never fought head-on, it was good that the spider gene had given him a super strong physique and spider sense, so although he wasn't able to deal with the scorpion's attacks head-on, he wasn't easily caught. The scorpion was furious about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. Although a scorpion was the natural enemy of a spider, if a spider kept running around in the sky, the scorpion was destined to not do anything at that. What the scorpion didn't know was that the young spider it was chasing possessed an extremely strong potential. Under the effect of high pressure, this potential was being released outwards continuously. Boom! With a bang, Mark was slapped out of the air by the green goblin with a vicious claw, then he smashed heavily against the metal wall on the side. Cough! Mark backhandedly clasped the wall with one hand, sticking himself to it, and rubbed his chest vigorously with the other hand. This green goblin was simply a monster. Strong, fast, high defense, and most crucially, flying. It was many times stronger than the other and usual versions of it, which just has a personality disorder, enhanced physicality, and advanced weaponry and technology. In the distance, Gwen and Penny were still tangling with the green goblin. However, the webs they shot out didn't manage to affect the green goblin much at all. They used a few strands of webs to entangle the green goblin's wings, trying to get rid of its ability to fly. However, it just grabbed it with a backhand and ripped off all the spider silks and flew once again. These spider silks, which were roughly 135 times tougher than human bones and 25 times tougher than high-strength alloy steel, could only delay it for a few seconds. Like what? What weakness does this guy even have? Mark's mind raced as he observed the green goblin's actions. Erga! Just as Mark was paddling and thinking, Gwen let out a miserable scream and was grabbed by the green goblin's huge palm. The green goblin's hand was huge and incomparable, and it happened to hold Gwen's body, clenching it so hard that it actually wanted to crush her directly. Penny was in a great hurry, and with her spider mech, she rolled up onto the green goblin's shoulder, and threw a combination of punches at its face. But the green goblin had an extremely high level of intelligence. After all, it was a mad personality derived from the mad scientist Norman Osborn. It just used its other hand to block some of Penny's important attacks, while more power was placed on Gwen's side. The intention was obvious. It was trying to quickly get rid of one obstacle. There was no way Mark would continue observing any longer after seeing that, as he quickly stretched out his hands at the same time, and two spider silks shot left and right on both of the green goblin's shoulders. "Norman, look at me here!" Mark shouted, his figure accelerated to the extreme in a split second with the help of the spider silks and the explosive power of his own legs, shooting towards the green goblin's head. Growl! The green goblin returned a roar. It sensed the threat from Mark's move of web catapult, and its wings flapped rapidly, using this to disrupt Mark's line of attack. That move was indeed successful. The pivot point of Mark's web was on it, and when it moved, the pivot point naturally moved along with it, and the overall center of power was then put in disarray. But this was exactly what Mark wanted to see. His real target was Gwen, who was being pinched by the green goblin. Mark kicked in the air, aiming for the green goblin's wrist area. The power of this kick of his was impressive, kicking the green goblin's hand that was pinching Gwen sideways. When a normal person's wrist was pinched hard, the palm of the hand would also temporarily lose its strength. Mark's hand wasn't as big as this, and there was no way to pinch the green goblin's wrist, but the effect of the kick was similar. The green goblin's hand subconsciously then loosened a bit. Gwen's petite body slipped down through the gap between the green abomination's hands. Mark hurriedly loosened the web from earlier and jumped off the green goblin's hand, cradling Gwen in his arms in midair before swinging to a platform on the other side once again and setting Gwen down. Gwen, who was moments away from being pinched to death by the green goblin, was a little out of breath, her consciousness was almost blurred. Mark a first aid technique that he knows but found that it was useless. Looking at Gwen's almost undulating chest, Mark gritted his teeth, pulled her mask up, and after taking a deep breath, he pushed his breath through her cherry lips. After a flurry of work, Gwen's consciousness snapped to reality. Looking at Mark's face, which was close to her own, Gwen blushed slightly. She was not angry. Although her consciousness was a bit blurred just now, she still had a basic perception of the outside world. She knew that Mark was trying to save her. When his eyes met Gwen's clear eyes, Mark was a bit embarrassed as he quickly dispelled the awkwardness. "Cough, are you alright?" Gwen nodded. Although the bones all over her body were still throbbing and painful, the spider gene had given her a healing factor, and she was already starting to feel much better. And her body was still recovering rapidly. Mark nodded and stood up. "I must go help Penny as soon as possible, you rest here." With that, he turned around and rushed towards the Green Goblin as if he was fleeing. This statement was actually true. Because she had lost Gwen and Mark's support and containment, Penny could only deal with the Green Goblin by herself now. In just a few tens of seconds, she was already in danger. Luckily, Mark returned to the battlefield in time, which prevented her from losing immediately. But with the loss of Gwen, a skillful warrior, Mark and Penny were still in a precarious position. "Hey guys, looks like you need a little help." At that moment, a calm voice rang out. Mark looked and was elated to who it was. Chapter 23. The one who appeared was SpiderMan Noir. After saying an opening line, he quickly joined the battlefield. With the addition of this powerful fighter, the pressure on Penny and Mark is suddenly reduced. SpiderMan Noir also talked as they fought, telling what's the current situation at the other side. And he also didn't forget to use one of his innate skill as he fought, and that skill is his ability to always piss off his opponent. As he talks, Mark and the others understand what's happening. Noir and Spider-Ham had to deal with dozens of heavily armed mobs, but there was no real strong person that could fight against them there. Using their high-level combat prowess, they quickly either subdued or even killed them. Afterwards, the two men discussed the situation and split up into two groups. Spider-Ham went to help the middle-aged Peter, who was in danger, and Noir came to help Mark and the others. "Where's Gwen?" Spider-Man Noir asked suspiciously as he deftly weaved his way between Green Goblin's flailing palms. Mark replied, "She's injured and resting." Spider-Man Noir nodded and didn't say anything back. Roar. The Green Goblin was annoyed at the sudden addition of an opponent. The bottom line was that this opponent was too similar to Peter, who it used to hate the most. Pretty much the same voice. Pretty much the same nonsense. The verbal harassment that was even more frequent than his punching and kicking attacks made the Green Goblin dizzy in rage. For Doc Ock to make the Prowler furious, it had to go through a meticulous observation and analysis trial and error before finally picking out his soft underbelly. Peter Parker, however, makes the Green Goblin angry with a few simple words. "That's Spider-Man's trick, and it's scary as hell." Mark watched in wonder. He hadn't thought that Peter's talkative nature was useful when he watched their movie versions in the past, but now it seemed to be of great use. Grah! The Green Goblin roared and his wings snapped together, kicking up a huge gust of wind that flew towards Spider-Man Noir. With a flash, Spider-Man Noir dodged the rage-laden blow. Compared to Mark, his movements were indeed far too crisp and clean. Of course, what was even more impressive was his combat experience. Compared to Mark and Miles, who were both just starting out, and Gwen and Penny, who were already experienced but weren't exactly veterans, they hadn't been Spider-Man for too long. Spider-Man Noir had a lot of experience in combat. The Green Goblin, who Mark and the three of them could barely handle, was outmaneuvered by Spider-Man Noir. Suddenly, Spider-Man Noir swung to a high ground. The Green Goblin, who was completely enraged by him, immediately followed suit. And right at that moment, Spider-Man Noir made a violent turn, his hands moved in unison, and several webs shot one after another at the Green Goblin's eyes, ears, and all parts of his body. At the same time, Noir's figure also kicked hard on the wall behind him, changed direction quickly, and landed on the head of the Green Goblin. At this point, the Green Goblin was still tearing the spider silk from his face due to the loss of his 5 senses. Spider-Man Noir, however, took out a revolver and directly shoved it into the Green Goblin's ear. Boom! There was a muffled bang. Fire exploded in the Green Goblin's head. The Green Goblin's figure lurched in the air, and then, like an eagle with broken wings, it fell downwards. Spider-Man Noir pulled on the spider silk with one hand, and with the other turned back to Mark and Penny with a gesture of success. Mark and Penny returned a thumbs up. The performance just now had been nothing short of brilliant. The Green Goblin had gone from being alive to unknown state in the blink of an eye. After seeing Noir's battle prowess, Mark then deeply realized the gap between himself and him. No wonder Spider-Man Noir was angry at his earlier complacency. Snap! Spider-Man landed in front of Mark and Penny. How about it, wasn't I handsome just now? Mark just gave another thumbs up with a pearly white smile. Penny didn't mince her words of praise either. Uncle, you're amazing. Spider-Man Noir didn't seem to like being called like that, Uncle. A puzzled emoticon appeared on the spider mech, revealing Penny's demeanor at the moment. I'm 14 years old this year, so I should call you Uncle, right? Since we're both Spider-Person. Hee hee. Spider-Man Noir, that's why I don't like kids. Mark chuckled. Okay, after a bit of pouting, Noir squared his shoulders. Where's Gwen? We need to converge, go help them over there, and then take out Kingpin together. There should only be about a minute and 50 seconds remaining that we can use to safely operate that collider. Mark immediately looked over to Gwen's side. Buzz. At that moment, however, Spider Sense was activated. Ah! A scream came from below. Not good, it's Gwen. Mark's face changed and he immediately jumped down. Seeing this, Spider-Man Noir and Penny followed without hesitation. Passing through the steel crossbar assumed overhead, the scene below appeared in front of the three. They saw Green Goblin, who they had originally already dealt with, was actually approaching Gwen at this moment. But Gwen had previously been seriously injured by the Green Goblin, and even if her kind's recovery ability was outstanding, she still hadn't recovered enough. She could only barely stand up and move her feet to retreat to the back. But her speed was too slow. The Green Goblin's hand was already almost touching her. How is it possible? Being shot through a fragile ear hole and not dying. Noir was a bit surprised. Although hitting the ear might not be as fatal as hitting the temple, he had chosen to hit the ear instead of the temple because he had considered that the Green Goblin's skin was too tough and was afraid of affecting the bullet's efficiency. Moreover, the ear area went straight inwards to the human forebrain, again, a vital part. According to the kinetic energy of the revolver bullet, he was sure that as long as he could align it, he would definitely be able to hit it. But now, the Green Goblin was surprisingly still alive and well. How was this possible? Penny pointed at the Green Goblin's ear and shouted, "Look, it's bleeding from its ear." The Green Goblin was indeed bleeding continuously out of its ears, and the flow rate was quite fast, and there was even some white substance mixed in with it. This indicated that its head was indeed injured, but not enough to be fatal. Damn monster! Spider-Man Noir cursed, and whirled around and dashed down. However, there was someone else who was faster than him this time. Mark. Seeing Gwen being chased by the Green Goblin, Mark didn't know where he got his strength from, and it swept right through his mind, prompting him to stimulate some kind of speciality in his body. And the next moment, a magical scene happened. Mark's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the two Spider-Men, and then, suddenly appeared above Green Goblin's head. In an instant, he unexpectedly spanned tens of meters of distance. Boom! Even Mark himself couldn't react to what happened before his body and Green Goblin ruthlessly collided together. Chapter 24. The body of the Green Goblin was unbelievably tough, almost like steel. Mark felt like he had chosen the wrong height for diving and landed on the concrete floor from a 10-meter-high platform. It was as if a wall suddenly appeared during a 100-meter sprint, and he crashed into it without being able to brake in time. The entire impact area, even his body, was burning with pain. Numbness. However, the state of the Green Goblin was also strange. Just a moment ago, it was full of energy and rag, chasing Gwen. But after being slammed at by Mark, it slanted and fell from the platform as if losing consciousness. Mark also fell down dizzily along with the Green Goblin. Gwen took a step forward with all her strength and reached out to grab him. However, due to the injuries on her body, she was a beat too slow. By the time her hand grabbed Mark, his figure had already fell down. What was even more frustrating was that, intentionally or unintentionally, one of the Green Goblin's large hands grabbed Mark's leg. This pull accelerated his fall. Gwen was also pulled down by this sudden force. Boom! A loud noise came from somewhere. Mark abruptly woke up from his dazed state and quickly realized his current situation. His posture at this moment looked somewhat ridiculous. One foot being held by the Green Goblin, going downwards. One hand being held by Gwen, going upwards. And when he looked down, it was the dazzling super collider constantly in activity. They were about to fall into it. Although this was their original plan, it wasn't supposed to happen now. They still had to help Miles defeat Kingpin. Mark shook his foot vigorously, trying to free himself from the Green Goblin's grip. But the Green Goblin seemed lifeless at this moment, only keeping the position of holding Mark's foot, truly frustrating. "Gwen, it seems we can only say goodbye here." Unable to break free, Mark looked at the girl above. Gwen removed the white spider mask from her face, leaned closer to Mark using the hand they were holding onto, and whispered words that only they could hear. "You kissed me, and I will always remember that." Mark was taken aback and replied with a confused expression, "I was clearly trying to save you." "Humph. We both have strong bodies, we don't need artificial respiration. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll recover." Gwen huffed, not buying Mark's supposed reason. I didn't know. "You should also know that I'm still a beginner," Mark muttered. Gwen smirked cunningly, explaining so much won't help, just smile. She somehow pulled out a phone from somewhere, even though Spider-Man's suit doesn't have pockets. Mark chuckled instinctively. And so, a photo appeared with Gwen at the top, followed by Mark, and finally a huge green goblin. Mark just sighed in a resigned way as he looked down and muttered, "Fuck." Boom. Dazzling particles surged towards them from both sides, and he instinctively closed his eyes. After a very short time, Mark felt his hands and feet loosen. Obviously, Gwen and the Green Goblin were gone. A soft whisper lingered in his ears. "Anyway, I'll remember you. You stole my first kiss, after all." Mark retracted his hand that Gwen had been holding, feeling the lingering warmth of the girl. For a moment, he felt somewhat lost. But wait a damn moment. Gwen disappeared, she must have gone back. But what about him? Is he currently dimensional traveling, returning to his own world? It doesn't seem like it, right? Mark opened his eyes, feeling puzzled. And then he saw was still in the dazzling particle flux of the super collider. Colorful lights shimmered and danced around him. The particle stream formed by microscopic particles constantly collided and annihilated. But what shocked Mark was not this. It was the various scenes that appeared in front of him. There was Toby Spider, muscular and wearing a red and blue spider suit. There was Andrew Spider, with a lean figure and wearing the amazing spider suit. There was Tom Holland Spider, with a small stature, young and energetic, wearing a jacket as a makeshift suit. These were all the Spider-Men of the movie versions. Each scene seemed to represent a world where Spider-Man existed. But what on earth is going on? Mark asked in his mind as he couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, in the control room of Kingpin's collider. "Something's wrong, boss." Just now, the energy requirement of the collider suddenly increased and rose to 10 times its original level, a technician exclaimed anxiously. "What? How did that happen?" Kingpin grew furious upon hearing this and turned to the guy with an angry expression as he barked an order. "Quick, find the exact cause." "Yes, sir." "Have they found my family?" Kingpin asked again. "And not yet," another technician responsible for gene matching replied. As soon as his words fell, he felt an ominous feeling emanating from the Kingpin and quickly explained, "Originally, it was estimated that it would take about half a minute to complete the match, but with the current energy consumption, the collider can only sustain for less than 20 seconds, so dash." "You bastard. What are you waiting for then? Activate the backup power immediately." The Kingpin smashed the table in front of him with a punch, seething with anger. He was willing to destroy the entire Brooklyn just to study this particle collider, all to find his lost wife and son in another parallel universe. If he failed, then what would be the meaning of everything he had done? Yes. The technician shivered and quickly began to operate, connecting the prepared power supply group to the accelerator. In fact, this operation carried great risks. Because the cooling system of the collider had a high level of consumption, each set of power supply and cooling system had almost equal depletion. And now, adding another set would extend the usage time of the cooling system. Once this time exceeded its lifespan, the technician didn't dare to think further. But he also didn't dare to voice any objections. Inside the particle stream of the collider, Mark's current sensation was very subtle. He raised his hand. His body just underwent another quantum decay reaction, similar to the previous one. But this time, it was very brief. Almost in an instant, and then it returned to normal. Then, hungry. And his body gradually became strengthened as he unexpectedly began to involuntarily devour the energy surrounding him. Strength, agility, speed, physique, and even his spirit. A comprehensive enhancement in all aspects. Mark felt that his current state was unprecedentedly good. Even the injuries he sustained from the previous battle with the Green Goblin had already fully healed. What the hell going on? He couldn't help but ask again to no one but himself. Sails still up. Chapter 25. Mark clenched his fist, feeling the immense power contained within. If his awakening level previously was considered low, then now, it was at least intermediate. Or even higher. He didn't know how strong his current power was. But it was definitely several times stronger than before. Moreover, Mark's eyes pierced through the raging particle stream and focused on the different worlds within. He had a feeling that as long as he had a thought, he could traverse through them. And the cost would be some small amount of energy within his body. After hesitating for a moment, Mark chose not to do so. Instead, he extended his hand and recorded the variables representing each world in his genetic code. With these variables, he could activate the mysterious power within his genetic code, quantumize himself, and theoretically travel through. Is this the power of some super gene hidden within my body? Mark murmured to himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but recall Gwen's words from before. Have you been to other worlds? Could it be that you are a Spider-Man with the ability to travel between universes? A space-time Spider-Man? He didn't expect Gwen's words to be so prophetic. Based on the power he felt from his genes, he did indeed possess the ability to travel to other worlds. So I am indeed a space-time Spider-Man. Mark clenched his fist tightly while muttering. The particle streams around him continued to swarm and collide, some annihilating each other, while others entered into an entangled state with quantum particles from other parallel worlds. With a thought, Mark emerged from among them. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue absorbing. He could actually feel that his body still hadn't had enough. But considering that the other Spider-Man, aside from Gwen, also needed this particle collider to return to their respective worlds, Mark knows that he shouldn't absorb all the energy here. Huh? Mark? Are you okay? A voice rang out from above. Noir and Penny dropped from the sky. Each of them reached out a hand, grabbing one of Mark's hands, and together they brought him to a platform. Penny looked at Mark and asked, "Where's Gwen?" Mark replied, "Gwen has already returned to her own world from there. You two should go down next." Good to know. Spider-Man, Noir and Penny both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had only been together for a few days, it felt like they were already a family. Aunt May was the eldest in this big family. The mature Noir Spider-Man and the middle-aged Peter were the pillars of this family. And Spider-Ham, Gwen, Mark, Miles, and Penny were the rising stars of this family. So, they were all deeply concerned about the safety of both Mark and Gwen just now. Spider-Man Noir asked in confusion, "Why did you fall in but didn't return to your own world?" Penny was also puzzled. Could they not return through this? But how did Gwen return then? Mark explained, "I activated my true power, and I also promised Miles that I will help him deal with Kingpin. So I'll just return later." "Alright then, let's go." Noir's voice sounded relieved. He saw Mark's sense of responsibility and witnessed his growth. Mark shook his head and reached out his hand, stopping his movements. "You should go," Mark said. Noir looked at him and replied, "Are you kidding? I made the same promise to Miles." Mark still shook his head. "I can sense that there's very little energy left in the collider. It can last at most another minute. You must return as soon as possible." "Then how the hell are you going to go back without using this then?" Noir looked at Mark. Mark nodded, "As I said earlier, that's my true power." But Noir and Penny clearly didn't believe him as they tilt their heads in sync. At that moment, Mark reached out his hand and pressed it against Noir. Noir raised his hand, assuming a blocking posture. "Kid, I taught you all those moves. They won't work on me." Before he could finish speaking, the image of Mark in front of him flickered and disappeared. Then, a figure appeared from behind Noir. Because there was no ill intent, the spider sense didn't activate. His hand naturally landed on Noir's back. It was only at this moment that Noir realized it and quickly turned around while asking with a voice full of shock, "How did you do that?" Mark replied, "As I said, I found about my true power, and it's spacetime. For now, what I can do is quantumize myself in an instant and reshape myself in another location, achieving a teleportation-like effect. I call it, Flash Step." "Cool," exclaimed Noir, giving a thumbs up. He then reached out and pulled Mark's hand that was pressing on him, embracing Mark tightly, and then talked with a sincere voice, "Since that's the case, I'll leave this place to you. Help Miles for me." "I will, I promise." Mark also hugged Noir tightly. Both of them didn't mention their slight awkwardness from before. Then, Mark gave him a push. Noir walked to the edge of the platform, then I'll go first. Say goodbye to Miles and Aunt May for me. Goodbye. Mark waved his hand with a smile. Noir took a step forward, his body descending and quickly falling into the collider's particle stream. Mark could see Noir's body being rapidly quantumized, then being attracted by a variable and passing through a pathway constructed by that variable. Clearly, Spider-Man Noir had returned to his own world. Snap! The lid of the spider mech opened, and Penny jumped out, directly leaping into Mark's embrace. Another big hug. Mark, I believe you will become a very good hero. Penny talked while hugging him while some tears threatened to break free from her eyes. Mark smiled, thank you, now go. Goodbye. Penny then went inside her mech and then lightly hugged Mark again with her spider armor. Then, she fell into the particle stream and returned to the year 3145. Now, only Spider-Ham and Peter are left. Mark retracted his gaze and extended his hand, shooting out a strand of webbing. It bypassed the densely packed metal platforms and steel structures nearby, heading towards the direction of middle-aged Peter and the others. In reality, the battle on their side was nearing its end. Although Prowler was initially provoked by Doc Ock's words and entered a rage state, changing his tactics, causing him to temporarily fall into a disadvantageous situation. But the Prowler wasn't truly foolish. After a while, the Prowler regained his composure. Then, middle-aged Peter dealt with Liv while the Prowler dealt with Tombstone, and both sides entered a stalemate in their battle. Until Spider-Ham arrived. Chapter 26. Spider-Ham may not be well coordinated in his daily life, but his combat power is almost the highest among this group of spiders. His arrival quickly tipped the balance of victory towards the side of the Spider-Men. Tombstone was defeated on the spot and fell down, his fate unknown. Liv Octavius' mechanical tentacle was smashed flat by Spider-Ham's hammer, transforming a three-dimensional object into a two-dimensional one, stunning everyone who witnessed it. As a result, Lady Octopus was frightened and decisively retreated. When Mark arrived, middle-aged Peter, Spider-Ham, and the Prowler, who were handling the battle on this side, were also preparing to join them. Where are they? Spider-Ham, who knows where, pulled out a hot dog from somewhere and started eating it, claiming it was to replenish his energy. Who knows how many hot dogs Aunt May made for him? Mark pointed downward, there's no time, they have already gone back. You should also hurry back. Middle-aged Peter's reaction was the same as Noir. Or even more so. Because his relationship with Miles was a bit better than the Noir Spider-Man's. Helpless, Mark had to bring out the same set of words that convinced Noir and Penny, then demonstrated his time-space power in a small way. Only then did middle-aged Peter and the others feel relieved. Well then, since that's the case, the rest is up to you, Mark, Spider-Ham said. He magically took out a large wooden hammer from his pocket. Really big. Almost the size of a person's head. Spider-Ham handed this wooden hammer, which can freely change size, to Mark. Although I'm going back, maybe this can be of some help to you. It was originally prepared for Miles, but it's the same for you. When you don't need it, you can put it in your pocket, very convenient. Mark took the wooden hammer. It wasn't heavy, probably just over a pound, the weight of ordinary wood. There doesn't seem to be any high-tech features on it. But imitating Spider-Ham, Mark put the wooden hammer into his pocket, and the hammer immediately shrank to the size of a palm. This is amazing. Mark thanked Spider-Ham. But he was still confused and was muttering in his mind, how the fool. Middle-aged Peter hugged Mark, then I'll leave Miles to you. You are reliable, brother. Instead of going back, why not go find Mary Jane, Peter? Mark also hugged middle-aged Peter. Middle-aged Peter was stunned for a moment, then immediately jumped down with Spider-Ham, falling into the particle stream below and returning to their own universe. Alright, next, it's our stage. Mark looked at the Prowler, extending his hand, I hope I can be of help to you. The Prowler glanced deeply at him, thank you. Miles and I are good friends, Uncle Aaron, Mark smiled. His spider sense started tingling. It's Miles. He swiftly dashed out. Prowler immediately followed suit. The two quickly approached the insertion point on the dome of the collider. Boom, boom, boom. Click, click, click. The violent particle stream leaked more and more, causing fractures and distortions in the nearby space. The surrounding land transformed into a colorful scene due to the violent particle stream, multiple quantum collapses and scenes of new creation. It's crucial to find Miles and shut down the collider as soon as possible. Mark shouted loudly, otherwise, Brooklyn will be torn apart and sent to different parallel universes. The Prowler nodded solemnly. At this moment, even the slowest person could see that things were gradually becoming uncontrollable with the distorted spaces nearby. Everything happening near the particle collider was the future of Brooklyn. What they didn't know was that significant changes were also occurring in the streets of Brooklyn. Firstly, there was an earthquake. Wave after wave of tremors continuously shook the ground of the entire Brooklyn, causing many buildings to tremble. At the same time, quantum particles swept in from other alternate universes began to overflow. On the roadside, there were street lamp flowers, formed by several street lamps merging from different universes, roadside phone booths that had been crushed by overlapping phone booths from other universes, and even a large section of road pavement that had been attracted to another universe. The entire Brooklyn was in chaos. Everyone was in danger. But they had no idea what was happening. The sound of police sirens filled the streets. However, even the police were clueless and couldn't figure out the cause. Bang! The sound of bodies colliding echoed. Mark and the Prowler hurried over and saw Miles and Scorpion locked in continuous combat. After being chased by Scorpion for a while, Miles finally gathered the courage to fight back. With the results of the intensive training given by middle-aged Peter and the others, Miles exchanged a few moves with Scorpion, looking quite impressive. Unfortunately, he still couldn't unleash the Venom Strike skill proficiently. Otherwise, there were several instances where he could have easily taken down Scorpion. You should know that the Venom Strike is extremely effective against bio-enhanced individuals like Scorpion. Hey, Scorpion! Mark shouted from a distance, have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Scorpion instinctively looked over. Bang! Mark kicked Scorpion in the head and chuckled, the fist may not be the size of a sandbag, but the foot should be close enough. Miles was delighted to see Mark and the Prowler. The three of them surrounded Scorpion. Mark said, you go and shut down the collider, it's urgent or else something big will happen. Leave this to us. No, you haven't gone back yet. Miles firmly refused without hesitation. Mark said, they have all gone back, and as for me, I have another way to return. I don't need it. Trust me. Mark reached out and swiftly grabbed Scorpion's scorpion tail stinger. Despite the tremendous force transmitted through the stinger, it couldn't even shake his body. Well then, Miles hesitated for a moment but decided to trust Mark. Because he had seen many incredible things from Mark. Miles left the battle and quickly climbed towards the upper insertion point. Meanwhile, Mark tightly held the scorpion tail stinger, then lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Scorpion's chin. The chin is one of the vulnerable points on a person's body, as Miles had told him. Normally, when someone is hit by the force of gravity here, they would temporarily faint. Although Scorpion was an enhanced individual, he hadn't mutated to the extent of the Green Goblin and still followed the basic human anatomical principles. Scorpion's body toppled backward. After dealing with the last second-rate villain, Mark didn't relax. Because after them, there was still one villain left. Kingpin. Chapter 27. Oh my god. What happened here? Where is the insertion point? When Miles arrived at the original insertion point at the top of the space, he couldn't help but be shocked. The insertion point was still there, and even the small device he had inserted while fighting Scorpion was still attached to it. However, the green button that should have been near the insertion point, used to shut down the collider, was nowhere to be found. The raging particle flow had completely gone out of control, turning the surrounding area into a dazzling and strange space filled with vibrant colors. Looking around, only this small cluster of buildings where the insertion point was located remained floating. But because of this, Miles Morales felt helpless for a moment. However, he quickly noticed that in this strange space, many peculiar buildings were floating around. There were horizontally built skyscrapers, houses connected together like branching tree branches, and even a subway train approaching from a distance. I understand. Miles suddenly realized, the particle flow from the collider has temporarily connected this world with other parallel universes. So, things that originally existed in this world should still be here. I can find the green button. Miles immediately set off, leaping and maneuvering through the strange buildings, constantly searching for that green button while looking around. You bastard, what did you do to my machine? Just as Miles jumped onto a building, a loud voice rang out. Miles turned to look and saw a giant man, at least 2 meters tall, with a robust physique standing in front of him. Kingpin, he exclaimed in surprise. He had never seen Kingpin before and thought that Kingpin and his men had already evacuated from here. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this place was extremely dangerous. According to his uncle, Kingpin may be powerful, but he was just an ordinary person. However, Miles Morales had underestimated Kingpin's determination and courage. Kingpin was completely focused on finding his wife and son, who were in another parallel universe. He would do anything to achieve that. That was his determination. As for courage, as the underground boss who almost controls the entire criminal underworld in New York, Kingpin was never lacking in courage. Miles Morales was still a bit too young. Boom! From somewhere, Kingpin grabbed a large stone pillar roughly the same size as his body and fiercely swung it towards Miles. Miles swiftly dodged the trash-throwing attack with a simple sidestep. But this was just Kingpin's feint. His true move was himself. Boom! Another loud sound. Kingpin forcefully pushed off the ground with both feet, launching himself like a bullet fired from a cannon, heading straight towards Miles Morales. By the time Miles realized Kingpin's true intention, it was already too late. Kingpin weighed 450 pounds, which is approximately 204 kilograms. With his current speed, this was equivalent to being hit by a high-speed truck. An ordinary person would likely be turned into a bloody mess on impact. Fortunately, Miles Morales' body had been enhanced. Although he was forcefully collided with by Kingpin, it was not fatal. But it didn't end there. Kingpin acted swiftly and his palm, the size of a fan, shot out, grabbing Miles by the throat. With the momentum of his forward rush, Kingpin slightly squatted down, pressing Miles Morales onto the floor. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was marked by a long skid. If it weren't for the fact that Miles Morales' suit was made of a high-strength polymeric nanofiber that exceeded the durability of ordinary alloy steel, his back would have been worn away by now. Even so, Miles was in great pain. His organs were in turmoil, his limbs were throbbing with intense pain, and he even felt a few of his ribs breaking. The hand of Kingpin, firmly gripping his throat, made it difficult for fresh oxygen to reach his lungs. The lack of oxygen caused his strength to gradually diminish. "Doesn't it feel terrible to fight alone, kid?" Kingpin shouted angrily. Just now, he had actually seen the figures of his wife and son through the operation of the collider. They were about to come over from the parallel universe. Just one step away. But this brat inserted the device into the collider. The first segment of the program in the device reversed the operation of the collider. Originally, the collider searched for similar genetic codes from parallel universes based on the inputted genetic code from this side, and then transported the targets over. That's why when Spider-Man fought the Green Goblin in this world, Spider-Man was caught in the particle stream and brought the Spider-Man from different universes, such as Spider-Man Noir and Spider-Gwen, to this world. And the device reversed this process, sending targets that existed in this world but didn't belong to this world back to their respective matching universes. And then, it activates the second segment of the program, cutting off the connection between the collider and the liquid helium diversion system, thus achieving the effect of destroying the collider. The first segment of the program starts as soon as the device is inserted into the collider, while the second segment requires someone to press the green button. However, just now. Originally, the figures of Kingpin's wife and son had appeared, but due to the insertion of the device by Miles, they were once again sent back to their respective worlds. This was equivalent to Kingpin losing his family once again. How could he bear that? At this moment, his desire to kill Miles had reached its peak. Kingpin's hand tightly gripped Miles' throat, pressing him onto the ground. His other hand was raised high. He was going to use this fist that had killed the first Spider-Man to kill the second Spider-Man once again. All these annoying spiders deserved to die. ZZZT. What's that sound? Just then, Kingpin heard a faint buzzing sound. The next moment. ZZZT. Miles Morales raised his hands and pressed them against Kingpin's left arm. Violent blue electric currents surged out from Miles Morales' body and crazily penetrated into Kingpin's body. Erg dash. Kingpin let out a miserable scream as his body was directly blasted away by this power. Thud. His body flew several meters away and crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the floor to shake. Kingpin. Miles Morales quickly flipped up and stood up, fists clenched, roaring in anger. At the same time, he swiftly approached Kingpin. Although the previous attack allowed him to unleash the power of the Venom Strike, it was too rushed. He knew that Kingpin wouldn't be so easily dealt with. So now, he was going to finish the job. Spider Brat. Kingpin, after half a second of bewilderment on the ground, recovered his composure with his outstanding physical abilities. He stood up abruptly, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Miles Morales. With his spider sense, Miles Morales realized that he couldn't directly take this punch in his current state. Coincidentally, there was a subway car nearby. Miles Morales reached out his hand, harnessing bioelectricity, and as if hitching a ride, his body quickly followed the subway, moving away rapidly. Chapter 28. Damn it, don't run. Kingpin swiped the blood flowing from his nose and roared in anger, chasing after him. But how could a person catch up with the speed of a subway? Soon, that train carriage carried Miles Morales away from Kingpin's sight. Watching the subway car disappear behind a tilted building, Kingpin fell silent for a moment but did not give up. His mind worked frantically. People believed that Kingpin was a brute due to his massive physique. But very few knew that Kingpin's most powerful weapon was his brain. The next moment, Kingpin's eyes brightened. He ran quickly, leaping over several crooked and twisted houses in succession. For some that were impossible to bypass, he smashed them with his fists. Driven by anger, he didn't care about the blood streaming from his fists due to continuous punching against the walls. And his relentless pursuit seemed to be effective. There it was, the train carriage appeared. Inside the carriage, Miles Morales leaned against a seat, in a Uncle Aaron-style, slouched position. He gently pressed his chest, taking a deep breath. Hiss, it really cracked, so painful. That guy's fist was too hard. However, at that moment, boom! The side door of the subway car was violently kicked open, and a figure larger than a bear forcefully charged in. Little Spider. Oh my God! Miles widened his eyes. How did you catch up? Ignoring the need to tend to his injuries, Miles rolled to the side and rolled off the seat. Boom! Kingpin, like a heavily armored tank, crashed heavily into the spot where Miles Morales had just been sitting. The metal seat was twisted, and even the carriage had a dent from the impact. Now, he had a more vivid understanding of Kingpin's unstoppable force. But he was not just powerful, he was an agile, big guy. Kingpin suddenly leaned back, performed a backflip, and then came down with a foot towards the direction where Miles Morales was lying upside down. Miles Morales didn't expect him to adjust so quickly and was kicked once again. Next, it entered a series of Kingpin's continuous attacks. Punch after punch, heavily striking Miles Morales. Some were barely blocked or dodged by Miles, but a small portion hit him solidly. Miles Morales was like a small boat in a raging storm, helplessly enduring, praying for the storm to pass. He attempted to activate his Venom Strike again but to no avail. The more he tried, the less the ability seemed to come out. Crack! At a certain moment, after being hit by 2 consecutive punches, Miles' stiff body was once again grabbed by Kingpin. Kingpin held Miles by the throat with one hand, lifting him high, his head almost touching the roof of the subway car. You will pay for what you've done. Kingpin roared and raised his hand. Fisk, no, what are you doing? A cry of alarm made Kingpin freeze in his tracks. His body trembled slightly as he turned his head. 2 figures, almost ethereal, appeared at the other end of the subway car. It was his wife and son. At that moment, his wife had one hand pulling their son close and the other hand covering her mouth. They both looked at SpiderMan in Kingpin's hand and the raised fist, their faces filled with disbelief and terror. His wife couldn't imagine that her beloved husband, the successful businessman, would do such a thing, even attempting to kill SpiderMan. And his son couldn't believe that the violent man standing before them was his father. At this moment, Kingpin's true face was exposed to his closest family members, provoking his panic. Just like the reaction of his original wife and son in this world when they saw him fighting the first Spider-Man, now his wife and son from Parallel World, seeing him holding Miles Morales, the second Spider-Man, also had the same reaction. After a brief moment of shock, his wife grabbed their son and rushed towards the exit. He's not your father, Richard, let's go. No. Kingpin quickly released Miles, allowing his body to crash onto the chaotic floor of the subway car. He ran to the door that connected to the other carriages, propping himself up with his hands and shouted, No. Vanessa. Richard. Come back. I don't think they'll come back, a voice sounded. Then, the figure of Mark dropped onto the roof of this subway carriage. He looked mockingly at Kingpin, saying, Why didn't you chase after them just now? Was it because the door was too narrow for you to squeeze through? The door connecting the 2 carriages was about 1 meter wide, while Kingpin, with his muscular build, was at least slightly more than a meter wide. It was impossible for him to squeeze through straight. So, what Mark said was not wrong. Heh. So, there's one fool who doesn't know when to leave. Kingpin's eyes turned crimson, resembling a wild beast as he stared fiercely at Mark. So, are you prepared to die here? Die here? No, 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 Mark shook his head repeatedly. I remember a line from a TV show I like. What do you say in the face of death? Kingpin looked coldly at him, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. Mark didn't care and continued, not today. In the next moment, the two of them simultaneously made their moves, in perfect synchronization. Mark placed both hands on the edge of the carriage roof, swinging his body like a pendulum, carving a 270-degree arc in the air, resembling a battle axe as he struck at Kingpin. Meanwhile, Kingpin clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! Their fists and feet collided, creating a tremendous sound. Mark's body retraced its path, stabilizing itself after completing 90 degrees, then he loosened his grip and landed on the floor of the carriage. On the other hand, Kingpin took several steps back, his face turning pale. The outcome was clear. Despite Kingpin's ferocity, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. Without superhuman genetic enhancements or advanced technological assistance, his combat abilities were limited. Especially now that Mark had been empowered by the space-time forces within the particle stream, reaching his potential, Kingpin faced an even tougher challenge. Despite Kingpin's best efforts, he was quickly overpowered by Mark's superior speed and strength. Throughout this process, Miles sat by the side, unable to stand due to his injuries. It wasn't until Mark defeated Kingpin, throwing his unconscious body in front of Miles. All right, my task is complete. So, what's your plan for dealing with him? Mark asked, looking at the unconscious Kingpin. Miles stared at Kingpin, conflicted once again. From Kingpin's attitude during the fight with Mark and himself, it was clear that Kingpin was a destructive beast. Without any attachments, he was consumed by madness. He wishes to destroy everything. Well, it seems you can't decide for now. Let's destroy the collider first, Mark shrugged, effortlessly lifting Kingpin with one hand. Miles looked at him gratefully and nodded. Chapter 29. The two of them left the train carriage. As they were about to jump, Mark held on to Miles. Then, he raised his wrist, revealing a communicator on top. With a light tap, the communicator displayed the hologram of Prowler. This was the device he had just discovered installed in this suit. Due to the nearby spatial turbulence, Prowler's figure flickered, and his voice was intermittent, but they could still understand what he was saying. Prowler said, "I've found the green button. Should I press it now?" Mark looked at Miles. Miles nodded. "Uncle, press it quickly," Miles urged. Mark. Although Kingpin was unconscious, this kid is way too straightforward. It's like he's practically written his true identity on his face. Mark felt somewhat speechless. However, Miles seemed oblivious to this. Seeing Miles nodding repeatedly, Prowler forcefully pressed the green button beside him. In an instant, the connection between the liquid helium transfer system and the particle collider and accelerator was severed. The particle collider's superconducting magnet, already in a critically unstable state due to overload, was instantly destroyed by high temperature. The outpouring particle stream formed a reverse flow, sucking things from the outside and returning them to where they belonged in other universes. The chaotic buildings that were floating in this space disappeared one after another. Mark and Miles, who were on their way, were almost swept into the collider by the strong wind. Fortunately, both of them reacted quickly and shot out web threads, then firmly stuck to the walls, barely able to resist the powerful wind. As the strong wind gradually subsided, the interior of the collider was already a mess, and its original appearance was no longer recognizable. Phew, Miles let out a long sigh, that was too dangerous. I didn't expect that destroying the collider would lead to such an event. Mark nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we hadn't reacted in time, we would have been pulled in. But, Miles suddenly noticed a problem. He looked at Mark's hands and feet sticking to the metal wall, puzzled. What about Kingpin? He remembered that Mark had immobilized Kingpin with web threads, wrapping him up, and then carried him in his hands. Mark also looked at his own hands and then asked, "Where's Kingpin?" Then, both of them turned their heads together and looked at the collider port on the side closest to them. Oh shit. Mark tried hard to remember the moment when the strong wind swept through. He happened to be in the air at that time. Feeling a bit panicked, he instinctively extended both hands to find a stable spot nearby. And at that moment, he was holding Kingpin in his hands. So, if nothing unexpected happened, Kingpin should be. Miles stared blankly at the particle port, remaining silent, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Perhaps he was relieved. He no longer had to make a choice between killing Kingpin to protect his family or sparing him and abiding by the law. Regardless, at this moment, Miles indeed felt a tinge of relief deep down. On the other hand, Mark quickly recovered. In theory, killing someone for the first time should have made him nervous, guilty, or some other things that people always says. But strangely, he wasn't. Perhaps he was influenced by Noir. Kingpin was an outright villain, so Mark didn't feel guilty about killing him. Or perhaps it was because Kingpin didn't die directly at Mark's hands. In a sense, Kingpin died by suicide. After all, the particle collider belonged to him, and it was the collider that killed Kingpin. Cough, Mark cleared his throat and said, "Let's get out of here. I believe there might be another explosion." Although the particle collider lost its ability to confine the particle stream due to the strong magnetic field entering a high-temperature state, it was still operational. It just didn't have anything left to produce. Not only did it stop production, but it also swallowed a lot of things. The more advanced the technology, the more precise it is. With the particle collider swallowing such a chaotic mix of objects, it was bound to cause immeasurable damage to its internal structure. So, an explosion was almost inevitable. All right. Miles didn't think too much like Mark did. He hadn't paid much attention to the information that Penny had studied, but after a series of events, he had already developed complete trust in Mark. With nothing obstructing them, they quickly found Miles' uncle the prowler Aaron Davis. Aaron Davis seemed somewhat disappointed when he saw the two of them empty-handed. He thought they hadn't captured Kingpin. In his mind, he had already started planning for Kingpin's other hideouts, preparing to fight to the death. Whether he died or Kingpin died, at least his brother's family would be safe. Luckily, Mark noticed his subtle reaction and understood his thoughts. So, he pointed to the distant accelerator particle port and said, "When we shut down the collider just now, Kingpin got sucked into the accelerator. It looks like you don't have to worry about his retaliation anymore." Aaron Davis was slightly stunned, but then an expression of surprise and joy appeared visibly on his face. "Is that true? That's great." Aaron Davis cheered subconsciously, but immediately realized that being so happy about someone's death in front of his nephew might not be a good example for the child's upbringing. He coughed lightly to conceal his embarrassment and said, "Ahem, I mean, it's such a pity. Originally, I wanted to defeat him and hand him over to the police for proper handling." Mark rolled his eyes. Who would believe your words? Even Miles couldn't help but facepalm at his uncle's poor acting skills. After that, the three of them quickly moved past this little incident. Aaron Davis left first to return to his residence and pack up his things. Even though he had separated himself from Kingpin's underground organization, he had indeed worked for him in the past. While Kingpin was alive, that might have fine. But now that he was dead, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't trace it back to him through some evidence. There were quite a few people within Kingpin's group who knew his true identity. So, he had to go back immediately and destroy some things. Once Aaron Davis left, Mark and Miles quietly emerged from the underground under the cover of the night. Chapter 30. Thud. The two of them arrived at the edge of a high-rise rooftop facing the street. Sirens wailed in the distance as expected. Just as Mark predicted, there was a massive explosion in the collider after they had come out from underground. Soon, police cars were swarming the area. In the center of the street below, two huge open pits appeared, corresponding to the left and right particle ports. That was where the explosion occurred. The good news was that there were no tall buildings directly above this location, just an empty space. It made sense since the higher the building, the deeper the foundation needed to support it. Placing an underground base beneath a high-rise might prevent easy detection, but it also brought significant safety risks. After all, the collision point of the particle collider was hollow, not like the control room where you could simply add an underground level. With Kingpin's resources, it was simple to purchase the land, pretending to develop it while secretly installing the collider underground. However, this also meant that it was fortunate that there were no tall buildings nearby, preventing the explosion from causing further damage. Mark pointed down to a burly figure who had just gotten out of a police car and lightly bumped Miles' shoulder. "Miles, aren't you going to call your dad?" Miles looked conflicted. He and his father had a significant generation gap, as do many middle-aged fathers with their rebellious teenage kids. He didn't like being forced into doing things by his father, but his father was determined to raise him into an outstanding individual. Their relationship had been tense lately. Mark leaned down and whispered, "Miles, let me tell you a little secret. Your father was in one of the nearby buildings just now when you were fighting Kingpin." "What? Are you serious?" Miles exclaimed in shock. "Of course, it's true," Mark smiled. "He even cheered you on, haha." Mark did indeed see Miles' father. He was in a building that was accidentally pulled into the chaotic space fissure by the turbulent particle flow. So, he nearly witnessed the entire battle between Miles and Kingpin. He also saw his father's determination to stop Kingpin's evil deeds. After hearing Mark's description and analysis, Miles finally made up his mind. He took out his phone, found his father's contact, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed the number. Ring, ring. The glowing screen of the phone illuminated the anxious expression on Miles' face. Down on the street below, Jefferson Davis picked up his phone and saw the name displayed on it. He quickly answered, Miles, are you okay?" Miles had been skipping school for several days due to various reasons and hadn't been in contact with his family. So, his worried father was really anxious, fearing that something had happened to Miles. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Miles replied, calming down upon hearing his father's anxious voice. "You seem busy, so." No, I have time now." I know, I haven't been there for you the way you wanted me to be, but I see the spark in you, and that's amazing. So, I wanted to push you, but it's your life, and no matter what you do, you are the best. We can even find a wall, a privately owned one. The one at the police station would be great. My colleagues won't mind if you leave your masterpiece there," Jefferson quickly spoke, pouring out everything he had kept in his heart these past few days. To be honest, he was really nervous. "Okay, Dad," a tear rolled down Miles' cheek, and he felt moved. It was the first time he heard his strict father speak such heartfelt words to him. He had so many things he wanted to say to his father, but when it came to his throat, he couldn't express them. Behind him, Mark gently patted his back, suggesting, why not say it to him face to face? He gestured downward, conveying his idea. Miles' eyes brightened, but he still shook his head, rejecting the tempting proposal. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Dad, can I invite a friend over to our house tomorrow?" Of course you can invite your friend over." Jefferson agreed without hesitation, then asked, "Is it a girl?" Miles raised an eyebrow in exasperation. "Dad, I'm only 14 years old." "Of course, it's a boy." "Oh, I see," Jefferson replied. "It's okay, Miles. At 14, you're almost an adult. It's natural to have girls over for a date or party." Jefferson seemed to have misunderstood what Miles was trying to say. Miles thought, "Dad, did you just get overly liberal all of a sudden?" Mark couldn't help but be speechless. He wondered if Jefferson's imagination had run wild with wild thoughts about what Miles was up to these past few days, thinking he might have fallen in love with a girl. After clarifying once again that his friend was indeed a boy, Miles could see that his father was still somewhat skeptical. Feeling helpless, he ended the call. "Why do you want to invite me to your house?" Mark asked Miles. Miles waved his hand dismissively. "They've all gone home, and since I managed to catch one who hasn't left yet, can't I be a good host and invite him over?" "All right," Mark nodded, acknowledging the reason, "but are you sure you don't want to go down and say hi to your dad?" Miles hesitated. "Should I really? Is it necessary?" "Of course it is." Mark said earnestly, "Think about it, you're going to take over as the next Spider-Man and become a new generation's hero. Given your father's profession, you two are bound to have some connections in the future. Seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with him using your alter ego. It will be beneficial in many ways. Miles, you don't want to be enemies with your father, right?" "Well, what you said does make sense," Miles admitted, finding Mark's words peculiar but not quite sure why. He stood up and took a step forward, saying, "Then I'll go now." "Sure, go ahead," Mark waved him off. Miles immediately jumped off the rooftop, stealthily approaching his father during the process. Then he stood before his father and started their conversation, but we won't focus on that now. As Miles left to meet his father, Mark turned around and looked into the darkness behind him. He calmly said, "My dear lady, are you going to come out on your own, or do I need to drag you out?" "Oh no, I'll come out on my own." "You don't need to trouble yourself." A graceful figure emerged from the darkness and stopped not far from Mark. Chapter 31. The woman in the green steel outfit with a punk hairstyle was hard to not recognize, Olivia Liv Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus or Octavia in some versions. Mark observed Octavia with curiosity. "Doc, I thought you had already escaped." Liv threw a flirtatious look at Mark. "Liv, call me Liv. That's what my friends call me." Mark was puzzled. "Are we friends?" "Of course. I'd love to be friends with you. Don't you want to be friends with me?" Liv took a step closer. Mark continued to watch her performance. His spider sense didn't warn him of any danger. Although he wasn't sure why, it was evident that Liv didn't currently hold any hostility towards him. Even if she did, with his current abilities, she couldn't possibly capture him. In fact, he might even be able to defeat her. Wait, not might, he can definitely defeat her. "Alright, Liv," Mark said, "we can talk about being friends later. Right now, tell me your purpose for being here. Otherwise, my real friends might come back." As he spoke, Mark gestured with his thumb towards the lower corner behind him. Liv did indeed adjust her demeanor, seeming reluctant to meet Miles or let him know about their encounter. However, her tone still couldn't hide her enthusiasm, and the look in her eyes appeared as if she wants to devour Mark or something. Liv said, "After I finished my battle with you guys, I was planning to leave. However, before leaving, I went to the data library, thinking of taking all the experiment records with me. But guess what I found?" Mark played along. Liv seemed to enjoy Mark's participation and continued, "I discovered that there were only 5 parallel universe signals the collider was connected to. However, we ended up with 6 different versions of the Spider-Man from other worlds. And you are the Spider-Man who wasn't originally connected to the collider but still arrived in this world. Am I right? And through comparing the experimental data, I found a huge loophole in this experiment. Although it can use the genetic code to locate counterparts in parallel universes, the counterparts from other universes cannot adapt to this universe's environment because of it. They may last a day, or up to 5 days, but eventually, they will be crushed and perish in this universe. But you." Liv took a few steps closer to Mark, about 2 meters away, then stopped to maintain a safe distance. She then circled around him slowly, making admiring sounds. "You, however, completely defy my conclusions. You are a miracle. Or, there's another possibility." Mark's eyes slightly widened in curiosity. He never expected that Liv could figure this out. Truly worthy of being a supervillain renowned for high intelligence. Mark didn't respond this time, he just looked at Liv, waiting silently for her next words. Seeing Mark's expression, Liv assumed he had agreed and immediately became excited, saying, "So, you possess the ability to freely travel through parallel universes?" Mark shrugged, "So what if I do? Do I have an obligation to tell you?" No, Liv waved her hands, "I just want to ask, can you take me with you?" "Huh?" Mark's face showed a big question mark. He couldn't believe he had the charm to make the parallel universe counterpart of Dr. Octopus fall for him or be convinced by him. It was too surreal. "This is incredible," Liv said while spreading her arms wide dramatically with a smile plastered on her face. "I am willing to follow you. I just hope to explore other parallel universes with you and discover the unknown." Her eyes revealed boundless enthusiasm for the field known as parallel spacetime. Honestly, Mark was a bit tempted. Although Liv seemed a bit neurotic, she was the parallel universe counterpart of Dr. Octopus. In other words, a female version of Dr. Octopus. And what kind of existence was Dr. Octopus? He was an outstanding nuclear physicist, specializing in atomic physics. He invented mechanical tentacles that could lift 8 tons with ease. The operation was simple, fully resistant to radiation, and the strength and precision were unparalleled. This allowed him to complete one astonishing experiment after another, write numerous new theories, and make him famous worldwide. Until one experiment, a pipeline ruptured, causing a radiation leak and a massive explosion. Otto Octavius survived, but his body fused with the 4 mechanical tentacles. He was also influenced by the artificial intelligence within the tentacles, which caused his thoughts to deviate, making him extreme and arrogant, turning him into a supervillain. In his first appearance, he battled Spider-Man so fiercely that Spider-Man doubted himself and even considered giving up being Spider-Man. It was only thanks to persuasion from the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four that he found the courage to continue challenging Dr. Octopus, and after several battles, finally achieved a victory. From this, one could see how powerful Dr. Octopus was. Even after Spider-Man defeated him, he remained one of Spider-Man's most troublesome enemies. Not only that, in the Superior Spider-Man series, Dr. Octopus created a machine that could switch minds with others, successfully transferring his consciousness into Spider-Man's body, becoming the ultimate Spider-Man. He even established Parker Industries. In the Superior Spider-Man series, he was a doctor specializing in genetic mutation research, responsible for creating genetic serums that turned individuals into Spider-Man, Green Goblin, and Lizard, among others. He even created Scarlet Spider Ben Reilly, the second coming Green Goblin Harry Osborn, and Spider Slayer. He even controlled the Avengers of that world, making him a super-duper boss. In another universe, he joined forces with other evil masterminds like Red Skull, Dr. Doom, and Arnim Zola, facing off against Spider-Man, Captain America, Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Black Cat, Lizard Professor, and the X-Men Storm. All of this shows his limitless potential, but at the same time, it highlights the danger he poses. Mark's mind was in turmoil. Though the Lady Octopus before him was different from the Dr. Octopus he knew, the uniqueness of her gender stood out. However, Dr. Octopus was still Dr. Octopus. Her talent, potential, and ambition were top-notch, but so was her danger. Before he had enough power to control her, he shouldn't have too much contact with her, let alone accept her submission. What if this woman could create a machine like in the Superior Spider-Man universe that could switch minds? He definitely didn't want to undergo a gender change. Chapter 32. Liv, Mark looked at Octavia with sincerity after understanding her intentions. I understand what you mean. To be honest, I also hope to figure out what's happening with my own abilities. I have a strong interest in researching the relationships between parallel universes. However, I'm afraid I can't take you with me right now. This wasn't entirely a lie. While the brief encounter in the Super Collider allowed Mark to grasp some aspects of his special abilities, enabling him to quantumize and return to his world, it didn't mean he could apply this method to others. After all, others didn't possess his supergenetic ability to quantumize. Who knows, once she traveled to his world, she might face the same fate as the Spider-Man who came to this world, quantum collapse and annihilation. Using the power to travel between parallel universes consumed Mark's own energy, and without a particle collider to replenish his power on the other side, anyone he brought along might be stuck there permanently. The result would be fatal. The risk was too great. So, before bringing anyone with him, Mark had better experiment with a few useless villains first. Although Octavia was a villain, she had her uses, and therefore, couldn't be used for such experiments. So, that's how it is. Octavia seemed disappointed. In that instant, Mark's spider sense tingled. His muscles tensed in response. Sure enough, she had the typical villainous style. Without any hesitation, she'd want to take you down. However, her hostile intent gradually weakened and disappeared entirely. Octavia said, "It's all right, I can prepare in this world for now. I hope one day you can come again and take me with you. Trust me, I'll be able to assist you." As if worried that Mark wouldn't believe her, she threw something over to him. Mark reached out and caught it, realizing it was a transparent test tube about 30 centimeters long and as thick as a palm. Inside the tube floated some metal particles, but they were extremely tiny. "This is a type of renewable metal nanomaterial I've developed. My mechanical arms are made from it," Octavia explained. "You can place it on your suit, and it will record the current appearance of your suit, breaking it down into nanoscale and allowing for quick restoration when needed." As she spoke, she extended her 4 mechanical arms behind her. One of them had been dimensionally compressed by Spider-Pig with a hammer and turned into a thin sheet that she hadn't yet repaired. This was the best proof. Her several meter-long mechanical arms wouldn't be concealed on her back if not for this special nanomaterial. This was indeed a valuable asset. However, Mark didn't immediately believe his words. Who knows if there might be some hidden agenda? One should always be cautious. Especially when dealing with a villainous character like Octavia, who's full of potential blackmail material. However, Mark wouldn't show any suspicion on the surface. "Great." Mark nodded solemnly, "I promise." Mark's assurance sounded generous. After all, there was no specific time agreed upon. One day. Who knew which day that would be? He wouldn't come until he had absolute confidence in controlling Octavia. But if that day ever came, and he possessed the certainty to control Octavia, he would definitely come. After all, Octavia was indeed very useful. Take the renewable metal nanomaterial, for example. It not only significantly enhanced the protective ability of his suit, but also greatly improved its portability and concealment. Before, he was still pondering whether to wear the suit like Peter Parker did, as a thermal undergarment, or take it off and hide it somewhere. Now, with this nanomaterial, he could easily solve that dilemma once he confirmed its reliability. At this moment, both of them noticed the young Spider-Man below had finished talking with his father and was bidding farewell. It seemed that the conversation between the second-generation Spider-Man and the sheriff was quite successful. Octavia slowly retreated into the shadows not far behind, saying, "I'll rebuild a research institute and wait for your arrival. Please believe in my determination." Mark waved his hand. Shoo! Miles leaped up from below and skillfully landed beside Mark. "Huh, were you saying goodbye to someone?" Miles asked curiously. Mark chuckled, "Yes, I was preparing to say goodbye to you." "Huh?" Miles exclaimed, "Didn't you promise to come to my house tomorrow?" Mark shook his head, "Of course, I will come. But right now, I need to visit Aunt May. You should also go back home to check on things, alright? You've been skipping classes and running away from your home these past few days. Though you just talked to your dad, don't worry your mom too much." After being reminded by Mark, Miles felt a sense of urgency. He could almost imagine how worried his mom must be right now. Yeah, Miles said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he nervously rubbed his hands. Mark chuckled as he tapped the little Spidey's shoulder, "Go on, hurry back. I'll be heading out too." Yeah, you have to come tomorrow." Miles gave Mark a quick hug. Mark gently hugged him back while patting his back. After parting ways, they each released their webs, one heading towards his own home, and the other towards Aunt May's. Speaking of Mark's side. From Brooklyn to Queens, it wasn't too far, mainly separated by a river. Mark didn't rush, swinging all the way across. However, this attracted the attention of many people. "Wow, oh my gosh, it's Spider-Man. Mom, look, it's Spider-Man. He's back from the dead. The hero is back. Hey, Spider-Man." Seeing Mark, people greeted him and cheered. This made Mark deeply understand just how beloved Peter Parker was in this world. But Peter's popularity wasn't just handed to him, it was earned through his years of protecting people's lives, and in the end, even sacrificing his life for it. He deserved all the love and admiration. Mark began to realize that accepting this gift also meant carrying a heavy responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Some call it the Spider-Man curse. But Mark believed it was the driving force behind Spider-Man's countless efforts to rise from adversity and seek hope in times of despair. It wasn't a curse, it was the second superpower that existed within Spider-Man, apart from his super genes. Though he hadn't met this world's Peter Parker, at this moment, Mark felt like that guy had become his mentor, guiding him on a path that suited him. Mark's movements became even more agile. Now, he truly felt like he was embodying the essence of Spider-Man. And it felt good. Chapter 33. Mark made his way to Aunt May's house in Queens. Aunt May was both surprised and puzzled by Mark's return. Naturally, Mark shared with her the events that had transpired, as there was no need to keep anything hidden from her. And Aunt May's lips were indeed sealed tight, otherwise, Peter's secret identity would have been exposed long ago. Mark came here for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he wanted to visit and thank Aunt May for taking care of Gwen and the others who had left. Secondly, he needed to borrow this world's Peter Parker's underground base. Within this underground facility, Peter had stored a plethora of advanced technological instruments, including detection devices. Mark planned to utilize one of these devices to examine the nanomaterial given to him by Octavia. If everything turned out fine, he intended to use it before returning to his own world. After explaining his purpose to Aunt May, she handed him the keys and allowed him to descend into the underground facility. Before leaving, she even asked Mark what he wanted for a late-night snack, heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. This gentle warmth felt like a pair of comforting hands gently embracing Mark's heart, soothing the frustration and anger that had accumulated during the battle. Mark's lips curved into a smile unconsciously as he hummed a tune, making his way to the underground base. Over the past few days, Mark had spent time here, familiarizing himself with the different machines and their functions. Perhaps it was due to the spider genes, which granted him enhanced memory and cognitive abilities, but he had quickly grasped the basics of how these machines operated and their specific uses. Mark soon arrived in front of a particular machine. This machine was used by Spider-Man to create his battle suits. One end of the machine resembled a sewing machine, while the other end was connected to a computer. Using the computer, one could determine the style of the battle suit, and the corresponding materials would be filled into the sewing machine, which would then produce the suit based on the design. The choice of materials for the battle suit could also be determined at this stage. Moreover, this sewing machine was equipped with an analysis and self-checking system, primarily used to verify whether the current materials met the requirements of the design. For instance, when SpiderMan created an insulated suit specifically to counter Electro, it had to ensure there were no conductive materials in the suit. However, at this moment, Mark would use this machine to detect whether there was anything hidden in the nanometal particles given to him by Octavia. After setting up the self-checking program, the computer informed Mark that the results would take half an hour to generate. He decided to return to the surface for the time being. By the time Mark went back up, Aunt May had already set out some cookies, pastries, and milk on the table. Looking out from this side, they could still see a large hole in the living room window. Despite their efforts to avoid it, Aunt May's house had suffered some damage. Seeing this, Mark felt a sense of remorse. If it weren't for them being here, Kingpin and his lackeys wouldn't have come knocking, and Aunt May's house wouldn't have been damaged. Hearing Mark's footsteps, Aunt May called out, "Come over here, child. These are Peter's favorite cookies and pastries." "Sure thing." Mark replied loudly, quickly making his way to the living room. The cookies tasted delicious, they were likely homemade by Aunt May. Crispy and flavorful with a rich milky taste, it was no wonder even this world's Peter loved them. While eating, Mark inquired about the house. They couldn't leave such a large hole there forever. Fortunately, Aunt May told him that the insurance company had already been there, and this damage was covered. They would soon send someone to repair it for free. Hearing this, Mark felt reassured. After finishing their meal, Mark helped Aunt May clear the table. The time was about right, so he descended back into the underground base. Soon enough, he received the test results from the computer. No issues. Mark was delighted. He picked up the vial containing the nanoparticles. Following Octavia's instructions, he undressed completely, leaving only the Spider-Man suit. Then, he opened the vial and poured its contents onto his hand. The next moment, a magical scene unfolded before him. The nanometal particles flowed slowly out of the vial, seemingly coming to life. They extended along the Spider-Man suit, quickly covering Mark's arms, then his torso. Soon, they enveloped his entire body. After the transformation of the nanometal battle suit was complete, Mark stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining his new appearance. He was quite satisfied with the result. In just a few minutes, his external appearance seemed the same as before, but upon closer inspection, his suit now had a metallic sheen. Under the light, it displayed subtle mirror-like reflections. The only regret was that for better breathing, the mask on the head couldn't be integrated into the metallic parts. So, the headpiece remained the original high-polymer fiber material. After all, he only transformed the suit into a metallic form and didn't possess high-tech aids like the Iron Spider suit had with artificial intelligence. If he had also converted the mask into metal, as soon as he wore the suit, the mask would reappear, and he wouldn't be able to take it off while wearing the rest of the suit. Haven't you noticed that each Spider-Man's headgear is distinct from the other parts? But it wasn't a big issue. The head was the smallest target, and with his spider sense, it was also the least vulnerable area. "Peter." A voice of surprise came from behind. Aunt May had somehow come down to the underground base without Mark noticing. He had been too focused on the changes in the suit. Turning around, Mark saw Aunt May's teary eyes. Looking at Mark's face, which was completely different from her Peter's, she couldn't help but sob. Mark quickly walked over and gently embraced Aunt May. She hugged him back, as if her own Peter had returned. In truth, the old woman was feeling quite miserable. First, she lost her husband, and then she had to endure the tragedy of losing her beloved nephew, whom she had raised as if he were her own son. For an elderly person, it was the greatest tragedy imaginable. After crying for a while, Aunt May regained her composure and apologized, "I'm sorry, child. I just remembered Peter, and for a moment, I couldn't control myself." "Aunt May, there's no need to apologize. Peter wouldn't want to see you so sad." Mark didn't know how to comfort the elderly lady well, feeling a bit awkward. He could only force some words together, "I'll come to visit you when I have the chance." "Are you leaving too?" "Yes." Mark fell silent for a moment, "I'll be leaving tomorrow." "Then rest up now. Peter's room is the second one on the left upstairs." Chapter 34. Early in the morning, Mark bid farewell to Aunt May and boarded a public bus heading to Brooklyn. Aunt May gave him a few dollars as bus fare and a bag of cookies and pastries as a gift when she learned that Peter was planning to visit Miles Morales' family. Before leaving, Mark had already contacted Miles using his web shooter's communication device. Miles was very happy to hear from him. After returning home last night, Miles' mother didn't scold him, instead, she had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Through the recent events, Miles had matured and realized the hardships and worries his parents had gone through. It was a pleasant surprise for both of them. As Mark walked the streets of Brooklyn, he couldn't help but notice how life continued as usual despite the dimensional disruptions, earthquakes, and explosions of the previous night. People hurriedly went about their day, probably driven by the pressures of work and loans. Mark hadn't felt this human bustle and excitement since he began his internship at the Mars observation base located in the middle of the desert back at his world. At the base, everyone ate in a centralized cafeteria, but with only a few people there, even during meal times, it always felt lonely and depressing. The whole place gave off a cold and sterile vibe. "Hey, Mark." As soon as Mark got off the bus, he was spotted by Miles, who was waiting for him on the roadside. Miles waved eagerly and even jumped high to make sure Mark could see him. Of course, jumping high was relative to normal people. Miles could jump several stories high, thanks to the spider bite, perhaps from a jumping spider. It seemed that Miles had learned to conceal his abilities a bit more. Mark was pleased. "Hey, these are cookies and pastries made by Aunt May herself. Enjoy." Mark handed the bag to Miles. Miles happily accepted it. "Uncle Aaron will come today too. Did you invite him?" "Yeah. Although my mom doesn't really like Uncle, my dad is happy to see him. Besides, Uncle is not working for Kingpin anymore, right?" Miles was very cheerful. Mark nodded. He then met Miles' mother. As for his father, being a police officer and after the major events of yesterday, he was too busy to join them today. While there's just one thing Mark could say about Miles' mother, and that's, damn. Mark spent the morning playing games with Miles in his room until it was nearly noon when the prowler, Aaron Davis, finally showed up. After a sumptuous lunch, Mark bid farewell. Knowing that Mark was planning to leave their world, Miles insisted on seeing him off. The prowler followed behind. The three of them arrived at a small alley. This was where Mark had come from, and it was also where he had chosen to return. Before leaving, Mark also advised the prowler. Miles Morales inheriting the legacy of Spider-Man was inevitable. However, Mark suggested that Aaron Davis could perhaps use his high-tech suit to find a new path for himself. After all, in another world, the prowler was eventually persuaded back to the right path by Spider-Man, right? Aaron Davis nodded. He didn't have the same altruistic personality as Spider-Man and Miles Morales because he was an adult who had experienced many setbacks. Even his level of ideological consciousness was not as high as Mark's. After all, Mark had grown up always reminding himself to do his best at his studies. Moreover, Mark went straight from his university to a secluded research base, effectively isolating himself from the rest of the world, leading to his relatively naive and innocent way of thinking. So, when Mark suggested it, the prowler only said he would consider it. But Mark knew that he would probably accept the idea. Not for any particular reason. Simply because Miles Morales was his nephew. Mark was also looking forward to it. For Spider-Man, it seemed like the uncle tragedy was something every Spider-Man had to experience. However, Miles Morales' uncle didn't die. And he was even a powerful ally. Mark wondered how much Miles Morales could grow under the prowler's guidance. Finally, Mark looked at Miles, extending his fist. "Miles, you'll definitely become everyone's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Miles smiled, embodying the well-known image of Spider-Man. "I will. And you'll become an even greater Spider-Man." Their fists lightly bumped together. The next moment, Mark activated his powers. His vision suddenly lost focus, and everything in front of him, Miles Morales, the prowler, the small alley, began to gradually fade and shrink away. In front of him appeared clusters of light dots, but in reality, these things weren't actually appearing in front of him, they were in a virtual and ethereal form. Each light dot represented a parallel universe, resembling a starry sky that adorned Peter's entire consciousness space. Some of these dots seemed to be resonating with Mark, as if calling him to come closer. However, he paid no attention to them. Using himself as a variable, he activated his powers. With a swift motion, from the perspective of Miles Morales and the prowler, Mark's figure suddenly blurred after their fist bump. He seemed to turn into sand or the liquid crystal particles in a liquid crystal television. In the next moment, he completely vanished into the sunlight. "He's gone," Miles felt a little down, having already considered Mark his good friend. The prowler patted his nephew's shoulder. Miles, let's go back too. Mark has his mission, and you have yours. Okay. Miles nodded with a determined look. The uncle and nephew duo left the alley. On the other side. Thud. Mark felt as if he had just entered a kaleidoscope-like tunnel of strangeness. And in the next moment, his body conveyed a solid feeling to him. He shook his head, and the objects in front of him quickly became clear. It was his room. He was back in his room at the Mars observation base. Mark stood up, but due to the sudden force, he shot up to the ceiling, unintentionally becoming a human battering ram that caused the ceiling to emit a hum due to the force. Rubbing his head, the genuine pain told him that everything was real. He had indeed traveled to a parallel universe, experienced a marvelous journey, met the Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Ham, middle-aged Peter version of Spider-Man, Spider-Mech Penny, Miles Morales, and even Spider-Woman Gwen Stacy. And he had successfully returned. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within himself. Mark took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. Thud, thud, thud. Just then, there was a knock on his door. Mark, it's mealtime. Want to join for dinner? Mealtime? Something seemed off. It appears something was amiss. Chapter 35. When he crossed over to Miles Morales' world, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. At that time, he didn't find it strange that it was nighttime on the other side since there's a time difference of approximately 12 hours from his where he was to us. So he initially thought he had just arrived on the other side of the world, not in a different world. Subsequently, he met the Spider-Man Noir and went to Aunt May's house. The next day, he underwent training. On the second night, Gwen, Miles, and middle-aged Peter Spider-Man arrived. On the third night, they reciprocated the favor, fighting to return to their own world, dealing a blow to Kingpin's forces, and then Gwen and the others returned one by one. Mark decided to stay for one more day, visiting Miles' house until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon before coming back. In total, he spent about 4 days in that world. Originally, he was prepared to face inquiries and had even concocted a lengthy excuse, claiming he spent the 4 days in his room pondering and reflecting on himself, which could probably be enough to fool others. At worst, he could work harder and write a lengthy self-critique. Regarding food, luckily, he had the characteristics of a hamster, and he usually kept snacks in his room. After returning, he diligently finished all the snacks to give the impression that he survived on them during those days. But who would have thought that all of that might not be necessary? Mark hurriedly leaned over his desk. His notebook computer was still placed on the desk, and the screen displayed a clear and smooth picture with no lag whatsoever. And what was playing on it was precisely the movie he had prepared to watch before he crossed over. Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, the movie with a nearly 2-hour runtime was now precisely at the credit stage after the movie finished, and it hadn't ended yet. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Mark looked at the progress bar below, feeling both shocked and delighted. He had experienced almost 4 days in the other world, but here, only 1 hour and 50 minutes had passed. The current time was 10:43 in the morning, and it hadn't even reached 11 o'clock. The time flow between the two worlds differed so much. But why did it precisely align with the completion of this movie? Was it a coincidence, or was there some special connection between them? Mark frowned slightly. Mark, boy. Just then, the person outside the door didn't hear Mark's reaction. Instead, they started calling, while also banging on the door. Mark, is it because they put you in solitary that you won't come out to eat? Are you really that desperate, Mark? 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 Mark casually pressed the spacebar on his computer, and the movie immediately stopped playing. He then closed the laptop and looked at his hands. He was still wearing the nanometal battle suit, and on his wrists, he had the web shooters. Next, he pressed a button on his chest. It was a controller that came with the nanomachines. With a press, the nanometal flowed back from his limbs like water and stored itself completely in the chest controller. Click. 2 items fell from the air. These were the spider silk cartridges loaded in the web shooters. They were consumables and couldn't be nanomaterialized. However, each cartridge was about the size of a coin, so Mark took them off and tucked one in each pocket. They were inconspicuous. Putting on a shirt and a jacket, he concealed everything inside. From the outside, there was no indication of anything unusual. All right, stop calling already, you sound like a hurt dog. After quickly finishing everything, Mark grumbled and walked toward the door. As he opened the door, he saw a rather handsome young man standing outside, about the same age as Mark. His name was Landry, and he was Mark's closest friend. They had met in the same high school and both got accepted to the same university. However, their majors were different. Mark chose astrophysics in the astronomy department, while Landry specialized in soil science, focusing on soil chemistry. Originally, they thought they would go their separate ways after graduation and only meet during holidays. However, for some reason, Landry ended up joining the same research institute as Mark and became an intern researcher with him. Somehow, Mark wondered how he had managed to get in here. According to his friend, it was because Mars had plenty of soil, and they needed a talented soil expert like him. Mark, however, didn't believe this explanation. Regardless, Landry didn't elaborate further, and Mark didn't bother digging deeper. He didn't have many friends, so having a good friend like Landry by his side was quite nice. "Hey, you finally came out." Landry grinned, putting his arm around Mark's shoulder and peering at him. "Strange, after being locked up for a day, you seem to have gotten stronger." "Really?" Mark blinked, amazed at Landry's keen observation. The spider genes did have an effect on him, making his body noticeably stronger. While he used to do some skipping, his physical fitness was only average. But after the spider gene enhancement, his muscles were more defined, and he even had an 8-pack. "I got it. You must belong to the pig zodiac sign. Lock you up for a day, and you gain weight. What kind of feed are you eating? Let me taste it too." Landry continued jokingly. "Oh, come on," Mark finally realized he had been tricked by Landry. "You eat pig feed too? Fine, I'll take you to the canteen then." "Sure thing. Since you claim they sell pig feed there, I'm going to report you." Landry laughed. Mark closed the door, and the two of them headed towards the canteen while chatting. As they walked from the accommodation area to the living area, they abandoned their teasing banter. Although they had been here for half a year and saw the same scene every day, it always evoked a strange feeling within them. This Mars research base was located in a desolate and uninhabited wilderness of the northwestern region of some random country. The unique landforms here closely resembled those found on Mars, which was one of the reasons for establishing the research base. The base covered nearly 200 acres and was divided into 3 main sections: the Research Institute, Accommodation Area, and Living Area. The accommodation area had 100 sleeping pod-style lodgings, but there were only around 30 researchers, along with 20 or so logistic support personnel. The rest were security guards. The researchers spent most of their time in the Research Institute on the other side of the base, while the security guards mainly handled perimeter security. As for the logistic support personnel, they occupied fixed positions within the living area. During the day, the base seemed rather quiet, following a tight on the outside, loose on the inside management approach. Besides the procedures required for entering and exiting the base, no one would impose restrictions on their movements within the base. Chapter 36. Leaving the accommodation area with its central temperature control system, Mark and Landry were met with the unique winds of the northwest. The howling cold wind carried sand and gravel from the desert, hitting their faces like sharp blades. Mark and Landry instinctively pulled their coat hoods over their heads, trying to shield their faces from the wind. Thankfully, the winds in the northwest were straightforward, just like the people here. Wearing their coats was enough to keep the elements at bay. It was unlike the winds in the southern regions, which carried moisture that would leave you soaked and sapped of warmth. After silently walking in the wind for a while, they arrived at another closed building. Using their researcher ID cards, they swiped them at the door, and it opened for them. They rushed inside and quickly closed the door behind them. "Ugh, what kind of demon from nowhere is causing this wicked wind day and night?" Landry complained, pointing in the direction where the wind was coming from. Mark replied, "If you have the guts, go stand outside and complain. Let's see if it showers you with sand." "I'll go if you go," Landry retorted, standing his ground. "I'm not going. I'm not capable of taming that demon," Mark replied, shaking off the sand from his clothes and playfully patting Landry's. "Aren't you the rising star and future academician in soil studies? Let's leave the task of conquering that sandy land to you." Landry thumped his chest, saying, "Absolutely, watch how I'll turn all the deserts on this earth into habitable oases." "Then what will we call you in the future? The Green Wizard or the Sand Sorcerer?" Mark chuckled. "Get lost. Those names sound terrible." Landry pushed Mark playfully. After shaking off the sand, they continued walking through the passage towards the living area. The living area was like a simulated small-town marketplace. There were some small shops selling food and clothing, giving the place a lively atmosphere. But honestly, they didn't serve much purpose. Among the researchers, apart from Mark and Landry, who were in their early 20s and had just arrived, the rest were in their 30s or older and had been working here for some time. They were all workaholics, spending most of their time in the research institute on the other side, either controlling Mars rovers or studying Martian topography through space telescopes. They rarely visited this area. The central point of the living area was the canteen. Mark and Landry, being familiar with the place, ordered their meals and swiped their cards. The base provided them with living expenses every month, so they were well fed in the canteen. Although Mark's body had been strengthened, his strange appetite hadn't changed. Perhaps this primitive energy intake method wasn't satisfying his genetic needs, only giving him a sense of physiological fullness. Eating a nutritious and tasty meal, Mark felt as if he were chewing on wax. At this moment, he began to miss the particle collider of Kingpin. The energy in the particle stream was truly delicious. The feeling that came with consuming that energy made every cell and gene in his body rejoice. Strange, I didn't have this feeling before when I was there, Mark pondered. He had eaten biscuits and pastries at May's place and had a delicious lunch at Miles' home, fully savoring the taste of food. Thoughts quickly surged in Mark's mind. Could it be because I'm not hungry? That was the first guess. Considering the time, he had indeed just had lunch at Miles' place, so it had only been about 2 hours. He had come out this time merely to accompany his friend. But even if he wasn't hungry, it shouldn't have caused him to lose his basic perception of food. Then it must be something else. Mark silently crossed out that guess. What's the biggest difference between there and here? An idea emerged in Mark's mind. It was energy. It was the energy within him. Traveling through parallel universes, he relied on the mysterious power stored in his genes, or rather, his space-time energy. Could it be that traveling back consumed the energy within me, and now my body needs to replenish that energy instead of the calories in this basic food, resulting in the current situation? Mark felt like he had found the key to the problem. Then, looking at the food on his plate, he couldn't help but wryly smile. So, am I indirectly developing an aversion to food? What's wrong with you? Landry looked at Mark, who had hardly touched his meal, with a puzzled expression. Don't have an appetite? Mark neither nodded nor shook his head. Landry sighed and comforted him. I know you're feeling guilty, but who would have thought there would be a spider in the lab? It was just an accident. Dr. Harper also said later that it was an accident, and you aren't primarily responsible. You'll be back to work after a while. Spider? Yes, a spider. Landry's words didn't provide any comfort because Mark had already analyzed Dr. Harper's intentions. But his words pointed Mark in a direction. It was that spider that bit him. That spider unexpectedly bestowed upon him the abilities of a space-time Spider-Man, granting him not only the powers of Spider-Man but also the ability to traverse the multiverse. What kind of spider was this exactly? Mark was certain that this was an astronomical research institute, focused solely on studying Mars. There were obviously no practices related to some mystique arts, and there were no additional underground laboratories for biological experiments. As for why he was so certain, it was quite simple. The Mars research base was located hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest town and about 170 to 180 kilometers away from the nearest airport. All the supplies came and went through a single convoy. Anyone could see exactly how much supplies the convoy delivered each time. There was no room for hiding anything. Moreover, among the 30-plus researchers at the base, Mark might not have known all of them, but he had acquainted himself with a fair number. The majority of them were astronomers like him, and a few specialized in other fields like Landry. But there was absolutely no one with a background in biology or something. Of course not. Where would living organisms come from on Mars? What use would biologists have here? This was the consensus of the entire human race. However, right now, an idea had formed in Mark's mind, and it was growing like a plague, gradually occupying his entire thoughts. Was there a possibility? That spider. The spider that bit him. Perhaps it didn't accidentally wander into the well-sealed research room because of the negligence of a janitor or researcher. Perhaps it was already there. Inside that clump of soil samples that had been painstakingly brought back from Mars through a space rocket. When Mark extracted the soil sample, preparing to observe it on the research table, it woke up. Chapter 37. Mark was lost in thought, contemplating about the spider. He remained silent. Meanwhile, Landry mistakenly thought Mark didn't believe what he had just said. Anxious to convince him, Landry leaned in close and whispered, "It's true, I have inside information." Oh. Mark snapped out of his reverie. Landry looked mysterious and said, "Let me tell you, the soil samples brought back on the cargo rocket from Mars were just the most basic things." "Is that so?" Mark was puzzled. According to what he knew, these things from Mars didn't come directly. They were sent from the Mars rover located on Mars to the Mars Orbiter, Phlogiston space station, which was in orbit around Mars. Then, the collected materials were sent towards Earth by the spacecraft. After precise calculations, the spacecraft was captured in Earth's near orbit by another space station by the Earth. Mark knew all this very clearly because he had just arrived at the base half a year ago, right when this plan was launched. He heard that it was precisely because of this plan that they decided to recruit a group of graduate students from major universities. In the following 6 months, nearly 180 days, Mark spent most of his time behind his mentor, Dr. Harper, keeping an eye on the return rocket's movements. The items stayed briefly at the Earth space station. Then, they took the return module from the space station and entered Earth's atmosphere, landing somewhere on the Gobi Desert, which was near Mongolia and China, near their base. Afterwards, the base's security personnel drove to the landing site to retrieve the return module. The base received the items 2 nights ago. Upon arrival, the items needed to be left undisturbed for a period of time, to eliminate any potential space radiation, before they could be closely examined. Moreover, all retrieval from the return module was done by personnel wearing protective suits. By the time Mark and his team saw the items, they had already been roughly categorized. They could only observe the return module, quietly sitting in a room, through thick protective glass. Due to his outstanding achievements and good performance since joining the base, Mark had earned the favor of Dr. Harper, becoming one of his closest assistants. Yesterday afternoon, Dr. Harper planned to conduct their first soil observation and analysis activity. He asked Mark to retrieve a sample labeled Valley Underground from the Martian soil storage cabinet. According to the label, this soil sample was extracted from a valley on Mars, possibly created by a meteorite impact or formed naturally. It was painstakingly excavated bit by bit from deep underground using the instruments on the rover. The main purpose was to study whether there were water resources and various components in the water beneath the Martian soil. Mark carefully recalled what he knew and asked in confusion, "I heard that this soil sample was obtained by Dr. Harper and a few senior researchers before we arrived. They remotely controlled the digging device on the rover and spent nearly half a year to excavate it. It's extremely precious. Why does it seem like you're saying it's not the most valuable sample?" Landry shook his head. "Theoretically, it is indeed very precious. Several senior researchers took turns working around the clock for 24 hours to obtain this soil. It has significant implications for Martian research." Mark had no doubt about Landry's words. Although Landry was a bit eccentric, his academic level was very high, otherwise, he wouldn't have been specially recruited here. Mark had always felt that Landry used some connections to get here, but his strong abilities were also crucial. Moreover, Landry's mentor was a famous figure in soil science. He was a true authority in domestic soil science. His research in soil science had made significant contributions to increasing grain production in various countries, effectively saving countless lives. But Landry's tone changed. "Guess what?" Mark's eyes twitched as he wanted to punch the grinning face of his friend. He then said almost loudly, "Spit it out." Landry snorted, "Well, it's not that exciting." He continued, "But among the items brought back from Mars in the return module, there's a stone tablet. It appears to be artificially processed." Mark. Is the next plot going to be something like, "I got a stone tablet from Mars but it turned out to be a bearer of apocalypse"? Mark exclaimed in surprise. "Landry? You've been reading too many online novels and mangas, haven't you? Do you think we're in a manga?" Landry said with exasperation. "Look who's talking." Mark retorted. "But, about the artificially processed stone tablet you mentioned, is it true?" "Yeah, it's true," Landry nodded nonchalantly. "But it's just speculation, it could also be the result of natural weathering. Who knows?" Mark nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging Landry's words. Putting aside how Landry came to know such classified information, the mere possibility of the existence of that stone tablet could overshadow everything related to Martian soil. Once confirmed that the tablet was artificially processed, it would mean that there was once a civilization on Mars. It could also indicate that extraterrestrial beings had visited it in the distant past. Just that alone would be enough to shake the entire astronomical community. Because whether it was the former or the latter, it would confirm that human beings were not the only life in the universe. If it was the former, it would at least prove that life had existed on Mars in the distant past. It might even mean that humans on Earth were descendants of Martians. If it was the latter, it meant that there might be some civilization in the distant depths of space secretly observing Earth. The thought was both thrilling and frightening. It sent shivers down their spines. However, aside from these two commonly speculated scenarios, Mark had another idea. Parallel universes. Since he could traverse to other parallel universes, why couldn't something from another parallel universe cross over to his universe? Perhaps even the spider that bit him came from a parallel universe. After all, if he possessed the ability to traverse time and space, the spider might also have it, right? Mark's head started to ache. With so little evidence, he couldn't rule out certain conclusions and could only brainstorm. Landry, do you have a way to get close to that stone tablet? Mark turned to Landry, who was busy eating, his eyes shining as if they would glow. Landry was startled by Mark's audacious and utterly ridiculous idea. Are you crazy? That's super duper top secret. There's certainly a lot of elite soldiers guarding it nearby around the clock. That tablet is currently the highest level secret in the base. There's no way we can get close to it for now. Chapter 38. A platoon? Mark was somewhat puzzled. The security department has gone to the stone tablet site, so what about the outside? The security department at this base is roughly equivalent to a reinforced platoon, with 50 personnel. They work in 3 shifts, rotating and overlapping, with approximately 30 people in each shift. If they directly dispatch a platoon to the stone tablet site, it's evident that there won't be enough personnel at the entrance, which is unreasonable. Landry rolled his eyes at him. Have you become dumb? Of course, it's people sent over by higher-ups overnight, not their team. I see, Mark nodded thoughtfully. Infiltration is one of SpiderMan's core skills. Although he might not be considered a highly qualified Spider-Man yet, especially in terms of experience, if we talk about his achievements, like saving the Miles world, Mark is already more than qualified. He has received training from the Spider-Man Noir and Spider-Ham. He has some experience in sneaking into heavily guarded areas amidst numerous enemies. However, Mark still hesitates about whether he should really go and take a look. If he gets exposed, it would become big news. It might not cause a huge stir in society, but internally, it would be highly regarded. By that time, with the power of today's tech, his true identity being exposed would only be a matter of time. It's a shame. If only I had the same heat-isolating invisibility ability as Miles, Mark couldn't help but envy the young spider. Miles' abilities are definitely tailored for being a spy. By the way, Landry, you have some wild connections. Can you find out when I can return to work? Mark asked. After considering for a moment, he decided to find a way back to the research institute first and try to locate the spider that bit him initially. If he can't find it, he can only take the risk and investigate the suspicious stone tablet. Landry shook his head. I can't help you with that. Although the most important thing is the stone tablet, on the surface, Martian soil is the most valuable, especially the soil that was dug up from underground. You caused some contamination by dropping it on the ground, and it's already fortunate that you weren't fired on the spot. Dr. Harper also faced tremendous pressure to keep you. Really? Mark slightly furrowed his brows. Yep, Landry shrugged. Why are you so passionate about your work and so interested in Martian soil? Mark can't tell him the truth, so he can only sigh and say, this is a project I've been following since my first day at the research institute. Well, there's nothing you can do. You're definitely stuck in this 14-day confinement, Landry said, pointing upwards. After all, it's not just our people who are keeping an eye on this matter, there are others as well. After speaking, Landry finished his meal and put down his utensils. You, just stay obediently in your room. Isn't watching movies and reading novels there enjoyable? After finishing their meal, Mark and Landry parted ways at the entrance of the living area. In truth, Landry had been quite busy these past few days. Because there were quite a few soil samples sent back from Mars, and they came from various locations, plains, deserts, hills, the surface, and underground. And there weren't many soil science researchers to handle all of it. If Landry wasn't concerned about his good friend being too affected, he might have had his lunch over at the research institute. Meanwhile, Mark returned to his room in the accommodation area. During his confinement, he couldn't accompany the procurement convoy leaving the base, nor could he go to the research institute. He was restricted to moving between the accommodation area and the living area. After closing and locking the door, Mark focused his gaze on his laptop. At the same time, his mind once again recalled the question Landry brought up when he came to see him. Why did he return to his world exactly at the moment when the movie ended? Was it just a coincidence? Or did it have some mysterious connection? With these thoughts in mind, Mark lifted the laptop lid, and on the screen was still the paused frame from the movie. He picked up the mouse and dragged the progress bar back to the very beginning, deciding to start from scratch and watch the movie again to see what the original plot without his involvement would be like. 2 hours later. As he watched the subtitles slowly ascend on the screen, the ending theme song resonated in his ears. Mark fell into contemplation. The good news was that he hadn't been recorded into the movie because of his transportation, even though this was a pre-downloaded offline movie. This indicates that this movie, this computer, none of them have a direct connection to Mark's time travel. He truly transported over to the world of Miles Morales, not within this movie. The bad news is that this way, he won't be able to effectively verify the time difference between the two worlds. He can't even confirm the rate of time flow between the two worlds. This will directly lead to a problem. What if he travels to another world next time and comes back to find that a long time has passed here? Moreover, although the final ending is more or less the same, with the Spider-Man returning to their respective worlds and Kingpin also facing justice, the plot has deviated greatly due to my influence. Firstly, Miles Morales' uncle, the Prowler, didn't die, making Miles Morales one of the relatively rare who has his uncle. Hell, he even has parents who are alive and kicking. This should have been a good thing. But this also exposed Miles Morales' identity, and someone with ill intentions could potentially discover his true identity through his uncle. Mark is uncertain if Miles' future will undergo significant changes. Secondly, in the original plot, Kingpin didn't die, he was only defeated by Miles Morales and handed over to the police. After that, Fisk would continue to cause trouble. However, due to Mark's interference, Kingpin was directly taken care of, putting an end to his villainous deeds once and for all. This would also affect Miles' growth. After all, he lost an early game boss. Moreover, the bond between Miles Morales and Gwen Stacy was also altered. In the movie, Miles Morales and Gwen had mutual feelings due to certain circumstances. But in reality, Gwen hadn't fallen for Miles Morales, and instead, they formed a different kind of bond. So, did I just mess with Miles' love life? Mark's expression turned somewhat strange. No, Miles and Gwen never had a future together because neither of them has the ability to travel through time and space. But I'm different. Mark found a suitable excuse for himself. After finishing his research, the end credits of the movie also rolled to a close. Mark clicked the cross, closed the movie, and then looked at the folders on the screen, hesitating slightly. Among the folders, aside from the Spider-Man 1 that he had accidentally deleted before, there were several other movies. They were the Tobey Maguire trilogy, Spider-Man 2, and Spider-Man 3, the Andrew Garfield, The Amazing Spider-Man, and The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and also the Tom Holland versions, Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. Though, he still had another way of verification. Chapter 39. Mark still had one way for verification. That is, traversing the multiverse once again. Mark tried to sense the temporal power within his body. From the feedback during the meal, it seemed that the power was already in a state of unsaturation. But it was still far from reaching the point of hunger. So, traveling once again was completely feasible. However, he couldn't do it here. Because he couldn't determine the time flow speed between the two worlds. If he were to stay there for a while and in the meantime, 10 days, half a month, or even a year or more passed here, his secret would be exposed. The safest method was to temporarily leave this base. Coincidentally, he was confined here due to an accident. Although theoretically, he needed to stay within this base, unable to go outside or return to the research institute, if he could have a proper communication with his mentor, Dr. Harper, perhaps he could ask for a relatively long leave. Of course, some might wonder, why not just resign directly? The answer was, of course, that resigning was not a good option. Not to mention that Dr. Harper was his research supervisor, and this job at the research institute was directly related to his academic degree. Even some things closely related to him couldn't be separated from here. The spider that bit him and the stone tablet with traces of artificial carving, they were all here in this base. If he left here, he would never have the chance to come into contact with them again. And he might lose the opportunity to discover the secrets within himself completely. Thinking about it, he decided to act. Mark took out his notebook and pen, and neatly wrote down the words, application. I, Mark, an intern researcher, recently caused severe sample contamination due to improper operation. I hereby hope to temporarily leave the base for a period of 1 month. I request approval. As an excellent and well-behaved student, he rarely had to write leave applications. It took Mark a while before he managed to write it decently. After finishing it, Mark tore the page out and decided to give it to Dr. Harper when he returned from the research institute in the evening. Mark was 70% sure that Dr. Harper would agree to his leave. There were still 5 or 6 hours until Dr. Harper returned in the evening. Except for a few specific devices, most of the equipment in this base couldn't be connected to the internet. So during this time, Mark decided to rewatch all the Spider-Man movies downloaded on his hard drive. With a playback speed of 1.5x, Mark's enhanced brain processing could easily keep up with the pace. His thinking had become noticeably more agile than before. In the afternoon, Mark finished watching Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 and Andrew Garfield's The Amazing Spider-Man 1. After that, he closed the computer, opened the door, and waited for Dr. Harper to return. Dr. Harper's room was diagonally opposite Mark's. Despite Dr. Harper's high prestige and status as an elder figure in the domestic astronomy community, the older man was known for enduring hardships. His living conditions weren't much better than Mark's, who was just an intern researcher. At most, considering the climate here, they slightly improved the comfort for the elderly. However, Mark had to wait for several more hours. It was around 11 p.m. when Dr. Harper and a group of researchers returned to the accommodation area. "This time, we are sure to make a major discovery," said a middle-aged researcher. "Yes, I can't believe the composition of the soil on Mars is so similar to Earth's." There might have truly been, another researcher was speculating. However, when they saw Mark standing at the door, everyone fell silent. Dr. Harper glanced at Mark, gestured for the others to go back to their rooms, and then motioned for Mark to come in. After entering Dr. Harper's room and closing the door, Mark handed over his application and leave request. Dr. Harper took it, glanced at it a few times, then put it on the table with a voice that was old but firm. "Is this because of what happened?" Mark shook his head. "I know you're doing this for my own good, but staying in the base during this period is too boring. I just wanted to go out and relax." Mark's words sounded feeble, and Dr. Harper couldn't help but feel that his highly favored student was actually upset with him. Due to Mark's outstanding performance and his proactive attitude, Dr. Harper had always held him in high regard. For example, it was rare for leaders like Dr. Harper to accept graduate students. Among Dr. Harper's students, besides Mark, who was in his 20s and pursuing a master's degree, the others were already in their 30s and had all obtained their PhD degrees. The bond between a mentor and a student is similar to that of a boss and an employee in the workplace. Mentors hold the power to decide whether a student can graduate or not, so sometimes you may come across news where mentors ask their students to run errands, walk their dogs, or do other tasks. However, in return, if you are outstanding enough, the mentor will naturally favor you. From a perspective of benefits, if you have value and can create enough benefits for your mentor, there will be no conflicts of interest. From an emotional standpoint, which would you prefer, a competent subordinate or a mediocre one? Moreover, if the boss's enterprise is in a high-tech field, and the employees lack knowledge and skills, they won't be of much use. Why would they be hired? Mark happened to be that competent subordinate, and moreover, Dr. Harper saw him as a promising subordinate. He had always regarded Mark as his successor, valuing him even more than those disciples who had been with him for many years and were now independent and successful. That's why he was extra tolerant. Even when Mark accidentally broke the precious Mars soil sample, Dr. Harper personally suppressed the matter. 2 weeks of confinement was already a trivial consequence compared to the impact of that incident. But Mark is now choosing to escape. Dr. Harper's chest heaved with emotion. Mark quickly supported him, helping him sit on the edge of the bed. "Dr. Harper, please have some water." Dr. Harper took the water cup and drank it all at once. He looked at Mark's obedient appearance and said with deep emotion, "Is this little setback enough to defeat you? Do you think I haven't gone through anything in my past? I've been dismissed and sent to the countryside to raise cattle, and I stayed there for over a year." Mark remained silent. "Aren't you curious why my left hand is like this?" Dr. Harper raised his left hand, where the ring finger and thumb were both missing a part. It was bitten off by a cow back then. Mark looked at Dr. Harper's maimed hand but still didn't say anything. Dr. Harper's tone softened, and he spoke with a meaningful tone. "As researchers, not only should we have the spirit of seeking truth and knowledge in science, but we also must be perseverant ourselves. Only then can we go far on the path of research. Do you understand?" Chapter 40. "Understood, Professor," Mark said sincerely, "but I truly haven't given up. My dream is to uncover the mysteries of Mars in my lifetime and pave the way for humanity to step foot on Mars, even transforming it into our second home. His words weren't entirely deceiving. This had indeed been his biggest dream before becoming Spider-Man. And now, by mentioning it again, he wanted to assure Dr. Harper that he hadn't given up on his aspirations. Are you really just going out to relax? Dr. Harper fixed his gaze on Mark. Mark nodded emphatically, yes, I truly just need some time to relax. Very well, Dr. Harper nodded and picked up a pen from the table, signing his name on Mark's leave application. It's not easy to get some time off, so I'll approve a month's leave for you. We might be stuck here for the next few years. Thank you, Professor, Mark expressed his gratitude. Dr. Harper then opened a drawer and took out a bank card, handing it to Mark. You probably don't have much money on you. Take this card, the password is. Professor, how can I accept your money? Mark pushed the card back. Just take it, the elderly man insisted, showing signs of annoyance. You can pay me back once you receive project bonuses. All right then, Mark accepted the card and solemnly put it in his pocket. He didn't have much money on him, as he received only a meager stipend of $2,000 each month as a graduate student. This stipend was directly provided by the institution. Any additional expenses in the base were covered by extra allowances from above, otherwise, he would have starved long ago. With this stipend, he could only save a couple of $100 each month, especially since he often spent money on snacks when he went outside or when he asked the procurement team to bring him some. His total balance was just over $1,000. Clearly, Dr. Harper cared for him, even if he didn't say it outright. Feeling touched, Mark bid farewell to Dr. Harper and returned to his room, where he quickly packed his belongings. However, getting permission to leave the base was no easy task. Despite Dr. Harper's approval, the approval process still took 2 days. Finally, on the 3rd day, Mark's leave request was granted. Coincidentally, there was a flight from a nearby airport to the capital of Mongolia around noon on that day. Subsequently, on the 3rd day around noon, 2 base security personnel drove a sand-colored off-road vehicle, taking Mark to the airport located 180 kilometers away. The journey was silent, and the world remained as peaceful and quiet as before, with no chaotic monsters, demons, or gods appearing just because Mark had become extraordinary. By the time Mark disembarked from the plane, it was already evening. He only carried a backpack with him, containing a set of clothes for disguise, the web shooter, and he didn't even bring his laptop. This time, he was planning to find a suitable place to directly cross over. His laptop was too big, and he wasn't sure if he could take it with him. In comparison, a smartphone was much more convenient. Gwen and the others could bring their phones, so there was no reason he couldn't. After leaving the airport, Mark found a nearby hotel and spent the night there. The next day, he checked out and used his smartphone to search for a small well-known scenic spot nearby. Pretending to go mountain climbing, he then slipped into the forest. In the city, a train was speeding through the skyscrapers. Strangely, even though the train had already passed its final destination, it didn't stop. Instead, it maintained its high speed as it traveled onward. Ahead, a bridge was under construction, a bridge spanning across the river. And there was no way forward. On the front of the train, a young man dressed in a red spandex suit was standing there, contemplating a solution. His name was Peter Parker. He was the Spider-Man of this world. Prior to this, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with the sudden appearance of Dr. Octopus. However, the cunning Dr. Octopus led him onto this moving train and destroyed its brakes. Because he knew that, according to Spider-Man's usual style, he would never sit idly by while innocent people on the train faced danger. The next moment, Peter made an astonishing decision. He moved both his hands simultaneously and shot web threads frantically towards the buildings on both sides of the track, tightly gripping the other ends of the web threads in his hands. He was attempting to use his own strength to stop the train. Argek. The tension from the web threads on both sides and the kinetic energy accumulated from the fast-moving train were continuously wreaking havoc on his body, causing him to emit a mix of painful screams and roars. The immense force shattered all the glass on the train's front, and even the carriages underwent severe deformation, but Peter still held on. On the side of a nearby high-rise building, Dr. Octopus was firmly attached to the wall using his mechanical tentacles, watching the scene below with a smile of successful conspiracy on his face. Octopus from the deep sea could change their colors and structure to match the environment. At times, they appeared like an algae-covered rock, while at others, they disguised themselves as a cluster of corals. When prey approached, they would then reveal themselves, pouncing on the prey, leaving them with no time to comprehend what had happened. At this moment, Dr. Octopus seemed exactly like a genuine octopus, waiting for Spider-Man to exhaust his strength, and then he would emerge to effortlessly capture him. This was Dr. Octopus. Though he possessed great power, he was even more skilled in using his extraordinary intelligence to deal with enemies. Snap! Amid his intense focus on what was happening below, Dr. Octopus failed to notice a faint sound behind him. Then, a head emerged from the rooftop. The person first glanced at Dr. Octopus, who was hanging about 6 or 7 meters below him, and clicked his tongue. Then, following the source of the sound, he looked down at Peter Parker, who was pulling the train. I thought I would end up at the beginning, but I didn't expect to directly land in the middle. Who? Hearing the faint whisper from above, Dr. Octopus suddenly looked up. Mark carefully examined this classic version of Dr. Octopus and even extended his hand in a greeting, saying, "Hello there, Dr. Otto Octavius." Thump, thump, thump. Dr. Octopus furrowed his brows slightly, exerting his mechanical tentacles to quickly climb to the rooftop, standing not far from Mark, looking at his relatively good-looking face, and asked, "Who are you?" Mark smiled and replied, "You may not know me, but I know you. Moreover, I also know a female version of you." Dr. Octopus's brows furrowed tighter with a mix of confusion and annoyance. What do you mean? Chapter 41. The literal meaning, Mark shrugged, playfully looking at Dr. Octopus without any fear of him laying hands on him. Although he had just activated his ability to travel through time and space, it had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. However, it didn't affect his combat abilities too much. If we were to set the total time-space power he could store as 100%, then after absorbing some energy from the collider earlier, his time-space power was at 90%. Later, when he traveled back to his reality, it consumed about 40% to 50% of his power, which meant his genetic hunger was due to having just over half of his time-space power left. However, he discovered that his time-space power was slowly increasing these past few days. He could recover about 1% to 2% every day. This discovery was pleasantly surprising. It meant he didn't need to specifically find colliders or similar objects, he only needed enough time to restore his energy. During this multiversal travel, the energy consumption was also not as much as he had initially imagined, roughly around 20% to 25%, about half of what he expected. The time-space energy in his body now was enough for him to travel back once again. Through this travel, he also understood something crucial. His true power should have awakened on the second day when he was bitten and transported to the world of Miles. And it was precisely because of this awakening that he could capture the spatial fluctuations when the collider first opened and triggered his ability to travel through spacetime. However, at that time, he had just awakened, and the energy in his body was probably only enough for him to travel through once. This resulted in almost all his power disappearing after he traveled to Miles' universe, leaving him with only the spider sense, making him nearly as ordinary as an ordinary person. Yet, based on his experience with Miles, he knew that as long as he retained over 10% of his time-space power, he could perform at his normal strength. And if this energy reached a higher level, such as almost full capacity like before, he could exhibit even greater power. As for whether exceeding the threshold would make him stronger, Mark didn't dare to think about it now. It might be worth trying, or it might lead to his demise. Moreover, even if he truly wanted to attempt it, he didn't have enough spacetime power to absorb. Dr. Octopus was not an easy adversary. Though he boasted that his intelligence was his greatest talent, now that he had combined with the mechanical tentacles, his thinking was partly influenced by them, becoming more savage. Seeing the mockery in Mark's words, Dr. Octopus sneered, and his two mechanical tentacles, one on each side, attacked Mark. "I won't kill you, I'll catch you and extract what I want," Dr. Octopus declared. "Is that so?" Mark smiled and pressed something on his chest while simultaneously pulling out a mask from his pocket. Swoosh! As if a stream of water swiftly flowed from his chest, spreading throughout his limbs and body. In less than a second, his body, along with his clothes, was completely covered by the nanotech suit. Simultaneously, he executed a backflip with ease, deftly evading the attack of the two mechanical tentacles. At this moment, Mark had already donned the mask on his head. Soon after, a Spider-Man clad in red and blue appeared before Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus was slightly taken aback. "You are Spider-Man? Then who's that person beneath you?" At this point, he still didn't know that Spider-Man was his friend's student, the same Peter Parker whom he had used to converse with joyfully. No, Mark hadn't spoken yet, but Dr. Octopus shook his head and denied his own words. "Your attire is different from his, and yours seems more advanced. The one you just used, is it nanofluid metal?" Wow, that's quite an impressive technology. Did you come from some new experimental lab? Dr. Octopus truly lived up to being a mad scientist. Just from observing Mark's recent actions, he quickly extrapolated a plethora of possibilities. Though Mark couldn't help but find it amusing, he also felt a hint of admiration for Dr. Octopus. In all fairness, although this male version of Dr. Octopus was short and chubby, and nowhere near as attractive as the female version, of course he's a guy, given the choice between the two, Mark would definitely pick the male version in front of him. The female version was inherently mad, with no cure. On the other hand, this male version was only suffering from a degree madness due to the control chip on his back being damaged by electric shocks. His willingness to reflect upon and regret his actions at the last moment, opting to sink into the sea along with the mistakes he had made, demonstrated that he wasn't beyond redemption. Moreover, there was a detail in the movie. Even in his paranoid state, Dr. Octopus remained fixated on continuing his research. He never killed anyone, whether it was during his robbery or when he encountered the people protecting Spider-Man on the train. This indicates that his nature is not inherently bad. He's only gone mad in pursuit of his goals. Wanna know? Mark's feet pushed against the ground as he launched a counterattack toward Dr. Octopus. After learning that Mark wasn't the Spider-Man he sought to capture, Dr. Octopus lost interest in him. He harbored no animosity towards Spider-Man himself, he merely needed to obtain tritium from Harry Osborn to serve as the core material for his artificial sun experiment. In return for capturing Spider-Man, whom Harry Osborn believed had killed his father, Harry proposed to exchange him for the tritium. So, Dr. Octopus didn't want to get entangled with an unknown and healthy Spider-Man like Mark. His intention was to go down to the train below, capture the already worn-out Spider-Man, get what he wanted, and then return to continue his experiment. The disinterested Dr. Octopus used one mechanical tentacle to block Mark's attack, while the other swung fiercely, attempting to knock Mark away. But Mark wouldn't let him have his way. Having dealt with Dr. Octopus's attacks before, both versions of Dr. Octopus, this male one, who had only recently become Dr. Octopus, and the female one from the alternate universe, relied on the artificial intelligence within their mechanical tentacles for core combat capabilities. However, artificial intelligence also required learning and improvement. As a result, the original version of Dr. Octopus, the one currently facing Mark, had a slightly lower combat proficiency compared to the female version. Mark didn't even need to employ his spider senses against these straightforward attacks. He extended his hand, firmly gripping the mechanical tentacle that was brought closer. Then, with a strong pull, he brought its center lower, directly affecting Dr. Octopus's balance. A strand of webbing shot out, sticking to the mechanical tentacle. At the same time, Mark exerted force to the side, pivoting around the head of the mechanical tentacle, and with a swift movement, he circled around Dr. Octopus, now behind him. Chapter 42. The other mechanical tentacle finally caught up, hastily chasing after Mark. But Mark didn't engage in a direct confrontation with it. He continued circling around Dr. Octopus. Though the mechanical tentacles were long, they couldn't keep up with this kind of movement. Dr. Octopus had no choice but to let one of the mechanical tentacles continue chasing Mark while he turned his body along with it, preventing the tentacles from binding him. To enhance his combat capability, Dr. Octopus even activated another one of the tentacles, typically used for adhering to surfaces, so that it could join in the pursuit. Meanwhile, the tentacle gripped tightly in Mark's hand trembled intensely. Each individual mechanical tentacle had a strength of 8 tons, but compared to Mark's grip strength of over 20 tons, they were simply futile. Alright. Stop spinning around, Dr. Octopus became a little overwhelmed. He was just a scientist, an academic, his body wasn't enhanced, and he couldn't endure intense battles like this. If he hadn't reserved one tentacle for assistance, at the intensity from earlier, he would have collapsed on the ground by now. What do you want from me? After catching his breath, Dr. Octopus spoke angrily. Feeling anxious? Is this making you anxious? Mark finally experienced the joy of tormenting his enemy and became a bit carried away. Seeing that Dr. Octopus was about to flee, he immediately employed Spider-Man's exclusive technique. Taunting style, first form, trash talk. A black line appeared on Dr. Octopus's forehead. Mark, relying on his circling technique and trash talk, finally found an opening in Dr. Octopus's defenses. Using his free right hand, he spit out a strand of webbing, grabbing the other approaching mechanical tentacle. With a sharp tug and a twist of his hand in mid-air, the two tentacles were entangled together. But he wasn't done yet. He was thoroughly implementing the teachings of the Spider-Man noir, his philosophy of take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses. With his right hand, Mark held the webbing that bound the two mechanical tentacles together, and with a leap, he found the right angle. His left hand reached out, and a rapid succession of web attacks followed. Upon hitting the mechanical arms, these web bullets exploded into a series of small webs. Countless webs overlapped with each other, quickly entangling the two mechanical tentacles tightly. Despite each tentacle possessing a strength of 8 tons, they were unable to break free for a while. Dr. Octopus couldn't continue like this. He had the remaining tentacle, which he usually used for self-protection, also join the battle. The two remaining mechanical tentacles attacked Mark again, obstructing him from further damaging the other two tentacles. However, Mark had already achieved his goal. From the very beginning, his true objective was simply Dr. Octopus. As everyone knew, Dr. Octopus's true form was that of an ordinary, chubby middle-aged man. His combat strength relied entirely on those 4 mechanical tentacles. When Dr. Octopus lost the protection of his mechanical tentacles and the nanotech-clad Spider-Man advanced towards him, one can imagine what would happen. Thud! Mark delivered a powerful uppercut, slamming it hard into Dr. Octopus's chin. Dr. Octopus's eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted. And that was Mark holding back his strength. If he had used his full power, he would have definitely punched Dr. Octopus's head to pieces. However, even though Dr. Octopus himself was unconscious, the mechanical tentacles with artificial intelligence were still active. One of the mechanical tentacles attacked Mark again. Mark didn't expect that these things could still act independently. Since the movies didn't show such a scene, he assumed that the mechanical tentacles and Dr. Octopus had already merged into one entity. Mark lightly jumped backward, avoiding the attack. But just as he was about to counterattack, the remaining 2 mechanical tentacles acted in sync and dragged Dr. Octopus's body away into the distance. These things have quite high intelligence, Mark raised an eyebrow, but he had no intention of pursuing them. He let them escape. For someone familiar with the plot like him, finding Dr. Octopus wouldn't be difficult. The immediate task was to meet the Spider-Man of this world. The iconic and classic Spider-Man, Tobey's version. Mark didn't retract the battle suit. He directly leaped from the high building and descended towards the train below. During the short period of Mark's battle with Dr. Octopus, the train below had finally been brought to a stop by Peter. Tobey Spider, having used his extraordinary strength, was now nearly exhausted. The train passengers who were grateful to him for saving their lives, carefully transported him from the front of the train that had protruded from the rails to a safe place in the second carriage. Be careful, gentle, and slow, everyone worked together to place Tobey Spider on the floor of the carriage. Is he still alive? A woman holding a child asked quietly. He, a middle-aged man, looked at Tobey Spider's young face in disbelief and said, "He's just a kid, not even as old as my son." Others also stared at Tobey Spider's face, unable to believe it. The hero Spider-Man, who had always silently sacrificed for them without seeking anything in return, turned out to be such a young child. According to the timeline, Peter Parker was bitten by the spider at 15, and this is 2 years later, making him 17. But I'm not really sure, check it out. At this moment, Tobey Spider also gradually regained consciousness. Seeing the people surrounding him, he was suddenly taken aback. His mask had been discarded by him in the heat of the moment. This meant that he was exposed. Tobey Spider felt a bit dazed and panicked as he sat up. An African-American man approached him and said gently, "It's all right now." Then, he waved his hand behind him and called over 2 children. Those 2 children had found Tobey Spider's dropped mask. Although a small part of it was burnt and deformed, the fire had already been extinguished. "We won't tell anyone," the little kids' faces showed sincerity. After thanking them, Tobey Spider took the mask and put it back on. Thunk! Just as Tobey Spider stood up, preparing to say something, a faint sound came from the top of the carriage. At the same time, Tobey Spider furrowed his brows. His spider sense tingled. Danger. No, wait. It doesn't seem dangerous. Tobey Spider was puzzled. It was the first time he experienced this strange reaction. In the past, when his spider sense activated, it was always a premonition of impending danger, but this time. Whoosh! A figure suddenly descended from beside the carriage. Immediately after, the side window was lightly tapped twice, and a head wearing a spider mask appeared outside the window. Hey! Tobey Spider's eyes widened. What's going on? The people inside the carriage were in an uproar. Another Spider-Man appeared. Why are there 2 Spider-Men? Tobey Spider quickly walked to the side of the carriage door, exerted force, and jumped onto the roof of the carriage. The pain in his body made him grimace. Who are you? Me. I'm also Spider-Man, the newcomer replied. Chapter 43. Really? But how is that possible? Toby Spider's first reaction was disbelief. Mark tilted his head slightly. Want me to show you? Can you move now? Of course, who do you think I am? Toby Spider pretended to be strong. Saying that, he reached out towards a nearby building. Swoosh! A strand of web shot out, and at the same time, he tried to grab it with his hand. However, perhaps due to the heavy injuries and his body not fully recovered, his reaction was a bit slow, and the web slipped through his fingers. Mark watched with some amusement. This young Spider-Man in front of him was different from the middle-aged version he had seen before. He carried the spirit and energy of a young person who would never give up. Of course, I know who you are, Bully Maguire. Mark walked over with a smirk. Bully Maguire? Toby Spider turned his head in confusion. Who's that? It sounds cool, but I don't know him. You must have mistaken the person. Alright, Peter, let's go. Mark shook his head helplessly, no longer teasing him. He grabbed Toby's shoulder, and with a spurt of web from his right hand, they flew up to the rooftop. Originally, Toby Spider wanted to resist. The force used by the other party wasn't significant, and he could easily break free. But when he saw the web spit out from Mark's hand and the precise call of his name, he chose to stay still, allowing Mark to carry him up. You are really Spider-Man too. It's unbelievable, I thought I was the only one. While flying in mid-air, Toby Spider began to chatter incessantly. Mark didn't pay attention to him. After landing on the rooftop, Mark let go of Toby Spider and casually took off his own mask. Then, he pressed his chest, and the nanometal battle suit came off. Whoa, whoa. Toby Spider's attention was immediately diverted, and he exclaimed in amazement, Buddy, your suit is way too cool. Toby Spider glanced at his own ragged battle suit, then at Mark's suit, which still looked pristine after taking it off. He immediately felt envious. Look at his suit, with a quick whoosh, it could be stowed away. Now, look at his suit. Every time after washing, it would fade, and if he accidentally put it in the washing machine with other clothes, the suit would be ruined. After it faded, he had to touch it up with paint, or it would damage his image as Spider-Man. Not only that. Although he didn't examine it closely, he could tell that the suit of the person in front of him seemed to have better protective capabilities in various aspects than his own. Darn it. The more he thought about it, the more envious Toby Spider became. Envy nearly tore him apart. It's cool, right? I think so too, Mark chuckled. Why don't you make a suit for yourself? Toby Spider clearly showed interest. But soon, he lowered his head with a dejected tone, I don't have money. Toby Spider was indeed very poor. In Mark's world, Toby Spider's version was regarded by many as the most classic Spider-Man movie. Even in the subsequent 2 generations, there were many scenes paying tribute to it, such as the iconic upside-down kiss and stopping the train. However, at the same time, Toby Spider was also the most down-to-earth Spider-Man. After taking off the battle suit, he was just an ordinary, even mediocre person. Unlike Andrew Spider, who had super manufacturing abilities, or Tom Holland's Spider-Man with a wealthy, father figure, Toby Spider, on the other hand, was quite impoverished. He made a living by delivering takeout to people and occasionally sold some pictures of himself wearing the Spider-Man suit to newspapers for money, but even then, sometimes he couldn't afford the rent. Mark once felt that he was the most unfortunate superhero. Mark patted his shoulder reassuringly, it's okay, I don't have money either. Toby Spider looked doubtful. Mark's clothes looked fine, and he had that amazing Spider-Man battle suit. He didn't seem like someone who lacked money. However, Mark really didn't have much money. His clothes were purchased from the base, internal distribution, and considered a benefit, so the cost wasn't high. Moreover, he lived in an era more than 10 to 15 years later than Toby Spider's time, and public technology was more advanced, so naturally, it looked more upscale. In fact, the entire outfit Mark wore would only cost a little over $100. As for the Spider-Man battle suit, he obtained it entirely for free. However, no matter how Mark explained it, Toby Spider didn't believe him. Okay, Peter, why don't you go and change your clothes first? Mark pointed at Toby Spider's attire, suggesting. So, you really are Spider-Man? Why haven't I seen you before? Did you come from another city? Toby Spider walked alongside Mark on the rooftop, still curious as he asked. Another city? You could say that, Mark nodded slightly. Wow, that's cool. Toby Spider exclaimed. He pointed upwards. Actually, I come from another world. Another world. Toby Spider halted, turning to look at Mark, his eyes wide with astonishment. You mean, like, parallel universes? Aha, Mark nodded, affirming his thoughts. You're kidding. Toby Spider stepped back continuously. Mark. Cough, just kidding. Toby Spider revealed a smile with white teeth and burst into laughter, then excitedly approached Mark. So, Democritus' theory of countless worlds, it's actually real. Atoms randomly and chaotically moving, colliding, breaking apart, combining into various shapes, and forming worlds and their contents. And each collision, breakage, and combination lead to infinite possibilities, creating countless worlds. Wow oh wow. It's so cool, incredibly cool. That's right, Mark said, somewhat surprised. He thought that Toby Spider might not understand these things. After all, as far as he knew, Toby Spider was only in high school now. However, Toby Spider's knowledge turned out to be unexpectedly broad. He even mentioned things that Mark had no clue about. It seemed that genius was genius. Even with the same public school education and the need to work part-time to support himself, Toby Spider managed to acquire a wealth of knowledge in his spare time. Multiverse, wow. What would that be like? Is your world the same as ours? Toby Spider asked curiously. Mark shook his head. Although some universes are parallel to each other, each universe actually has slight differences. For example, I've been to another universe before and encountered 6 different Spider-Men. Chapter 44. Wow, that's, Spider Toby was quite excited, unable to find the right words to describe his current feelings. Mark continued, I've also seen a female version of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus? You mean Dr. Otto Octavius? I never thought there could be a female version. Spider Toby's face showed a somewhat strange expression. Of course, in the vast multiverse, anything is possible, Mark said, even Spider-Man can be a woman. Wow. Spider Toby completely transformed into a curious baby. So Mark sat down. The two of them sat on the edge of a high-rise building dozens of meters above the ground, looking at the sky, and Mark began to share his experiences from the ultimate universe. It's a pity, such a marvelous experience. Why didn't the particle collider pull me over there? After listening to Mark's description, Spider Toby was filled with anticipation and regret. Although he was Spider-Man, he was just a 17-year-old kid. Yearning for fantastic adventures was normal for someone his age. Don't worry, there will be opportunities, Mark patted Spider Toby's shoulder. After all, he had seen No Way Home. In No Way Home, Spider Toby was taken to Holland Spider's world and embarked on such a fantastic journey. In fact, the quickest way to meet Spider Toby and Andrew Spider was to go directly to that world. However, that world was too complex, involving far too many things, and Mark didn't dare to venture there right now. Spider Toby didn't understand Mark's true intentions and brightened up. Wait, can you take me there? Mark hadn't expected Spider Toby to misunderstand him and hedged his words. Not at the moment, maybe in the future. That would be awesome. Spider Toby exclaimed with a smile. Well then, how are you feeling now? Have you rested enough? Mark asked. Although they had just met and chatted, Mark noticed that Spider Toby's body had suffered serious injuries from stopping the train with his bare hands, so he wanted him to rest a bit more. Spider Toby leaped up agilely, displaying his dexterity. He clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged. I feel completely recovered. Mark nodded and put on the nanotech battle suit again. Alright, let's go. Lead the way. The two of them leaped down from the high building, one after the other. While Mark and Spider Toby had a friendly encounter, on the other side, Dr. Octopus was not feeling so well. The artificial intelligence in his mechanical tentacles carried the unconscious Dr. Octopus for a while before finally returning to his laboratory hidden in an abandoned church. They put him down there. After some time, Dr. Octopus slowly regained consciousness. In one corner of the church, Mary Jane, who was chained with a thick iron chain, saw Dr. Octopus's miserable state and loudly mocked, "Weren't you going to find Spider-Man? How did you end up like this?" Humph, Dr. Octopus rubbed his head to somehow remove his headache and felt a bit annoyed by Mary Jane's mockery. However, he didn't immediately retaliate against her. Dr. Octopus didn't know that Peter Parker was Spider-Man because Harry Osborn had only told him that Peter Parker was friends with Spider-Man, because he always took photos of Spider-Man. So, Mary Jane was taken as a hostage, and only when she was in his hands would Peter Parker seek Spider-Man's help, giving Dr. Octopus a chance to capture Spider-Man. It could be considered a lucky coincidence. Looking back at the device behind him, Dr. Octopus felt puzzled. He was certain that the Spider-Man who defeated him was not the same Spider-Man who had always appeared in public. Their equipment and even their fighting styles were completely different. The previous Spider-Man, though fast, lacked finesse in his actions. When faced with Dr. Octopus's 4 mechanical tentacles, he often became flustered. But the new Spider-Man that appeared was stronger and faster than the previous one. Most importantly, he was ruthless in his attacks, directly aiming for vital areas. Simple but effective. It was terrifying. Where did that Spider-Man come from? Dr. Octopus couldn't figure it out. Hey! If you don't release me soon, watch out for Spider-Man beating you to a pulp. Mary Jane, however, was still persistent, shouting loudly. Shut up! Dr. Octopus exploded in anger, and one of his mechanical tentacles swiftly shot forward, stabbing fiercely into the ground in front of Mary Jane. The whole ground seemed to tremble. Mary Jane fell silent. She had initially thought that Dr. Octopus would be scared off after being defeated, and he would give up on the idea of capturing her. However, this strange man showed no fear at all. For a moment, she didn't dare to provoke him any further. However, although she didn't provoke Dr. Octopus, he was not ready to let her go. He suddenly thought that there might be some connection between her and his employer, Harry Osborn. What's your relationship with Harry Osborn? One of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles hovered menacingly in front of Mary Jane, and the cold metallic aura penetrated her eyes. Mary Jane's face turned pale with fright, and she trembled as she replied, We're just friends. Is that so? Just friends, Dr. Octopus smirked. In the next moment, swoosh! Another mechanical tentacle emerged, unfastening the iron chain from Mary Jane's body, and then it grabbed her. Let's go meet your friend then, hoping you hold some weight in his heart. Because of the second Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus decided to abandon the plan of capturing Spider-Man to exchange for tritium. A hostage might be a good alternative. In the Osborn mansion. Harry Osborn sat in front of the window in silence, with a glass of red wine nearby, but he had no interest in drinking it. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. In order to fulfill his desire for revenge against Spider-Man, he revealed to Dr. Octopus the fact that Peter Parker and Spider-Man were friends. This act put his dear friend Peter in danger. On one side was his father's enemy, on the other side was his best friend. Harry was filled with pain and conflict. But now that things had come to this point, he could only continue down this path. Click. A crisp sound. The door suddenly opened. Who? Harry stood up, picking up a nearby knife, and slowly walked towards the door. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in from the window, passing through the room's furnishings. The sound echoed in Harry's mind, turning into bursts of maniacal laughter. Who? Show yourself. The dagger was unsheathed, and Harry shouted while turning around. But on the other side was a full-length mirror. In a daze, the figure in the mirror was not himself but his deceased father, Norman Osborn. Son, it's me, the father in the mirror even spoke. Dad? Harry was stunned. I thought you were gone. No, I've always been alive in your heart, Harry, his father in the mirror said. Now, it's time for you to make your appearance. Chapter 45. Revenge. A trace of confusion flickered in Harry's eyes. Can I really get revenge? But that damn bug is really powerful. Coward, the person in the mirror erupted in anger, rebuking, you're a coward. No. I'm not a coward. I've sent Dr. Octopus to capture him. I will kill him with my own hands. Harry roared in anger. As he spoke, he fiercely hurled the unsheathed dagger at the mirror. Clang! With a crisp sound, the full-length mirror was shattered directly, and the shattered pieces fell to the ground. To Harry's astonishment, a secret room was revealed behind the broken mirror. The secret room was covered in cobwebs and dust, as it hadn't been accessed in years. At the end of the path inside the secret room, there was a door. After hesitating for a moment, Harry cautiously made his way through the shattered mirror and walked along the path toward that door. Step. 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 The clear footsteps echoed in the secret room. As he approached the door, Harry's heart couldn't help but race faster. Finally, he stopped in front of the door and reached out, placing his hand on the dusty doorknob. He had a strong feeling. He was certain that something was calling out to him from behind this door. Creak. With a groan, layers of thick dust fell from the wooden door, which hadn't been opened in a long time. The dust soiled Harry's neatly arranged hair and expensive clothes, making this privileged young man look like a street beggar. But at this moment, Harry had no interest in paying attention to his appearance. His eyes stared fixedly at an object placed on a shelf next to the door. It was a green metal mask, with menacing fangs, resembling a demon from Shinto myth or something. Of course, he recognized this thing. 2 years ago, a supervillain wearing green armor and armed with high-tech weaponry wreaked havoc in New York. He possessed high-explosive pumpkin bombs and a glider capable of high-speed flight, causing chaos in the city center. However, he vanished inexplicably later. Some said that he had been defeated by Spider-Man and turned over a new leaf. Others claimed that he left for another city after being defeated by Spider-Man. But now, Harry knew that they were all wrong. The reason he didn't appear was that he was dead. As it turned out, his father was the Green Goblin. Buzz. At that moment, the lamp behind him suddenly lit up. Harry turned to look and saw a row of shelves installed in the wall behind him. On the shelves, neatly arranged, were rows of fist-sized spherical objects resembling pumpkins. These were the pumpkin bombs that the Green Goblin often used. This further confirmed his father's identity. Since the armor and pumpkin bombs have appeared, Harry continues to walk inside. Soon, a workbench appears before him. On the workbench, there is an unassembled glider. Harry walks to the table and gently places his hand on the glider. He may be young, but as the son of the CEO of a technology conglomerate, his knowledge is certainly not lacking. This glider, along with the rows of pumpkin bombs behind him, is the power he needs for revenge. It is the true legacy left to him by his father. He turns around and sees an open compartment next to him, inside of which lies a glass tube. Taking the glass tube, the green liquid flows quietly as the tube tilts. The cold sensation penetrates his palm and gradually freezes his heart. Thump. A sound reverberates. Immediately, the building trembles slightly. One sound, one tremble, in perfect rhythm. Ordinarily, Harry, as an ordinary person, would not have noticed this kind of movement, but this secret room is designed quite ingeniously. Combined with the absolute silence in the room, he immediately perceives it. What's more, this familiar feeling, he has experienced it before. It's Dr. Octopus. Harry squints his eyes slightly, carefully puts the glass tube filled with green liquid back into the compartment, and closes it. Then, he goes to the shelf and picks up a pumpkin bomb, testing it in his hand. Satisfied that it fits perfectly in his hand, he holds onto it. After doing all this, Harry closes the secret room's door and walks back along the corridor of the first secret room he came through, heading outside. When Harry exits his father's room and returns to his own room, he finds that there are already 2 unexpected guests waiting for him. One is the old acquaintance, Dr. Octopus. And the other is unexpectedly Mary Jane. MJ. Harry hurries forward. Otto, what do you want to do to her? Let her go. Seeing Harry's performance, a faint smile curls on Dr. Octopus's lips. It seems that his clever choice was not wrong. There must be some secret relationship between this little gold digger and this clean-cut pretty boy. But wait, isn't this little shit Peter's girlfriend? He remembers seeing the two of them being affectionate in a cafe not long ago. With these thoughts in mind, Dr. Octopus glances curiously at Mary Jane, who is held tightly by one of his mechanical tentacles. However, soon he loses interest in this question. What do the romantic entanglements of young people have to do with him? Right now, he only wants to get the tritium and then return to continue his great experiment. Otto Octavius, or Dr. Octopus, is destined to become the world's greatest scientist. Because he will harness the power of the sun and possess unlimited energy. These beautiful aspirations bring Dr. Octopus back on track. He lifts Mary Jane into the air, immediately causing her to let out a terrified banshee-like scream that annoyed the earwax out of Otto, but he persevered as he turned to Harry and demanded. Now, give me the tritium. Otherwise, I'll let her die right in front of you. No, this isn't what we agreed on. Harry retorts angrily. He still maintains some composure, not wanting to expose the fact that he sent Dr. Octopus to capture Spider-Man in front of Mary Jane. Is that so? Then you can watch her die, Dr. Octopus coldly sneers, and the mechanical claws at the end of his tentacles start exerting force. Mary Jane emits continuous and desperate screams as her bones audibly creaked. Stop, please stop, you bastard. Harry wildly shouted as he pleads, growing anxious. He clenches his teeth, turns around, and rushes to the wall. He pushes aside a mural on the wall, revealing a hidden safe behind it. Harry quickly enters the code and opens the safe. Inside the safe lies a well-crafted high-pressure container. And inside this high-pressure container is the very thing Dr. Octopus has been yearning for, the radioactive element, tritium. At the sight of the tritium, Dr. Octopus becomes immediately excited. He casually tosses Mary Jane onto the nearby sofa and uses one of his mechanical tentacles to push Harry away. At the same time, he finds himself involuntarily drawn towards the tritium, walking towards the safe. And just then, "Die, you bastard!" Accompanied by a furious roar, a round object is hurled fiercely by Harry towards Dr. Octopus. Chapter 46. Harry's attack came suddenly, and he had planned it meticulously. Even his own balance was sacrificed in the process. As he threw the pumpkin bomb, he found himself sitting heavily on the ground, unsteady from the force of the throw. But Harry paid no attention to that. His eyes were fixed on Dr. Octopus's direction. Dr. Octopus didn't react in time, as expected of an ordinary person. But it didn't matter, as his mechanical tentacles AI was there. "Tentacle AI, I got you buddy." Without even turning his head, Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles was automatically triggered. With a light pat, it sent the flying pumpkin bomb back. Since it was Harry's first encounter with a pumpkin bomb, he was unaware of its several seconds of delay before detonation. And that caused this result. Whoosh! The pumpkin bomb was sent back behind Harry and landed on an expensive wooden table placed against the wall. In the next moment, a bright light flashed. Boom! The pumpkin bomb exploded. Although the pumpkin bomb appeared small, it was filled with a considerable amount of explosives, even more powerful than the high-explosive grenades used in the military. Harry's posture at that moment was such that his head was directed towards the table. The explosion engulfed his upper body. Ah! Harry let out a miserable cry. Mary Jane was shocked, but she hesitated to approach the explosion site. Dr. Octopus acted again, using one of his mechanical tentacles to grab Harry's leg and pulling him out of the blast zone. However, Harry still took the brunt of the explosion's force. His neatly arranged hair was mostly burned off, and the skin on most of his face, from his forehead down, was charred, making him look terrifying and horrifying. Dr. Octopus lifted him upside down and, looking at his pitiful state, just sneered. He casually tossed the container with the tritium up and down. "Deal completed, pleasant cooperation." Saying that, he dropped Harry to the ground. "If you want to save him, call an ambulance quickly," Dr. Octopus said to Mary Jane before leaving through the balcony. It was only after this devil-like figure left that Mary Jane trembled and stood up. She walked over to Harry's side. Harry, are you okay?" Harry was severely injured from the close-range explosion of the pumpkin bomb, and it was not just superficial damage. He felt his head was heavy and cloudy. "I have always been in your heart, Harry. Now, it's time for you to make an appearance. For my revenge. Harry." The demonic whispers echoed in Harry's mind over and over again. Harry. Harry struggled to open his eyes, and his eyelids stung from the burns caused by the close-range explosion. Through the hazy light, he saw Mary Jane anxiously looking at him beside him. "Harry, you finally woke up. How do you feel?" Mary Jane asked anxiously. "Should I call for emergency help?" No, Harry tried to speak, but he found that his throat was in no better condition than his eyes. It also had a burning sensation. Mary Jane quickly brought a glass from the table, poured out the red wine in it, and filled it with some warm water before handing it to Harry. Harry didn't hesitate and took a sip, feeling his throat getting a bit better. "MJ, you should go back first." "I'm fine," Harry said hoarsely. "Are you really okay?" Mary Jane was deeply concerned about Harry's current condition. Harry just shook his head. If Mary Jane wasn't his goddess and ex-girlfriend, he wouldn't even want to say these few words. He had only one thing on his mind right now. With Harry's insistence, Mary Jane had to leave the place. After she left, Harry dragged his exhausted body and walked step by step into the secret room. Then, he opened the hidden compartment and took out the tube of translucent green substance. "Your place is quite unconventional, huh?" After Mark and Spider Toby got off the train tracks, they found a place to change out of their disguises and then returned to the latter's place. Looking at the room, which was no more than 10 square meters and looked messy, Mark almost took half a day to come up with such a sentence. Although he had already glimpsed Toby Spider's difficult life through the movies, seeing it in person was a different matter. Toby Spider's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that he was being pointed out by Mark, who also had the identity of SpiderMan, he felt a bit self-conscious. After all, he was indeed in a rather difficult situation. Well, Toby Spider scratched his head and stammered for a while. Mark chuckled, "You better fix your clothes quickly. Once you're done, we can go find Dr. Octopus and get back your MJ. MJ. Toby Spider's embarrassment disappeared immediately when Mary Jane was mentioned. He nodded solemnly and entered the small bathroom. He quickly took off his tattered clothes. After a while, he came out again and sat on a chair, starting to mend his suit. For Mark, it was the first time he witnessed Spider-Man repairing his own suit firsthand, and naturally, he found it fascinating. Toby Spider didn't have the high-tech gadgets like the Peter Parker from the 1610 Ultimate universe, so the scene of him fixing his suit was eye-opening for Mark. Toby Spider took a glass, placed his hand on the mouth of the glass, and strands of white sticky fluid flowed out from his hand. "Is this your spider silk?" Although Mark already knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask. Toby Spider nodded. Perhaps Mary Jane's safety stimulated him, but now he was very serious, focusing on the slowly increasing white sticky fluid in the glass, looking completely absorbed. After squeezing out more than half of the glass, he sighed slightly, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and picked up a stick from the table. While stirring, he said, "These spider silks are produced from our bodies and have a tensile strength of up to 312 times 10^10 Pa, which is 240 times stronger than human bones and 45 times stronger than high-strength alloy steel. Moreover, they have high elasticity, toughness, water absorption, and are lightweight. They are perfect for making a suit." As he spoke, Toby Spider leaned closer to the glass, continuing to stir and carefully observing it, as if studying its state. "The only regret is that it's biodegradable. The spider webs and silk we normally shoot will naturally decompose and disappear in the air after a few hours. So, to turn it into a suit and extend the degradation time, we need to give it some Peter-style processing." Toby Spider was full of pride when he mentioned this. It was his own ingenious invention. And he believed that Spider-Man, like Mark, who used high-tech suits, wouldn't possess this kind of technology that combined cost-effectiveness and practicality. He finally scored a point, and it wasn't easy. Chapter 47. After a while, Spider Toby finally stopped his hands. He then picked up the tattered suit and used a stirring stick to scoop out pieces of spider silk fluid that had been, Peter-style processed, and applied it to the damaged areas like spreading jam on a bread. Soon, the suit was repaired. Next, he pulled out several jars from under the bed and found them to contain waterproof paints. He carefully applied different colors of paint, taking another 10 minutes or so. Finally, after about an hour, Toby Spider completed the repairs on his suit. Looking at his refreshed Spider-Man suit, Toby Spider felt a strong sense of accomplishment. He turned around, proudly showing the suit to Mark. "How is it? Doesn't it look awesome again?" he asked. Mark gave him a thumbs up. "Indeed, it looks awesome." To be honest, with his skills, Toby Spider had outperformed quite a few people. The spider silk material was also excellent, although its production method was a bit peculiar, it didn't affect its excellent performance. At the same time, from Toby Spider's explanation, Mark also understood why Spider-Man's seemingly ordinary suit was so durable. It was all because of the material. As for why it sometimes ended up in a ragged state, there were two reasons. First, it might have endured attacks that exceeded its capabilities, and second, the spider silk had experienced a certain level of aging. That's right, this suit material was produced by Toby Spider using his own spider silk fluid after a certain level of processing, but it would still degrade over time. It was just that the process had been somewhat extended due to the processing. Unless it suffered significant damage, Toby Spider only needed to occasionally maintain it to keep its toughness. After showing it off for a bit, Toby Spider stored his other stuff and quickly put on the suit. "Let's go, let's save MJ." Toby Spider's gaze was determined. "Do you know where she is?" "Of course, Dr. Octopus has set up his new research lab in an abandoned church located at sea. Once we get there, we'll find Mary Jane," Mark confirmed. "But are you really going to rescue her? What's wrong?" Toby Spider turned around, puzzled, as he was getting dressed. Mark shrugged. "From what I know, Mary Jane's feelings are quite fickle. Why are you so infatuated with her?" There's actually two reasons why he didn't continue chasing Dr. Octopus after knocking him out. On one hand, the autonomous nature of the mechanical tentacles caught him by surprise, and he believed Dr. Octopus wouldn't actually harm Mary Jane. On the other hand, he simply disliked this version of Mary Jane. If it were the original animated version of Mary Jane, he would definitely find a way to rescue her first before anything else. That version of Mary Jane was not just a romantic embellishment or a side character used to showcase the love between a hero and a beautiful woman. She was strong, brave, and even learned combat skills to defend herself after discovering Peter's identity as Spider-Man. Even when kidnapped by deranged fans, she managed to turn the tables and escape. She even helped Spider-Man on several occasions. With such an independent and strong woman who genuinely cared for him, it's not surprising that Spider-Man was deeply in love with her. This is also why earlier, in Miles' world, Mark advised the middle-aged Peter to go see Mary Jane again before leaving. But this version was different. This version of Mary Jane, aside from her personality, the most crucial point was that she kept wavering between several men. The classic upside-down kiss scene from the first movie happened while she was dating Harry. And even now, Mary Jane wasn't Tobey Spider's girlfriend but rather the fiancée of the son of the Daily Bugle's boss. Like, what? Later on, despite already wearing a wedding dress and preparing to get married, she suddenly ran away from the wedding to find Peter. To a certain extent, she even caused Peter and Harry, who were once good friends, to become enemies. To sum up Mark's impression of her in one word, it would be a total bitch. Too much of a bitch. While watching the movie, Mark felt that Spider-Toby pursuing such a woman was just not worth it. There were clearly so many good women, some even genuinely fond of Tobey Spider. But for some reason, he couldn't forget about Mary Jane. Tobey Spider lowered his head, seemingly contemplating Mark's words. But Mark didn't wait for his response. After a moment of silence, Tobey Spider suddenly walked towards the balcony. Once outside, he exerted his strength and shot out Spider Silk, swinging away into the distance. Mark sighed and decided not to get involved any further in this matter. After all, it was Tobey Spider's private affair, and he had already done his duty by giving a gentle advice. Delving any deeper would not be appreciated. With that said, Mark shot out some Spider Silk and followed closely behind Tobey Spider. Soon, they arrived at New York Harbor and found the abandoned church nearby, just as Mark had described. The church was built entirely on the water, with only one road leading to the main entrance. It had been abandoned for quite some years, and recent evidence of renovation plans could be seen from the materials piled up outside. But Dr. Octopus had gotten there ahead of them. Mark and Tobey Spider crouched on the dilapidated roof of the church, peering through broken windows to observe the scene inside. Dr. Octopus was standing in front of a newly constructed machine, holding a transparent tube in his hand. Not good, he's gotten his hands on tritium again. Where did he get such a precious thing? Who is supporting him in these dangerous experiments? Tobey Spider whispered in shock. Regarding Tobey Spider's surprise and Dr. Octopus's careful handling of the high-pressure container containing tritium, Mark pursed his lips. Genius was limited by the times. Tritium is a radioactive isotope of hydrogen, symbolized as 3H. In nature, tritium is formed when deuterium nuclei are bombarded by high-energy particles from cosmic rays. Therefore, its natural abundance is extremely low. In total, there is only about 25 pounds, approximately 11.34 kg, of tritium in the world. In an era where there was no way to extract tritium, it was exceedingly rare and valuable. However, in later times, people had already mastered the technology for artificial synthesis of tritium. By using neutrons from a reactor and using lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate, or lithium-magnesium alloy as target materials, tritium could be produced in large quantities. It was primarily used in thermonuclear weapons, as a labeled compound for tracer experiments in scientific research, and in the production of glow tritium tubes. In civilian applications, since tritium's beta decay only emits high-speed electrons that do not penetrate the human body, it is only harmful if inhaled in large quantities. Thus, it is also used to make tritium gas watches and tritium keychains that glow for 24 hours. Chapter 48. This is really not good. We can't let him proceed with the experiment. His experiments could destroy the entire New York. Tobey Spider was getting anxious. During the last experiment conducted by Dr. Octopus, he used just a drop of tritium as the core and created a miniature sun with immense gravitational force, sucking everything in and outside the lab, even causing casualties. And this time, looking at the high-pressure container, it contained several times more tritium than the previous one. Alright then, I'll go stop him. You go find Mary Jane, Mark said. Okay. Tobey Spider readily agreed. The two swiftly entered through a hole in the building. In front of the machine, Dr. Octopus was completing the final calculations before his second attempt. The failure of the first experiment reminded him of his conversation with Peter in the past. He believed he had learned his lesson. This time, he would undoubtedly succeed. Stop, Dr. Otto. Mark loosened his grip, dropping down from the ceiling right beside Dr. Octopus. Startled, Dr. Octopus turned around and immediately became tense upon seeing Mark's figure. He recognized this Spider-Man as the one who had defeated him with just a few moves not long ago. You're here to stop me? Why? I only want to complete my experiment for the benefit of all mankind. Dr. Octopus yelled, do you know what my experiment can bring to humanity? It's energy of the sun, boundless energy. Dr. Octopus swung his own hand and mechanical tentacles excitedly, as if he had truly become an octopus. Mark applauded lightly. Indeed, it's a commendable ideal. I also appreciate your vision. Once successful, controlled nuclear fusion could provide humanity with the cleanest and endless energy source. But, your experiment has issues, and your approach is incorrect. What do you know? Who are you to say my experiment has issues? Challenged on his professional expertise, Dr. Octopus momentarily forgot Mark's threat and engaged in a debate. If I'm not mistaken, you're currently using the inertial confinement approach, Mark confidently stated, placing a mixture of a few milligrams of deuterium and tritium in that small sphere with a few millimeters in diameter. Then, you use an externally uniform laser beam to heat the sphere's surface, causing it to evaporate and apply pressure inward due to the reaction force. Inertial confinement, what a fitting term. Dr. Octopus' eyes lit up. Initially appearing nonchalant, his expression became serious. As an exceptional nuclear physicist, he had great confidence in his professional expertise. He had the credentials. The nuclear fusion technology he was experimenting with was still in the theoretical and experimental stages for most major countries, even in an era that was roughly a dozen or 20 years later than Mark's world. Yet, he, with his own efforts, had already completed the lab's setup and achieved experimental results. So, whatever he does, he can only rely on himself. Because very few people can keep up with his thinking. Mark looked at Dr. Octopus and continued to deceive him with something he had read in a science magazine before. When the deuterium-tritium mixture inside the small sphere is compressed, and the pressure and temperature increase rapidly, reaching the ignition temperature, the mixture will explode, generating a large amount of heat. The explosion process is extremely short, maybe just a few picoseconds. However, as long as this type of explosion happens 3 or 4 times per second and continues, the released energy will be equivalent to that of a 1,000,000 kilowatt power station. Am I right, esteemed Dr. Otto Octavius? You are absolutely right. Dr. Octopus's face flushed, looking at Mark with excitement. This was the first time someone could resonate with him intellectually. In the past, even Peter Parker, with whom he had enjoyable conversations, only presented interesting ideas based on existing knowledge. But this new Spider-Man standing before him had a vision of the future, just like him. It's truly astonishing. What's your name? I think, perhaps, we could become friends. Dr. Octopus was thrilled. Mark removed his mask, knowing that Dr. Octopus had already seen him before. He smiled faintly and said, my name is Mark. Mark? What a fitting name. Otto said while nodding with a sagely look. Due to his excitement, Otto somewhat praised his name, which was actually common and generic as shit. But Mark didn't say anything to that and just continued smiling. Dr. Octopus continued nodding and then said, then, Mark, do you think there is a problem with my experiment? This time, Dr. Octopus's tone was not accusatory and angry but genuinely inquiring. Yes, there is an issue, Mark replied. You have already conducted the first experiment, and it failed, right? Yes, Dr. Octopus nodded, a pained expression on his face. That failed experiment not only turned him from a respected nuclear physicist into an infamous criminal but also took the life of his beloved wife. What would happen if you released the intensity of thousands of megawatts of energy in an extremely small area? Mark guided Dr. Octopus. After pondering for a moment, Dr. Octopus recalled the scene of the first experiment. Then, he finally understood what Mark was trying to convey. It would create a gravitational field. If the energy is released outward at the moment of generation, it's the principle of a hydrogen bomb. However, if all that energy is confined within this container, it will create a massive amount of energy at a singularity. Before the collapse, gravity will increase, engulfing everything it can. As he spoke, Dr. Octopus's face showed a hint of panic. He hadn't considered this aspect before. Because if he wanted to achieve his goal, controlling nuclear fusion as an energy source, he must constrain this energy and not let it be released rapidly. So, he had been calculating how to find a balance between constraining and generating energy. Do you have a solution? Dr. Octopus looked at Mark anxiously. Since you have identified the problem, you must have a solution, right? Help me. Unfortunately, I don't have a solution, Mark shook his head. He knew nothing about nuclear physics. He was just an astronomy graduate student. The only reason he could deceive Dr. Octopus was that he occasionally read science magazines, and managed to remember it to this day because of his enhanced brain. While experiments related to nuclear fusion were researches conducted by every major country in his time. Crack. The mechanical tentacles behind Dr. Octopus moved. Mark sighed while rubbing his forehead with a tired expression. Why did every Dr. Octopus have this attitude? Chapter 49. Do you want to fight with me? Is it your own idea, or theirs? Mark showed no signs of panic in response to the mechanical tentacles movement. This Dr. Octopus is really unstable. When things really escalated right now, he can just use a bit of spatial power to activate Flash Step and directly break through the defense of the mechanical tentacles, delivering a deadly punch. However, spatial power is just one type of power within his body, and it's not easy to recover. Until he finds a new source, he prefers not to use it if possible, even if using it only consumes less than 0.1% of his spatial power. Huff, Dr. Octopus forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Quiet. All of you, be quiet. We can't beat him. Quiet." The last sentence was obviously directed at the artificial intelligence within the mechanical tentacles. This puzzled Mark. The artificial intelligence should only influence Dr. Octopus' mind and make him more extreme, so how come it seems they can communicate with each other? Does that mean its intelligence level can rival that of Iron Man's Jarvis? But that shouldn't be possible. Apart from not being from the same era, their fields of expertise are completely different. Dr. Octopus is a nuclear physicist. Would he even know how to design an AI as advanced as that of Tony's? Moreover, with a technological boom like the one they are experiencing, a difference of 10 years is enough to propel technology several times forward. For example, more than 10 years ago, we had 2G and 3G networks, and it took several seconds to download an image or several hours or even half a day to download a large online game. Now, with 4G and 5G coverage, you can download a game of over 100 gigabytes in just over 10 minutes. In this era, there shouldn't be any supercomputers capable of supporting high computing power for artificial intelligence. So, it's safe to say that Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles intelligence level is not that high. After ruling out the possible options, the truth is. Could this guy have hysteria? Mark seemed to understand. Hysteria, also known as a dissociative disorder, is a mental illness caused by apparent psychological factors, such as inner conflicts, emotional excitement, and self-suggestion, leading to partial or complete loss of self-identity and past memories. Due to the stimulation of electricity, the chip that suppressed the mechanical tentacles' influence on his brain was destroyed. As a result of the failed experiment, he fell from the right path and even lost his beloved wife. Under the influence of these external factors, his brain can experience strong stimulation, leading him to hallucinate the consciousness of the mechanical tentacles and even communicate with them. But in reality, the mechanical tentacles were never designed with a sound device, so they couldn't speak from the beginning. Dr. Octopus can communicate through the neurons linked to them, without needing to speak. He was just talking to himself or convincing himself. Dr. Octopus turned out to be mentally ill. Mark frowned. He had intended to control Dr. Octopus for his own purposes, as he seemed much more reliable than the female version. All he needed to do was to capture him and install an inhibitory chip. But it seems the problem goes beyond the chip, it's just one of the factors. Having a mentally ill scientist as a subordinate, Mark felt a headache. Okay, we don't want to fight you. Dr. Octopus took a step back, raising his hands in a harmless gesture and retracting his mechanical tentacles, but since you don't know how to solve this, why are you telling me all this? Mark furrowed his brow. I already told you it will fail. Are you still planning to restart the experiment? Dr. Octopus laughed heartily. So what if it fails? Is there any experiment that succeeds on the first try? The greatest inventions in the world are the result of learning from failures. Since I'm walking on this great path, I've already prepared for failure. You are indeed a competent scientist. Mark shook his head slightly, but you're clearly not on the right path. Humph. Dr. Octopus was dissatisfied with Mark's remark, but he didn't dare to act due to Mark's power. I recall someone telling the younger generation this phrase, intelligence is not a privilege, it's a gift. And you use it for the good of mankind, Mark said slowly, and now, you are trying to use your intelligence to create machines that could destroy the entire city, disregarding human lives. Do you consider your intelligence a gift or a privilege? Dr. Octopus was taken aback after hearing that. When Peter Parker visited him not long ago, he gave Peter Parker an advice. Peter Parker is a student of his friend Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors mentioned that Peter Parker is a very intelligent child but lazy and not focused on studying, which saddened him. So, as a good friend, Dr. Octopus shared this very phrase with Peter when he visited, hoping to guide him back on the right path. Do you know Peter? Asked Dr. Octopus. Kind of. Mark shrugged. Just then, Spider Toby jumped down from the ceiling and urgently asked Mark, Dr. Octopus, where did you take Mary Jane? Mark looked at him, puzzled. You haven't found Mary Jane? Toby Spider shook his head but kept his eyes on Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus wasn't surprised by Toby Spider's arrival and casually said, I've taken her. Originally, he intended to say that he handed her over to Harry Osborn to keep the two Spider-Men away from interrupting his experiments. But then he thought that knowing the hostage's safety, Spider-Man would stay and interfere with his experiment. So, instead, he decided to use this information gap. What have you done to her? Toby Spider was both anxious and angry. If you leave now, I will return her safely after I finish my experiment, otherwise, Dr. Octopus smiled sinisterly. No, this isn't you, Dr. Octopus. Toby Spider looked at Dr. Octopus's face, recalling their past friendly scenes, feeling utterly unfamiliar. This is me, Dr. Octopus roared, now, get out. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Damn it. Toby Spider was torn. On one side was his dearest person, and on the other was the whole New York City. He found it challenging to choose. Mark sighed, since things have come to this point, then I can only buzz. At this moment, his spider sense tingled. Chapter 50. Mark hadn't finished speaking when he instinctively followed the guidance of the spider sense and jumped to the side, leaving the original spot. In the process, he also pulled Toby Spider out of harm's way. In an instant, only Dr. Octopus was left standing on the ground. Whiz, 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 several spheres crashed through the glass and landed on the ground, making clinking sounds. These are pumpkin bombs. Toby Spider quickly recognized the objects. Boom. 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 Explosions followed one after another. The place where the three were originally standing was now covered in smoke and debris. Above them, the already dilapidated roof of the church was hit by the shockwaves and on the verge of collapse. Mark and Toby Spider quickly changed their positions and climbed up the wall. Toby Spider's tone was serious and puzzled. Those are Green Goblin's equipment, but Green Goblin died 2 years ago. Mark squinted his eyes. It was the second Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. But if he remembered correctly, this was the plot of Spider-Man 3. The events of the third movie should have taken place a few months after the second one, right? Why is it happening ahead of time? Is it the butterfly effect? But he hasn't met Harry, and since he came here, he has only interacted with Toby Spider and Dr. Octopus. Toby Spider has been with him all along, so he couldn't be the wind of the butterfly effect. So, could it be Dr. Octopus? Did he meet Harry Osborn before they arrived? And from the looks of it, their encounter didn't seem pleasant. Mark's mind was quite agile now, and based on the limited information available, he deduced quite a lot. Otto! Come out! The second-generation Green Goblin's roar echoed from outside. The arriving person was indeed Harry Osborn. At this moment, he was riding a more advanced glider than his father's, wearing Green Goblin armor, but not the same full-face mask as his father. He chose a half-face helmet that covered only the upper part of his face. A pair of eyes glowed faintly green beneath the visor, giving him a menacing look. Boom! The dilapidated church floor trembled. Amidst the swirling dust, several mechanical tentacles quickly extended, and shortly after, a bedraggled Dr. Octopus walked out, his face filled with anger. Just now, at the moment of the pumpkin grenade explosion, the mechanical tentacles closed to form a protective shield, saving him from immediate death. Dr. Octopus looked up through the hole in the roof, gazing at the second-generation Green Goblin in the sky. Harry Osborn, are you here to die? Do you want me to kill you? Harry? That guy is Harry? Toby Spider exclaimed in shock. Yes, Mark nodded. Harry inherited his father's legacy and became the second Green Goblin. No, this can't be true. Toby Spider became anxious. Harry was his very good friend, but Green Goblin had always left an impression of destruction and madness. Be careful, Mark warned. What's wrong? Harry has always believed that you killed his father. Now that he has the power for revenge, do you think he might come after you, Spider-Man? Mark said. Oh, damn. Toby Spider felt a headache. I don't want to be enemies with Harry. Do you want me to teach you a method? Mark said, this is something other Spider-Men have taught me. What method? Hurry and teach me. Toby Spider was eager to learn. Mark raised a fist, physical persuasion. Meanwhile, on the other side, a fight was about to break out. Green Goblin Jr. had come for revenge this time. Earlier, after Dr. Octopus left, anger, hatred, and other negative emotions filled Harry's mind. Under the influence of that voice in his head, Harry still entered the secret chamber and drank the green liquid. He was unconscious for half an hour. Upon waking up, he found his body filled with power. He assembled the new glider that was already designed on the table, put on the Green Goblin armor, equipped some pumpkin bombs, and rushed towards Dr. Octopus. He wanted to make Dr. Octopus pay for insulting, threatening, and almost killing him. After that, he would go after Spider-Man and avenge his father. Boom! Little Green Goblin Jr. threw another pumpkin bomb. Dr. Octopus attempted to catch it with his mechanical tentacles and throw it back. However, Harry learned his lesson. Green Goblin 2 had already calculated the explosion time. When Dr. Octopus grabbed the bomb with his mechanical tentacles, it immediately exploded. Luckily, his tentacles were made of high-strength alloy, otherwise, they might have been destroyed. This guy, Dr. Octopus glanced behind him and found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he was worried that Green Goblin 2 would keep throwing pumpkin bombs, which could damage the experimental equipment he had painstakingly rebuilt. Especially the laser beam device, which required him to rob several bank vaults to gather enough resources. And the tritium, it was something that money alone couldn't buy. Only a big company like Osborne Industries, which had a direct cooperation with the military, could acquire such energy. There was nowhere easy to rob these things. So, he wanted to leave this place, and even if he had to fight, he couldn't let it affect the equipment. But on the other hand, there were those two annoying Spider-Men up there. They were here to sabotage his experiments. If he left, what if they took the opportunity to cause more destruction? Seeing that Green Goblin 2 was about to launch another attack, Dr. Octopus suddenly shouted, "Wait, Harry." Green Goblin 2 stopped and looked at Dr. Octopus with a smirk. "Do you want to beg for mercy?" Feeling the power coursing through him, he had a sense of invincibility, as if he could challenge anything. "No." Dr. Octopus said, "I want to tell you that Spider-Man is here. We can team up and take them down together." Oh. Green Goblin 2's eyes lit up, and a wicked smile formed on his lips. "Spider-Man. Where are you? Come out." Mark and Toby Spider were utterly confused. Mark nudged Toby Spider, "They are looking for you." Toby Spider said, "Hey, aren't you Spider-Man too? But you are the Spider-Man of this world, aren't you?" Bide said. Toby Spider gave a pitiful look. "I can't take them on alone. Will you help me, friend? Call me Big Bro." "What? Call me Big Bro? Arg, that's not fair." Toby Spider gritted his teeth. "Will you call me Big Bro or not? Be Big Bro." "Good, little brother, let's go." Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. Toby Spider raised his fist, indicating, "Did they really teach you to use this to solve problems?" His face looked somewhat odd. Mark jumped out from a hole, appearing on the dilapidated roof of the rundown church, watching the Green Goblin 2 flying in the sky without looking back. He said, "Of course. But using fists to solve problems feels a bit strange." Toby Spider also stood beside Mark, looking at his own fist. "Do you know, there's a great educator who once said something similar to what other Spider-Men have told me." Mark continued to observe Green Goblin 2's appearance, analyzing his equipment and strength, as he spoke. "What did they say?" Toby Spider grew even more curious. "Confucius said if a man in the morning hear the right way, he may die in the evening without regret." Mark explained. "The golden rule guy. What does that mean, though?" Toby Spider asked. "It means, if you know the path to your enemy's house in the morning, you can go eliminate them by evening. It tells us that dealing with enemies should not show any mercy or delay intentionally, as delay can lead to unexpected changes." Mark said earnestly. Toby Spider suddenly realized as he replied, "Oh. So that's how it is." His words are good. Mark thought for a moment and then said, "If you're interested, you can also read one of his works, called Swing Language. Swing Language? Toby Spider pondered, then said, I remember seeing a book called Analects before, does it have a connection to this? Not far off, one is about convincing with reason, the other with virtue, Mark explained. Oh. Toby Spider finally understood, deciding to find time to read swing language. He thought that Mark must be so powerful due to often reading this swing language. Little did Mark know that Toby Spider was actually fooled by the casual nonsense he came up with. In reality, he had been evaluating Green Goblin 2 since his appearance. He found it strange, why did Green Goblin look so green? Like literally. It wasn't just the issue with the Green Goblin suit, even his eyes were green. It seemed eerie. But, while the eyes could be explained by some high-tech lenses in that part of the visor, the obvious green on the lower half of the face revealed under the half-helmet couldn't be explained with technology. Was it makeup? He think not. This Green Goblin drank the Green Goblin serum. Mark was slightly surprised as he came to that realization. The direction of the plot was even bigger than he had estimated. Because one don't underestimate the Green Goblin. This guy is one of Spider-Man's formidable enemies. Not only does he have high-tech equipment, but he's also been enhanced with a variant super soldier serum. A combination of internal and external strength. The Green Goblin Jr. in Andrew Spider's story even caused the death of Spider-Man's first love. After this, Mark planned to find an opportunity to go there and try to save that version of Gwen. Spider-Man. You sewer crawler. Green Goblin immediately roared angrily at Mark, who had come out first. However, his roar was abruptly cut off. Because he saw the second one. Why are there two Spider-Men? Green Goblin Jr. mind couldn't process it for a moment. Boom! Two mechanical tentacles shot out from below, one on the left and one on the right, trying to grab Mark and Toby Spider's feet. He didn't want to waste time catching up with old times with Green Goblin and them. Quickly start the fight, then pull the battlefield away, that's the way to go. Sensing the danger, Mark and Toby Spider jumped away instantly. With the fight starting, Green Goblin's brain, filled with alien emotions, immediately pushed all questions aside. He swiped his hand, and a row of arm blades appeared on his arm, while the glider under his feet started accelerating. In an extremely short period of time, the glider's speed broke through 100 meters per second. Green Goblin almost turned into a streak of extreme shadow, rushing towards Mark. Mark was somewhat speechless. Is it because I came out first that they're targeting me? Thinking this, Mark's actions were not slow. Mark didn't make a big move, just casually kicked up a broken piece of wood by his foot and hurled it at Green Goblin. Harry Osborn swiped his hand, splitting the wooden board in half. But this wasn't Mark's main goal. As the wooden board shattered upon being struck by the rapidly moving Green Goblin, it immediately turned into flying debris. Despite having lenses protecting his eyes, he couldn't avoid the momentary obstruction of his vision. Seizing this opportunity, Mark leaped high and performed a sweeping kick midair. This was the result of Mark's rapid mental calculations, using Green Goblin's speed and his own leg sweeping speed as variables. Just as Mark anticipated. When his leg completed a 90-degree sweep, Green Goblin appeared right in front of him. Smack! A loud sound, and Green Goblin was swept off his glider and crashed into the nearby sea. Meanwhile, on the other side, Toby Spider had already started battling Dr. Octopus. The cunning Dr. Octopus used his first two mechanical tentacles as a feint, while he had another hidden. Taking advantage of Toby Spider's dodging motion during the first attack, the hidden third tentacle struck, grabbing his leg, pulling him into the church, and then delivering a barrage of blows. As the battle temporarily ended on Mark's side, he happened to see Toby Spider being thrown out of the church. Hey, buddy, need help? Mark shouted loudly. Oh. I'm fine, I can handle it. Toby Spider responded from midair. Seeing him still energetic, Mark felt relieved that nothing serious had happened. Toby Spider extended his hand, using his web to stabilize his position, reaching a nearby utility pole. Then, he grabbed the pole with both hands, executed a 360-degree swing, changing his direction from backward to forward, flying back toward the church. Splash! After calling his glider underwater, Green Goblin used it to return to the surface. He breathed heavily, looking at Mark. The cold seawater had calmed him slightly. Through the intense battle just now, he realized that his lack of combat training made him no match for the Spider-Man before him. So, he decided to use his advantage and create distance to launch attacks. With this in mind, Green Goblin retrieved several dart grenades. The appearance of these dart grenades was similar to pumpkin grenades, but they didn't contain explosive material and couldn't detonate. They were loaded with tracking devices inside and had automatic target locking capabilities. Once thrown, the outer shell would partially shatter, revealing sharp alloy blades that spun at high speed, creating an extremely sharp cutting effect. Moreover, due to their rotating flight, they made very little noise, making them ideal assassination tools. Chapter 52. 3 dart grenades formed a triangular shape mid-air and flew swiftly towards Mark. Buzz. Mark contorted his body in mid-air at an incredible angle, allowing the 3 dart grenades to pass by him. The blades on the side of the dart grenades emitted a faint hum as they rapidly spun through the air near his ears. But he knew it wasn't over. The dart grenades would track him. After Mark corrected his posture, he immediately shot a web towards Green Goblin Jr. Snap! The web hit Green Goblin Jr.'s armor, instantly expanding into a small web, firmly sticking him. Get down from there. Mark exerted a sudden force, pulling Green Goblin Jr. down. But Green Goblin Jr. didn't want to come down. So, he adjusted his posture, attempting to counter Mark's strength. However, while the enhancement from the Green Goblin serum took effect quickly, its effectiveness was slightly lower compared to Spider-Man's spider genetics. More importantly, Green Goblin Jr. was still in the air. His pulling force affected the glider, but the glider's maximum weight capacity was less than 200 kilograms, far from being able to withstand several tons of force. The glider immediately malfunctioned, taking Green Goblin Jr. downward uncontrollably. At this moment, the 3 dart grenades, guided by their internal tracking systems, returned. Seeing this, Mark exerted a powerful force, pulling Green Goblin Jr. along with the glider downward. Then, with a mid-air kick, he kicked the glider in the direction of the dart grenades. Boom! Boom! A burst of flames erupted as the glider and the 3 dart grenades were obliterated. Just as Green Goblin Jr. was about to rise, Mark stepped on him, forcing him back to the ground. Mark raised his fist, lowering his head. Are you sober now? Do you want me to use a secret technique to help you? Go to hell. Green Goblin Jr.'s voice was somewhat deranged as he swung his arm-bladed right hand toward Mark's leg. Quite irritable, young people shouldn't be so irritable. Mark raised an eyebrow, flicked his foot, kicking his right hand back, then, snap snap, he shot out 2 strands of web, using them to pin Green Goblin Jr.'s hands to the ground. It's better to wait for him to calm down and have a proper chat. Mark muttered to himself. Afterward, he sat down, enjoying the intense battle between Toby Spider and Dr. Octopus. Guided by Dr. Octopus, the two of them had already fought their way from the dilapidated church to the outside. For Toby Spider, Dr. Octopus was indeed a formidable adversary. Although he had been Spider-Man for 2.5 years, he hadn't encountered many challenging enemies. Generally, he dealt with minor thieves stealing bicycles, robbers snatching money, and such. Thus, he lacked sufficient experience against strong individual opponents. However, Toby Spider was quite intelligent. His learning ability was exceptional. Through studying Mark's combat techniques and accumulating experience from battling Dr. Octopus, Toby Spider was rapidly growing. Before long, he managed to overpower Dr. Octopus. Then, seizing the opportunity, he used webbing to firmly bind all of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles together. Deprived of the assistance of his mechanical tentacles, Dr. Octopus was like a toothless and declawed tiger, suddenly losing his threat. Toby Spider gestured a thumbs up towards Mark's direction, then carried Dr. Octopus over. Let go of me. You killed my father, I will kill you, avenge him. Kill you. Green Goblin Jr.'s hands were stuck, but he continued to shout incessantly, displaying a rather neurotic demeanor. His constant shouting made Mark want to punch him. If it weren't for the possibility of redemption for this Green Goblin Jr. and the need to consider Toby Spider's feelings, Mark would have wanted to punch him and knock his teeth out. His constant blabbering was so annoying. Seeing Toby Spider return, Mark pointed at the Green Goblin Jr. on the ground. I'll leave the task of convincing him to you. Toby Spider looked at his friend in a crazed state on the ground. The joy that had risen due to their victory in battle vanished from his face. He nodded silently and gently placed Dr. Octopus on the ground before walking towards Green Goblin Jr. After hesitating for a moment, he removed his own mask and with a dry voice, said, Harry. The Green Goblin Jr., who had been in a crazed state, suddenly came to a halt. The manic emotions of Green Goblin Jr. rapidly subsided, and the personality of Harry Osborn once again took the forefront. Peter. After taking a glance, Mark decided to leave first. He had no intention of getting involved in the matter between these two friends. Although the storyline had taken a somewhat different turn so far, for Mark, as an entity capable of traversing the multiverse, understanding the true significance of being familiar with the plot was not about being prescient, rather, it was the ability to deduce a character's true personality through their original storyline. This Green Goblin Jr. wasn't as ferocious and inhumane as the Andrew Garfield's version. Nor was he as fanatical and deranged as his father. After reconciling with Toby Spider, he might even be willing to sacrifice himself to save him. He could be considered a brother who would lay down his life. Thinking this, Mark lifted Dr. Octopus, who was by his side, and carried him into the dilapidated church, leaving the two estranged brothers to themselves. "What do you want to do? Don't touch my equipment." Dr. Octopus struggled vehemently. However, without his mechanical tentacles, he was just an ordinary chubby scientist. Even if Mark ignored him, he couldn't carry the restricted tentacles around for an extended period without his mechanical assistance. Although they were made of lightweight alloy and not very heavy, they still weighed tens of kilograms. Looking at the chubby man twisting and turning in his grasp, Mark sighed in exasperation. "Dr. Octavius, I have no interest in your equipment." "You needn't be so defensive." "Then what do you want?" Dr. Octopus looked at Mark warily. Mark responded, "Aren't you curious about my origins?" "I can tell you." Dr. Octopus immediately ceased struggling. Indeed, he was extremely curious about Mark's origins. The equipment Mark was wearing, his display of knowledge beyond their time, everything made him more and more intrigued about Mark's identity. As far as he knew, the technological level of this time shouldn't be so high. Mark continued, "Dr. Octavius, you specialize in nuclear physics, right?" Dr. Octopus nodded. "Well, I wonder if you've researched quantum physics?" Mark inquired. "Of course." Dr. Octopus exclaimed, "Nuclear physics is built upon the foundation of quantum physics." "But what does this have to do with your origins?" "It has everything to do with it," Mark smiled mysteriously, "because, you see, I come from another universe." Dr. Octopus's expression froze. "Another universe?" Then, he gasped in shock as he realized something big, the theory of parallel universes. "It's actually real." Mark simply watched him with a smile. His decision was prompted by the fact that he had thought of a clever way to win over Dr. Octopus. Chapter 53. There isn't a single person fond of quantum physics who wouldn't be interested in the existence of parallel universes. And no one can resist the allure of personally traversing through parallel universes. Especially someone like Dr. Octopus, who loves climbing the technological ladder. This is Mark's bargaining chip. However, Dr. Octopus was cautious. He didn't immediately believe what Mark said just because he said it. "Do you have any evidence?" Dr. Octopus looked at Mark and inquired. Mark shrugged, "I don't have evidence, but you might consider taking a gamble, either believe me or continue struggling with your research, which has a failure rate as high as 99%. Dr. Octopus fell into silence. Mark's words had struck a chord with him. In his manic state, you could preach all the wisdom of the world to Dr. Octopus, and he would only give you two big slaps. But now that his research problems were directly brought up, he had no way to argue back. He couldn't even muster up any anger. Because whether it was his original self or the crazed version under the influence of mechanical tentacles, at the core, he was a scientist driven to madness by his research. While Dr. Octopus was silently contemplating, Toby Spider walked in from outside. Mark looked at him and didn't see the figure of Green Goblin Jr. Toby Spider explained, "Harry has already gone back." Mark nodded. He wasn't concerned about Harry Osborn's whereabouts. His actions were just meant to help Toby Spider and his good brother reconcile in a more peaceful manner, resolving the animosity born from a mistake. After all, Toby Spider was that guy's best friend. He looked at Dr. Octopus. "Dr. Octavius, what's your decision?" Dr. Octopus also gazed at him. "What do you want me to do? And what can I gain from it?" Mark's body trembled. He had been waiting for this question. "Then let's start by discussing what you can gain," he responded. "Sure," Dr. Octopus agreed readily. "I can traverse different parallel universes. What do you think I can bring to you? Or rather, what is it that you desire the most?" Mark flipped the question back to Dr. Octopus, A/N, insert TV show Lucifer, LOL. Dr. Octopus fell into silence once again. What did he want? If parallel universes existed, what he wanted the most was. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he spoke with a rare soft look in his eyes, "I want Rosie." Rosie was his wife's name. In the first experiment, due to Dr. Octopus's failure to consider the enormous gravitational issues caused by inertia constraints, a massive gravitational field formed during the experiment, attracting the glass at the experiment site and tragically killing his beloved wife, Rosie. Her death dealt a heavy blow to Dr. Octopus and was one of the main reasons he transitioned from a renowned scientist to a criminal. Mark nodded slightly. The fact that Dr. Octopus could prioritize his deceased wife over caring about otherworldly technology or anything else spoke volumes. This wish can be granted, Mark said, his tone a bit odd, as if he had become the Shinran summoned from the Dragon Balls. Pausing for a moment, he continued, among the countless universes in the multiverse, there's surely a world where Otto lost Rose, and another where Rose lost Otto. If the opportunity arises, you'll be able to see her again. Such a situation was not implausible. According to the theories of quantum universes and the multiverse, parallel universes are born due to the irregular activities of quantum particles. For example, consider crossing a road. In the normal world, you walk directly from one side of the road to the other. But now, a footbridge has appeared on the road, allowing people to walk across from above. The footbridge represents parallel universe A of the road. Similarly, if you dig an underground tunnel beneath the road, that underground tunnel could be considered parallel universe B. For the same pedestrian, quantum particle, standing on one side of the road, there are now 3 different paths. If you extend the road infinitely, the plot of the parallel universes will fork here, creating different worlds. However, some might, for various reasons, return to the correct path. Perhaps in one parallel universe, it's Dr. Octopus who died in the first experiment, not Rosie. And in that same universe, Dr. Octopus would die in the second experiment, making the only difference between these 2 parallel universes the interval between Dr. Octopus's 2 experiments. Everything else would be exactly the same. For such highly similar twin parallel universes, isn't the Rosie of that universe essentially the Rosie of this universe? Of course, actually, if possible, there's a simpler method he could pursue. That would be to travel back to a timeline earlier than this one, and save Rose before her death. However, if he did that, it would create a time paradox or even give rise to a new parallel universe. Manipulating timelines and creating new branches within them is the prerogative of eternity. That literal God being typically don't concern themselves with the multiverse, but if too many new parallel universes suddenly sprout forth, who's to say they won't take notice? Adhering to the principle of caution and restraint, Mark felt it would be best not to overreach before his strength was sufficient. Dr. Octopus also recognized the urgency of the matter but could only nod in silent agreement. Mark observed his reaction and finally released the last bit of tension he had felt. This was his first time genuinely building influence in a parallel universe. Beginnings are always difficult. He didn't expect this kind of promise would make Dr. Octopus, such a brilliant scientist, work for him wholeheartedly. At most, it was just giving him a direction to strive towards. Desire is what fuels ambition and prevents wavering. Mark said, in addition to that, I'll help you access mature theoretical knowledge and more advanced research materials from other worlds. Upon hearing this, Dr. Octopus was immediately intrigued. Advanced knowledge from parallel universes. This could save him from taking many detours. What can I do for you? Dr. Octopus's tone had become much more earnest. Mark replied, be my scientific advisor. First and foremost, let's start by improving the nanometal battle suit. Dr. Octopus became interested when Mark mentioned this new term. Nanotechnology, another new subject. Subsequently, Mark stored away his battle suit and handed over the pendant-shaped control switch worn on his chest to Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus willingly accepted the job. He saw this as Mark's initiation test for him. Regardless of whether what Mark said was true or not, researching this nanometal battle suit wouldn't be a loss. After all, he was also deeply interested in nanotechnology himself. One immediate advantage was that if he mastered this technology, he wouldn't need to carry those 4 mechanical tentacles behind him wherever he went. A scientist is a scientist. Dr. Octopus quickly immersed himself in his work. Chapter 54. Seeing Dr. Octopus's dedication to his work, Mark felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He had a reason for going to great lengths to win over Dr. Octopus, of course. The title of scientific advisor, equipment improvement, these were all just pretenses. At the core of it all, he wanted to study his own situation, to develop his own abilities. He had an intuition that what he was displaying now was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to his true power. However, he currently only knew that he could quantum traverse to other parallel universes and had managed to develop the ability to instantaneously reshape his quantum self in another location, even in the midst of extreme emotional fluctuations, the flash step. But beyond that, his self-understanding and research into more abilities had made no progress at all. So, he needed the help of more physicists. They could help him analyze, teach him about this field of knowledge and thus, aid him in his development. Certainly, these were all Mark's ultimate goals. Currently, he and Dr. Octopus had only achieved a preliminary cooperation, it wasn't the time yet to discuss these matters. Mark also didn't feel comfortable letting someone who could potentially be an enemy study him. Nanoparticles, external objects like these, weren't a big deal. If he ran out, he could always go get more. During this process, SpiderMan had been silently observing from the sidelines. He didn't obstruct Mark from recruiting Dr. Octopus. On the contrary, he even felt a bit of gratitude. Grateful that Mark had persuaded Dr. Octopus to turn over a new leaf. It was something he wanted to do but couldn't. However, while he might not want to, Mark didn't want to let him off. Mark turned to SpiderMan and said, "Peter, how about you help as well? You can also bring Harry along." "How can I help?" SpiderMan showed little enthusiasm. Mark explained, "You should know, scientific creations can be turned into profit. You and Dr. Octopus can collaborate on developing civilian devices, using Harry's Osborn Corporation as the external sales channel. It can help generate research funds and improve your own lives." SpiderMan seemed to be deep in thought. Mark was a bit exasperated. In fact, he had never quite understood why SpiderMan, who possessed a sharp mind, was content with making a living delivering takeout and selling staged photographs, leading such a miserable life. With his intelligence, by simply dedicating some time aside from being a superhero to conducting basic research, he could easily develop many useful devices and greatly improve his quality of life. After all, Spider-Man's intellect wasn't inferior to Iron Man's. If Iron Man could create Stark Industries, then in certain worlds, Spider-Man could surely establish Parker Industries. But the fact that Spider-Man was only running a selfie business under the Parker brand was indeed a bit underwhelming. He felt he should extend a helping hand to this childhood idol of his. After all, wasn't he even considered a big brother to him? Imagine if you could develop more devices that make people's lives easier. Wouldn't that fundamentally enhance people's lives? Isn't that a form of being a superhero? Aunt May is getting older. Don't you want her to avoid working hard and worrying about you in her old age? It's time to grow up, Peter. Mark looked at Spider-Man, urging him earnestly. His words struck a chord with Spider-Man as well. Spider-Man nodded solemnly. Mark's words had illuminated a new path for him. Spider-Man was a good kid, otherwise, he wouldn't have held Uncle Ben's last words close to his heart, using them as motivation to persevere through countless difficulties. Now, hearing Mark's words, he had a sudden realization. He was growing up, and Aunt May was growing old. He couldn't let Aunt May end up with no one to rely on in her old age. Mark patted his shoulder. But you'll also need to talk to Harry about it. Spider-Man nodded. He believed Harry would agree. After Norman Osborn's death, Harry inherited the Osborn Corporation. However, he lacked experience in managing the company and had been living off of the profits from it for the past 2 years. The company's performance had been declining day by day. This led Harry to take risky actions, supporting Dr. Octopus in his theoretical experiment in an attempt to turn things around. Unfortunately, Dr. Octopus failed. This not only exacerbated the already struggling Osborn Corporation but also put it in an even worse position. Now, with alternative solutions that could help the Osborn Corporation recover, it would be hard for Harry not to agree. As for how to resolve the grievances between Harry and Dr. Octopus, it would depend on Spider-Man's ability as an intermediary. In this way, even if events unfolded in a similar manner to the third installment, with appearances by Venom and Sandman, Spider-Man along with Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin's abilities could handle it completely, avoiding the need for Green Goblin to sacrifice himself like before. After advising Spider-Man, Mark approached Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus stood by a table, his hands and 2 mechanical tentacles working in coordination to study and analyze the nanometal armor. Seeing Mark approach, there was no reaction from him. Mark had to take the initiative and briefly explain the effects he wanted to achieve. Mainly, he wanted to incorporate the mind into the nanometal armor, allowing localized nanomaterialization based on his commands. Dr. Octopus impatiently nodded, showing dissatisfaction at being interrupted during his research. However, after hearing Mark's request, he agreed. It's not complicated. You just need to add a simple device to this central control unit. Do you want an intelligent or non-intelligent version? What's the difference? Mark asked. The intelligent version is more precise but takes more time. The non-intelligent version can only operate based on preset modules. The advantage is simplicity. If you want the non-intelligent version, I can make it by hand for you right now. For the intelligent version, you'll need to provide me with a lab equipped with a high-precision lithography machine, Dr. Octopus replied without looking up. Then let's go with the non-intelligent version for now, Mark said helplessly. Where was he going to find a high-precision lithography machine? Dr. Octopus then said, you can ask Harry Osborn. Osborn Corporation has the lithography machine I need. Mark was momentarily taken aback, then it clicked. Of course. Green Goblin's armor, the glider controlled with ease, and Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles all had the shadow of Osborn Corporation behind them. So, the Osborn Corporation must have a high-precision lithography machine. However, Dr. Octopus's words made Mark feel a bit strange. What did he mean by, ask Harry Osborn for it? It sounded as if he was asking for something so casually. Later, Mark approached SpiderMan and asked him to help facilitate a connection to Harry Osborn, to discuss the possibility of collaboration. On his end, he began working with Dr. Octopus to dismantle the equipment. Chapter 55. This place is in such a dilapidated state, already run down and weathered, further ravaged by a major battle, and being by the seaside, standing here feels chilly. Using this as a lab is really bare bones. If a collaboration with Osborn Corporation is possible, of course, these instruments should be moved over there. Even if there's a slight chance that the collaboration doesn't work out, this place is no longer viable after this major battle. Spider-Man agreed to Mark's request and left to find Harry. Meanwhile, Mark took advantage of helping to dismantle things to secretly inspect this equipment. It must be said that Dr. Octopus is truly an extraordinary genius. Even in the future, conducting nuclear fusion research requires a vast facility and the efforts of countless personnel. Yet, in this comparatively backward era, Dr. Octopus, single-handedly, managed to create a small-scale nuclear fusion device. In fact, if Dr. Octopus took this thing to seek investments, there would be plenty of people lining up with money to invest, even if it had already failed once. But as long as it succeeds, it would be something that makes money faster than a printing press. Infinite energy. Capable of impacting every facet of life. To give a simple example, the annual electricity consumption of the city for 20 years is roughly 157.6 billion kilowatt-hours, which amounts to about 430 million kilowatt-hours per day. Dr. Octopus's nuclear fusion device can generate about 1 million kilowatt-hours of electricity per second. Just running this device for 7 minutes and 10 seconds would fulfill the city's daily electricity needs. What a terrifying energy source this is. And the price of tritium, at $30,000 per gram, is not much at all. The profits involved are self-evident. Its only drawback at the moment is the inability to resolve the immense gravitational force that arises when containing the enormous energy. As long as this issue can be solved, it will be humanity's stepping stone into a new era. For others, perhaps, this might be quite challenging. The original Dr. Octopus could only hold his regrets and despair as his research went to the depths of the sea. But Mark can traverse various worlds. Isn't the arc reactor that Iron Man uses essentially a similar device to a cold fusion reactor? By then, it's best to establish a good relationship with the MCU Spider-Man and then find an opportunity to borrow the arc reactor for research. Iron Man shouldn't mind, right? As for Mark's stealing knowledge behavior, Dr. Octopus didn't mind. In fact, if Mark asked him questions about the equipment, he might even respond enthusiastically. Mark speculated that this might partly be due to the influence of the nanometal. When the two of them were almost finished dismantling, Spider-Man returned with Harry Osborn. However, this time, Harry Osborn wasn't in his Green Goblin armor, he arrived in a small car. Even Spider-Man changed back into his regular attire. They also brought a few large trucks with them. The two of them entered first and explained the situation. For the sake of Osborn Corporation's continuation, Harry Osborn decided to temporarily reconcile with Dr. Octopus. He also hired Dr. Octopus as the chief research scientist of Osborn Corporation's scientific laboratory. Peter also joined in. However, considering his hidden identity issue and to avoid affecting his ongoing role as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter was given the position of a researcher. Harry Osborn only required him to come to the lab in his spare time to carry out research, utilizing his intelligence and brainstorming with Dr. Octopus. Lastly, there was Mark. Mark's identity was more complicated than their Spider-Man's, but after learning about his true origins, Harry hired him as the scientific consultant of the Osborn Laboratory. Osborn Corporation wouldn't provide him with a salary, but they allowed him to share in the research results. The four of them quickly finalized their collaboration agreement. Then, the people Harry Osborn brought loaded Dr. Octopus's equipment onto the trucks. After some concealment efforts, they successfully delivered Dr. Octopus to the Osborn Corporation building. Upon arrival, Dr. Octopus, who had been scribbling calculations and sketches along the way, couldn't hold back his excitement about the nanometal. He immediately dove into the laboratory. Mark, Spider-Man, and Harry Osborn followed suit. The Osborn Corporation was grand in scale. Although it had declined due to mismanagement, they still had a wide array of cutting-edge equipment. The high-precision lithography machine Dr. Octopus had mentioned soon appeared before them. Afterward, Dr. Octopus got straight to work. Not long after, he produced a chip the size of a fingernail. This was the so-called smart chip he had mentioned. After combining the chip with the original central control device, a brand new nanometal suit equipped with an intelligent system was born. Of course, Dr. Octopus's expertise in artificial intelligence was clearly not on par with Iron Man's. His artificial intelligence was merely auxiliary in nature. It could perform some minor operations based on the operator's intentions, far from the level of Jarvis. But for Mark, this was already sufficient. After all, he just needed to use the suit more comfortably and freely. Of course, while Dr. Octopus was busy improving his suit, Mark didn't sit idly by. Apart from initially observing Dr. Octopus's work attentively, Mark and the others engaged in casual conversation as they couldn't quite comprehend the technical details. Mark also took the opportunity to mention some ideas for civilian devices from the future, such as smaller LCD screens compared to the bulky TV computers of this era, smartphones, and smart homes. These inventions wouldn't be difficult for the Osborn Corporation, which possessed military technology, to develop, and the profits would be substantial. Harry Osborn readily agreed, perhaps because his corporation's decline had left him eager for new opportunities. He noted down all of Mark's casually mentioned ideas and planned to analyze their feasibility one by one later. That evening, at Harry Osborn's enthusiastic invitation, Mark enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Early the next morning, Mark took his leave then, in the presence of Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, and Harry Osborn, he activated his abilities. Quantum travel. Witnessing Mark traverse parallel universes and depart from their location left Dr. Octopus and the others undoubtedly astonished. This was precisely Mark's intention. He wanted to ease their concerns. Spider-Man's state of mind wasn't a worry, being Spider-Man, his mental fortitude exceeded even his physical strength. However, Dr. Octopus and Harry Osborn, who hadn't yet been healed completely, needed a touch of both extra anticipation and pressure. The scene before them shifted from blurry to clear, then back to blurry. Familiar surroundings appeared before Mark. This was the scene within the microcosmic quantum world during his interdimensional travels. It was the irregular fluctuations of these quantum states on the microscale that gave rise to the different trajectories of macroscopic parallel universes. With limited abilities, Mark couldn't remain in this state for an extended period. Soon, he located the variables unique to his original universe and converted his body into a quantum stream for transmission. Chapter 56. In the lush forest, a group of birds suddenly took flight. A figure slowly materialized on the branch of a large tree. That person was Mark, of course. The strength of his body provided him with exceptional balance, allowing him to easily stand on a branch that was less than half a foot thick. Afterward, Mark observed his surroundings and noticed little had changed since he left. He leaped to a higher branch, then stooped to pick up the mobile phone he had wedged between the tree branches earlier. Originally, he had intended to bring the phone with him during his interdimensional travel. However, he needed to consider the time difference between the two worlds, so he ultimately decided to leave it behind. Upon powering on the phone, he obtained the current time in this world. As for the other side, Mark tapped the pendant hanging from his chest, causing a device similar to a wristwatch to appear on his left wrist. This was the web shooter on his left wrist. The shooter contained a communication device, which resolved the communication issue that arose when wearing the suit without a place to hide the phone. In the world of Miles, this communication device could even connect to the police's internal radio, allowing Mark to receive real-time crime updates. While parameters might need adjusting for other worlds, the basic timekeeping function remained intact. When Mark checked, he was quite surprised. The times on both sides were identical. This meant that his journey this time had indeed taken a full day and night. This differed from his initial interdimensional travel to Miles' world, where 4 days equaled 2 hours. Was it because interdimensional travel time itself was disordered? Or was it due to differences between these two worlds? If it were disordered, things would be troublesome. What if one day he went to another world and returned to find centuries had passed here? Not only would everything change, but even objects would not withstand the ravages of time. At that point, it would truly be a world of difference. In that case, what significance did this world hold for him? Yet upon closer consideration, it was too hasty to deem it purely disordered. For any astonishing coincidence, there was invariably a fixed logic behind it. The flow rate of his world and the flow rate of Toby Spider's world were incredibly consistent. This indicated that there must be some form of correlation between the two worlds. On the other hand, the vast difference between his world and Miles' world suggested a lower level of correlation. Could it be because Miles' world was an animation originally while the Spider-Man world was a live-action movie? Was it because the latter shared a higher degree of similarity with his world, while the former had a lower degree of similarity? Mark scratched his head irritably. The matter of the multiverse was indeed incredibly complex. This only served to solidify his determination to study quantum physics. Only through that could he unravel the mysteries within. After slipping the phone into his pocket, Mark didn't immediately leave the forest. He casually found a tree branch and sat on it, gazing into the distance through the gaps between leaves. He pondered his next destination for interdimensional travel. Perhaps he should target Toby's world a few months from now. Before leaving, he had memorized the variables of that world, essentially fixing the coordinates of that world. Getting there was straightforward. Furthermore, due to his knowledge of the original storyline, he could easily add subsequent plot parameters to the known variables. This way, he could achieve the effect of traveling to that world a few months later, which was during the events of Spider-Man 3. However, it seemed somewhat pointless to go back again. A few months' time probably wouldn't yield significant progress in Dr. Octopus's research. Additionally, if he didn't approach with genuine intentions next time, who could guarantee that the doctor wouldn't change his mind? After all, the doctor was still a psychosomatic patient. Alternatively, he could go to the world of the Miles. He had noted down the variables, universal coordinates, from Miles' world, so traveling there was also feasible. But the time difference between the two worlds gave him some concerns about going back. Last time, it was 4 days there and 2 hours here. What if next time it became 2 hours there and 4 days here? That would be quite the twist. Apart from those, there were 2 more options. The first was the world of Holland's version. There were many advantages to going to this world. The technology here was far more advanced compared to his world. They had aircraft carriers that could fly in the sky and mature laser weapons. The nuclear fusion reactor-related knowledge he promised to find for Dr. Octopus could also be found in this world. For instance, he could look for Iron Man. However, this world was also perilous. On Earth, there was S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, the Sorcerer Supreme, and more. Outside, there were entities like the Celestials, the Asgardians, and many more. Being a guest from a parallel universe, he had no idea if he'd catch their attention. The most suitable time to visit that world should be during No Way Home, when Holland's Spider-Man sought Doctor Strange's help to erase people's memory. Thanks to his mouth magic, he used magic to defeat magic, besting Doctor Strange with humor, and summoned the Spider-Man from parallel universes, including Toby's Spider-Man and Andrew's Spider-Man. That time would offer the least risk. However, by that point, Iron Man would have already died. This posed yet another dilemma. Of course, there was a second option, Andrew's Spider-Man's world. It's The Amazing Spider-Man. Although he hasn't been to this world and doesn't have its world coordinates, he knows the storyline. This allows him to use the known plot as a condition to locate it among many parallel universes. Regarding Andrew's Spider-Man's world, he has always had a regret. Gwen Stacy, Andrew's Spider-Man's canonical love interest, died at the hands of the Green Goblin in the second movie. This is a regret for many fans. If possible, Mark naturally wants to save her. Additionally, the web fluid he inherited from the deceased Spider-Man of Miles' world has been gradually depleting as a result of the consumption across both worlds. It's now down to less than half, so he urgently needs a refill. Coincidentally, he could get a refill from Andrew's Spider-Man. Of course, if he could also learn the web fluid manufacturing process along the way, that would be even better. Alright, decision made. I'll go find Andrew's Spider-Man in the next world. After some consideration, Mark made up his mind. For now, he decided not to touch the world of Holland's version. The waters there are too deep, and he can't afford to gamble. After making his next move, Mark didn't immediately take action. Using his ability to travel back consumed about 10% of his energy. The good news was that returning only used half of the energy it took to go there. The bad news is that now he only has about 15% of his temporal and spatial power left. However, the world of Andrew's SpiderMan, much like Tobey's Spider-Man's world, falls under the live-action movie category. This suggests that the energy consumption from going back should be similar. Based on this time's travel, going back should consume about 20% to 25% of his energy. In addition, he needs to reserve 10% of his energy to avoid entering a weakened state. So, he should have at least 30% of his energy left. For safety's sake, it's better to have 35% or more. Given the current natural recovery rate of his spatial power, it will take about 14 or 15 days. As for the energy to return, he can accumulate it slowly in that world. After quietly planning everything, Mark jumped down from the tall tree and walked lightly towards the edge of the jungle. Chapter 57. With the next step planned, Mark temporarily set aside thoughts of traveling between worlds. For the past half year, he had been in that desolate place where he saw either sand or sandstorms whenever he stepped outside. It was okay to be immersed in research without leaving, but now that he had stepped out, he once again remembered how beautiful the outside world really was. So, Mark decided to take this opportunity to explore and appreciate the beauty of the place. Of course, limited by his economic conditions, he mostly chose places that didn't require entrance fees, like zoos and oceanariums. He also didn't like the idea of confining animals in narrow spaces for people to observe. Not to mention, entrance tickets were expensive. This world didn't have as many supervillains. During this time, he felt particularly comfortable and relaxed. After experiencing several days of intense battles, Mark found himself enjoying this peaceful environment. While Mark was on vacation, the Mars Research Institute where he worked was actively studying the items brought back from Mars. Particularly, the stone slab was of great importance. For this purpose, they temporarily increased the base's security force by double and brought together a dozen or so experts and professors from various universities and research institutes. With everyone's efforts, more than 10 days later, they finally had preliminary research results about the mysterious stone slab. Have the soil samples from other areas been analyzed? Basic analysis is complete, and the results have been uploaded. Quick, make a comparison. With the united effort of these highly educated professors and researchers, they quickly obtained results. However, looking at the results, everyone fell into hesitation. The structural composition of this thing seems different from other types of soil, a mineralogy professor said. Its sample structure doesn't resemble the soils on Mars. Instead, it seems more like an Earth product, another person hesitated. It does seem quite similar. Its composition is somewhat like sedimentary rocks. Could this be a rock brought from Earth to Mars? Perhaps it could even be from Martians themselves. Don't speak nonsense. We can't joke about this. The laboratory suddenly became lively, with everyone expressing their opinions and discussing. An elderly man with graying hair but still full of vitality stood up. All right, quiet down. This is only a preliminary conclusion. Since we can't confirm it, let's gather more evidence. The soil analysis group, continue with further research on the soil. The observation team, send all the Mars rovers that discovered the stone tablet's location over there for further investigation. James, report to the higher-ups and bring in a few more experts in ancient languages. We need to know whether the pattern on the stone tablet is text or something else, and I want to know as soon as possible. The old man quickly assigned the upcoming tasks. Everyone immediately dispersed, busying themselves with their respective tasks. In a bright room adorned with warm lights, an exercise book lay open on the desk, but the owner was not seated in front of it. On the nearby sofa, a young man lay reclined with his upper body bare. There was a grim scar across his chest, seemingly inflicted by some sharp object. A blonde beauty rested one hand on the man's body, gazing at the scar on his chest with a look of tender concern. But the man just chuckled. With a playful and cheerful expression, coupled with his handsome face, he exuded a complex and captivating charm that blended both sunlight and toughness. A situation ripe with romantic tension. Their faces drew closer and closer. After a long and deep kiss, the woman blushed and gently pushed the man away, saying, "Relax, don't get too excited, little bug guy." As she looked at the man beneath her, a hint of worry shone in her eyes. The man reassured her, "I'll be fine, don't worry." But oddly, upon hearing his reassurance, the woman became even more concerned. She sat up slowly and said, "As far back as I can remember, every morning when my father left, he would wear his badge on his chest and tie a gun to his waist every single day I remember. I'm always not sure if he'd return home." And now, she had one more person to worry about. Her boyfriend. Peter Parker. A community vigilante, Spider-Man. Andrew Spider extended his hands, cupping Gwen Stacy's face, their gazes locking, as if they could emit light. He solemnly said, "But I have to stop him because I created him." Gwen Stacy looked puzzled, asking, "What do you mean?" Andrew Spider explained, "I gave him a formula that made everything possible. It was my father's research from before, hidden away by him. Now I finally understand why he hid it, but most importantly, I need to stop him. It's my responsibility. I have to stop him." Gwen Stacy fell silent for a moment, but she knew she had been persuaded. She loved this man because he was strong and brave. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the young couple was lost in their own world, the window was suddenly tapped. "Hi, nice to meet you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything special." Both of them were startled, turning their heads to look at the window. "Who are you? Leave here quickly." Andrew Spider leaped up, positioning himself in front of his girlfriend protectively, his gaze fixed on the person standing at the window. To be precise, he was focused on the man outside the window. It was a man with a relatively good looks, standing at around 6 feet tall. He was dressed casually in a long-sleeved outfit. Seeing that the man didn't respond, Andrew Spider pointed towards the nearby fire escape. "Hey, buddy, the way is over there. Don't stand here. What you're doing is invading someone's privacy." "No," the man shook his head, "I'm here to find you, the hero, Peter Parker." Andrew Spider's gaze narrowed, carefully recalling his recent experiences. He had a bit of a conflict with the New York police while fighting crime, but Gwen's father was the chief of police, and this man didn't look like a cop. Also, he had fought with Dr. Connors, who had turned into the lizard, but the man before him clearly wasn't Dr. Connors either. And why did he call himself a hero? What did that mean? Who exactly are you? Andrew Spider assumed a fighting stance with many openings. Mark smirked slightly, taking a step forward, fully exposing himself to the light. Then, he leaped backward, his figure jumping off the small fire escape platform. "Want to know, Peter? Then come with me." Chapter 58. Andrew Spider's pupils contracted. He dashed out of the window and arrived at the railing of the fire escape platform, witnessing a shocking scene. A figure descended from the sky, and while in midair, a strand of web shot from his hand. The web immediately halted the descending motion of the figure, and it swung forward, emulating the classic image that Andrew Spider often used in his own actions. How could Andrew Spider not be astonished by this iconic scene? It was the very posture he used. Who is he? Andrew Spider grew even more perplexed. At this moment, Gwen Stacy followed Andrew Spider out of the window. However, her movements were slower, and by the time she emerged from the window, Mark's figure was nowhere in sight. "Peter?" Andrew Spider turned his head and gently patted her hand. "Gwen, I have to follow and see. Be safe." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, Andrew Spider swiftly donned the suit he had just taken off, then leapt down and swung toward the direction Mark had disappeared. On a tall building. Mark sat casually on top of a tower, awaiting Andrew Spider's arrival. This round of traveling had once again made him realize something. His ability to travel wasn't precise enough to pinpoint a specific point in time, at least not yet. When he searched for variables in parallel universes based on known movie plot points, he could only find universes that contained those variables. For instance, to search for Andrew Spider's universe, he had to input variables like Peter Parker with the appearance of Andrew and Peter Parker with Gwen Stacy as his girlfriend. Peter Parker creates the algorithm of decay rates left behind by his father, resulting in the creation of the lizard, and so on. Then, he could retrieve parallel universes using the spatial energy within him, find the one that fit these conditions, and convert himself into that universe's quantum state to enter it. However, while he could find parallel universes that met these criteria, he couldn't precisely anchor himself to a specific point on the timeline of that universe, to time travel at his whim. For example, this time, he wanted to attempt traveling to the period when Andrew Spider became Spider-Man. Firstly, he could witness Andrew Spider's birth, the moment he was bitten by the spider. Secondly, he could help rescue his uncle. Though it was said that his uncle is an important part of a Spider-Man's character development. But if he could save him, why not? There were many ways for Spider-Man to become Spider-Man. He didn't necessarily have to sacrifice Uncle Ben. Among so many parallel universes, perhaps there was one where Uncle Ben survived. If there was a chance in the future, he definitely wanted to take a look. However, imagination was wonderful, but reality was cruel. When Mark crossed over this time, following the Spider-Sense guidance, he found Andrew Spider in an intimate moment with Gwen Stacy. The scar across his chest was still there. Mark remembered this scene. It indicated that Uncle Ben had long passed away, and even the lizard had appeared. The ship had sailed, and Mark had no choice but to reluctantly accept this fact. Smack! A figure descended from the sky and landed on a rooftop not far from Mark. "Who are you? Can you tell me now?" Andrew Spider asked loudly. Mark stood up, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Haven't you been following me all this way? Can't you figure out who I am?" Andrew Spider looked puzzled and uncertain. Are you also Spider-Man? Are there many Spider-Men in this world?" He thought about the origin of his own abilities. In Osborn Industries' laboratory, there were indeed hundreds of spiders present, all of which were used as test subjects for interspecies gene transfer technology research. One of those spiders had bitten him. Thinking this through, he wondered if he was not the only one who gained abilities from being bitten by a spider. After imagining all sorts of possibilities, Andrew Spider found himself torn between amazement and joy. Having someone like him, of course, brought joy. But not being unique carried a faint sense of loss. "How long have you been Spider-Man?" Mark didn't answer his question directly but instead turned the question back on him. Andrew Spider, who saw Mark as his senior Spider-Man, honestly replied, "It's been a little over a week, I guess." For about the same duration as me, Mark whispered to himself. He had become Spider-Man for only around 20 days. If you excluded the time he spent resting in the main world, it was quite similar to Andrew Spider's timeline. However, there was a significant gap in their combat capabilities. Their different growth experiences played a significant role in this. While Mark had only been Spider-Man for a short time, he had been fighting characters like Kingpin and female Doc Ock, who could even be considered stage bosses or even main bosses in the game. He had also undergone joint training with Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Ham, Spider-Gwen, and middle-aged Peter Spider-Man. Especially Spider-Man Noir, who had imparted a lot of knowledge to him. On the other hand, Andrew Spider wasn't as fortunate. After becoming Spider-Man, he immediately used his abilities to search for the murderer of his uncle, without much experience in combat against powerful individual foes. Otherwise, someone as insignificant as the lizard wouldn't have been so difficult to defeat. What? Andrew Spider asked. "Never mind," Mark shook his head, "it seems you're still a growing newbie. Do you need me to give you some guidance?" In truth, Mark wasn't particularly interested in this world. His main purpose in coming here was to save Gwen Stacy and make up for Andrew Spider's lifelong regret. That could also be considered one of his own regrets. Of course, he didn't have any particular feelings for this Gwen Stacy. He wasn't the type to snatch love away from others. "Guidance from you? Can you really?" Andrew Spider was pleasantly surprised. The battle against Lizard tonight had made him acutely aware of his own combat deficiencies. "Of course, I can," Mark smiled and jumped down from the water tower, standing in front of Andrew Spider. "Right here. Do you have a better place in mind?" As he spoke, Mark employed the move Unexpected Strike and swiftly swept Andrew Spider off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. It was a trick he learned from Spider-Man Noir. Spider-Man Noir seemed to enjoy using this move as a greeting, as a reminder for others to always be vigilant. After all, in his era, assassinations were common occurrences. Both Mark and Miles had been on the receiving end of it. However, Andrew Spider was a bit different from the two of them. While he might be a newbie, he did have some experience in independent combat. Faced with Mark's surprise attack, he leaped into the air. But at that moment, Mark pushed off the ground with his hands and shot up into the air, delivering a kick to Andrew Spider's midsection while he was suspended without any support. Andrew Spider was sent flying. But that wasn't the end of it. While in midair, Mark shot out a strand of web that attached to Andrew Spider's suit, pulling him back towards himself. Andrew Spider struggled to respond, but he couldn't avoid a thorough beating. Chapter 59. Huff. Huff. The sound of heavy breathing echoed across the empty rooftop. Andrew Spider lay on the ground, wearing a look of resignation. Mark stood by, giving him a kick. "Is this all you've got? How are you going to carry out the mission of a Spider-Man like this?" The mission of a Spider-Man? Andrew Spider immediately became intrigued. In reality, he wasn't truly exhausted, nor had Mark beaten him to the point of being unable to stand. Mark had controlled the force of his strikes the whole time, enough for Andrew to feel the pain but not actually get hurt to that extent. It's just that Andrew Spider wasn't a masochist. Taking a beating once was enough, he couldn't endure continuous beatings. Yeah, every Spider-Man has their own mission, which drives them forward. Why don't you think about why you put on this suit? Mark said with a serious tone. Looking at him speak so eloquently, he seemed to have already transformed into a wise sage imparting some divine wisdom to their disciple. But Mark's words weren't purely flattery. Andrew Spider's story was very different from Toby Spider's. Toby Spider was more in line with life, while Andrew Spider leaned more towards heroism. In Andrew Spider's story, his personal transformation was rather abrupt, and the content of his story wasn't very full. This was also one of the points that many people criticized. This was reflected in Andrew Spider. He lacked experience, which resulted in his lack of firm belief in being a hero. For example, in the beginning, he used someone else's ID card to sneak into Osborne Industries, which led to the real owner being taken away, causing suffocating situations. It wasn't until later, after the death of Gwen's father, and even Gwen's death, that he gradually understood some truths and started to grow. Compared to Toby Spider's growth, he paid a much heavier price. As a senior, Mark felt it was necessary to wake him up sooner. Human growth didn't necessarily require pain as a catalyst. Andrew Spider was completely unaware that he had been fooled. He withdrew his gaze and began to contemplate. Why did he become Spider-Man? He really hadn't thought about these things before. At first, it was the anger he felt upon seeing his uncle lying in a pool of blood that prompted him. Driven by anger, he chose to search for the thugs who liked to threaten people with guns in the dead of night. Unfortunately, his debut was a failure. He was chased all the way, and his pursuers even threatened that they had seen his face and would retaliate against him. It was only after this incident that he considered making the spider suit to conceal his identity. He used rough methods to seek out various thugs and criminals, not really for the sake of justice, but just for revenge. Perhaps Gwen's father had noticed this pattern in his behavior, classifying him as a lawless rogue with superhuman strength and a certain special purpose, rather than a community vigilante with superhuman strength fighting for justice. Thinking about it, his actions really did frighten many people. However, later he also received some inspiration. During each retaliatory action, when he saw one after another weak individuals being bullied, he thought about how he had also been bullied by people like Flash Thompson in the past. Naturally, empathy arose within him. Especially on that bridge, when he rescued a child from a falling car. The various complex emotions of the child's father, relief, gratitude, entered his eyes and also affected him. This was what led him to where he is today. He began to enjoy helping others as Spider-Man. Countless thoughts flashed through Andrew Spider's mind, and finally, his gaze gradually brightened. Seeing his expression, Mark smiled knowingly. It seems you've gained some insights. Thank you, Mark, Andrew Spider said earnestly. Mike just smiled warmly as he gazed at the skyscrapers with a slight smile. In the grimy sewer. After a failed battle yesterday, Andrew Spider fled in haste, accidentally leaving the camera with his name written on it in the sewer. Lizard, Kurt Connors, who had reverted back to his human form due to the drug's effects wearing off, sat quietly on the steps used for sewage cleaning in the sewer. Because no one had come down for too long, the sewer was much dirty and foul-smelling, and the steps were covered in unidentified sticky substances. But Kurt Connors didn't mind at all. In his mind, there was a voice continuously tempting him, controlling him. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. It's not me who needs help. As long as my goals are achieved, there will be no more loneliness in the world, no more exclusion, no discrimination. Humanity will evolve, transforming like crawling creatures, shedding the flesh that binds us, becoming a stronger species. A brand new era. And I will be the creator of this new era. After convincing himself, Kurt Connors picked up the green serum beside him and forcefully injected it into his own body. He emptied the syringe in one go. And this time, he used 4 times the usual dosage. Ah, roar. With a scream, Kurt Connors' body began to swell, and his skin appeared with greenish-brown scaly patches resembling lizard skin. Accompanied by a roar, a long lizard tail emerged behind him. Peter Parker. Dr. Lizard roared, jumping into the sewage in the sewer, swiftly swimming towards the direction of Midtown Science High School. Meanwhile, Midtown Science High School was still bustling with youthful energy, blissfully unaware that danger was looming. It was morning, and students were arriving for their classes. Students chatted and laughed as they returned to the campus, sharing their joy from the previous night. Teachers organized their lesson plans, preparing to head to classrooms. Bang! The unfortunate toilet became the first victim under Dr. Lizard's command. Having traced the sewers here, Dr. Lizard leaped out from below, following the wastewater pipes. Andrew Spider had just arrived at the school, storing his personal items. Gwen Stacy stood by his side, asking him about the person from last night and what had happened afterward. Andrew Spider happily told her that he gained a brother. Just then, his spider sense alarmed. Chapter 60. Arg! Ah ah ah! Accompanied by the monster's roar and the students' screams, a crowd rushed in from the distance. At a glance, fear-stricken faces were everywhere. Hearing that familiar roar, Andrew Spider's expression darkened. Get out of here. Gwen Stacy wasn't a brainless heroine from other films, she immediately realized that leaving would be the best way not to distract her boyfriend. Resolutely, she ran along with the crowd towards the exit. However, she didn't completely leave, instead, she chose a relatively safe spot to quietly observe. She still couldn't help but worry about her boyfriend. Putting Gwen Stacy aside. In the corridor, most of the students had already fled. Although Dr. Lizard's thoughts were twisted due to the influence of the cross-genetic serum, he was surprisingly rational. He did not attack those students. Perhaps it was because he had already marked these students, who lived nearby, as future subjects. Because once his plan was realized, the entire New York would become a bona fide lizard city. By then, everyone would become a brand new species of lizard people. A/N, this kind of plot is the wet dream of every conspiracy theorist in our world, LOL. And the only obstacle to realizing this plan was Spider-Man, Peter Parker. When enemies meet, the eyes speak volumes. A single glance passed between Dr. Lizard and Andrew Spider, and they both saw their reflections of themselves in each other's eyes. Of course, it wasn't love, it was hostility. Roar! With a violent roar, Dr. Lizard lunged at Andrew Spider. And Andrew Spider didn't back down either, he charged towards Dr. Lizard. After being apart for 3 days, they met with intense anticipation. Spider-Man's ability to learn was exceptional. After last night's intensive training with Mark, Andrew Spider's combat skills had made significant progress. Facing Dr. Lizard's attack, he shot a strand of webbing onto Dr. Lizard's foot with his right hand, simultaneously sliding to the left and appearing behind him. Though Dr. Lizard reacted and swiped with his long claws, his delayed movement caused him to miss. At that moment, Andrew Spider flicked his hand, releasing the webbing he was holding onto a nearby storage cabinet. He even managed to reload another web cartridge with the same motion. Almost simultaneously, he extended his left hand, shooting a strand of webbing that adhered to Dr. Lizard's other foot, with the other end also sticking to the storage cabinet. In an instant, the two strands of webbing formed an X shape. Dr. Lizard wanted to turn around, but he was restrained by the resilient webbing, making it difficult to move. He wanted to move forward, but the webbing firmly held onto his legs. Helpless, he had to squat down and use his hands to tear off the webbing. This gave Andrew Spider an opportunity. He leaped high into the air, tapping the ceiling and positioning himself above Dr. Lizard. In the split second when Dr. Lizard was looking down, 2 strands of webbing slapped onto his eyes. Blinded. Losing his sight, Dr. Lizard became flustered. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and a long forked tongue slithered out. At this moment, a strange sensation arose. The forked tongue swiftly tasted the air, allowing him to see everything around him even without his eyes. Andrew Spider didn't realize that his action to restrict the enemy had inadvertently triggered a new ability. Following Mark's guidance, he adhered to the philosophy of strike while the iron is hot. He landed briefly on the ground before springing back up, delivering a punch to Dr. Lizard's head. However, at that very moment, Dr. Lizard used his tongue to detect Andrew Spider's position. Swoosh! A claw swung diagonally. Andrew Spider was startled and quickly abandoned his attack. In midair, he shot out a strand of webbing to forcibly alter his position, barely evading the attack. However, this gave Dr. Lizard an opening to launch an attack. Swiftly crouching down, Dr. Lizard ripped the 2 strands of webbing stuck to his feet, and then removed the webbing from his eyes. Turning around, he looked at Andrew Spider and said, "Warm-up's over, Peter. Are you ready?" Boom! He stomped the ground forcefully, transforming into a form over 2 meters tall, resembling a light tank. He charged towards Andrew Spider. Sadface MV-2/2. This is a kinetic energy formula that every middle schooler should know. It represents the fact that kinetic energy is positively correlated with the mass and velocity of a moving object. Considering Dr. Lizard's current mass of 248 kilograms and his savage speed, one can imagine the magnitude of the force. Andrew Spider didn't dare to directly confront it, he quickly dodged to the side. However, while he could dodge, the wall behind him couldn't. In an instant, the wall behind him was shattered by Dr. Lizard's impact, and Dr. Lizard charged into the classroom. Seizing the opportunity, Andrew Spider quickly tore off his clothes, pulling out a mask from his fallen backpack and putting it on. Clad in his battle suit, Andrew Spider felt fully revived. He turned around and engaged in a close fight with Dr. Lizard, who charged out of the classroom once again. The two of them went back and forth, each possessing immense strength, resembling a pair of bulldozers. These ordinary cement buildings were no match for their attacks, walls were shattered in the aftermath of their battle. It's unclear whether the frightened students witnessing this scene were feeling joyful or sorrowful. Those lost individuals, the lonely ones, they need my salvation. I could clearly cure them. Why are you stopping me, Peter? As Dr. Lizard angrily roared, he diligently took on his role as a demolition expert. Your thinking is flawed, Doctor. Andrew Spider agilely evaded Dr. Lizard's attacks, rarely striking back. His primary objective was to restrict his opponent's actions. Stop this, Doctor. This isn't you. Evidently, he was attempting to reason with Dr. Lizard through his words, to bring him back to his senses. However, influenced by the aftermath of lizard genetics and cross-genetic modification technology, the current Dr. Connors had grown even more obsessed with his transformation. How could he possibly heed Andrew Spider's advice? Instead, Andrew Spider's confident words fueled his anger further, and his attacks became even more furious. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Andrew Spider held a long section of Dr. Lizard's tail and was flung out of the classroom building, landing on the nearby playground. Boom! Another loud noise followed as Dr. Lizard leaped out of the hole, his massive body akin to a projectile, heavily descending upon Andrew Spider. Andrew Spider hastily rolled on the ground to evade, but he was ensnared by the newly regenerated tail of Dr. Lizard, which wrapped around his neck. Observing this scene from not far away, Mark shook his head. With Andrew Spider's current strength, he was entirely capable of defeating Dr. Lizard. Even though Dr. Lizard possessed an abnormal recovery ability, he couldn't withstand the force of SpiderMan's strikes, which exceeded 10 tons of strength. However, Andrew Spider's inherent kindness caused him to hold back, and that's why he remained on the defensive. Chapter 61. But Mark didn't have any intention of intervening to help. Compared to the bosses other Spider-Men would face on their paths of growth, Dr. Lizard was quite tame. At best, he was just a low-level boss in a beginner's area. Such an inept boss was best left for Andrew Spider to handle on his own. If you don't defeat monsters and accumulate experience properly, how will you level up to face even tougher bosses? For instance, the combined forces of Electro and the Green Goblin. And despite the fact that Andrew Spider's neck was ensnared by Dr. Lizard's tail, and they had just gone through several rounds of a Hulk-smashing Loki scene on the ground. In reality, as long as Andrew Spider maintained his composure and exerted force with his hands, he could completely free himself from the tail's grasp. Worst case scenario, he could simply break Dr. Lizard's tail. However, at that moment, a slender figure with golden hair stealthily approached the battle scene from a nearby building. Gwen Stacy. As it turned out, she couldn't bear to see her boyfriend in danger and felt the urge to help. Mark was somewhat speechless. Originally planning to arrive in the second part of this timeframe to rescue someone, he had accidentally arrived too early. But he hadn't expected to get a chance to save someone here as well. Thunk. Gwen Stacy held a heavy fire axe in her hand. She forcefully swung it, aiming at Dr. Lizard and striking him heavily. Indeed, striking is the right word. The fire axe was simply too heavy for her to control with her strength. So, when she swung it, it veered off slightly. She only managed to hit Dr. Lizard lightly. While this strike didn't manage to harm Dr. Lizard, it did attract his attention due to the sudden impact behind him. Dr. Lizard suddenly turned around, his teeth bared as he looked at Gwen Stacy. Gwen. Gwen Stacy was startled, and the fire axe dropped heavily to the ground. Dr. Lizard took a step forward, extending his right claw to grab Gwen Stacy. However, his move was doomed to fail. Swish. A strand of web shot from nearby, sticking to Gwen Stacy and yanking her forcefully. Dr. Lizard was somewhat annoyed by his own failure. He glanced in the direction Gwen Stacy was being pulled away. High above on a tall building, a figure leaped down, intersecting midair with Gwen Stacy who was being pulled upwards. Subsequently, another individual, dressed in a red and blue spider suit, appeared on the ground. Mark, who had reluctantly intervened, gently put down Gwen Stacy, whom he had been carrying in a princess hold. Gwen Stacy looked at him puzzledly. "Thank you. Can I ask who you are?" "You're welcome. I also know a girl named Gwen," Mark replied. Then, he looked over to Dr. Lizard and Andrew Spider's direction, shouting loudly, "If you keep acting, we're doubling the training for today." "What? Double the training?" Andrew Spider widened his eyes in shock. Thinking about last night's training, then doubling it, he shivered all over. Quickly, Andrew Spider extended his hands and grabbed hold of the lizard's tail wrapped around his neck. Aw! He exerted a sudden burst of strength, and his arm muscles seemed to swell up by a whole inch. Following that, a somewhat gruesome scene unfolded. Dr. Lizard's recently regenerated tail was once again torn off. But unlike the previous time when it was voluntarily severed, this time it was forcibly ripped off. The two severed tail segments crashed heavily to the ground, wriggling incessantly. Simultaneously, blood continued to spurt out from the severed end, splattering on the ground and on Andrew Spider's suit. Taking advantage of the situation, Andrew Spider landed on the ground and took a few deep breaths. After that, he distanced himself from Dr. Lizard. "Great, Mark, you're here too. How about we team up? But let's not hurt him, just subdue him." Andrew Spider approached beside Mark, his tone excited and rapid. Until now, he was still focused on not harming Dr. Lizard. "I think you should go to DC, not be in the Marvel Universe," Mark quipped. "DC? Marvel? What do you mean?" Andrew Spider asked, confused. "Oh, it's in a world called DC, where there are also many superheroes, but they never kill. They're paragons of law-abiding behavior," Mark said earnestly. "Superheroes don't kill, isn't that normal?" Andrew Spider questioned. Gwen Stacy, who was nearby, blinked her eyes. She felt that there was something odd about Mark's tone, as if the intended meaning wasn't the literal words he was saying. Mark said, "But those supervillains who possess the power to pose a serious threat to ordinary people, due to the no-killing principle of DC heroes, result in criminals escaping time and again, committing crimes repeatedly, causing harm to innocent individuals. Do you think that's justified?" This, Andrew Spider was left speechless. Mark's words left him feeling perplexed. He thought about Uncle Ben's tragic death on the streets, and how the criminal responsible was still at large. "Peter, don't listen to him," Gwen Stacy stepped forward, grabbing Andrew Spider's hand. She looked at Mark with a vigilant gaze, resembling a mother tiger protecting her cub. "Only the law can judge a person's guilt. Such authority shouldn't rest in the hands of an individual." Mark shrugged. "That's the extent of what I have to say. The choice is yours, but don't wait until something happens to regret it." I have something here that you might find interesting." Mark remained rational, not treating Gwen Stacy differently just because she resembled Spider-Gwen and had some minor flirtations with him, even though he had made certain arrangements with that version of Spider-Gwen. Similar appearances don't mean the same person, especially across different worlds and backgrounds. And the fact that the Gwen Stacy before him was a character he liked from movies he had seen didn't hold much significance. Movies were movies, real people were real people, they were two different things. Furthermore, the reason he advised Andrew Spider like this was because in the original storyline, Andrew Spider held back in dealing with his enemies, indirectly causing the death of someone close to him. In comparison, Toby Spider didn't have this issue. While he also held back, even if someone like Harry came after him and wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hold back as much. His restraint was only limited to not killing. This difference in upbringing and determination contributed to the subtle gap between the two generations of Spider-Men. "Never mind, you better go and subdue him quickly, don't let him escape," Mark pointed to the other side where Dr. Lizard was. During the few sentences they exchanged, Dr. Lizard already showed signs of escaping. Joking aside, one Spider-Man was already trouble enough, and now there was a second one showing up. Moreover, sirens could be heard in the distance. He still had the weight of a great mission on his shoulders, and he didn't want to leave it unresolved here. "Where do you think you're going?" Andrew Spider roared and lunged at Dr. Lizard. Chapter 62. Get lost. With a decisive intention to leave, Dr. Lizard had no interest in continuing the fight. Passing by a flower bed, he swiped his tail, uprooting small trees and flinging them along with dirt and mud towards Andrew Spider. Andrew Spider swiftly dodged, avoiding each attack. Before long, the flower bed was completely stripped of vegetation due to the intense barrage. However, despite the rapid succession of attacks, they proved futile in the face of Andrew Spider's unwavering focus. Other than a few smudges of dirt on his clothing, he remained virtually unharmed. Dr. Lizard's main objective wasn't to harm Andrew Spider, it was to escape. Taking advantage of the momentary obstruction, Dr. Lizard didn't hesitate to enter the teaching building. He then followed the same path through the restroom toilet that he had used earlier to get back into the underground sewer. In and out of the muck. Quite an assassin-like style, reminiscent of medieval times. Trivia: in the Middle Ages, toilets were often built like chimneys, one end inside the castle and the other end outside. Assassins would sometimes climb up through the sewage system, using a spear to eliminate their target through the hole. The word assassin comes from the Latin assassino, where ass refers to the buttocks. Mark had no intention of stopping him. Simultaneously, he prevented Andrew Spider from following into the sewer. Because he knew Dr. Lizard's ultimate goal. What's wrong? Andrew Spider returned to Mark's side, puzzled. Mark didn't answer directly, instead, he gestured outside the school. This isn't the place to talk. Let's discuss as we walk. Alright, Gwen, you stay here, Andrew Spider immediately agreed, addressing Gwen Stacy. Mark added, no, Gwen should come along. Why? Andrew Spider was perplexed. Mark explained, Dr. Lizard's objective is to use the diffusion device placed on Osborne Industries to release his high-concentration lizard genetic serum into the New York sky, turning everyone into lizards. This is his Lizard Island plan. So, him going back is to retrieve the lizard genetic serum? Andrew Spider asked. Yes. Therefore, we should head directly to Osborne Industries to intercept him. To prevent him from making a desperate move, Gwen, we need you to go to the building and create an antidote for the cross-genetic serum. Mark instructed. Understood, Gwen Stacy quickly caught onto Mark's plan. She was incredibly sharp-minded. Let's go then, Mark said, and began walking towards the teaching building. Andrew Spider questioned, are you sure you're not going the wrong way, Mark? No, not at all, Mark turned around, saying, don't you think you should change your clothes first? Why would I need to change? Andrew Spider was baffled. Mark said, firstly, the police outside might arrest you. Even if you don't care, they'll hinder you and add unnecessary complications. Secondly, the distance from here to Osborne Industries isn't short. Do you really want to swing all the way there? Andrew Spider scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, you're right. With that, he quickly followed behind Mark. Soon enough, amidst the rubble, Andrew Spider found his backpack that he had discarded earlier, along with his clothes scattered nearby. He took off his mask, placed it in the backpack, and began getting dressed. Meanwhile, Mark just stood to the side, not making any move to change. Andrew Spider was a bit puzzled. Mark, aren't you going to change your clothes? By the way, where are your clothes? Mark chuckled softly and casually pressed his chest where the spider emblem was. The nanometal armor immediately retracted, revealing his original attire. Wow! Andrew Spider's eyes widened, amazing. Mark, what technology is this? It's way too cool. Nanotechnology. Do you like it? I'll get you a set in the future, Mark said. Once Dr. Octopus made significant progress in researching nanometal technology, creating a few sets of armor would be quite simple. Mark could even incorporate additional devices into the nanometal armor, similar to the spider armor Mark-I, such as spider arms, small flying drones, and sensors. Before leaving, Mark had briefed Dr. Octopus about the basic functions of the iron spider armor, so making a high-quality imitation wouldn't be difficult. Really? That's great. Haha, Andrew Spider smiled happily, quickly arranging his backpack and clothes. Even after finishing, he couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Mark. If you can't wait, you can try researching it yourself. I can lend it to you for experimentation, Mark offered, spreading his hands. He suddenly realized that even though Andrew Spider was young, his scientific abilities weren't inferior to Dr. Octopus's. He could even create his own webbing and modify a wristwatch into a web shooter, showcasing his hands-on capabilities. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent his interdimensional research company needed? Furthermore, Spider-Man's character was far more commendable than many villains. That's fantastic. Andrew Spider exclaimed. After all, which Spider-Man could resist the temptation of nanosuit technology? If they weren't about to track down and stop Dr. Lizard, Mark would have been itching to immediately start researching his own set of nanometal armor. Hurry, let's get going. Driven by the thought of the armor, Andrew Spider appeared quite eager. Gwen Stacy had no idea what was going on and assumed her boyfriend was just impatient to stop Dr. Lizard. So, she decided to use her advantage as the daughter of a police captain. Her father, George Stacy, happened to be on site, and they could take a police vehicle to Osborne Industries. However, Mark declined the offer. If all three of them went there and both Spider-Men appeared at Osborne Industries, the odds of Andrew Spider getting exposed were too high. It would be better to take the subway. After all, foreign subways don't have security checks, they could just buy tickets and go. So, the three of them maneuvered around the police who were setting up defenses and calming down panicked students, quietly leaving the school and boarding the subway to Osborne Industries. Inside the subway, Mark pulled out his phone and turned to Andrew Spider, saying, "Take a look at something you might be interested in." "What is it?" Andrew Spider immediately paused his interaction with his girlfriend. On the other side, Gwen Stacy leaned in as well. They had already attached the labels of mysterious and amazing to Mark, so they were quite interested in whatever he was about to show them. Mark casually opened his photo album and found the downloaded video, then clicked play. With a flash of white light, the movie began. The familiar tune played, scenes quickly unfolded, and then there were spiders rapidly crawling across webs. Finally, a few big words appeared on the screen. The Amazing Spider-Man. Chapter 63. The movie wasn't very long. Combining both original films, they only totaled a little over 4 hours. With Mark's advanced editing, removing many less important parts, it was shortened to about half an hour. The remaining content consisted mainly of 3 parts. First, a video segment in the sewer where Dr. Lizard detailed his future plans. Second, the ending of the first film where Dr. Lizard fought Andrew Spider atop Osborne Industries, and Gwen's father, George Stacy, sacrificed himself, leaving final words with Andrew Spider. Third, a segment cut from the second film, where Green Goblin dropped Gwen Stacy from the sky, and Andrew Spider desperately tried to save her but failed, leading to a scene of him sobbing over her lifeless body. Originally, Mark intended to include the creation methods of the Lizard, Electro, and Green Goblin, as well as Andrew Spider's parents' deaths. However, he realized it wouldn't add much entertainment value since once you knew their creation methods, precautions could be taken. Moreover, including the deaths might make it too intense, especially if Andrew Spider became corrupted. So, he decided to leave those parts out. Even so, the existing 3 segments of the video were enough to shock Andrew Spider and Gwen Stacy. While there were some differences in the details between them and the people in the videos, it was obvious that those were them. "Is this our future?" Gwen Stacy's voice trembled. Seeing her father's tragic death in Andrew Spider's arms was heart-wrenching for her. Andrew Spider, on the other hand, focused on 2 other aspects. His long-lost friend, Harry Osborn, turning into the Green Goblin. And Gwen's death. Hearing Gwen Stacy's question, he turned to Mark with a nervous expression. He desperately hoped it was fake. Mark nodded. "This was the future that would have been yours if I hadn't come." Andrew Spider was momentarily stunned, then his expression relaxed. "Mark, with you here now, we can change the future, right?" Though his words were affirmative, his tone revealed his lack of confidence. Mark didn't offer too much encouragement, saying, "It all depends on your determination." Determination, Andrew Spider hesitated. Mark continued, "Exactly. Will you use your power to defeat your enemies, protect the people you care about, or will you stand idle until it's too late to regret? The choice is in your hands." This time, even Gwen Stacy didn't voice any objections to Mark's words. Ding! Arriving at Osborne Industries Station. Please exit in an orderly manner. Ding! Arriving at Osborne Industries Station. Before Andrew Spider could make his decision, the subway came to a halt. The 3 of them got up from their seats and left the subway. Once out of the subway entrance, the towering Osborne Industries building came into view, spanning several dozen stories. As a behemoth corporation with a market value exceeding $200 billion, Osborne Industries provided electricity for the entire New York City. Having a direct subway station wasn't surprising. Subsequently, the 3 went their separate ways. Since neither Mark nor Andrew Spider had Osborne Group identity cards, they couldn't enter openly. Gwen Stacy was different, being an intern there, she had the freedom to come and go. Thus, Gwen Stacy entered the building to create the serum for the anti-lizard gene. Mark and Andrew Spider positioned themselves on opposite sides of Osborne Industries, quietly awaiting the lizard doctor's arrival. The waiting lasted a couple of hours. As Mark just looked at an open space due to boredom, Andrew Spider, equally bored, approached him stealthily. Mark. What? I want to ask you something. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Do you know about my parents? I do. Well, Andrew Spider's face was filled with conflict and yearning. Mark straightforwardly said, if you want to know, I can tell you. But are you prepared to lose something in the process? After a moment of hesitation, Andrew Spider asked, is it related to Osborne? Mark raised an eyebrow. It seems like you already have some guesses of your own. Yes, Andrew Spider nodded, my father used to work for Osborne Industries and left behind the zero decay rate formula. It indicates that he made groundbreaking progress in interspecies genetic transfer technology. But considering Dr. Connor's situation, this technology has significant flaws, so he chose to conceal it and escape, and in the end. You guessed right, Mark nodded, confirming Andrew Spider's speculation. Your parents, Richard Parker and Mary Parker, discovered the flaws in interspecies genetic transfer technology. That's why they chose to conceal their experimental results. They decided to leave, taking the danger away from you. But on the plane, they were infiltrated by assassins and met a tragic end. Assassins, from Osborne? Andrew Spider's voice trembled. Norman Osborne's son, Harry Osborne, had once been his close friend. Now, the father of his friend might have become the one who killed his own father. Even though he had already seen his future in the previous videos, seen how Harry would transform into a monster referred to as the Green Goblin by Mark, seeking revenge against him. Knowing this information still left Andrew Spider momentarily bewildered. He had been contemplating many things in the past hour. Coming to Mark was his attempt to understand the conflict between him and Harry and find a way to resolve it, perhaps eliminating the source of danger to Gwen's life from the outset. But now, he was torn. Seeing his dilemma, Mark decided to lay out the conflict between him and Harry. Harry wanted to use a successful case of interspecies genetic transfer from SpiderMan to develop a cure for their family's hereditary disease. Would you be willing to give him your blood for research? Andrew Spider shook his head. The flaws in this technology are too significant. The consequences could be irreversible. In that case, it's inevitable that conflicts will arise between you two, Mark shrugged. Although the movie mentioned that Andrew Spider successfully underwent interspecies genetic modification without becoming a spider monster due to Richard Parker using their family's blood for research, that reason seemed too far-fetched. There should have been other reasons for Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man. Ah! Andrew Spider sighed, his face twisted in frustration. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire suddenly resounded in the distance. Both of them talking were startled. The lizard doctor had arrived. Chapter 64. Crack. In an alley, the massive lizard doctor halted his steps, crouching and looking very cautious. At this point, he no longer wished to confront Spider-Man head-on, instead wanting to quietly carry out his own plans. As for those two Spider-Men, once his plan was executed, there would be millions of lizard people throughout New York. Would he still fear those two small arachni by then? The lizard doctor squinted his eyes, extending his long forked tongue. Waving his forked tongue around, he tasted the air, then drew it into his Jacobson's organ. This was a unique olfactory method of reptiles. With the inadvertent help of Andrew Spider, the lizard doctor had developed this ability, even stronger than that of snakes and lizards in the natural world. Typically, this ability only worked within a few dozen meters. However, under the influence of this ability, he could discern scents within a radius of several kilometers. Damn it! The lizard doctor's expression changed. Through his olfactory perception, he sensed that the air nearby contained many people. There was even the scent of gunpowder. It must be an ambush set up by the police. The lizard doctor wanted to retreat, but looking at the nearby Osborne building within reach, he hesitated. Just at this moment, the police, who had already set up a preliminary ambush nearby, also detected the lizard doctor's presence. Several officers closest to the location immediately advanced toward the alley where the lizard doctor was. Rat-a-tat-tat. The enormous figure of the lizard doctor was immediately spotted. Without further ado, the officers opened fire. Tongues of fire spat out, and bullets wildly sprayed onto the lizard doctor's body. Though his body was robust, he was still within the realm of carbon-based life forms, unable to withstand the close-range shots of the submachine guns. Nearly every bullet left a large hole in the lizard doctor's body. However, the lizard doctor's healing ability was also remarkably potent. Every wound visibly healed at a rapid pace. Burning with anger, the lizard doctor couldn't advance due to the lizard gene serum he carried for his plan. He could only roar in fury and retreat, attempting to face only the enemies at the alley's entrance. The officers were puzzled, but they understood the concept of suppressing fire. While they fired, they advanced in formation. Just at this moment. Swoosh! As they struggled to react, a swift object shot out from the alley, then swiftly retreated. An officer who was advancing and firing took a few more steps and suddenly fell to the ground. The officers were shocked, and two of them immediately ceased fire, dragging the fallen officer back. When they turned him over, they saw two large holes on his forehead. The holes penetrated deep into his brain, and hot fresh blood and brain matter were oozing out. The two were horrified and quickly warned, "Be cautious. It seems to possess some extremely powerful sharp weapon." Swoosh! Before the others could react, the thing flew out again. Another officer fell. Swoosh! And another one. In his desperation, the lizard doctor had developed a new ability to kill with his tongue. With several successful uses, he had grown more adept at it. He found that the power of this tongue seemed comparable to his tail, if not superior. Moreover, its concealment was even greater. Retreat, quick, retreat. After losing 4 or 5 officers in succession, the remaining ones were in disarray, hastily fleeing backward. Some reported the situation, while others ran to their vehicles to retrieve projectile weapons. Meanwhile, Mark flew through the air using his web and glanced at the communication device on his wrist. He intercepted the radio frequencies being used by the local police force and listened to their messages. An attack with rapid strikes comparable to firearms? Does the lizard possess this ability? Mark was somewhat perplexed. Peter. And another little bug. The lizard doctor had spotted the two Spider-Men approaching from a distance, one in front of the other. He roared in anger. However, the last shreds of his sanity reminded him not to get entangled further at this moment. With a powerful leap, the lizard doctor swiftly climbed to the rooftop of a nearby building, using both his hands and feet. Then, relying on his developed jumping ability, he began to leap from rooftop to rooftop, making his way towards the Osborn building. He wanted to escape, but Andrew Spider wouldn't let him have his way. Mark had previously told him that this was his test. Unless he was truly in mortal danger, Mark wouldn't intervene but would provide support from the sidelines. However, the determined Andrew Spider wasn't afraid. He extended both his hands, shooting 2 strands of webbing to attach on the sides of 2 adjacent buildings. Utilizing the webbing's elasticity, he catapulted himself towards the lizard doctor at great speed. Boom! 2 figures converged in mid-air and collided forcefully. "Doctor, why are you so stubborn?" Andrew Spider flipped onto the lizard doctor's back, and with a ferocious punch, struck his lower back. The punch, powerful and heavy, caused the lizard doctor's back to dent in. "It's you who's stubborn, Peter." The lizard doctor gritted his teeth against the pain, his tail curling around towards Andrew Spider. "I'm trying to redeem them. Why are you stopping me?" Boom! The 2 struggling figures crashed heavily onto the ground. Roar! The lizard doctor roared, his fist striking Andrew Spider and crashing him into a wall. "I could create a better world." Emerging from the debris, Andrew Spider clenched his fists, seething, "What better world? The future is to be determined by oneself, not by you." With these words, he pushed off the ground, lightning fast, and closed the distance between himself and the lizard doctor. His fist connected with the doctor's face. The lizard doctor's cheek was obliterated by the punch, revealing the underlying skeletal remains. "Everything is controlled by those damned capitalists. They don't have the right to choose the future. But I do." The lizard doctor was also incensed by Andrew Spider's words. He extended his claw, viciously clawing at his own face, tearing off the damaged half and letting the blood-soaked tissue fall to the ground. Then, rapidly regenerating tissue sprouted, soon restoring him to his original state. This incredible regenerative ability even left Mark, who was observing, impressed. Based on his current performance, the lizard doctor's regenerative capacity appeared to be just slightly below that of Wolverine and Deadpool, right? It's just uncertain if he can regrow completely from having only his head left. The battle between the fire-breathing lizard doctor and Andrew Spider intensified. Once again, they turned into wrecking balls, sweeping the nearby buildings completely clean. Meanwhile, in response to the distress signals, more police vehicles were dispatched, even including a police helicopter that was speeding towards the scene. A large wave of officers was about to arrive on the battlefield. Chapter 65. Meanwhile, within a secret laboratory inside Osborne Tower, an emaciated man sat at an experimental table, and beside him stood a researcher in a white coat. "How's it going, D'Armendel?" the man asked. D'Armendel, sporting thick glasses resembling the bottom of a beer bottle, had his entire face pressed against a glass test tube. Hearing the man's question, he replied, "Mr. Osborne, the formula you provided is very refined. I believe the current serum is nearing completion. After a few more trials, we can move on to human testing." "How much longer?" Norman Osborne coughed violently twice before asking. "Probably, still need over a month. That's the most conservative estimate, as we'll need to conduct at least 4 rounds of trials," D'Armendel explained. "A month?" Norman Osborne shook his head. "I can't wait that long. You know the state of my health." But D'Armendel instinctively wanted to refuse. Performing human tests without prior experimentation was an extremely irresponsible action. However, the next moment, he stiffened. In front of him, Norman Osborne reached into his wheelchair and pulled out a handgun. "If you don't comply with me, I wouldn't mind finding a replacement." Norman Osborne leisurely toyed with the gun, saying, "I know you're short on money. After this is done, I'll give you a substantial sum." Gulp. D'Armendel swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Faced with the dark barrel of the gun and the lure of money, he chose to compromise. "Well then, how should we proceed?" Under the pretext of providing care for veterans and send it to the hospital, D'Armendel began suggesting ideas. Norman Osborne holstered the gun, shaking his head. "I can't wait anymore." Then, D'Armendel trembled. Did he want me to do it? He couldn't help but thought in growing apprehension. Norman Osborne gestured towards himself. "Inject me, I'll do it myself." Ah, D'Armendel found it hard to believe his ears. Since when did the self-interested Norman Osborne possess such fearless determination to risk his own life? But he didn't dare hesitate. Norman Osborne's gun was still in hand. Furthermore, he promised to provide him with a large sum of money. After all, whatever happens with the serum in the end would be his own problem and had nothing to do with Dr. Mendel. With this mentality, D'Armendel moved to the wheelchair. Norman Osborne set the gun aside. "Go ahead." Gulp. D'Armendel once again swallowed his saliva, easing his own anxious feelings. Subsequently, he assisted Norman Osborne to stand up. Due to the hereditary illness within the family, Norman Osborne's body was extremely frail at this point. Despite being in his 40s, he looked as thin as a stick, resembling an elderly person in their 70s or 80s. Removing his clothes, Norman Osborne laid face down on a medical bed. To prevent him from struggling due to pain, D'Armendel fastened metal buttons near the bed to secure him. Norman Osborne's body was now firmly restrained. This metal clasp is incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding nearly a ton of force. Even a normal adult would be immobilized if fixed in this manner, let alone Norman Osborne in his current state. After completing all of this, D'Armendel opened a container behind him and retrieved a vial of green liquid. "Do I really have to inject this?" D'Armendel confirmed once again. However, Norman Osborne didn't immediately respond. Involuntarily, the strange dream he had experienced came to his mind. About a month ago, on a certain night, tormented by his illness, Norman Osborne had barely fallen asleep by midnight. In his dream, he saw a monster. This monster possessed an enormous body, entirely green, with a pair of wings on its back, resembling the demons described in the biblical mythology. Yet strangely, he felt somewhat familiar with this demon. As he reached out to touch the demon, a formula appeared in his mind. The OZ formula. It could enhance the overall qualities of the human body, granting super strength, super agility, and super constitution. Moreover, it offered immortality, even the ability to be resurrected. Afterward, his mind was flooded with some strange fragments of memories. Among them, the most prominent was a scene of combat with an individual dressed in a red and blue tight-fitting suit resembling a spider. In that scene, he seemed to grow remarkably tall. Gradually, he understood that he might have acquired some memories from that demon. Upon waking from the dream, Norman Osborne still endured intense pain. However, he remembered everything from the dream vividly. As a result, he secretly established a biological laboratory within the corporation's headquarters building. He even recruited Dr. Mendel, a prominent figure in the field of biology within the corporation, to research this new serum for himself. He named it the Green Goblin Serum. Let's begin. Norman Osborn gritted his teeth. Whether this substance was a gift from heavens in his moments of despair or an unrealistic dream, he accepted it. Because he truly had only a few days left to live. Observing Norman's resolve, Dr. Mendel refrained from further persuasion. He inserted the syringe into Norman Osborn's back, penetrating his spinal cord, and slowly pushed the syringe to the bottom. The green serum within the syringe quickly dissolved into Norman Osborn's body. Norman Osborn's body trembled from the pain, but he soon regained his composure, lying motionless on the bed. Outside Osborn Tower. Neither Mark, Andrew Spider, nor Lizard Doctor were aware of the events unfolding within Osborn Tower. However, they encountered their own troubles at the moment. Upon the arrival of the police, they surrounded not only Lizard Doctor but also Mark and Andrew Spider. In the ground-level clash, Andrew Spider and Lizard Doctor were encircled by nearly 20 police cars and over 100 armed officers, effectively trapping them. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Mark was being observed from above by a helicopter. A police officer on the helicopter held a sniper rifle, and his intentions were clear. Mark tilted his head back, his enhanced vision allowing him to peer back through the scope at the eyes fixed on him. He spread his hands and quipped nonchalantly, "Hey, we're here to help you fight the bad guys, and you're thinking about betraying us? That doesn't seem too fair, does it?" But his quip was ignored as at this moment, the helicopter's broadcast voice echoed, "Lizard, Spider-Man, and another Spider-Man, you are surrounded. Raise your hands and surrender now, or we will take emergency measures against you. Repeat, Lizard Doctor, 2 Spider-Man, you are surrounded by us." Chapter 66. Mark crouched down, clutching his head and muttered softly, "Why do the police here have such a grudge against Spider-Man? Could this be the case of a father-in-law disliking his son-in-law the more he sees him?" Thinking this, he peeked his head out again and shouted, "Hey! Buddy, can you wrap this up quickly? Need any help?" Andrew Spider kicked Lizard Doctor to the ground upon hearing Mark's words. Although he felt a bit unwilling, he quickly shouted, yes, come quickly, help." Not that they needed to be saved, but he was truly frustrated by their current predicament. Although the officers outside hadn't fired their guns, Spider's sense was constantly warning him of the hostility coming from all directions. This hostility even somewhat interfered with Lizard Doctor's hostility from nearby, causing him to make several judgment errors. Thankfully, thanks to Mark's guidance and a previous major battle at school, he had gained deeper insights into combat, preventing Lizard from seizing an opportunity. Hearing Andrew Spider's plea for help, Mark made a quick decision and leaped from the rooftop. "Spider-Man, cease your activities immediately." The warning voice from the helicopter came again. Meanwhile, in Mark's mind, a nerve suddenly tightened. Spider's sense detected extreme danger. He immediately activated his quantum blink skill in mid-air, disappearing from his original location and reappearing dozens of meters away. Soon after, a sniper bullet whizzed past where he had been, striking the ground below. "What the fuck?" Mark cursed. While he had seen these officers in the original plot being indiscriminate and firing at Spider-Man, he hadn't expected that, instead of hitting Andrew Spider, these guys would first target him. Could he endure this? Quantum blink. Mark activated the skill once again, reappearing inside the helicopter. The helicopter held 3 individuals, a pilot, a police captain seated in the co-pilot seat, George Stacy, Gwen Stacy's father, and a police officer in the back seat armed with a sniper rifle. As Mark appeared, he overheard George Stacy questioning the sniper officer, "Didn't I say not to shoot unless absolutely necessary?" "Wasn't that absolutely necessary just now?" the sniper officer said in a daze. "It was indeed necessary," Mark replied, "you missed your chance just now, and now it's my turn." "How did you get here?" George Stacy turned his head abruptly, looking at him in astonishment. As for the sniper officer seated next to Mark, he hastily swung the sniper rifle at Mark. Mark reached out and easily caught the sniper rifle in his hand. "Don't point that toy at me, it's quite unsatisfying," Mark remarked. Then, he kicked the sniper officer who had shot at him, sending him tumbling down. "Ah!" The sniper officer let out a terrified scream. 0.51 second, Mark silently estimated the time, extended his hand outside the cockpit, and shot out a strand of web. "You killed him." George Stacy pulled out his handgun and aimed it at Mark. Mark gestured towards the strand of web in his hand, then casually stuck it to the cockpit. "No, his life is in your hands, Captain Stacy." As he spoke, Mark took a light leap and jumped from the helicopter, descending from dozens of meters above the ground. George Stacy leaned out of the window, trying to see down below. After a while, he finally spotted the sniper officer suspended beneath the helicopter by the long strand of web. "Captain," the pilot cautiously requested instructions. George Stacy rubbed his temples and said, "Fly over to the building over there and let Tari down first." "Yes," the pilot heaved a sigh of relief and promptly followed the instructions. George Stacy's face turned grim as he sank into thought. He understood that the actions of this Spider-Man just now were a warning to him. The implication was that he had the ability to kill them at any moment. The fact that he didn't take a life indicated that, for the time being, he didn't want to be their enemy. However, from his action of tossing Tari away, he was also making his stance clear. If they were really going to be enemies, he would fight back. After a moment's hesitation, George Stacy picked up the radio, "Aim your guns at Lizard Doctor, and ignore Spider-Man's actions for now." The officers below adjusted their gun barrels upon hearing the message, and a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Though they didn't know what had happened, compared to Lizard Doctor, who appeared monstrous, Spider-Man seemed more relatable. Most people are visual creatures. Given a choice between ugly and beautiful, they naturally lean towards the beautiful side. With the officers no longer scrutinizing them, Andrew Spider's spider sense ceased its erratic behavior. With his passive ability restored, his combat capabilities were instantly enhanced. At this moment, Mark also jumped down from the sky. With a mid-air kick reminiscent of a true martial artist, he sent himself plummeting. The downward momentum, combined with his own strength, made this move incredibly powerful. Lizard Doctor barely managed to evade some of the attacks, but he couldn't escape the fate of his left hand and a portion of his body being crushed by Mark's kick. His body was sent rolling across the ground due to the immense force. Andrew Spider seized the opportunity and sprayed webs repeatedly. A massive amount of web instantly formed a cocoon, tightly binding Lizard Doctor to the ground. "Argh!" Lizard Doctor roared in anger, struggling to break free. Mark approached and stomped on the back of his head. The blow to his cerebellum immediately affected his control over his muscles. The body that had been vibrating incessantly moments ago came to a sudden halt. Only a pair of eyes continued to roll around ceaselessly, as if looking for which daredevil had been so ruthless. Mark withdrew his foot and clapped his hands, saying, "Done." Andrew Spider stared at Mark's ruthless and efficient action, dumbfounded. It was only now that he realized that when Mark had trained him last night, he had already held back significantly. "What about him?" Andrew Spider pointed at Lizard Doctor. Mark shrugged, "You saw it just now. He killed quite a few people. Now it's time for him to face legal consequences. Let them handle the rest." "Alright," Andrew Spider nodded, "that move you just used was really impressive. Can you teach me?" "Just a simple application of gravitational potential energy combined with force from the waist and legs. Nothing magical," Mark explained. "By the way, did you notice where he tossed his backpack? The potions inside should be destroyed by us. They're too dangerous. It should be around where the fight started." "I have a general idea of its location," Andrew Spider said, and then he leaped out first. Mark followed closely behind. The group of officers exchanged glances. However, because they had received prior orders from George Stacy, they didn't intervene. Instead, they approached Lizard Doctor's location. Chapter 67. Kakik. A strange laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. "What's that?" A police officer raised his head to locate the source of the sound. He saw round metallic objects resembling golden pumpkins falling from the sky. Due to the darkness, they couldn't immediately recognize what those objects were. It wasn't until the spheres landed and erupted in a massive explosion of flames. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated. Several officers who were relatively close to the impact point were sent flying by the shockwave, their fate unknown. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" An officer immediately shouted. All the officers sought cover and aimed their guns at the sky. In the darkness, a figure hurtled towards them. Underneath his feet was a single-person glider. He wore metallic green armor and a terrifying mask on his head. A continuous series of eerie and nauseating laughter escaped from his mouth. "What kind of monster is this again?" a police officer questioned, voicing the thoughts of most present. Could it be another creation of the Osborn Corporation? Wasn't that lizard one as well? A police officer with a prophetic inkling guessed offhandedly, surprisingly coming quite close to the truth. Indeed, the arriving individual was none other than Norman Osborn, who had just undergone the injection of the Green Goblin serum. After Dr. Mendel administered the serum to him, he fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. However, merely 10 minutes later, he woke up again. Upon awakening, although he didn't possess the same burly and imposing physique as the demon in his dream, he could still sense the ferocious power coursing through his body. Of course, most importantly, with his body's enhancement, the curse embedded in the Osborn family's genes since birth, the retroviral cell hyperplasia, had been completely eradicated by the serum's power. From now on, their family would never have to endure this torment again. Just as he was reveling in his newfound body and strength, Dr. Mendel, who had been previously dismissed by him, returned. He informed Norman that a large number of officers were engaged in battle near the Osborn building with Dr. Connors, who had transformed into the lizard creature, and SpiderMan. Originally, Dr. Mendel's intention was for Norman Osborn to leave immediately. After all, he hadn't received the promised payment yet. However, upon hearing the words SpiderMan, something seemed to trigger a switch within Norman Osborn. His expression suddenly changed drastically. Subsequently, he ruthlessly killed Dr. Mendel. He went to the secret underground chamber beneath the Osborn building, retrieving the yet-to-be-deployed individual combat armor and single-person flight vehicle. After completing his transformation, Norman Osborn fully became the Green Goblin and arrived at this location. "Where's Spider-Man?" Despite the numerous barrels pointed at him from below, the Green Goblin seemed unfazed. He shouted out the phrase that had been pent up inside him since he left the secret underground chamber. Would Spider-Man come out to play? Meanwhile, Mark and Andrew Spider finally found the vial of lizard genetic serum that Lizard Doctor had discarded on the side. Just as Andrew Spider breathed a sigh of relief and was about to head straight to find Gwen Stacy to have her use the prepared serum to neutralize the vial, their spider senses were simultaneously triggered. "Did you sense that, Mark?" Andrew Spider's expression darkened. Mark nodded with a solemn face. Even before either of them could speak, they heard distant explosions and the hoarse roar of the Green Goblin. Andrew Spider found this somewhat baffling. It hadn't been long since he became Spider-Man, and he considered the already defeated Lizard Doctor to be his greatest adversary. Now, where had this new major villain come from? And right off the bat, he was specifically looking for him. Mark was equally puzzled. At this point in the Amazing Spider-Man's timeline, logically speaking, there should only be one major supervillain, the Lizard. Could it be that, similar to what happened in the Tobey Spider world before, there's a butterfly effect caused by his arrival? But his influence on this world is so much smaller. After arriving here, he had only met Andrew Spider once. To prevent any unexpected changes, he hadn't even sought out the Lizard Doctor, who was the main antagonist in the first installment. Could this still create a butterfly effect? Mark was somewhat skeptical. He immediately said, "You take the genetic serum and go find Gwen. I'll go check it out." Alright, Andrew Spider naturally had no objections, he had full confidence in Mark's abilities. Saying that, he grabbed the backpack that originally belonged to the Lizard and leaped onto a rooftop, heading towards the direction of the Osborn building. Mark turned and swiftly moved in the direction of the sounds. "I'm curious to see which boss is in such a hurry to make an appearance. Tell me now. Where's Spider-Man?" Spider-Man. As Mark approached the scene, dozens of meters away, he heard the voices. The first voice was faintly familiar but hard to discern. However, the second voice made his expression change drastically. It was the figure of the Lizard Doctor. Darn it! Could it be that the Lizard Doctor is being rescued by this new villain? Afterward, he jumped onto a building that had been punctured, looking toward the location of the recent battle. In the place where Andrew Spider had battled the Lizard Doctor moments ago, the police officers lay injured and dead. A figure clad in green armor stood on a glider, hovering 2 or 3 meters above the ground. He held George Stacy's collar, demanding, "Where's Spider-Man?" Meanwhile, down below, the Lizard, who had narrowly escaped being captured, was on a rampage. His clawed fingers were incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through steel as if it were paper. Human bodies stood no chance against this slaughter. Even bulletproof vests were torn to shreds with ease. Everywhere, you could see bodies wearing bulletproof vests torn into several pieces. Damn it! Mark seethed with anger. George Stacy stared at the face so close to him, the demonic voice filling his ears. Now, he finally realized the fundamental difference between Spider-Man and these monsters. Spider-Man is human. But these beings don't deserve to be called human. It was ironic how he had treated Spider-Man in the past. It was all too late now. George Stacy clenched his fist and threw a punch at the Green Goblin's mask. However, the mask was made of a special alloy, breathable yet incredibly sturdy. The punch didn't harm the Green Goblin, instead, it left George's hand stinging. Nonetheless, while not highly damaging physically, it was extremely demeaning. After his consciousness was fully consumed by the thoughts in his mind, the Green Goblin's sanity was nearing that of the Ultimate Universe's Green Goblin. "Arg!" he roared, pulling out a dagger and lunging it at George Stacy. Chapter 68. Swoosh! A strand of webbing shot out from the side and accurately adhered to the dagger. With a sudden burst of strength, the dagger was yanked away by the webbing. "Who's there?" "Spider-Man." "Ha ha ha." The Green Goblin first looked puzzled, then broke into a gleeful laugh. He dropped George Stacy and propelled his Green Goblin glider towards Mark. "I can see that you've chose death." Mark seethed with anger in this moment. He extended his hands, shooting strands of webbing onto the walls on either side, creating a makeshift slingshot. Using the slingshot's elastic force, he propelled himself towards the Green Goblin. Boom! Two figures intersected in the air, producing a loud roar. Mark wasn't like Andrew Spider or Toby Spider. They might spare their enemies for various reasons, but Mark held no sympathy for the Green Goblin. The combination of his earlier strike and the elastic conversion of the slingshot propelled him with a force equivalent to over 30 tons. He could easily punch a lightweight tank out of the way. Not to mention the Green Goblin, whose armored weight didn't exceed 150 kilograms. The Green Goblin was sent flying hundreds of meters by Mark's blow, crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt. However, even when he stopped, his body remained motionless, as if he had been killed instantly. Spider-Man. Down below, Dr. Lizard also noticed the returning Spider-Man. As he roared in anger, preparing to attack Mark, he witnessed the scene. His voice abruptly ceased. In its place, a thick sense of fear enveloped him. After multiple clashes with Andrew Spider, he considered himself well acquainted with Spider-Man's strength. He deemed it not too formidable, even less potent than a firearm's impact. So he believed Spider-Man was agile but physically inferior to himself. Even when Mark had shattered half his body with a single kick before, he attributed it to additional effects. However, the destruction caused by Mark's recent attack shattered his preconceptions. Spider-Man, or at least the Spider-Man before him, possessed strength that far exceeded his understanding. Hesitating for less than half a second, Dr. Lizard turned and fled. At this moment, concepts like vengeance for a kick or the Lizardman Rising plan paled in comparison to the importance of self-preservation. However, while he wanted to escape, Mark wouldn't allow it. A quick glance revealed at least 10 people dead under Dr. Lizard's claws. How could he allow such a creature to escape? Swoosh! Another strand of webbing shot out. Mark's figure shot like lightning towards Dr. Lizard. Hearing the sound of the wind behind him, Dr. Lizard was filled with terror. He hurriedly dashed into a nearby damaged building, attempting to evade Mark's attack. Yet, Mark paid no heed. The protective capabilities of his nanometal armor were more than sufficient to ignore the common reinforced concrete structures. Boom! With a deafening sound, the already dilapidated building added a new layer of wreckage. Mark's figure landed in front of Dr. Lizard. "Dear Dr. Lizard, where do you think you're going?" "Peter, no, new Spider-Man," Dr. Lizard spoke with an air of surrender, "I don't intend to be your enemy. I'll leave immediately, and I won't appear in front of you again." Dr. Lizard, true to his reptilian nature, knew when to yield. Lizards could even shed their tails when necessary to survive, so what was a little compromise? "Leave?" Mark's lips curled into a cold smile. "After killing so many people, you still want to leave?" Dr. Lizard's face darkened. He could feel the murderous intent emanating from Mark. Furthermore, from the several times the new Spider-Man had struck, it was clear he wouldn't hold back. "It seems your recovery ability is quite remarkable. I wonder just how far it extends." Mark sneered, appearing in front of Dr. Lizard in a flash and delivering a punch. Dr. Lizard exerted himself to dodge, yet a portion of his head was still grazed by the punch's force, tearing away a small chunk of flesh. He let out a miserable cry and retaliated by trying to grab Mark. Capitalizing on the attacking hand's motion, Mark swung with a mighty blow, hitting Dr. Lizard's head to the side and distorting his attack. Following that, Mark's own form leaped behind Dr. Lizard. Using both hands, he shot out 2 strands of webbing, binding all 4 of Dr. Lizard's limbs. But he still had a tail. Dr. Lizard hastily swung his tail, attempting to strike Mark. Mark stood his ground, grabbing the tail with one hand and pressing down on Dr. Lizard with a foot. With a strong tug, he yanked off Dr. Lizard's tail. Unfortunately, this tail was deliberately discarded by Dr. Lizard to escape danger, so its harmfulness was limited. But it didn't matter. Mark wanted to see how much regenerative ability this creature had, how many times it could regrow its tail. He also wanted to vent his anger for the police officers who had died outside. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, Mark tore off 13 tails in one breath, causing Dr. Lizard's regeneration speed to visibly decrease. One by one, the torn-off tails were casually thrown inside the house. Pinned down by immense force, Dr. Lizard had completely given up struggling, wearing an expression of utter despair. If it weren't for the fact that the regeneration of body parts was passive and beyond his control, he would have wished his tail wouldn't grow back. "Are you having fun, Doctor?" Mark asked, looking at the slowly regenerating tail. "Get lost," Dr. Lizard roared, "just kill me already." "Kill you?" Mark turned his head to George Stacy, who had appeared nearby at some point, and asked, "Chief Stacy, if I kill him now, would it be considered murder or justifiable defense?" George Stacy looked at him with a complex expression and nodded. "I will report upwards that with the assistance of SpiderMan, we successfully eliminated the monster responsible for the death and injuring several police officers." "Very well," Mark raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. "I want to see if your head can regenerate after being crushed." Splat! Dr. Lizard's head was directly crushed underfoot, blood and brain matter splattering, creating a gruesome sight. However, both Mark and George Stacy present at the scene found this scene to be somewhat satisfying. Meanwhile, on the other side, the body of Green Goblin suddenly twitched and sat up. He fiddled with the special alloy armor on his body, only to find that it had been cracked and damaged by the previous attack. Yet, his body remained unharmed. The power embedded in his genes rapidly repaired his broken body. Perhaps it was this power that pushed the madness from his mind and allowed rationality to regain control. Of course, the rationality belonged to Green Goblin, not Norman Osborn. After a short while, Green Goblin summoned his glider using a device and stepped onto it once more. Flying into the air, he spotted Dr. Lizard's head being crushed by a foot. Green Goblin concealed himself in the darkness, silently watching the scene unfold. He also touched his own body. Chapter 69. 1 month ago, after receiving the inspiration from the Green Goblin dream, Norman Osborn began researching the Green Goblin serum. Considering his own physical condition, he made preparations on multiple fronts. In addition to directly using the OZ formula for serum production and research, as overseen by Dr. Mendel, he quietly manipulated certain aspects of Dr. Kurt Connor's research. Norman Osborn was a scientist himself and had profound knowledge in the field of biological genetics. Of course, one of his motivations for researching this was to cure the hereditary disease in his family. Secondly, it was to make money. If the biological genetic serum could affect soldiers, it could create super soldiers with abilities surpassing regular individuals in strength, constitution, and speed. This was a significant source of wealth. And this wealth was something he should have gained over a decade ago. However, just on the eve of the successful research of interspecies transgenic technology, Richard Parker took off with the most critical technology. Only incomplete versions remained. Nevertheless, upon obtaining the OZ formula, he seemed to have glimpsed hope once again. So, taking advantage of Dr. Kurt Connor's inattention, he secretly added a portion of the Green Goblin serum developed using the OZ formula to his lizard gene formula. This was mainly because his time was running out, and he wanted to see if he could expedite the research for his antidote using this nearly completed prototype. However, now it seemed fortunate that he hadn't used the lizard gene formula. This stuff clearly wasn't as potent as the Green Goblin serum. With this thought in mind, Green Goblin controlled his glider and swiftly flew toward Osborn Tower. In a state of regained sanity, he knew that after these events, Osborn Corporation would be in a highly precarious position. He had to move the things he needed before the authorities caught up with him. As for him, before leaving, Green Goblin turned back to glance at SpiderMan standing on Dr. Lizard's corpse, a hint of killing intent flashing in his heart. "We'll settle this another time." Huh. In the ruins below, Mark's spider sense suddenly twitched. He raised his head abruptly, just in time to catch the last trace of Green Goblin's disappearing figure. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered the enhanced version of Green Goblin, who had played dead after taking a shot to the head from the Ultimate Universe. Could it be? No time for a thorough analysis, Mark leaped into action, jumping out of the debris and quickly arriving at the spot where Green Goblin's body had laid. As expected, damn. Is Green Goblin a cockroach? The attack just now had been full of anger, with absolutely no intention of holding back. Yet, Green Goblin managed to survive. Wasn't the movie version of Green Goblin just a weakling enhanced by an incomplete serum combined with advanced technology armor? Other than some high-tech weapons causing minor trouble and identity advantages, which made the original Spider-Man appear a bit challenged in their fights, wasn't the portrayal of the movie version weak in all aspects? What's with the dying and coming back to life? Wait a second. Death and resurrection. The regenerative immortality of OZ formula. Several terms flashed in Mark's mind, and then quickly connected. He understood. So that's it. The so-called immortality of the OZ genes in Green Goblin's body was demonstrated like this. Didn't that mean Miles might also possess this ability? Oh boy. Mark set off once again, pursuing the direction Green Goblin had gone, heading toward Osborn Tower. Regardless of whether it was Norman Osborn or Harry Osborn, today was the day he would get them. After all, he had received the clearance, and today's actions were on Chief Stacy's tab. Inside Osborn Tower. Andrew Spider held a backpack of lizard gene serum and found Gwen Stacy in the laboratory. At this moment, Gwen Stacy had just successfully prepared the antidote serum and was about to bottle it. After Andrew Spider explained the situation, the two decided to destroy the serum on the spot, skipping the bottling process altogether. So, they placed the vials of lizard gene serum into the machine used for producing the serum and directly mixed them within the machine. At this point, Andrew Spider's spider sense sensed danger approaching. He quickly ran to the window and happened to see Green Goblin flying towards them on his glider. Not recognizing Green Goblin, he didn't utter a word, just watched him approach warily. But he didn't want trouble, yet trouble seemed to find him. Perhaps this was the nature of being a superhero in the grand scheme of things. Green Goblin flew past the building, initially without any intention of stopping. However, when he looked through the transparent glass of the building and saw Andrew Spider standing by the window, a certain strain in his mind tightened once again. Spider-Man. Green Goblin's glider traced an arc in the air, then reversed and headed straight for the floor where Andrew Spider was located. Gwen. Andrew Spider exclaimed, rushing backward and grabbing Gwen Stacy, rolling on the ground. Boom. Crash. The high-strength glass couldn't withstand such an impact, shattering instantly as Green Goblin crashed into the building. The Green Goblin's glider continued to fly forward, rotating in the air like a gust of autumn wind, scattering the equipment in the laboratory. As Green Goblin flew over Andrew Spider and Gwen Stacy's heads, he jumped down, his fist striking towards them. Andrew Spider held Gwen Stacy with one hand and slammed the other hand on the ground, propelling them both up to the ceiling. From their elevated position, they looked down at Green Goblin kneeling on the ground and his glider embedded in the wall, both of them showing signs of lingering fear. Who are you? Andrew Spider demanded. He, Spider-Man. Green Goblin raised his head, looking at Andrew Spider. The rational light in his eyes faded rapidly, giving way to the resurfacing of his violent genes. Something's not right. Gwen Stacy's voice suddenly grew frantic. What's wrong? Andrew Spider asked. Gwen Stacy pointed in a direction and said, the machine that was synthesizing the serum was damaged by that thing just now. But there's still something inside. She didn't finish her sentence. But Andrew Spider had already understood. Lizard had prepared 4 vials of lizard gene serum. Although they were in a hurry, the antidote serum Gwen Stacy had prepared earlier was more than sufficient. After all, the purpose of the antidote was merely to neutralize certain components in the gene serum. But now, the machine synthesizing the antidote serum was broken, and they hadn't had a chance to neutralize all the vials yet. Out of the 4 vials of green lizard gene serum, 2 had turned blue, indicating they had become ineffective. However, 2 vials remained green. On the floor, Green Goblin, who had been observing the 2, instinctively followed their gaze to the direction they were looking. Seeing the gleaming green lizard serum placed in the machine's compartment, Green Goblin's eyes lit up. He. Chapter 70. Thump, thump, thump. Green Goblin took a step forward and lunged towards the machine. Andrew Spider immediately understood what he intended to do. Though he wasn't sure why he wanted to get the lizard serum, he knew the danger it posed and that it must not fall into his hands. Andrew Spider lowered his head and said to Gwen Stacy, "Get ready, I'm going to throw you out." Huh? Gwen Stacy was momentarily confused. In an instant, her form was propelled by Andrew Spider to another corner of the same floor. Gwen Stacy let out a gasp, but as she landed, she felt herself being held back. Turning around, she saw a spider web that had appeared behind her. On the other side, after momentarily securing Gwen Stacy's safety, Andrew Spider darted towards the direction of the lizard gene serum. At that moment, Green Goblin reached for the last pumpkin grenade from his belt and hurled it towards Andrew Spider. The spider sense warned again. Andrew Spider quickly extended his hands in front of him, curling his body into a ball as a defense. Boom! The close-range explosion of the pumpkin grenade sent Andrew Spider's airborne figure backward. Fortunately, due to Spider-Man's sturdy physique and timely defense, aside from his suit getting damaged and his skin feeling a slight burning sensation from direct exposure, there was no substantial harm inflicted. However, this brief disruption allowed Green Goblin to successfully seize the lizard gene serum. Without hesitation, he exerted force and crushed both vials of serum. With the high pressure released from the vials, the serum rapidly aerosolized, spreading throughout the room. Green Goblin took 2 deep breaths of the green mist, sensing his body becoming more vibrant again. His body functions, which had weakened due to severe injuries, began to recover rapidly. Andrew Spider's expression drastically changed, though. At this moment, he couldn't afford to contemplate the origin of this creature or even defeating him. He turned around and swiftly headed towards Gwen Stacy on the other side of the room. With his mask protecting him, the green mist couldn't affect him, but Gwen had no such defense. Gwen Stacy had also realized this and had moved herself to the farthest corner. This corner had the least airflow and would temporarily slow down the influx of mist. Just as Andrew Spider was about to reach Gwen Stacy's side, a hand emerged from the mist behind him, grabbing his foot and slamming him forcefully to the side. Andrew Spider quickly got up, looking behind him. It's the Green Goblin. Amidst the mist, it was as if they were in a Green Goblin's domain. Norman removed his mask directly, taking in the green mist with deep breaths. As he continued to inhale the mist, his body's skin surface began to exhibit changes similar to those of a lizard. His body also started to gradually swell. Accompanying this transformation was an enhancement in his strength, speed, physique, and other aspects. Uncle Osborne. Through the mist, Andrew Spider finally recognized the identity of the person. Although his appearance had become somewhat grotesque due to the mutation, one could still make out his true identity. Arf! Green Goblin lunged at Andrew Spider once again. Andrew Spider was forced to engage, but upon seeing that somewhat familiar face, he still subconsciously held back slightly in his attacks. Until, ugh, faint sounds of painful moans came from the side. It was Gwen's voice. Andrew Spider instinctively turned his head to look, only to witness a scene that made his blood boil. Gwen Stacy's body was sprawled on the ground, her hands clutching the floor, involuntarily writhing in agony. Veins on her skin outside her clothes bulged, and tiny green scales were rapidly growing. The cloth she had torn from her clothes in haste to cover her nose and mouth had fallen aside. As the cover dropped, the mutation's pace accelerated. No, Gwen! Andrew Spider finally erupted in anger. He clenched his fist, delivering a punch to Green Goblin who was grappling with him. He forced Green Goblin several steps back, then quickly closed the gap to Gwen's side. No, Gwen, no. Andrew Spider held Gwen Stacy in his arms, feeling utterly helpless. He looked towards the glass nearby, gave it a fierce kick, then another, shattering it. Holding Gwen Stacy tightly, he leaped out through the broken window. Erg! Spider-Man! Green Goblin halted his movement, following Andrew Spider to the window's edge. Astonishingly, he jumped out too. As Andrew Spider descended rapidly with Gwen Stacy in his arms, Green Goblin quickly caught up. Because Green Goblin was in free fall, whereas Andrew Spider needed to ensure their safety by continuously shooting out webs to control their descent speed. Spider-Man! Green Goblin clawed at the wall beside him with one hand, then forcefully pushed off with both feet. Utilizing the wall's surface for added propulsion, he rapidly closed in on Andrew Spider. At this moment, he seemed somewhat like a synthesis of Green Goblin and Lizard. He possessed a massive physique similar to that of Lizard, even dragging a long tail behind him. However, compared to Lizard, his body was even greener, shining with a luminous quality. His head wasn't the elliptical or round shape of a lizard, instead, it was a pointed, conical shape reminiscent of a true goblin. His body was quite muscular, at least 2 sizes larger than before, and his estimated weight seemed to have increased by at least 100 kilograms. On his back were a pair of wings, though these wings were very small, clearly unable to support flight. They might even be incapable of fully extending. But if Mark were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. Because the Green Goblin right now looks like a younger version of the Green Goblin from the Ultimate Universe. Damn it! Andrew Spider hastily shot out a strand of web to quickly pull himself to the side. However, Green Goblin was as persistent as a shadow, steadfastly fixated on him. To make matters worse, Gwen Stacy woke up in Andrew Spider's embrace. And she awoke as a lizard person. Sensing the nearby danger, her biological defense instincts kicked in. Instinctively, she let out a roar and clawed at Andrew Spider's shoulder. Andrew Spider let out a pained grunt but held on to her firmly, not letting go. Lizard Gwen only then realized the situation. Perhaps because Andrew Spider had taken her away in time, preventing her from inhaling too much, her sanity remained intact. Upon spotting Andrew Spider, she quickly withdrew her hand. "Sorry, Peter. It's all right." Andrew Spider lowered his head, looking at his girlfriend in his arms with a rather complicated expression. Lizard Gwen's appearance largely retained its previous form, except that from the roots of her ears to the sides of her cheeks were densely packed, bumpy scales, rather unsettling. Andrew Spider felt a bit concerned about how she would react when she saw her current appearance. Chapter 71. Spider-Man. Arg! Green Goblin charged again. With Gwen in his arms, Peter couldn't engage in a fight. He could only dodge and evade as best he could. Seeing several wounds on Peter due to her presence, Gwen Stacy grew anxious. She quickly said, "Peter, put me down." Peter glanced downwards, then looked at Gwen's current condition, uncertain. "Quickly, I'll be fine," Gwen Stacy affirmed, her tone becoming slightly complex. "I can sense my current state. I can protect myself now." Peter felt a bit ashamed. He had already realized that Gwen was aware of his condition at the moment. Of course, how could she not know? She had been a student of Kurt Connor's and had been assisting him with cross-species genetic research before he transformed into the lizard. Otherwise, how could she know the configuration method for the serum? "Peter." After narrowly avoiding another attack, Gwen Stacy became agitated. Andrew Spider finally made up his mind. "I'll put you down first, and I'll deal with him as quickly as possible." Saying this, he let Gwen go and simultaneously shot several strands of web downwards. The web intricately formed a series of large nets between the glass of the building's interior and the outer wall's framework. Gwen Stacy landed on the web once again. She carefully placed her feet on it, looking up at the two figures entangled in the sky above, silent. After a while, she averted her gaze, looking at the glass before her. The pitch-black glass faintly reflected her current appearance. A surge of savage emotion repeatedly rose within her, but she forcefully suppressed it. Swoosh! Mark ran up along the glass from below and spotted Gwen Stacy standing on the web. He approached her and looked at her current state. "What happened?" Gwen Stacy turned her head, issuing a low growl at him. Mark's eyebrows twitched, almost striking her in reaction. Fortunately, he realized that she didn't seem to have any intention to attack, so he stopped himself. Phew, Gwen Stacy took a deep breath, once again suppressing the surging savage emotions. "Quick, hurry and help Peter." "All right. Take care of yourself. If things get tough, just think about something happy." Mark had no choice but to use this method to comfort her. "Okay," Gwen Stacy closed her eyes. After this brief conversation, Mark set off once more, quickly heading towards the ongoing battle between Green Goblin and Andrew Spider on the surface of Osborne Building. However, when he arrived, he realized that the battle was nearing its end. Rather than calling it a battle, it was more like Green Goblin was taking a one-sided beating. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, Andrew Spider didn't hold back. Mark had already given him a preemptive warning, and although he hadn't made a decision at the time, the thought was already ingrained in his mind, waiting for an opportunity to manifest. And Gwen being affected by the lizard genetic serum is the catalyst for this. Concerned for Gwen's safety and recalling the vision Mark showed him on the subway of himself holding Gwen's lifeless body, Andrew Spider finally made up his mind. Just how terrifying could Spider-Man be when he went all out? Anyway, the Green Goblin before him was completely outmatched. On the other hand, Green Goblin's own state was also peculiar. It was different from the initial ferocity and strength. The current Green Goblin, when exerting force, would tremble all over, and even sporadically experience spasms and convulsions, like an epileptic fit. In such high-intensity combat, a hesitation of half a second could be exploited by the opponent. With each successive blow, Green Goblin had already lost his upper hand. Seeing this, Mark simply halted. Given the current situation, he didn't need to intervene anymore. As expected, after another minute or so, Green Goblin was directly knocked down by Andrew Spider's punches and kicks. He initially intended to grab onto the adjacent wall to slow his fall, but when he reached out, he had another spasm, causing him to crash into the wall instead. Bouncing off the wall, he found himself even further from it, unable to do anything but helplessly engage in freefall. This was a height of around 30 to 40 meters. Even if the Toby SpiderMan fell from a height of a little over 10 meters, he would still grimace in pain. Doubling that height. The answer was that he wouldn't die from the fall, but he would definitely accumulate injuries upon injuries. Having deemed the Green Goblin taken care of, Andrew Spider slumped against the wall, breathing a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that he noticed Mark was watching him from not far away. He extended his hand, giving a thumbs up and breaking into a big smile. Mark shook his head slightly, pointing in Gwen Stacy's direction. "Quick, take her to find the serum. I'll take care of Green Goblin's body." "What's going on?" Andrew Spider approached Mark, puzzled. He didn't quite understand why Mark had to take care of the Green Goblin's body. Wasn't that something the police would handle? Mark explained, he might come back to life. "Anyway, you should go check on Gwen. I feel like she's not in good shape." "Got it." Andrew Spider's expression turned serious. After bidding farewell in haste, he hurried off in Gwen's direction. Meanwhile, Mark leaped and jumped straight down from there. Soon, he found the Green Goblin lying on the cement floor. Based on his current state, it seemed that he had already died. But considering the previous circumstances, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't come back to life. This was the first time he had seen the complete appearance of this world's Green Goblin. The previous encounter had been very brief. Mark had instantly defeated the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin at that time didn't look like this. What surprised Mark was that this Green Goblin's appearance immediately reminded him of the highly mutated Green Goblin from the Ultimate Universe. He had watched the movies and had even seen the Green Goblin from Toby's universe. In that world, the Green Goblin was mainly technology-based, not fully mutated all over like this one. Yet, the one before him was primarily mutated, and his identity wasn't Harry Osborn. Could there really be some connection between them? Mark's expression turned more serious as he suddenly remembered a question he had overlooked for a long time. Back in the Ultimate Universe, along with him, Gwen Stacy, and the Green Goblin, had fallen into the particle stream. Gwen Stacy had returned to her world, that much Mark could confirm. But the Green Goblin's body. Originally, he thought that the body had been directly disintegrated into quantum form by the high-energy particle stream, disappearing completely. But now, looking at it, perhaps those Green Goblin quanta that were disintegrated had found new destinations? The most straightforward possibility was that this world's Green Goblin also possessed the ability to die and come back to life, similar to the Green Goblin in that other world. He couldn't be certain whether all the Green Goblins from parallel universes had the ability to die and come back to life through the OZ factor, or if it was only a phenomenon in certain worlds. Chapter 72. Too many coincidences are inevitable. Sherlock Holmes. Regularity and inevitability are the nature of internal causes, while randomness is the nature of external conditions that interact between discrete entities. Everything that has already happened is bound to occur, there are no absolute coincidences or probabilities. The universe is both finite and infinite. For any individual universe, whatever happens is just the result of its internal and inherent evolution. It won't randomly gain or lose anything. However, for parallel universes, as long as the representation of the former system is continually expanded to accommodate more and more things, until it expands to countless worlds, things that originally seemed coincidental will become determinate factors with inherent inevitability. This historical determinism has different names in different places. Philosophically, it's called certainty. In quantum physics, it's known as the infinite chrono array. Based on this, Mark could deduce that the reason such a Green Goblin appeared in this world was related to the disintegrated Green Goblin body in that other world. Quantum entanglement. When quantum randomness jumps between universes, there are moments when they become intertwined with each other. Could it be that Norman Osborn from other worlds also experienced quantum entanglement? 1 minute, 2 minutes, Mark stood beside the Green Goblin, brainstorming with his limited knowledge of quantum physics, observing the Green Goblin's condition. He wanted to confirm whether this Green Goblin's resurrection was a one-time thing or multiple times. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, he didn't see any signs of the Green Goblin's revival. No, not only did he not resurrect, but his identity regressed. He reverted from the mutated form to the initial human-like form. Then, the Green Goblin's body started to rapidly wither, even emitting a putrid odor. This is, Mark hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing, genetic chain collapse. It looks like he's truly dead. Mark leaped away from the scene. When he arrived at the place where he had encountered Gwen Stacy before, he saw SpiderMan continuously dodging attacks from Lizard Gwen. TSK, love and hate indeed. Mark looked at the scene, clicking his tongue in amazement. While SpiderMan dodged, he attempted to awaken the rationality in Lizard Gwen, but it seemed futile. Seeing Mark return, SpiderMan quickly sought help. Couldn't you have used your webs to immobilize her first? Mark said exasperatedly. Even if you don't want to hurt Gwen, it doesn't mean you have to keep getting chased and attacked, right? Lizard Gwen's level of mutation wasn't even as high as Lizard Dr. Connor's. From external appearances, her physical attributes only seemed to have increased by 4 or 5 times compared to before. She wasn't even as formidable as the Green Goblin without his equipment. Subduing her was a simple task. Sensing an opportunity, Mark decisively intervened, shooting out 2 strands of webbing in succession, securely pinning Lizard Gwen to the wall behind her. Alright, what about the serum you prepared earlier? Just inject her with it, Mark said casually. The serum, SpiderMan's face turned pale, the serum is gone. What? Mark blinked in surprise. Didn't I ask you to bring the genetic formula to destroy it? You must have prepared a good amount of serum in advance, right? Andrew Spider's voice was dry as he explained, but before it could be completely destroyed, Norman Osborn appeared. He was flying a strange glider that damaged the serum-producing machine and destroyed the prepared antidote serum inside. Mark was dumbfounded. Didn't you guys think about storing the antidote serum somewhere safe? Andrew Spider fell silent. Mark was speechless. He initially believed that as long as the serum was present, Gwen Stacy would return to normal after the battle, so he wasn't worried at all. Turned out his teammate. Mark said, we must find a way to separate the genes within her. Just now, the Green Goblin, or Norman Osborn's body, experienced genetic chain collapse suddenly. I suspect it might be due to a defect in the serum he used. Andrew Spider immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. The Green Goblin experienced genetic chain collapse after absorbing the lizard gene serum. If it was due to a clash between the 2 genes, that would be one thing, but if it was because of a defect in the lizard gene serum itself, it meant Gwen was also at risk. First, search the building for any other machines. Mark instructed, I'll stay here with Gwen. If you don't find anything in half an hour, we might have to try my method. Mark, do you have another solution? Andrew Spider's tone was filled with urgency. Mark shook his head, my method comes with extremely high risks. If possible, it's better not to use it. I understand. Andrew Spider quickly climbed upwards and returned to the room they were in before, searching for another machine. In this regard, there was nothing Mark could do. He hadn't seen the machine, so only Andrew Spider could locate it. However, half an hour later, Lizard Gwen's condition began to deteriorate. Mark noticed her body trembling slightly, similar to what he had seen happening to the Green Goblin earlier. This was a precursor to genetic chain collapse. Because genetic chain collapse would cause significant damage to the body's tissues would involuntarily tremble. Lizard Gwen let out a series of agonizing screams, in intense pain. Mark had no choice but to deliver a chop to her neck, using a physical anesthesia to temporarily alleviate her pain. Andrew Spider returned to this location, looking dazed and lost. Seeing his appearance, Mark knew he hadn't found anything for sure. It made sense. The Osborn Corporation's primary business was in power and weaponry, and biotechnology was only a small part of their projects, mainly intended for Norman Osborn's personal life extension. The machines capable of producing the serum didn't really need 2 units. In reality, many test subjects didn't survive the experiments. Andrew Spider saw Lizard Gwen's condition and quickly understood the crisis she was facing. He couldn't help but plead with Mark. Sighing, Mark said, well, then I'll have to try my method. Bring her to flat ground first. The 2 of them chose to head directly to the top floor of Osborn Tower. Because the battle had ended, there were already many personnel gathering below for cleanup, causing quite a bit of noise. The top floor of the several dozen meters high Osborn Tower had unexpectedly become a rare quiet spot in the vicinity. Mark removed his battle suit, approaching Lizard Gwen's side. On the other side, Andrew Spider had already taken off his mask, watching his girlfriend with deep concern. She might wake up later. Keep her under control. This is also my first time using this ability, so try not to disturb me, Mark instructed. Okay, Andrew Spider nodded solemnly. Then, Mark extended his right hand, placing it on Lizard Gwen's face. A starry sky appeared in his eyes. Chapter 73. At this moment, by partially quantizing himself, he could clearly observe certain changes within Lizard Gwen's body. These changes were the decaying genetic chains within her. Certain components in the lizard genetic serum had caused her cells to undergo excessive division during her lizard-like transformation, leading to many segments of the genetic chain being replaced by lizard genes. However, now, as the lizard genes were receding and there was no serum to counterbalance the gaps in her genetic chain, the result was a rapid deterioration of bodily functions, ultimately leading to death. What Mark needed to do now was to remove all the newly generated cells and damaged genetic chains from Gwen Stacy's body based on her quantum changes. In the context of modern medicine, this would seem like an impossible task. Just like how many people find quantum theory nonsensical when they first encounter it. How could a cat be both alive and dead at the same time? How could particles appear in two places simultaneously? But for Mark, who possessed the ability to quantize himself, anything was possible. Because he could see the true state of quantum particles. Mark's right hand still maintained its position on Lizard Gwen's face, while his left hand suddenly lifted. In Andrew Spider's astonished gaze, the 5 fingers of Mark's left hand began to emit a faint glow, distorting until they seemed to transform into a 3D projection. Quantum Scalpel. A scalpel specialized for the microparticle level. It possessed both cutting and repairing capabilities. By perceiving the quantum changes within the target's body and obtaining the states of atoms and atomic nuclei, it would cut away excess microparticles and repair the decaying ones. This ability was an inspired insight. Just like his nanometal battle suit. Nanoparticles were similar to his body in a quantized state, right? Since nanometal could be meticulously manipulated after integrating an AI chip, why couldn't he choose to partially quantize his body for micro-operations? And indeed, he could. Perception with the right hand, manipulation with the left hand. Mark cautiously began to work on Lizard Gwen's body. From Andrew Spider's perspective, it appeared as though Mark's hand, which had turned into a 3D projection, was half buried within Gwen's body. But strangely, there was no blood or any similar substance flowing out. He couldn't quite understand the principle behind Mark's current actions, but this astonishing scene boosted his confidence. Mark's first surgical operation continued for over 10 minutes. Midway through, Lizard Gwen did wake up, and due to the pain coursing through her body, she struggled fiercely, letting out irrational roars of rage. Fortunately, Andrew Spider held her down firmly, allowing Mark to safely complete the procedure amidst the ordeal. Phew. He took a long breath and retracted both hands. But now, his left hand's 5 fingers seemed to have grown a size larger. Mark stood up, walked to the side, and with a forceful shake, removed the excess material that had been cut away from his hand. After a brief tremor, his hand returned to its normal flesh-like appearance. As for the material that was shaken off, it was actually all the surplus cells that had been severed. Individual DNA molecules are naturally quite small, but no matter how small something is, as long as you have a lot of it, it naturally becomes large. Mark leaned against the wall behind him for a moment. At this point, he really felt like having a glass of milk. Mark, are you alright? Andrew Spider asked with concern. Come on, I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, as of now, the surgery seems to have been successful. Look, Mark pointed to the pile of material he had shaken off to the side, these are all the extra DNA and atoms from damaged genes. I managed to find all that could be found. Her body is probably in better shape than before. Ha ha ha, Andrew Spider laughed happily. Sure enough, before long, Gwen Stacy woke up. Seeing the two of them embracing each other and kissing without care, a smile of relief spread across Mark's face. This could be considered one of his goals accomplished in this world. Although he didn't rescue Gwen Stacy from the Green Goblin's clutches, who had transformed from Harry Osborn, the Green Goblin created by Norman Osborn was purer than the former. Moreover, saving Lizard Gwen from genetic decay was even more challenging. As for whether the events from the original story would repeat, that would depend on Andrew Spider himself. However, judging from his ruthless actions against the Green Goblin in their recent battle, this situation was unlikely to arise again. After all, the movie version of the Green Goblin wasn't very strong. As long as Spider-Man fought seriously, dealing with him was relatively easy. As for the second purpose, Mark walked over to Andrew Spider and patted his shoulder. Alright, I know you're both excited and inseparable, but is it really necessary? Have you considered the feelings of us single folks? Gwen Stacy blushed and buried herself in Andrew Spider's embrace, but soon raised a small head and whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Mark smiled slightly. "Peter, before I go, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Andrew Spider didn't even ask what it was and immediately said, "Tell me, I'm here for anything." "Help me make some web fluid," Mark said. Before coming here, he had only about half of the web fluid he obtained from the Miles world. After the consumption here, there wasn't much left. Conveniently, Andrew Spider had the ability to develop web fluid, so it was only fair to borrow a bit. Andrew Spider chuckled, "So you don't know how to make web fluid? No worries, I can teach you." "That's great," Mark's smile grew even more pronounced. Being able to independently master the technology for developing web fluid meant that he wouldn't have to worry about web fluid issues in the future. It was worth his while to make this trip to this world. Afterward, Andrew Spider escorted Gwen Stacy back home and then came with Mark to his small workshop. The workshop was located in a deserted area in the Queens neighborhood, surrounded by old, dilapidated houses. After some slight modifications by Andrew Spider, he placed some equipment in the workshop. Each of them found a corner and crafted a makeshift hammock from webs to spend the night. Early the next morning, their learning journey began. To produce spider silk, you first need to understand its structure. The primary structure is formed by hydrogen bonds between amino acid molecules, forming a hydrogen bond beta sheet. The hydrogen bond beta sheets are then connected to each other through hydrogen bonds, forming the secondary structure of spider silk, hydrogen bond beta sheet nanocrystals. These hydrogen bond beta sheet nanocrystals are embedded into the semiamorphous beta-turn peptide chains to form the alpha helical structure, which is the tertiary structure of spider silk, a protein nanocomposite structure. Once you reach this step, the spider silk solution can be considered complete. Andrew Spider stood in front of the lab table, speaking fluently, while Mark lay on the table, observing the spider silk under a microscope. Chapter 74. To be honest, Mark couldn't understand it. He was even confused about the hydrogen bond beta chain and beta-turn polypeptide chain mentioned by Andrew Spider. However, this does not prevent him from observing imaging. This was the first spider silk he had made with his own hands. Under the guidance of the Andrew Spider, he mixed several chemicals to get this spider silk. Now is the time to test the learning results. After the solution in the petri dish initially formed a tertiary structure, through constant external stirring, Mark straightened up and gave a thumbs up to Andrew Spider. Andrew Spider took a closer look and said with a smile, "You're a quick learner. The cultivation of this spider silk is complete." Then, he introduced the solution in the petri dish into the machine nearby and introduced, "The last step is to use this subatomic compressor to compress the solution back to the subatomic state, so that it can be reduced to the size of a fingernail and easy to carry." Subatomic compressor. When Mark heard this, he knew it was broken as shit. Where the hell will he get this thing? Could it be that he finally learned how to make spider silk, but will get stuck at the last step? Andrew Spider did not know Mark's psychological activities and had already begun to operate the machine. Soon, the spider silk solution in the petri dish was made into several things the size of fingernails. These things are compressed spider silk solution, just enough to be placed in a magazine of the web shooters. In this way, it is considered completed, Andrew Spider said with a smile. "When we flip the switch of the web shooters, the web solution will be ejected, and the solution will be restored from the subatomic state to the third-level structure in an instant. Then, hundreds of tertiary structure silk fibrils are entangled with each other, which is the spider silk we use." Andrew Spider was obviously very happy that he could teach Mark in turn, so he taught him very carefully. From the formula to the principle, everything has been recounted. And Mark also remembered very carefully. Although he may not understand it, he can write it down first and digest it slowly. As for the problem of the subatomic compressor, Mark asked and found out that this thing was actually made by Andrew Spider himself. A high school student actually made a machine with such a high technological content. It was outrageous, but understandable at the same time considering that Peter Parkers are really smart, which could even be compared to the likes of Stark and others. So, seeing that Mark seemed to be very interested in this thing, Andrew Spider began to introduce this creation excitedly. Compared to the recipe of the spider silk solution, this thing is more complicated, and even involves mechanics and atomic physics. However, thanks to Andrew Spider's very easy-to-understand explanation, Mark probably understood the working principle of this machine. To put it simply, it uses pressure to temporarily destroy the atomic layer structure of the target substance, leaving it in a state that is one level lower than an atom but not an ion. This is the so-called subatomic state. Then, because the pressure became smaller, it quickly escaped from this state, forming a stable atomic structure, and then through the special shooting holes on the web shooters, these rapidly solidified solutions were entangled together, forming a spider silk. He found that he seemed to be able to complete this operation with his own abilities. When using the quantum scalpel, his hand itself entered a quantized state. Quantum is an ideal unit that is even more microscopic than ions. As long as he enlarges his hand appropriately, he can do it. Afterwards, Mark prepared another spider silk solution. This time, he didn't let Andrew Spider use the subatomic compressor again, but directly quantized his hand and manipulated the spider silk solution. Hard work pays off. With his efforts, the spider silk solution was really cut into shape. However, this is somewhat different from the spider silk technology of Andrew Spider. Andrew Spider's silk technology uses pressure to enter the subatomic state, while Mark's operation directly acts on the microscopic level. In other words, the spider silk compressed solution he created will not be affected by external pressure. This means that his spider silk will be used in a wider range, whether it is the deep sea or space, it can be used at will. The only drawback is that when using it, he needs to mobilize a small amount of energy to activate it. Of course, this amount of energy does not require the use of spacetime power, but only requires a little physical energy. In any case, being able to research his own spider silk can be regarded as a step forward on the road of SpiderMan. In the familiar quantum channel, Mark wandered freely in it, quietly feeling the quantum changes around him. He has bid farewell to Andrew Spider and is on his way back to his own world. As he became more familiar with his abilities, he was still able to maintain a certain level of activity even in this state. This feeling is amazing. It's as if you're part of the whole world. It seems that the whole world is him. And this so-called world is countless worlds. It is the sum of all known and unknown parallel universes. There is the sometimes not and sometimes yes omnipotent God of the Bible, and other religions that also implies that their gods are omniscient, omnipresent and omnipotent. But this moment, Mark feels that he can also be integrated into countless worlds in an instant, becoming a quantum that spreads all parallel universes. Becoming omniscient and omnipresent. Fuck. Mark cursed secretly, and quickly got out of this state and returned to his own world. He was panting heavily, and felt waves of fear in his heart. That feeling is indeed wonderful, but he has a premonition that once he integrates into it, there will be no such person as Mark in the world from now on. At that time, will he become the basic quantum that constitutes innumerable worlds, or be sure that he has become an omniscient and omnipotent being? I didn't expect that traveling through time and space would be so dangerous. After resting for a while, Mark sat up from the ground. He is still in a mountain forest, which is where he set off this time. What is that spider that gave me the spider gene? Is this an ability that SpiderMan should have? Mark felt that he needed to look for all the works related to SpiderMan. These SpiderMan-related works that don't know why they were created and appeared in this world may not be 100% substituted, but they can definitely be used as a reference. He checked his body again, and found that the energy consumption in his body was a bit high, and it had already fallen below the warning line, which affected his strength to a certain extent. Fortunately, there is no danger in his world. And apart from some physical discomfort, it's nothing. Thinking about it, Mark stood up and walked out of the jungle. Chapter 75. After more than half a month of vacation, Mark had already left the northwestern region and returned to his hometown. However, calling it his hometown was a stretch, as he rarely stayed here. That was because there was no one left in his family. His parents were researchers in a secret organization, and when he was very young, they both perished in an accident. It was his grandfather who raised him. Unfortunately, even his grandfather succumbed to old wounds that resurfaced when Mark was in high school. Following his grandfather's will, the old man was laid to rest in the Martyrs' Cemetery, alongside his old comrades. The location where Mark crossed over was near this Martyrs' Cemetery. After leaving the jungle, he once again came to the cemetery, found his grandfather's grave, and sat there for a while before getting up to leave. Isn't that the kid? Behind him, two spirited old men stood in front of the caretaker's cabin in the cemetery, watching Mark as they conversed. Yeah, this kid has also had a hard life, back in the day. Yeah, the other one halted the discussion. What they didn't know was that Mark's senses were highly developed at this moment. Even though he was more than 20 meters away, he still heard their conversation clearly. His brow furrowed slightly. Could there be some hidden truth behind my parents' death? To be honest, his memories of his parents were extremely faint. When he was very young, his parents were often absent from home. By the time he entered elementary school, they were rarely seen at all. Later on, they received news of their passing due to unforeseen circumstances. Funny enough, he didn't even feel much grief at the time. However, if there were any hidden secrets, he wanted to investigate them thoroughly. After all, no matter what, they were his biological parents. After leaving the cemetery, he returned home. His body was now experiencing discomfort due to energy depletion, so Mark lay down on his bed and took a good nap. Fortunately, he had tidied up a bit before, so the house was barely habitable. That's how Mark spent most of his day. When he woke up, the sky had already darkened completely. However, despite wasting most of the day, Mark felt much better after waking up. There were a little over 2 days left until the end of his vacation. One day would be spent on the road back to the base, leaving him with a little more than 1 day. Mark decided to use that time to watch as many Spider-Man-related works as possible. After a hasty dinner, Mark turned on his computer and began searching for anything related to Spider-Man. Movies, animations, comics, games, and even fanfiction on some websites, all of it fell within his reading scope. Through this extensive reading, he gained a deeper understanding of Spider-Man, especially the most elite Spider-Man in terms of combat prowess. The most formidable among them was the Beyonder Spider-Man. The Beyonder is a unique concept in the Marvel Universe, said to originate from a dimension called the Beyonder Realm, surpassing all beings in the multiverse. The idea behind the Beyonder Spider-Man is that he's a Spider-Man who has acquired the abilities of the freaking retcon Beyonder. The second-ranking Spider-Man is known as the Phoenix Force Spider-Man or Spider-Phoenix. But this version is confusing and was said to be fake, and its Phoenix powers isn't the real one, so there's that. The next one would be Ghost Spider. In the parallel universe designated as Earth 11638, where most universes have been sacrificed, Uncle Ben, who was supposed to have died, actually survived. He swore to mentor Peter Parker and guide him to take on the responsibility of fighting evil in this world ridden with crime. As time passed, this universe's Spider-Man became the most famous and powerful hero in the world. However, in secret, the two of them were engaged in something truly wicked. They captured other Spider-Men from parallel universes, killed them, and absorbed their energy to enhance their own power. The iconic quote of Spider-Man, "With great power comes great responsibility," became distorted when power clouded their hearts, turning them into ruthless do-gooders. The greater the responsibility, the greater the power. Even if it means resorting to any means necessary. Later, under the persuasion of the 616 Spider-Man, who had also been captured and was about to become a sacrifice, the conscience of the Spider-Man from Universe 11638 was awakened. The Spider-Man from Universe 11638 felt the sorrow of those innocent Spider-Men from parallel universes who had been unjustly killed. Therefore, he released the 616 Universe Spider-Man. However, just as they relaxed, Uncle Ben turned the power absorber towards the main universe's Spider-Man, attempting to carry out his version of ruthless justice. At a critical moment, Spider-Man from Universe 11638 intercepted the blow aimed at him, but in doing so, his power went berserk and he fell into hell. Subsequently, in hell, Spider-Man from Universe 11638 made a pact with Mephisto, and upon waking, he became the Ghost Spider. His power is the sum of multiple Spider-Men from parallel universes, plus all the abilities of the Spirit of Vengeance, Ghost Rider. It's said that under normal circumstances, he can defeat Galactus. If he enters the ghost state, he becomes even stronger. However, this guy is way too dangerous, having killed so many Spider-Men. It's better not to encounter him, hoping that he's no longer around. And next would be the Cosmic Spider-Man. Captain Universe is one of the abstract entities, the Eternal Guardian, chosen by the Enigma Force, which is also known the Unipower. It can enhance various attributes of the host, such as endurance, agility, and more. Additionally, it can grant special abilities like energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular manipulation, and flight. So, in this state, Spider-Man's power likely reaches a single universe level. Further down the list, Spider-Man's strengths are probably all about the same, mostly at the surface level. While learning about Spider-Man, Mark also referenced the opinions of versatile netizens, gaining a clearer understanding of the various power levels within the Marvel system. Chapter 76. While learning about Spider-Man, Mark also referenced the opinions of versatile netizens, gaining a clearer understanding of the various power levels within the Marvel system. The first tier is called surface level, meaning characters who can only hold their ground on a planet's surface. Characters like Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the majority of parallel universe Spider-Man fall into this tier in their normal states. Mark himself is in this tier as well. The most noticeable characteristic is that characters at this level typically have combat capabilities that are limited to a city's scope, or even the weakest among them struggle to destroy a single building. For example, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the movie version of the Hulk. A few villains Mark has encountered before, like the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard, also belong to this tier. However, when Mark considered his current state, he wasn't the weakest within the surface level tier. At the very least, when going all out, he could still manage to destroy several dozens of meters tall skyscrapers within a short period. The second tier is planetary level. Characters in this tier, at the very least, have the ability to effortlessly destroy an entire city, and causing planetary level destruction is a walk in the park for them. Classic examples include Captain Marvel and Thor. If the Hulk can maintain and explode with his anger, his power could reach this tier. The third tier is God level, more accurately described as God King level. Marvel has many gods. For instance, in Asgard, almost everyone except the commoners is considered a god. However, even among gods, there are disparities in power. Beings like the Warriors 3 or some not really famous demi-gods among the gods probably belong to the surface level, while those as powerful as Thor are part of the planetary level. To truly be part of the third tier, they should be on the same level as Odin, Zeus, Ra, and Vishnu or other such all-fathers. They possess the power to easily obliterate an entire planet, and some of the mightiest among them can even reach single universe levels. In many works, there are very few characters that truly reach this tier. Many gods from Earth's mythological systems, while some only existing in lore, are also set within this tier. The fourth tier is universal level. The minimum level here is still all-father level, with the ability to effortlessly destroy a planet being the norm. However, what makes characters at the universal level more formidable is their capability to directly affect the entire universe. For instance, some of the heralds of Galactus like Stardust, Firelord, Silver Surfer, and Terex, all belong to this tier. Among them, one of the most powerful, Stardust, has the power to simultaneously detonate several million suns, create dimensional portals and black holes. In contrast, one of the weakest, Airwalker, shares the same power level as the God King level, capable of destroying an Earth-like planet. Additionally, characters like Thanos, when wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, belong to the pinnacle of this tier, A/N. In the comics, it's stated that this form of Thanos is even stronger than Eternity, but from a cinematic perspective, it appears to be an exaggeration, hence its placement here. The fifth tier is the multiverse level. This tier represents a complete watershed compared to the previous ones, with an enormous gap in power. According to the theory of parallel universes, even if a character is immensely powerful in their own universe, that power remains confined to that universe. However, when we examine the multiverse, there can be countless versions of them. Yet, in the realm of multiverse level, many of them are unique. They can easily influence numerous parallel universes. The cosmic entities, Oblivion, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and a well-fed Galactus, all belong to this tier. The Phoenix Spider, capable of defeating Galactus, should also be in this tier. The sixth tier is the nigh/omnipotent level. Currently, only one entity fits this description, the Living Tribunal. The Living Tribunal is the mightiest being within the Marvel Universe, serving as its ultimate overseer. Even the Infinity Gauntlet is insignificant in comparison to him. As for concepts like the Beyonders or the One Above All, they are mostly products of wild imagination and shouldn't be taken seriously, A/N, hinting that this story wouldn't delve into such abstract concepts because introducing them would complicate the established setting. It's already quite a task to rationalize the previously mentioned tiers. Gathering and comprehending this information took Mark over a day. During that time, apart from eating and using the restroom, he was glued to his computer and phone, multitasking with remarkable focus. This was possible due to his robust physical condition and good memory. While diving into this wealth of knowledge, Mark also discovered his arch-nemesis, or more precisely, the arch-nemesis of all Spider-Men, the Inheritors. The Inheritors is a terrifying clan that thrives on hunting totems, led by a figure named Morlun. Morlun is from Earth 000, and he once participated in the battle against the Master Weaver. After defeating that being, he conquered Earth 001. Subsequently, they utilized the Weaver Master's power for dimensional travel, hunting down individuals with the power of the spider totem in various parallel worlds, in other words, SpiderMan. At this point, Mark was startled because he is also a SpiderMan. If these members of the Inheritors could truly traverse between parallel worlds using the Weaver Master's power, there was no guarantee they wouldn't appear in his own world one day. At that time, Mark immediately felt a sense of crisis. Originally, after acquiring this unique ability, his goal was to travel between various worlds, satisfy his desires, explore the advanced technology of different worlds, and, if possible, learn better spacefaring techniques from other worlds to conduct research on Mars or even more distant planets. This was the dream of every astronomy student. To embark on the wondrous starry sky. However, the appearance of the Inheritors undoubtedly delivered a sobering reality check to Mark. This not only concerned his own safety but also the safety of his friends. The noir Spider-Man, who was both mentor and friend, Spider-Gwen, Spider-Ham who could devour 3 hot dogs in one go, the middle-aged Peter Spider-Man, the lively and adorable Spider-Mech Penny, and all those who grew with him on this journey, like Miles. These were all good friends who fought alongside him, laughed together, and enjoyed life together. And then there were Toby Spider, Andrew Spider, and even the yet-to-be-met Holland Spider, all of whom Mark greatly admired. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled to their worlds. The ability to experiment was one thing, but his desire was also a crucial reason for choosing their worlds. How could he sit by knowing they were in danger of being killed? Especially the noir Spider-Man. In the comics, he and another British Spider-Man become the earliest victims when members of the Inheritors appear. The Inheritors. Mark clenched his fist, never before yearning for power so intensely. Chapter 77. Of course. Perhaps there's another possibility. Maybe this so-called Inheritors is just a concept imagined by people on his side of Earth, just like the idea of all-knowing and all-powerful TOAA. In reality, isn't this all just the creators themselves? However, based on Mark's several travels, at least his own existence doesn't fall within the creative scope of these authors. So, this so-called TOAA is a false proposition, A/N, this is his perspective, remember. Not to mention, with his multiple trips, the original storylines have all taken entirely new directions. This indirectly implies that the information found on Earth can only serve as a reference but shouldn't be entirely trusted. Mark certainly hoped that such a thing wouldn't happen from the bottom of his heart, but he had to be fully prepared for it. To resolve this crisis, apart from improving his own strength, he also needed to unite with as many Spider-Men from other worlds as soon as possible. It seems like I'll have to put the matters on this side of my world on hold for now. Mark rubbed his slightly sore eyes from staring at 2 screens simultaneously for an extended period, stood up, and had already made up his mind. Boom! With a roar, the plane's wheels began to emit friction as it gently touched down on the ground. After disembarking from the plane, Mark quickly spotted the person who had come to pick him up at the airport. Before returning, he had already informed the base. Since the base was quite far from here, if he hadn't informed them in advance, he would have had to find his own way there. Luckily, today, the convoy was coming to this town to transport supplies, so he could hitch a ride directly back without needing a separate vehicle to pick him up. Yo, James. Mark waved. You're still enjoying yourself, I see. Taking a 1-month vacation, huh? A young man with a crew cut standing beside the truck laughed and playfully punched Mark. His name was James Cook, 29 years old, and he was the team leader of the base's transportation team. Whenever they needed to transport goods or purchase supplies, it was usually his responsibility. Back when Mark couldn't leave the base by himself, he often asked James to help bring things for him. Over time, they naturally became acquainted. After chatting for a while, they got into the car. The convoy had already loaded the goods and was waiting outside the airport. As soon as James and Mark arrived, they set off in the direction of the base. Mark hinted with a question, has anything happened at the base recently? Because he suddenly realized a very serious issue. Every Spider-Man he knows always has some disasters accompanying them, and sometimes even supervillains appear. Toby's Spider-Man had the Green Goblin, corresponding to Toby's close friend's father and close friend, Norman and Harry Osborn. Dr. Octopus was also a close friend of Toby's Spider-Man. Andrew's Spider-Man had the Lizard, who was both his father's colleague and a friend due to their several conversations. This made him wonder, because he also has similar configurations. For some reason, there's Dr. Harper, who he's got a good relationship with. He met the Doctor during his sophomore year and soon after became his mentor, even bringing him to this base for his graduate studies. Another crucial point, Dr. Harper's hand, just like the lizard/Connor's, was disabled due to an accident. Both of them are also doctors. The only difference is their field of expertise. The lizard is in the field of genetic biology, while Dr. Harper specializes in astronomy. Then there's Landry. Although Landry has never mentioned his family background, from his demeanor, attire, and some of his behaviors, it's clear that the guy's family must be very well off. This includes both financial and influential dimensions. Doesn't this correspond to Harry Osborn's life? He also remembered a previous conversation with Landry. Landry had always dreamed of turning deserts into oases, and he jokingly asked if he could call him the Green Goblin. At that time, it was just a joke, but after experiencing several worlds and discovering the relationships that individuals with Spider-Man abilities have with those around them, Mark is now taking it seriously. Although thinking this way about his respected teacher and friendly companion wasn't very polite, this astonishing coincidence left him with no choice but to ponder it further. What if one day, they actually become villains? Could he bring himself to deal with them? In his heart, Mark could only hope that he was an exception among many Spider-Men. That such a thing shouldn't happen to him. Aside from this, there was another matter that greatly concerned him. If the idea about Dr. Harper and Landry was just his unfounded speculation, then this one was the most likely to happen right now. Or rather, it might have already happened. While reading Spider-Man-related works yesterday, he found another character who was most likely to appear in his world, Silk. Silk, whose real name is Cindy Moon, is Korean-American. In the setting of Spider-Man, the same radioactive spider that bit Peter Parker accidentally bit another person, who happened to be Cindy Moon, at the moment it was near death. This incident led to the birth of another spider-person. However, the story didn't end there. A few moments later, the spider bit another girl, and that girl was Cindy Moon, also known as Silk. Like Peter Parker, Cindy's abilities started to manifest shortly after being bitten by the radioactive spider. However, she couldn't control them at first. Ezekiel, who was close to the Moon family, guided Cindy to use her new powers. Later, to protect her and other spiders from the threats of Morlun and the Inheritors, Ezekiel kept Cindy confined in a building until Peter Parker, who had learned about Cindy Moon from the secret of the Inheritors released by the superior Spider-Man, set her free. According to this setting, in his world, there might also be a Silk, right? After all, the spider that bit him back then wasn't killed immediately, it disappeared somewhere. If, initially, Mark wanted to find that spider just to study the secrets of his own abilities, now he had another reason to find it. To see if it had created a Silk as well. The thought of there possibly being someone in the real world with abilities similar to his left Mark both excited and worried at the same time. Chapter 78. Due to the desert terrain, the vehicle wasn't moving very fast. James had one hand on the steering wheel and, upon hearing Mark's question, replied, "There's nothing particularly special, but some of the people who came to the base recently have been leaving one by one in the past few days." Leaving? Mark raised an eyebrow. He remembered that a month ago, when he left, Landry had told him about the stone tablet brought back from Mars. It had been classified as top secret, and a significant number of personnel had been assigned to it, indicating that it was of utmost importance. Now, after just a month, they were leaving. "Oh, don't even mention it," James continued casually. "You probably don't know that some time ago, a batch of supplies was transported from Mars, right? Among them was a stone, one of those tablet things, you know. The kind with writing on it for commemoration." "You mean a monument?" Mark asked. "Yeah, exactly, a monument," James confirmed. "You're quite the cultured person." Mark was quite surprised by this revelation. Not long ago, this matter had been shrouded in secrecy, almost treated as top-level classified information. How could it have spread so quickly? Then what happened to it? Mark feigned ignorance and curiosity. "It was a huge blunder," James exclaimed. "A huge blunder?" "Yes." James explained, "That thing was said to come from Mars, but after Dr. Harper and others studied it carefully, they found out it's made up of Earth materials." Mark raised an eyebrow. "So, are you saying there might be Martians taking Earth items to Mars?" James couldn't help but shake his head. "For someone claiming to be a researcher, you sure say strange things. If there were people on Mars, couldn't you guys spot them with those space telescopes?" "No, this was just a regular rock that someone brought in from the Gobi Desert outside." "Huh?" Mark was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't expected such an answer. "Are you serious?" Mark asked skeptically. It seemed absurd. It had clearly come from Mars, yet now they claimed someone had just brought it in from the Gobi Desert. At first, I thought it was a joke too, James admitted, but after comparing it with rocks from the Gobi Desert, it turned out the compositions were nearly identical. And most importantly, the stone monument wasn't even listed on the inventory of items brought back from Mars. Mark? Isn't this a bit too far-fetched? Mark couldn't help but feel that this was a colossal blunder, possibly even bordering on deceit. If this had happened in ancient times, it would be considered treason. Even in the present, it seemed like a misappropriation of funds. However, after chuckling to himself, Mark began to sense that something was off. If the stone tablet was indeed a local Earth product, what about the spider that had bitten him? Could it be something from Earth as well? Was he completely wrong in his initial assumption? But if that spider was indeed a native Earth creature, how did it end up in that laboratory? He distinctly remembered the spider appearing only when he picked up that soil sample. He could even recall its appearance, pitch black with a few points of fluorescence, like a night sky. Its mouthparts were incredibly sharp, easily piercing through the thick plastic gloves he was wearing. Mark furrowed his brow. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't make sense of it. To avoid raising suspicion, he hadn't delved too deeply into the matter. But even if he wanted to investigate further, he likely wouldn't have access to much information. After all, the security department wasn't a research facility, and the extent of their knowledge was limited. If he truly wanted to understand what had happened, he would have to talk to Dr. Harper and Landry. Next, James seemed to open up and began sharing some interesting stories with Mark. Mark knew why he was doing this. Their daily routine of standing guard at the base could be quite monotonous, so when they had a chance to relax, they naturally talked non-stop. However, the stories James shared weren't particularly insightful. Mark didn't hear about any extraordinary or strange occurrences. This relieved him. At least for now, it seemed that his world was still calm, without any noticeable, dangerous effects due to his presence. That was enough. Several hours later, the convoy returned to the base. Mark got out of the vehicle at the base entrance. James needed to lead the convoy for debriefing and unloading, while Mark had to head to the security department, report in, and adjust his status. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed into that area. Mark couldn't help but think that certain parts of this base were indeed strict. For some reason, when Mark was processing the paperwork to end his vacation and return to the base, he couldn't shake the feeling that the head of security was giving him strange looks. But he couldn't pinpoint the source of this odd sensation. With his updated ID card in hand, Mark returned to his accommodation in the base. The room's floor was impeccably clean, indicating that someone had come in to clean during his absence. However, he hadn't left any important items behind, so he wasn't concerned. Before Mark could even settle in, Landry paid him a visit. As soon as Landry saw Mark, he appeared anxious. "Why did you come back now?" he asked urgently. Mark looked puzzled. "Is there a problem with me coming back now?" "Of course." Landry replied. "Don't you know that someone at the research institute is out to get you?" "What?" Mark was slightly surprised. "Someone wants to harm me." "And why, out of nowhere, with what reason?" As he spoke, Mark suddenly stopped and realized. Could it be that someone is claiming I brought that stone in from the desert? Mark's eyes widened in disbelief. Landry was also surprised. "You know about it?" "I didn't even mention it. On the way back, I found out that they're saying the stone wasn't from Mars but was brought in from the desert," Mark said, sounding somewhat exasperated. He never expected that the blame would be shifted onto him. Previously, when he got bitten by the spider and accidentally broke the Martian soil sample, there were rumors within the institute that he had brought the spider in from the desert, leading to the bite. At that time, there was no evidence to prove that the spider wasn't brought in by him. Even Dr. Harper believed it was an inadvertent mistake on Mark's part and didn't punish him severely. But Mark never imagined that these two incidents could be connected. Chapter 79. Wait. Isn't this the art of using someone as a scapegoat? I'm just the knife, and the real victim is my teacher. Mark quickly grasped the logic behind this. As he had thought earlier, such a colossal blunder would have been a crime punishable by death in ancient times, involving entire families. In the present day, it could be seen as an attempt to fraudulently acquire research funding. If proven true, he could lose his job, and his reputation could be forever tarnished. However, he was just a junior research assistant. Why would anyone go to such lengths against him? Among all the people in the base, his closest associates were only his teacher, Dr. Harper, and Landry. Landry belonged to the Soil Research Department and had almost no connection to this matter. So, it was evident that the real target was his teacher, Dr. Harper. Dr. Harper's identity went far beyond being the head of this base. As a renowned astrophysics professor in the country, he held various prestigious titles. Therefore, the attackers' goal became apparent. They wanted to exploit the situation to connect the two incidents, place blame on Dr. Harper, and force him out of his position. "So, I'm caught up in a power struggle?" Mark inquired. Landry nodded. "Exactly." Mark found himself speechless for a moment. In the past, when faced with such a situation, he could only rely on the hope that his teacher, Dr. Harper, would find a way to resolve it. He didn't have the power to influence such matters, being just a minor figure who had to cooperate with any investigation. However, everything was different now. He had made his decision before returning. In order to fully prepare for potential future disasters, he decided to resign from his position at the institute. Although this choice might disappoint his teacher, Dr. Harper, and cost him the chance to advance his academic career further, it was a small sacrifice compared to the safety of himself, his friends, and even the entire multiverse. Furthermore, things had changed. In the past, he needed knowledge and degrees to prove himself. But now, with the ability to traverse different universes, did he still need these things to validate himself? Clearly, he did. After all, these were dreams and pursuits he had cherished for many years. Even if he wasn't trying to prove anything, he wanted to continue learning simply for the joy of it. However, compared to academic degrees, his safety was evidently more important. Moreover, Mark desired nothing more than to ascend directly to the stars and conduct research on Mars rather than studying slowly on Earth through devices. Wouldn't that be more beautiful? Apart from these reasons, there was another consideration. If, hypothetically, there was some kind of curse around SpiderMan that could harm his friends, it might be a good choice to distance himself from them. But don't worry, Landry reassured Mark, noticing his serious expression. "My teacher and I both support you and Dr. Harper." Mark nodded. "Do you know where my teacher is right now?" Landry replied, "Work at the institute has been suspended. A few days ago, some higher-ups came and said they were taking Dr. Harper away. He's currently under tight surveillance by the security department, and you won't be able to see him. However, you must stick to your story and absolutely deny any connection to that stone. Otherwise, it won't just be your misfortune." Landry's expression was extremely solemn, a stark contrast to his usual jovial demeanor. Mark nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. He wasn't naive. Even though he had prepared to resign, there was a world of difference between leaving on his own terms and leaving with a cloud of suspicion hanging over him. Moreover, this matter involved his respected teacher. It was nighttime, with a clear moon and sparse stars, as typical for the vast desert. The desert nights were always like this because of the region's perennial aridness, which meant there was little moisture to form clouds. However, this posed no challenge for Mark anymore. After experiencing several different worlds, he was no longer the same as he had been a month ago when he first gained his abilities. In the quiet of the night, he stealthily donned his Spider-Man suit. With his practiced agility and heightened senses, he avoided the surveillance cameras along the way and silently infiltrated the research institute. The lax security policies outside the base made Mark's infiltration a breeze. With almost no effort, he found the location where the stone slab was kept within the institute. There weren't many places to store items within the research institute, just a few small rooms. Most of the space was dedicated to storing valuable images and data captured through telescopes and Mars rovers. These images, after being carefully selected, were even published on astronomy websites for other enthusiasts to enjoy, hardly qualifying as classified. It was only recently, following the acquisition of Martian soil samples, that a room had been set aside to store these items that had come from Mars. It was evident that the stone slab was inside this room. Perhaps due to the stone slab becoming evidence, there were unexpectedly 2 people guarding this room. This added some complexity to Mark's infiltration. For an ordinary Spider-Man, the most likely course of action would be to retreat and find an access point through the ventilation system. However, that was no obstacle for Mark. While the room was made of metal, there were still gaps to exploit. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Mark silently calculated and then activated his powers. Quantum blink. His figure instantly quantized, with countless quantum particles passing through the seemingly solid walls of the room and reassembling inside. There were still surveillance cameras in the room, several of them, but their focus was primarily on the room's only entrance and the items inside. So, Mark easily found a suitable spot to hide. His gaze wandered around the room, searching for the presence of the stone slab. Suddenly, his spider sense reacted. Mark's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a certain direction. There was a safe. Clearly, the stone slab was inside. Moreover, Mark could now be certain that this stone slab had something to do with him. Otherwise, his spider sense wouldn't have reacted like this. However, there were 2 surveillance cameras focused on the safe, making it difficult to approach. What should he do? Disable the cameras? No, that would only confirm suspicions. At this moment, Mark couldn't help but envy the SpiderMan from the MCU. Holland's spider suit had an artificial intelligence named Karen, which could effortlessly infiltrate surveillance networks without a sound. If I get the chance, I'll definitely have to get one of those. Mark thought with some envy and jealousy. Chapter 80. However, creating an artificial intelligence assistant is something for the future. For now, the top priority is to follow the guidance of the spider sense and obtain the stone tablet. He has a premonition that everything he wants to know might be found within the stone tablet. Oh right. After thinking for a long time, Mark suddenly had a flash of insight in his mind. Since I can quantize myself and teleport to another location, is it possible to quantize something from a distance and bring it to me? He decided to give it a try. First, Mark shot a small strand of webbing onto the nearby ceiling, and then he began to work on teleporting it to himself. It must be said that this was indeed a significant challenge for Mark. Up to this point, all his quantumization operations had been limited to himself or objects in direct contact with him. He could easily quantumize them when he activated his abilities. For example, his nanotech spider suit was a perfect example. However, at this moment, he was attempting to quantumize something that was several meters away from him and had no direct contact with him. Although it was just a few meters, from a macro perspective, it was as simple as taking a small step. But from a micro perspective, it seemed like an insurmountable galaxy existed between them. No way. Quantum physics is seriously difficult. After half an hour, Mark reluctantly gave up on this idea. During that half hour, he had conducted countless experiments and constructed numerous hypotheses in his mind, but he still couldn't achieve his initial idea. This short distance of just a few meters seemed like an unreachable chasm. If only physics were as simple as astronomy, with galaxies, stars, and their relative positions. Relative positions. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Mark's mind. In the vast expanse of space, theoretically, there was no connection between celestial bodies, just like the current situation between him and that strand of webbing. However, there was something that could move from one celestial body to another. And it could be observed. That something was light. In the field of astronomy, optics was also an extremely important discipline. According to Bohr's atomic model, electrons were only allowed to revolve around protons in quantized special orbits. When electrons jumped to different orbits, they emitted light of different wavelengths, which was the source of colors. This quantization of orbits and the jumping motion of electrons exist in the atoms of every different chemical element. Just like fingerprints, every different atom emits different wavelengths. In astronomy, this method can be used to determine the main chemical composition of target celestial bodies. So, why couldn't he use this to construct an atomic model? He could consider himself as a proton and use his power to create a quantumized orbit around his body. Then, just like the jumping motion of electrons, he could pull the strand of webbing from the outer orbit to the inner orbit. Without further ado, Mark decided to try it out. He closed his eyes, and his body gradually began to quantumize. But this time, he didn't contain the power within his body or shoot it in a particular direction like with quantum blink. Instead, he projected it outward in a ripple-like manner. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. If there were an instrument to observe Mark and the space around him at that moment, it would show layer upon layer of energy expanding outward from Mark's body, growing larger and larger. Until it reached the strand of webbing. I've got it. Mark suddenly opened his eyes. This method really worked. With just a thought, he could pull the strand of webbing directly into his hand. However, he didn't perform the action. Because this method consumed different levels of spacetime energy based on the target's energy content. Spacetime energy was precious. Since the experiment was already successful, there was no need to further expend it on this strand of webbing. After calming down his excitement, Mark closed his eyes again. The power of spacetime expanded outward once more. The alloy safe, in Mark's eyes, seemed to cease to exist. His gaze passed directly through the safe and focused on the stone tablet that lay silently inside. It was about the size of a human face, nearly cuboid in shape with distinct edges and corners. No wonder anyone who saw it for the first time thought it was artificially crafted. Such a regular shape indeed made it hard to believe that it formed naturally. Whoosh! As Mark's mind moved, the stone tablet passed directly through the safe and appeared in his hand. When Mark's hand grasped it, the spider sense began to jump wildly. Before him appeared a gigantic web. This web spanned across countless worlds. Each line and every node on this web represented a universe. More precisely, a universe where SpiderMan existed. However, in some parts of the web, black dots suddenly appeared. With these dots, that section of the web rapidly disintegrated, ultimately detaching and vanishing from the vast web. All of this ultimately pointed to the massive creature at the center of the web. It was a tremendously large being, its upper body resembling that of a human, bearing a striking similarity to a human appearance. Even its hands, except for being bound by two enormous chains. Its lower half, on the other hand, resembled that of a colossal spider, seemingly constructed of metal, with 5 golden metallic spider legs attached externally. It was nestled at the center of the gigantic web, its hands diligently working on the web. Like a spider laboriously weaving its web. It was the guardian of the web of life and destiny, the Master Weaver. As Mark observed him, the Master Weaver suddenly halted his hand movements. He lifted his head upward, as if gazing through countless worlds, and saw Mark. Then, an image appeared in Mark's mind. In a luxurious palace, a few individuals clad in peculiar clothing abruptly barged in, appearing before the Master Weaver. A brawny man was the first to hurl a massive hammer at him. The Master Weaver calmly severed a strand of webbing. The hammer, suspended in mid-air, disintegrated in an instant. 3 figures each brandishing weapons approached him. To impede them, the Master Weaver severed another strand of webbing. The palace trembled, and the entire palace floor vanished without a trace. However, this still couldn't deter the invaders. Each of them was at least on a universal level. At the moment of their impending defeat, a spider crawled out from a certain part of the Master Weaver's body. Its appearance resembled a starry sky, entirely pitch black, with a faint glow. The Master Weaver's 5 legs simultaneously stepped onto the spiderweb. He roared to the heavens, casually scooped up a rectangular stone tablet from the void, and hurled it toward the spider. The spider, resembling a starry sky, twinkled and vanished along with the stone tablet. Chapter 81. The spider and the stone traversed countless worlds, wandering aimlessly through one dimension after another. Until one day, they suddenly broke through the dimensional barrier and arrived on a spaceship. This spaceship was emerging from a space station and rapidly descending toward the blue planet below. Transcendent One, I beseech you, with this insignificant link, shatter the vast web of time and destiny. A voice echoed from the distant reaches of time, reaching Mark's ears. In the final scene, Mark saw the hands of the Master Weaver, which had been locked in chains, struggling to move towards the center as if crushing something with great force. At the same time, a shining fork pierced his body, eliciting a cry of pain. Huff, 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 Mark's forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, the slab in his hand began to emit a faint glow at this moment. The power of time and destiny flowed from the slab into Mark's body. But this time, it was different from the power absorbed from the particle stream in the collider. The temporal power contained in the particle stream of the collider was like water, filling the tank but not enlarging it. However, the power that now surged into Mark's body not only filled the tank but also transformed it into a pool. After absorbing all the power, Mark felt that his internal volume had increased by more than 5 times. Furthermore, his physical condition, speed, and even his spider sense had all been enhanced. His original baseline strength, similar to that of the typical SpiderMan, was around 20 tons. But now, it was at least 100 tons. What did 100 tons of strength mean? He had once seen a video of a 100-ton mining truck rolling over a regular-sized truck, flattening it like a pancake. And now, if he exerted his full force, he could easily achieve the same level. Of course, the premise was that his fist was as large as the truck. This was a small gift from the Master Weaver, originally meant to be obtained along with the spider totem. However, due to a twist of fate, it ended up in the return pod of that spacecraft. If Mark had initially acquired the stored power from the slab and then crossed over to the world of Miles, he wouldn't have performed as he did before. After quickly assimilating his newfound power, Mark opened his eyes and came back to his senses. He found himself still in the position of his back pressed against the ceiling. The slab in his hand remained the same slab, but the spider sense was no longer connected to it. This indicated that the power attached to it from the Master Weaver had completely vanished. At this moment, he finally understood what his true power was. Time was the foundation, and destiny was the core. The power that had emerged from the slab earlier, expanding the tank, was none other than the power of destiny. By altering the established destinies of the Spider-Man on the vast web, making them head towards better or worse futures, he could harness the power of destiny that operated in the background, making himself even more formidable. With the mastery of this power, he was destined to no longer be confined to a single world. He would become the ultimate globetrotter in parallel universes. However, he wondered why the Master Weaver had referred to him as the Transcendent One. Or was it originally meant for someone called the Transcendent One, but it had ended up in his hands by mistake? Old questions were answered, but new ones arose. Yet, this question was even harder to trace than the origins of the slab and the spider. Unless, one day, he defeated the inheritor family, found the Master Weaver, and asked him in person, he might never get an answer. So Mark decided to stop dwelling on it. At least he had now figured out the origins of the slab and the spider. The slab was indeed a product of Earth, but not this dimension's Earth, it was from the Master Weaver's Earth. As for why its composition was so similar to the one on this side's desert, it was probably because the temple where the Master Weaver resided used the same type of stone. Even though the development processes of different multiverses varied greatly, with some still in prehistoric times, some in the future, and some not even inhabited by humans, Earth was essentially still Earth. The minute quantum variations in a state of extreme micro could not be detected with modern technology, so it was naturally assumed to be a product of this Earth. Perhaps before long, the slab imbued with the Master Weaver's power that Mark had absorbed would disintegrate into nothingness due to the issue of quantum collapse, vanishing entirely from this spacetime. Mark quietly left the room, and with a flick of his sleeve, he took nothing extra with him, except for the slab. Among the gifts from the Master Weaver, besides giving him the ability to manipulate destiny threads to absorb the power of destiny and strengthen himself, he had also gained an understanding of some other things. The entire multiverse was actually divided into 3 dimensions. However, these dimensions were not the conventional, one-dimensional space, two-dimensional space, or three-dimensional space as people commonly understood, nor were they like the 10 dimensions such as the microverse, negative zone, or higher space that existed within the Marvel Universe. Instead, they were defined based on different spacetime threads. Interestingly, Mark discovered that if classified this way, the live-action film version, the animated version, and the comic book version were actually in different dimensions. The timeline of the live-action film version was nearly the same, and the flow of time was basically consistent with Mark's world. However, the animated version deviated significantly from his world, and the timelines were all jumbled up. In normal circumstances, Mark should have initially traversed from the live-action film dimension, which was closest to reality. But at that time, he had just awakened his abilities, was watching that movie, and coincidentally sensed the particle flow within the particle collider. This led him to skip the live-action film version and directly enter the animated version. As for the comic book version, there was essentially no concept of a timeline. Some worlds' time even looped infinitely, just like a comic with only one page. When you reached the last panel, it repeated back to the first. There were also timelines with larger, endless loops, jumping from the future to the present and so on, making it all look quite chaotic. Mark didn't know if the Master Weaver could see these hidden things beneath spacetime like he could. After all, from the way the Master Weaver had acted, it seemed that he grasped many parallel universes through the web of life and destiny. Mark, on the other hand, relied on his quantumization abilities to sense the different quantum changes on this vast web and observe events within it. While his powers might have originated from the Master Weaver, their manifestations were entirely different. Perhaps he had gained some new elements while traversing numerous parallel universes. However, this didn't stop him from fondly naming his discoveries: the film dimension, the animated dimension, and the comic dimension. Chapter 82. After sorting through his findings, Mark had returned to his room. The reason for bringing back the slab was not for any other purpose but because he had found a solution to the situation at hand. In essence, those who were trying to deal with his teacher were tampering with this slab. So, as long as he could erase the existence of this slab, everything would naturally be resolved. Initially, with Mark's current power, he couldn't accomplish such a thing. While he could gain strength by altering destiny threads, it didn't mean he could control those threads. However, this slab came from the Master Weaver. And the Master Weaver happened to be the guardian of destiny. Mark activated the power of destiny within him and directly erased the existence of the slab from this world's history. As a result, the current history became some important scientific research materials were transported back from Mars. Mark got bitten by a spider, accidentally dropped something, was put in solitary confinement, then took leave from the base, and returned after the vacation. Everything related to the slab disappeared. Because the slab itself was an alien object and should not have existed in the history of this world. His actions actually restored the original development history that had been disrupted. So, this time, his manipulation of the threads of destiny had a minimal impact on his power of destiny. Mark slept soundly for once. The next day, he wrote a resignation letter and submitted it to Dr. Harper, his teacher. Although Dr. Harper tried everything to persuade him and was both upset and angry, even threatening to sever their teacher-student relationship, Mark's decision was final. Whether it was for himself, his friends, or to fulfill the mission given by the Master Weaver, he would eventually embark on the path of opposing the Inheritors. Even the Inheritor family was just a starting point. The multiverse, countless realms, and myriad worlds. Sitting in the truck, Mark glanced back at the base where he had spent more than half a year. It was gradually being swallowed by the yellow sand, disappearing from his sight. Although Dr. Harper was angered by Mark's decision to quit halfway, in the end, he couldn't bear to sever their relationship. He even provided Mark with a letter of recommendation, allowing him to continue his graduate studies at the university. That university was also one of the top institutions in the country for astronomy. If he wanted to pursue astronomy, it was indeed a good place to do so. However, Mark wasn't sure how many classes he could attend. Although he didn't have to be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man on the streets like Peter Parker from time to time, he needed to visit other universes frequently as the Spider-Man who travels through spacetime. Whether in the former role or the latter, it was destined that he wouldn't have much energy to devote to his studies. Whether it was abilities or power, when you had something in your hands, you always wanted to do something with it. Some people would use it recklessly, but Mark hoped to make the most of it, at least in the areas he wished for. So, after careful consideration, Mark politely declined Dr. Harper's kind offer. He chose to return to his hometown. At least here, he didn't have to pay rent. This allowed him to travel to other worlds without worrying that someone would come to collect rent every time he came back. In the movie Dimension. Now reporting last week's attack in London for you. An anonymous source provided this video. The video shows Quentin Beck, also known as Mysterio, in his final moments. Prior warning, this video may be disturbing. Mysterio's voice. I tried my best to send the elementals back to their dimensions, but I feel like I can't leave this bridge. Spider-Man, for some reason, attacked me. He's controlling an army of Stark Tech armed drones. He claims to be the only one in this world fit to be the next Iron Man. Artificial Intelligence Edith's voice. Confirming the drone attack order. This will result in a significant number of casualties. Spider-Man's voice. Yes. Execute the order quickly. Following that, the audio featured the sound of drones firing machine guns and mini-pulse devices, with faint screams, cries, collapsing buildings, and more, sending chills down the spine. This shocking video was posted earlier on the controversial news website, the Daily Bugle. Daily Bugle owner JJJ's voice. You didn't see this coming, did you, folks? This is solid evidence. Mysterio, a superhero from another dimension who sacrificed himself to protect our planet, one of the greatest superheroes in the world. Spider-Man will be held responsible for his death. But it's not over, folks. What's coming next is the real bombshell, so sit tight and listen carefully. Mysterio's voice. Spider-Man's real name is Peter Parker. Subsequently, a massive portrait of Peter Parker appeared on a street-side screen. What in the world? Young Spider-Man, perched on a nearby lamppost, had never experienced anything like this and was so startled that he screamed in panic. His true identity was also dug up by Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, exposing him to the world. This not only brought him tremendous trouble but also affected his family, Aunt May, his girlfriend MJ, and his close friend Ned. Even Stark Industries came under investigation as a result. As the situation escalated, and when Peter, MJ, and Ned's applications to Boston University were rejected because of this, Peter couldn't sit still any longer. He sought out Dr. Strange and asked him to use magic to make people forget the fact that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Considering Spider-Man's heroic performance in his previous battle against Thanos, Dr. Strange agreed to his request and began casting a memory-altering spell. At this moment, Peter's quirks got the better of him. He actually attempted to challenge Dr. Strange, a former Sorcerer Supreme, with his self-taught mouth magic against the Sorcerer's magic skills. Most importantly, he won. Doctor Strange's magic was actually disrupted. It turns out, Spider-Man might be the most magically adept character in this world. Back to the point. As Doctor Strange cast the memory-altering spell, Peter suddenly realized that he couldn't let his family and friends forget that he was Spider-Man, so he kept talking and disrupted Doctor Strange's spellcasting. As a result, Doctor Strange's magic backfired, leading to dimensional collapse and entanglement. Instead of making the people in this world forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, it brought people from other worlds who knew this fact into this world. Chapter 83. Of course, at this moment, Spider-Tom had no idea about this. After defeating Doctor Strange with his mouth magic, Spider-Holland was scolded by the infuriated Doctor Strange and was kicked out. However, before leaving, Doctor Strange, in his anger, gave him a hint. Perhaps he didn't need to come here to ask Doctor Strange to use magic to fix everything. He could directly find the admissions officer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. After all, his top priority now was to ensure that MJ and Ned could go to Boston for their studies, instead of missing out on opportunities due to his influence. Of course, if he could go along with them, that would be even better. So, Spider-Holland, in exchange for 2 weeks of web-swinging to school and telling everyone that Flash is Spider-Man's good friend, managed to get the information from Flash that the admissions officer from MIT was on her way to the airport. Spider-Holland hurried along, battling traffic, until he finally found the admissions officer on an overpass. "Hello, I'm Peter Parker," Spider-Holland introduced himself. The admissions officer, a woman, looked at him indifferently and asked, "Do you know you're standing in the middle of a busy road right now?" Spider-Holland, sounding incredibly nervous, gesticulated, "I know, I'm sorry, but I really need to talk to you." "All right," the admissions officer replied with a neutral tone. Spider-Holland continued, "I know you're heading to the airport now. MJ Watson and Ned Leeds are the 2 smartest people I've ever met in my life, and I'm a total idiot. I asked them for help because if I didn't, there would be millions of people dead. So, please, don't let MIT become as foolish as I am." Due to the admissions officer's attitude, Spider-Holland became even more nervous, causing his words to become somewhat disjointed. At this moment, his amazing intellect and wit seemed to have abandoned him entirely. He was simply a young man deeply concerned about the future of his good friends. The admissions officer, wearing an unfriendly expression, retorted, "Is MIT filled with fools?" Spider-Holland, looking embarrassed, quickly explained, No, that's not what I meant. MIT is definitely not filled with fools." He looked up, struggling to find the right words. But the more nervous he became, the more his mind went blank. Darn it, why is this harder than fighting the army of drones against Mysterio? I mean, that guy who wouldn't let them help, that I'm an idiot. Spider-Holland's face displayed an awkward smile, and even he felt that his words were all over the place. The admissions officer, somewhat amused, looked at the embarrassed Spider-Holland and said, "Did you not practice this explanation beforehand, Peter?" Spider-Holland lowered his head but didn't give up, he wanted to make one last effort. "Anyway, what I'm trying to say is..." Buzz. Just then, his spider sense tingled. He was startled, and the embarrassment on his face vanished. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a shy teenager into a mature warrior. Spider-Holland leaped lightly onto the roof of a car and quickly saw the commotion ahead. The road surface of the overpass in front of them was suddenly breaking apart section by section. Men shouted, women screamed, children cried, and panic quickly spread across the overpass. Having experienced several battles, participated in the Civil War, fought in the intergalactic war against Thanos, and even defeated the Vulture and Mysterio, the current Spider-Holland was no longer the naive kid he once was. He immediately realized that danger was unfolding. The Iron Spider suit manifested instantly. Spider-Holland leaned down and tapped the car roof. "Oh my goodness. Ma'am, you'd better get out of the car." Then, he stood up and shouted, "Everyone, quickly evacuate the bridge." The admissions officer also grasped the situation, pounding on the car door in fear. "The door is locked, the door. Open it quickly." As she said this, the driver of the car had already opened the door and fled. A true professional. Boom. A long mechanical tentacle burst through the cement wall of the overpass, flinging a taxi out and planting itself on the ground. Following that, more mechanical tentacles emerged from the billowing smoke. A figure in a black jacket appeared on the overpass. He looked at Spider-Holland standing on the car roof from a distance and greeted with a slight smirk, "Hello, Peter." Spider-Holland waved somewhat puzzled, "Hello to you too. Do I know you?" Dr. Octopus glared at Spider-Holland and demanded, what did you do to my machines? Machines? What machines? Spider Dutch became even more puzzled. I have no idea what you're talking about, what machines? The solar energy under my control. It's gone. Wait a minute. Although Spider Holland was still full of confusion, he wanted to stabilize the situation first and said, listen, sir, can we not destroy cars? We can work together to retrieve your machine, how about that? Are you trying to fool me? Dr. Octopus roared. Two mechanical tentacles exerted force, one on each side, directly grabbing two cars nearby and throwing them off the overpass. Go catch them, little spider. Dr. Octopus, well aware of Spider-Man's character, used this tried-and-true move. Spider Holland was in a panic, especially because one of the cars still had people inside. He could hear the screams. He immediately lunged toward them. And then, thud. Due to a misjudgment, Spider Holland crashed heavily onto one of the cars. What just happened? Spider Holland's entire body was sprawled on the car roof, realizing he was now somehow in midair. The cars that should have been thrown off the overpass didn't go that way, instead, they flew back. Hey, buddy, coming back to your senses. A voice came from behind. Spider Holland quickly turned his head to the sound and saw another Spider-Man in a metal suit, similar to his but with different color combinations, standing on the bridge not far away. He shot webbing from his left and right hands, precisely attaching them to the two cars that had been flung away. Who are you? Spider Holland widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Mark replied ungraciously, come to your senses and catch the car beneath you. Don't burden me, okay? Sure, even though Mark's words were not polite, Spider Holland could sense goodwill. He obediently jumped down from the car roof and, in the moment the vehicle was about to land, gently placed it in an empty area nearby. Inside were a shaken family of 3. Spider Holland waved to them, get out quickly, leave this place. Thank you, the father hugged his daughter, thanked him repeatedly, and then hurriedly fled. Afterward, Spider Holland turned to look at the other side. The newly arrived Spider-Man had also tossed the other empty car aside and was walking in his direction. Chapter 84. Another Peter. Dr. Octopus frowned deeply, his eyes shifting back and forth between Spider-Tom and Mark, filled with confusion. Mark approached Spider-Tom and extended his hand for a friendly handshake. Nice to meet you, Peter. Oh, the whole world now knows who I am. Spider-Tom shrugged in resignation. But who are you? Another Spider-Man? A wild, new Spider-Man? What do you mean by wild? Are you being polite? Mark rolled his eyes. I'm a legitimate, homegrown Spider-Man. But he didn't stop walking and continued toward Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus kept watching Mark as he approached, refraining from launching an attack when he came within 3 or 4 meters. Do you really not recognize me? Mark asked in confusion. Dr. Octopus removed his sunglasses and looked at Mark, furrowing his brow. Judging by your appearance, I seem to know you. Of course, Otto Octavius, in another world, Mark said, you were even my employee. Dr. Octopus, huh? What nonsense is this guy talking about? But he really knows my name. But his voice doesn't sound like Peter Parker's. What's going on? Spider-Tom. Rushed and not entirely trusting of a Spider-Man who associates with this villain, Spider-Tom had a hint of caution towards strangers after the events with Mysterio. Of course, it was just a tiny bit of caution. Otherwise, in the original plot, he wouldn't have shown such kindness, bringing several villains to his safe house and indirectly causing Aunt May's death. So, Spider-Tom interrupted, hold on, you two. Could you please introduce yourselves? Because right now, I'm feeling a bit lost. After re-evaluating, Mark shrugged. From Dr. Octopus's reaction, he had already deduced that this Dr. Octopus had been pulled from a parallel universe within the same movie dimension, not the world he had visited. This was getting interesting. From the feedback of the forces of destiny, Mark could sense that he had indeed altered the fate of the Dr. Octopus from Tobey's Spider-Verse. However, since Dr. Octopus himself was not on the web of destiny, he had not received the feedback and, therefore, could not enhance his powers. In Tobey's case, whether Dr. Octopus lived or died had a relatively minor impact on his life in the short term, so it didn't provide Mark with much feedback. But destiny couldn't be faked. So, after I changed the official history, did it inexplicably spawn a parallel universe that hasn't had its history altered? Mark wasn't entirely sure whether it was because the main universe Spider-Tom inhabited was so powerful that it forcibly created this parallel world or if it had existed independently. Despite having some control over the forces of destiny, he wasn't a master weaver or an abstract entity like eternity and infinity. He was still relatively inexperienced in using the power of destiny, mainly relying on it passively. If you recognize me, and he doesn't, does that mean you're Peter? Dr. Octopus coldly eyed Mark as he pondered, while his mechanical tentacles darted towards him. Spider-Tom rushed over quickly. Although he suspected that this new Spider-Man and the man with mechanical tentacles were working together, the new Spider-Man had just saved someone, so he couldn't stand by idly while he was attacked. However, Spider-Tom was fast, but Mark was faster. Even before gaining enhanced abilities, Mark already had the strength to overpower Dr. Octopus, let alone now. The mechanical tentacles were halfway to their target when they became powerless. Mark reached out and grabbed one of the mechanical tentacles, effortlessly pulling it towards him. Dr. Octopus tried to resist with the other two tentacles, each exerting a force of around 8 tons. However, Mark's strength was overwhelming, and there was no resistance. He pulled Dr. Octopus towards him, along with the tentacle, leaving the scientist in a state of panic. Bang! Mark delivered a punch to Dr. Octopus' head and then skillfully used his strength to combine several of the mechanical tentacles, coiling them around him like a bundle of sushis. He added a few strands of webbing to secure the bonds. With that, everything was done. Spider-Tom stood nearby, still in the stance of preparing to charge, but he realized the battle had already ended. For a moment, he was left dumbfounded. Is it over just like that? Mark casually tossed Dr. Octopus' bundled package aside and turned to smile. Why not? Must we always go back and forth with our opponents? But, Spider-Tom was still somewhat incredulous. His past experiences involved prolonged battles, searching for weaknesses, or using taunts to disrupt the enemy's focus before finishing the fight. Exactly, Mark shrugged. Why waste time if you can finish it with one blow? Well, when you put it that way, Spider-Tom nodded thoughtfully. But, just to be clear, you're really not working with him? Of course not. How can Spider-Man team up with a villain? Well, at least most Spider-Men wouldn't, Mark replied. He suddenly remembered from his recent readings that in some alternate dimensions, there were Spider-Men who were villains or even more villainous than the villains themselves. For example, in Earth 11638, before becoming the Ghost Spider, the Spider-Man of that world was a maniac who enjoyed conducting experiments on small animals and was a voyeur, often peeping on his neighbor, Sarah Jane, MJ, while she changed clothes. His guardian, Uncle Ben, despised him, and their interactions usually ended with Uncle Ben shouting at him or even physically scolding him. During a field trip to Alchemax, he was bitten by a radioactive spider and gained superhuman abilities, similar to other Spider-Men. However, due to his upbringing and his twisted nature, he didn't become a heroic Spider-Man but rather a monstrous Spider-Man. First, he ate live mice, then he devoured Sarah Jane's cat, and later, he even consumed Uncle Ben. He bullied his classmate, Flash Thompson, and tricked Sarah Jane into coming to his home, attempting to force her to give birth to little spiderlings. In his case, with great power comes great responsibility, with great power comes a bigger appetite. It was a terrifying world. Honestly, when Mark saw these outliers among Spider-Men, he felt fortunate that he hadn't encountered such individuals during his initial traverses. Otherwise, his initial fondness for the Spider-Man identity might have led him astray. Indeed, there are dark sides to being a spider, so traversing between universes requires caution. Chapter 85. Alright, go rescue the lady in that car over there. Her door's stuck, and she can't get out. Mark pointed towards a nearby car. Spider-Tom realized the importance of this situation, as it concerned MJ and Ned's enrollment at MIT. He rushed over and forcefully opened the car door. Ma'am, you're safe for now. You should hurry and leave. You might still make it to your flight, he reassured the woman inside. She looked at Spider-Tom with astonishment and said, Peter, you're a hero. Peter, still somewhat unsure of her intentions, was a bit worried that she might reject him because of what she had just witnessed. No, he started, but his words trailed off. Mark approached Peter, his suit disassembling as he put his arm around him. As you can see, ma'am, Peter is indeed a hero. Although he's still young, he risked his life in space, battled extraterrestrials, and played a part in preserving this planet and its lives. Such a hero, yet he's treated like this. Do you think that's fair? Peter felt a bit embarrassed by Mark's words and looked down. However, his eyes were slightly upturned, hopeful for the woman's response. The woman beamed a brilliant smile, glancing at Mark and then back at Peter. "You're right. Heroes shouldn't be treated this way. I'll do my best to help you and your friends with your plans." "Really?" Peter raised his head, filled with joy. Including me?" "Of course, don't you want to go to MIT?" the woman teased. Of course. I absolutely want to. It's just," Peter was overwhelmed with excitement. Mark patted Peter's shoulder. "Alright, now's the time for a thank you, not a rap performance." The conversation was light-hearted. With Peter's inherent heroism and Mark's assistance, the woman promised to do everything she could to ensure Peter's enrollment in MIT. Afterward, she hurriedly left to catch her flight. Buzz. Not long after she left, the spider sense tingled again. Clang, clang, clang. Not far away, a spherical object descended from the sky, bounced on the ground a few times, and then exploded. "Ha, the Green Goblin," Mark chuckled. Having watched the original story, he had anticipated the Green Goblin's arrival here. Instead of wandering around this world, he had followed his spider sense directly to Spider Tom. "Do you know him?" Spider Tom asked. "Of course, I've faced two different Green Goblins, one was another version of him, and the other was his son." "Well, maybe the one coming isn't either of those I know," Mark shrugged. The randomness of the multiverse was far greater than he had imagined. Perhaps there were more individuals from the original story who arrived in this world. Your words are a bit confusing," Spider Tom said, somewhat puzzled. He wasn't foolish, in fact, he was quite intelligent. Otherwise, Iron Man wouldn't have treated him like a son or even considered him a replacement. He even heard about the Avengers borrowing Infinity Stones from other timelines during the Infinity War because the Infinity Stones in this world had been destroyed. He had wondered whether these other timelines were other worlds. After encountering Mysterio, who claimed to be from another world, with Nick Fury vouching for him, he had briefly believed in the concept of parallel universes. But now, Mark's words made him reconsider all of these things. "Forget about that for now. Are you sure you don't want to intervene?" Mark pointed upwards. Through the smoke, a figure on a glider was rapidly approaching. "All right. Let me handle this." Spider Tom took a deep breath, preparing himself. He wanted to learn from Mark's one-punch takedown technique. But just then. Whoosh! A beam of light swept across Spider Tom, Mark, and the incapacitated Dr. Octopus lying nearby. The next moment, Mark found himself inside a massive container. The container was covered on all sides with a peculiar magical substance, preventing anyone from breaking out but allowing them to see and hear what was happening outside. Mark was a bit puzzled, muttering, "Why did Doctor Strange capture me?" However, he didn't rush out, but put one hand on one of the containers. He was still quite curious about the magic used by the Ancient One and Doctor Strange, which was generally considered to be dimensional power, but no one knew what exactly it consisted of. What Mark was curious about was whether that so-called dimensional power was the same as his own quantization. If so, could he also learn some magic to increase his long-range output? Mark skillfully quantized one of his hands and stuck it on the magic barrier. On the other hand, being inexplicably transported into the middle of a dark space had inspired Spider Tom's PTSD. Not long ago, in the battle with Mysterio, he was pitched several times by Mysterio's bizarre and unpredictable virtual reality technology. In the end, it was only thanks to Peter's wit that he was able to turn defeat into victory. He wondered if he was in a similar space. Until Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange approached him and explained everything to him. The forgetting magic that failed when he interfered with his mouth, pulling many people from parallel universes into this one. Shocked to learn from Doctor Strange about the huge consequences caused by him, Spider Tom slowly looked around at these cages around him. A very ugly lizard monster. Dr. Octopus, who had just fought on the bridge. And another Spider-Man, what was he doing sitting on the floor? Quickly returning to his senses, Spider Tom pointed to Mark and said to Doctor Strange, "Mr. Strange, can you let him out? He's Spider-Man too." Doctor Strange shook his head. "I think it's best if we don't have too much contact with them, because, frankly, the multiverse is a concept we know very little about. Indeed, the concept of the multiverse is one that is very general to you, but one that I have long since grown accustomed to." Mark's voice rang out beside the two of them. Dr. Strange turned his head and stared. "How did you get out?" "Whoa, man, you cracked Mr. Stranger's magic too." Spider Tom's attention span was clear. "And what is that, your awesome tone?" Is that something to be proud of? Well, a small victory over the Sorcerer Supreme in magic does seem like something to be proud of. Chapter 86. Dr. Strange gave Spider-Tom a look that said, "What do you mean?" Spider-Tom immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Sorry, Mr. Steven, that's not what I meant. I just think it's really cool to have a Spider-Man who can do magic." Dr. Strange turned to Mark and asked, "Are you the Spider-Man from another world?" Mark nodded, "Of course, isn't it obvious? As the former Sorcerer Supreme, don't you sense my presence?" Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, hesitating a bit. "I did sense a difference in you and this world before, but it seems to have disappeared now. What kind of existence are you?" This was an unprecedented situation for him. He even thought that his perception might have been off. But when he turned to look at Dr. Lizard and Dr. Octopus, he could clearly see the distinct aura emanating from them. So, it wasn't his perception that was off, but there was something wrong with the person in front of him. Dr. Strange stared at Mark intently, his hands already preparing for magic. Mark took a step back. Whoosh! His body instantly appeared in the magical prison. Then, in a flash, he appeared before the two again. "As you can see, I am a legitimate dimensional traveler, guided by destiny." Mark put on a mysterious and inscrutable expression. But his revealed ability truly added a touch of mystery and greatly increased the credibility of his words. A legitimate dimensional traveler? Dr. Strange looked at Mark, seemingly hoping to find traces of panic on his face. But it was evident that he failed. Mark's face only showed confidence. He nodded and reaffirmed, "My codename is the Spacetime Spider-Man, and I serve destiny. When different timelines or Spider-Men face crises, I follow the guidance of destiny and appear before them. The power of destiny resides within me, so I serve myself and follow my own guidance. Shouldn't that be a problem?" Mark thought confidently, holding his ground, so even though Dr. Strange continued to scrutinize him and even tested him with magic, he remained unfazed. "What kind of crisis will I encounter?" Spider-Tom asked curiously. Unlike Dr. Strange, who still had doubts, the young Spider-Tom quickly accepted Mark's explanation and became curious about what he had to say. In fact, he originally wanted to ask why Mark hadn't appeared during his previous crises, but then he realized that although those situations could be considered crises, he had managed to resolve them without much trouble. Perhaps they weren't significant enough to warrant someone crossing time and space to help him. So, does that mean this crisis is of an unprecedented scale? After imagining the possibilities, Spider-Tom's expression turned fearful. "You've disrupted Steven's magic, causing rifts between dimensions," Mark explained confidently, sensing that Dr. Strange's probing magic had dissipated. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had passed Dr. Strange's test for the most part. Mark continued, "These rifts have opened portals to this universe from various parallel universes, bringing forth many supervillains. As far as I know, there are 6 of them." Whoa. 6. Spider-Tom's eyes widened. "That's right. The one who looks like a mini version of Godzilla is called the Lizard, his real name is Kurt Connors. You can also call him Dr. Lizard because he's truly a doctor in cross-species genetics. It was his own experiment that turned him into this monstrous form." Mark pointed to the Lizard Doctor in the first magical prison and introduced him. Spider-Tom exclaimed in amazement, "Thank goodness the spider that bit me didn't turn me into a spider monster." "Oh, in many worlds, there are indeed examples of Spider-Men turning into monsters," Mark casually remarked. "WTF? Are you serious?" "Of course." Spider-Tom anxiously felt his own body, wearing a worried expression. "Alright, stop pondering and let's move on to the second person." Mark looked at Dr. Octopus, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, and said, "This is Dr. Octopus, full name Otto Octavius, a nuclear physicist. The third person is the one we saw on the bridge earlier, the demon wannabe in green armor. His name is Norman Osborn, also known as the Green Goblin. They both know him and have worked for him." Mark pointed to the Lizard Doctor and Dr. Octopus. Dr. Strange gave a probing look. Dr. Octopus remained silent, clearly giving his consent. "The fourth person is called Electro, real name Max Dillon. He used to be an electrical engineer and also an employee of Osborn Industries. He has the ability to control electricity." Spider-Tom finally snapped back to reality. This Osborn Industries is really terrifying, creating so many monsters. Roar. The Lizard Doctor let out a furious roar, startling Spider-Tom. Spider-Tom's voice abruptly stopped, and he quickly turned around to apologize, "Sorry, I was just condemning that Osborn guy." The fifth person is called Sandman, real name William Baker. Just like his codename suggests, he can manipulate sand and even absorb nearby sand to replenish himself when injured. However, he also has a clear weakness, Mark continued to explain. I know. Spider Tom exclaimed, the main component of sand is silicon dioxide, and it melts and even turns into glass at certain high temperatures. Bingo! Mark praised, giving a thumbs up. So, when the time comes, find a way to heat him up, and you can take him down. Are you saying, kill him? Like, kill him? Spider Tom was surprised. Well, how else do you plan to cure him? Mark asked, puzzled. But killing someone seems a bit too much, right? Spider Tom was conflicted. Alright, I was just messing with you, Mark laughed. He didn't insist on changing Spider Tom's mindset like he did with Spider Andrew. Spider Andrew was too soft, partly due to his short time with the powers and lack of guidance, so he only realized the consequences after losing them. But Spider Tom had already gone through a lot, and even from an outsider's perspective, his experiences seemed more extensive than Mark's. Moreover, he had Iron Man as his mentor, almost like a father figure. Despite Iron Man's seemingly indifferent attitude towards him, he genuinely cared. For example, adding a tracker to his suit, contacting official authorities after hearing Spider Tom's complaints, and even rushing back from the other side of the earth to clean up Spider Tom's mess, repairing the ferry, and so on. So, Spider Tom should be the most aware and knowledgeable among the three versions of Spider-Man. It's just that Mark, having seen the plot, had a clearer understanding of the future development of events, allowing him to provide some advice from an outsider's perspective. And all he needed was just these small suggestions. Chapter 87. 6 of them, but what about the 7th? Doctor Strange interjected. He didn't express any opinion regarding Mark's seemingly provocative words, suggesting Spider Tom to commit murder. In reality, he was only concerned with maintaining the stability of the timeline. The last one is an alien, from a parallel universe, named Venom, belonging to the symbiote species. It's a rather dangerous creature, Mark said. Dangerous? How dangerous? Spider Tom inquired. He had witnessed Mark's formidable abilities on the bridge and knew that this Spider-Man's strength surpassed his own. To have someone like him considered dangerous spoke volumes about the threat level. The symbiotes originate from the Lord of the Abyss. They can attach themselves to any life form and possess a hive consciousness similar to Zurg or some similar stuff, Mark explained. Although he hadn't encountered Venom personally, his connection to Spider-Man had led him to study this entity thoroughly. Thus, he had some basic knowledge. Zurg? Are you saying the ones from StarCraft? Spider Tom asked. Mark nodded, yes, the Lord of the Abyss is their queen, and each symbiote is a drone. They once ravaged countless planets until they attempted to invade Earth, only to be stopped by Thor, who severed the connection between the hive and the queen. Subsequently, the symbiote species turned the tables and took control and trapped that elder god, achieving their liberation and wandering aimlessly throughout the universe. They actively seek out living organisms as hosts and, upon bonding with a host, record the host's genes and genetic material in their own genetic code, constantly enhancing themselves. Venom is one of those symbiotes that fell to Earth in a parallel universe. Isn't there any way to prevent them from parasitizing? Spider Tom shuddered at the thought of something worm-like crawling into his body, taking control, and even recording his DNA, among other things. It was chilling. Preventing parasitization is challenging because it can be subtle. Unless you notice it in time and detach it before it leaves a mark on your spine, it will stay attached to you. Moreover, some individuals actively seek out symbiotes, Mark explained. Actively seek them out. Why? Don't they find it strange to have something inside them? In any case, it doesn't sound like a pleasant experience, Spider Tom exclaimed. Because symbiotes, once bonded with a host, provide incredible powers. In every aspect. Enough to turn an ordinary person into a superhuman. You understand, power, Mark stated. Doctor Strange took over the conversation with a grave expression. So, it seems this is the most significant threat. Yes, if left unchecked, we'll soon have a new supervillain on our hands, and a reckless one at that, Mark confirmed, supporting Doctor Strange's suspicion. Wait, what if we use magic to send them back quickly? Spider Tom suggested. Unfortunately, the feasibility of that is quite low, Mark shattered his illusions without mercy. Why? Because symbiotes are fundamentally amorphous four-dimensional beings, time and space don't really have much meaning for them. This is also why they typically seek hosts to survive, because they need hosts to anchor themselves in space and time. Mark explained. So, they can disregard the rules between different parallel universes? Doctor Strange said with seriousness in his voice. Yes. This is troublesome, Doctor Strange muttered. He quickly walked over to a table in the room, saying rapidly, so, Peter, wait, what's your name, by the way? He had just realized that he still didn't know Mark's name. Mark replied, I'm Mark. Alright, Mark. Since you're familiar with these guys, can I ask you and Peter, to bring them all back before they cause more trouble in this world? Doctor Strange earnestly requested. Of course, I can do that, Mark agreed readily. There were quite a few things in this world that he had his eyes on. He would undoubtedly have to visit this world frequently and build a good relationship with Doctor Strange, which could save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, if their relationship was good enough, perhaps he could ask for his help when dealing with the Inheritor's family. Although many people criticized Doctor Strange for being less powerful than the Ancient One, who was hailed as the Supreme Sorcerer, what if he simply didn't want to borrow too much power? When things really hit the fan, he should still be formidable. In the event of a crisis, he would be a powerful ally. Mr. Steven, are you planning to go out and capture that Venom? Mark asked. Yes, its danger surpasses that of the other 5 combined, we must capture it. Doctor Strange asserted firmly. As he said this, Mark could even sense a massive surge of magical energy. Clearly, he was about to take serious action. When the Abyssal Lord Null forged the original symbiote, the all-black Necrosword, he used high temperatures and sound to torture it repeatedly, leaving the symbiote with a fear of sound and high temperatures. You can use this to capture it, Mark quickly explained. Doctor Strange expressed his gratitude, saying, this is very helpful. Thank you for your guidance. With that, he tossed another armband over to Mark. This is a simple magical device that can cast a teleportation spell. It can transport the target to this magical prison no matter where they are. Unfortunately, the situation is urgent, so I only made one. Mark accepted the magical device, which was essentially a wristband with temporary magical runes engraved on it. After examining it briefly, he handed it to Spider-Tom. Here, I'll leave this to you. I'll be the primary attacker, and you'll be support. Look for opportunities to capture them. All right. Spider-Tom eagerly received the magical wristband, putting it on his wrist and examining it excitedly. Young people always had a high interest in magic. After briefly discussing their plan, Doctor Strange drew a circle in front of him and teleported away. Seeing Doctor Strange leave, Mark breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Venom only existed as an Easter egg in the original work and didn't play a significant role, having experienced several worlds with various alterations, he couldn't be entirely sure this world wouldn't be different. Symbiotes were so dangerous, and he didn't want to inadvertently come into contact with one without any preparation. Chapter 88. Alright, what do we do next? Spider-Tom asked honestly, deferring to Mark's opinion, which was tantamount to acknowledging Mark's leadership. After all, Mark had gained Doctor Strange's recognition. And even though he didn't want to admit it, Mark seemed more reliable than him. From this perspective, Spider-Tom was still a child at heart, someone who hadn't fully matured, lacked initiative, and always wanted to rely on something or someone. First, let's gather our team, Mark said. Our team? Spider-Tom questioned. Mark nodded, first and foremost, your logistical tech support and your brain. You mean Ned and MJ? Spider-Tom suddenly understood. Yes, Mark confirmed. In SpiderMan, Homecoming, Ned used a few ordinary school computers to assist Spider-Tom in a reconnaissance mission. Although not perfect, his abilities were quite impressive. As for MJ, her intelligence and bravery matched Mark's earliest impressions of her from the comic book version, not the movie version. Moreover, MJ provided a special buff for Spider-Tom. However, Mark's reference to team wasn't limited to just these two. There were also 2 other Spider people from different parallel universes. Mark had gone to see this movie specifically to watch the interactions between the 3 versions of Spider people. Now that he had the chance to meet them in person, he couldn't pass it up. Regarding the origins of these 2 young Spider people, Mark had given up hope. Given that both previous villains had come from different parallel universes, there was a high probability that these 2 were not from the same universes he had visited. But whether or not he knew these young Spider people personally, their identities as Spider people were indisputable. So, it was entirely reasonable to bring them here in advance. However, finding the 2 of them wouldn't be easy, and they would need logistical support. Thinking about this, Mark felt somewhat regretful. He had been so focused on talking about the villains that he had forgotten about this. Doctor Strange was impatient by nature, and upon hearing about Venom, he had immediately set off. Mark now wished he had asked him to open a portal and bring the two young spider people here before leaving. Mark had to face the consequences of his decision. He instructed Spider Tom to call Ned and MJ over first and see if they could locate them using Ned's technology. Spider Tom had no doubts about this plan. Mark's ability to bring in his friends for assistance was a recognition of sorts. After bidding them farewell, he left the Sanctum Sanctorum. As Doctor Strange and Spider Tom departed one after the other, the underground chamber became much quieter. Mark turned to Octopus Doctor and Lizard Doctor, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. A somewhat mischievous idea crossed his mind. What if he went to the parallel universe he had visited before and brought the temporarily reformed Octopus Doctor to this world to meet the other Octopus Doctor? He wondered how that encounter would unfold. "Mr. Mark, it seems like you're thinking of something rather impolite," Octopus Doctor observed Mark's expression and furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh, no, it's nothing impolite," Mark chuckled and changed the subject. "But I am curious, Dr. Octavius, do you remember what happened before you appeared here?" "Before I appeared here?" Octopus Doctor was intrigued by Mark's question and began to think. "I remember I was in my makeshift lab, and I had control over the sun's energy again. Then, SpiderMan showed up. I think I should have fallen into the river along with my solar energy, and then, I died." Octopus Doctor's expression shifted from surprise to hesitation as he spoke. Anyone who discovered they should have died would likely have a similar reaction, right? With that in mind, he raised his head, his eyes filled with a hint of supplication. It seemed like he was confirming this fact with Mark, the time-space Spider-Man who possessed the ability to traverse parallel universes, while hoping it was just an illusion. Otherwise, what would he be? A ghost? Unfortunately, Mark nodded without hesitation. "You're right. In your world, you indeed died. During your second experiment, the miniature sun went out of control once more and was about to cause a catastrophe. At that moment, you chose to be buried under the sea along with it." "Oh, I see," Octopus Doctor's gaze became somewhat vacant. "So, am I a ghost now?" "Ghosts? No, no, no," Mark shook his head repeatedly. "While there might be spirits, even demons, there are no ghosts. Well, not that I've encountered anything that I've mentioned." "What about me?" Octopus Doctor's eyes brightened slightly. "No one wanted to know they were already dead." Mark explained, "For certain reasons, at the very moment before you died, you left that world and came here. So, in a way, the people who just left, the two of them, are responsible for saving your life." Octopus Doctor nodded, lost in thought. "Hey, little bug." At this moment, Lizard Doctor, who had been silent, growled softly, catching the attention of both Mark and Octopus Doctor. "You know me, which means you've been to a world where I exist." Mark turned to Lizard Doctor and said, "Yes, but hasn't anyone taught you manners, dear Connors?" He, manners? What's that?" Lizard Doctor chuckled softly, his voice sounding like two stones grinding against each other, rather grating. "Did I succeed in that world? Did I establish a great lizard kingdom?" Mark sneered. "A lizard kingdom?" In the next moment, he flashed across more than 10 meters in an instant, even crossing through the magical barrier, appearing inside Lizard Doctor's cell. Lizard Doctor reacted quickly, growling and lunging at him. Mark made a simple move, clenched his fist, and raised it. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the entire underground chamber. The whole place seemed to tremble for a moment. Lizard Doctor was slammed heavily against the top of the cell, and when Mark withdrew his hand, he fell heavily to the ground. Mark placed his foot on Lizard Doctor's head, sneering, "The Lizard Doctor from that world was killed by me. If you want to die, I can send you off too." "Hey, hey. Calm down," Octopus Doctor, oddly enough, acted as the voice of reason. "That wizard who can perform magical feats probably didn't lock us up here just to have us killed, did he? You're also an outsider, killing someone on his turf might not be a good idea." Mark applied pressure with his foot, causing Lizard Doctor's skull to creak and gradually crack. Clearly, his skull was being subjected to tremendous force. However, Mark was careful not to kill Lizard Doctor. Even though H's skull was damaged, with Lizard Doctor's regenerative abilities, recovery would be a breeze. Chapter 89. Mark couldn't stand Lizard Doctor's attitude. Octopus Doctor was obsessive because he wanted to create an artificial sun, not for privilege but to advance technology and provide unlimited energy to humanity. He believed that his intelligence was a gift from above, meant to serve others and benefit humanity, not to dominate over others. Even though the chip in his mechanical tentacles had made him radical, he didn't abandon this belief. He only became a supervillain because the artificial sun he created had flaws, not because it was his original intention. Lizard Doctor, on the other hand, was different. His initial research on the cross-genetic serum was driven by one thing: money. He had worked alongside Richard Parker, but when Richard discovered that the Osborne Corporation was researching the serum to create monster soldiers for waging war against other countries, he chose to escape. Did Lizard Doctor not know about this? It was clear that he didn't. But he still chose to stay and continue researching the serum. Later, he even attempted to force this serum onto others, turning millions of New Yorkers into lizard creatures. So, Mark had absolutely no fondness for him. However, Mark hadn't intended to kill him. After delivering that punch and stomping on him, he emerged from the magical prison. Lizard Doctor lay on the ground for a while before his body fully restored itself. But this time, he didn't dare to raise his head. After getting up, he cautiously retreated to a corner, curling up into a pitiable and helpless posture. Mark didn't pay any more attention to him. As Octopus Doctor had said, killing someone on Doctor Strange's turf, especially someone already detained, wouldn't be justified. It could easily earn Doctor Strange's disapproval and was not worth the trouble. Octopus Doctor sighed in relief. He had been genuinely worried that Mark might recklessly kill Lizard Doctor. Although the guy looked hideous and nothing like a doctor, they were in this underground cell together, sharing a similar fate. If Lizard Doctor died, Octopus Doctor would also start worrying about his own situation. For now, it seemed they were both safe. After this minor incident, Octopus Doctor and Mark sat in silence on the ground, not saying a word. Mark took the opportunity to assess the underground chamber. He had expected that, being a part of the Sanctum Sanctorum, this underground area might contain some items related to magic. However, after a quick inspection, he was thoroughly disappointed. It was nothing more than a storeroom filled with items that seemed to have been unused for years. Within a short time, he found himself growing bored. Estimating the time, he figured it would be about half an hour until Spider Tom would arrive with his friends. So, Mark found a chair, pulled out his smartphone, expertly connected to the internet, and started browsing YouTube. It was said that Spider Tom had several popular videos on YouTube. Experiencing what it was like to watch Spider-Man in the real world was quite novel. Thanks to the recent exposure of Spider Tom's real identity, he had become extremely popular in recent days, even feeling like a global sensation. Mark quickly found a few interesting videos. For instance, there was an interview with Peter Parker and his friends, conducted by the blonde girl Betty, who had a brief romantic involvement with Ned Leeds in Heroic Expedition. The interview covered various aspects of Peter's interests, hobbies, and behavior, offering a multidimensional view of the teenage hero. After watching a few videos, Mark stumbled upon one related to him. The video had a title that read, "Shocking. 2 Spider-Men spotted battling octopus on New Haven Harbor overpass." In the video, there were shaky, distant shots of him and Spider Tom fighting Octopus Doctor on the overpass. The footage was quite far away and shaky, clearly taken by someone who had fled to a safe distance and then stopped to film. Mark couldn't help but feel exasperated. These people seemed fearless, escaping danger only to film a video and share it on their social media. However, the comments on the video were interesting. Some were speculating about the identity of the new Spider-Man. Others thought it was a robot created by Spider Tom using technology similar to Iron Man's, considering that Mysterio had mentioned Spider-Man's attempt to replace Iron Man, making it plausible for him to possess such technology. There were even people suggesting that Spider-Man could potentially be mass-produced, forming something like a Spider-Man League, and they expressed their interest in joining. In short, there were all sorts of comments, including some negative ones. Mark, however, didn't get upset, he just found it amusing. The sensation of being discussed in a pseudo-news media format was rather strange. "What are you watching so happily?" Spider Tom returned to the room with a man and a woman in tow. The man was a chubby Asian guy, about 6 feet tall in both directions, round and with a perpetual slight pout, giving him a humorous look. He was Peter's close friend, Ned Leeds. The woman, of course, was Spider Tom's girlfriend, Michelle Jones Watson, known as MJ. Despite her lively appearance, MJ possessed a venomous tongue that could verbally obliterate anyone without hesitation. "Wow, are you the Spider-Man from another dimension that Peter talked about? Ned rolled up to Mark, excitedly inspecting him as if hoping to find something fundamentally different about him in this dimension. MJ, on the other hand, regarded Mark with a skeptical look. You're really from another world? During her recent trip to Europe, she had seen through the lies of Mysterio and confirmed that his claims of parallel universes were false. Yet now, here was another person claiming to be from a parallel universe. It was challenging for her not to be suspicious. Of course, you can ask those two if they're from other worlds. Mark gestured towards Octopus Doctor and Lizard Doctor. Lizard Doctor had initially been curious about the newcomer but quickly withdrew when Mark pointed at them. Octopus Doctor gave them a faint look but remained silent. Spider Tom sensed the strange atmosphere and asked, "What's going on with them?" Mark shrugged. "Maybe they're not adjusting well. Let's not worry about them for now. How about we focus on the task at hand? Ned, you're a computer whiz. Put your skills to use, see if you can find any special information online. Pay attention to the outskirts of the city, places with large electrical systems. Electro tends to favor those areas." Chapter 90. Alright, sir. Ned retrieved a laptop from his bag and began working at a table nearby. His computer seemed to have undergone some modifications, running exceptionally fast. MJ furrowed her brows, somewhat displeased with Mark's direct control of the situation. She was worried that her boyfriend might be deceived again. However, on their way here, Spider Tom had already shared quite a bit of information about Mark and clarified his identity. She understood the urgency of the situation and chose to suppress her doubts for now, planning to keep a close eye on their interactions in the future. Subsequently, the four of them started their respective tasks. Mark recalled the original plot and outlined a few search directions for them. First, the electric field where Electro was highly likely to appear, as long as the plot didn't deviate. Sandman would also be there, killing two birds with one stone. Second, Aunt May's shelter center. As in the original story, the Green Goblin would temporarily return to being a normal person and visit there. Third, the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building, places where the other two spider people liked to hang out aimlessly. Spider Tom and the others weren't sure why Mark designated these particular places, but considering his identity as a universal traveler, they chose to trust him temporarily. "Hey, everyone, I think I've found something." Ned suddenly exclaimed, "There's a commotion at a military research center in the suburbs, and witnesses saw a monster flying into the sky. Is that the same Green Goblin we saw on the bridge?" Spider Tom turned to Mark for confirmation. Mark glanced at the blurry image on the video and nodded, "It's him, but unfortunately, this image isn't much use. It's been too long, and he's long gone." Octopus Doctor's voice suddenly rang out, "I've been thinking, and it still seems unbelievable." All eyes turned to him. Octopus Doctor continued to gaze at Mark. "According to what you said, I was pulled into this world by that wizard's magic just before my death. But in my world, Norman Osborn had indeed died. His son found his body in his house, and I even attended his funeral. Did he somehow resurrect, or does he come from a time when he hasn't died yet?" Lizard Doctor cautiously added, "In my world, Norman Osborn died from a hereditary disease, cell proliferation syndrome, and he never became the Green Goblin as you described. However, I heard that his son later turned into something strange. So, he doesn't come from my world either." Mark smiled faintly, "I appreciate your inquisitive spirit, and I'm glad you've joined our discussion. But think of the possibility that he comes from a parallel world that closely resembles Otto Octavius's world." "Are you saying?" Octopus Doctor's expression froze, as he hadn't considered this possibility. Mark explained, "In fact, I've been to your world, and in that world, your ultimate fate wasn't death." "Oh." Octopus Doctor's interest was piqued. He had heard Mark mention that he was his employee before. He initially thought it was just a fabricated story, but now it seemed there was more to it. Spider Tom and the other two were immediately intrigued as well. Ned gazed at Mark with admiration, wishing he could embark on such a marvelous adventure. "Your solar technology had a fatal flaw, and after I informed you of this flaw, we reached a cooperation agreement. You, me, Harry Osborn, and the Peter Parker from that world together established a transdimensional tech company," Mark explained, watching Octopus Doctor's enthusiasm grow. He couldn't help but smirk slightly. Just a moment ago, he had another idea. Considering that this Octopus Doctor would likely die once he returned to his world, why not just bring him to Toby's Spider-World? In that case, two Octopus Doctors together would not only double the fun but also potentially double the research efficiency. As for following the original plot to treat them, treatment was still necessary, but not for all of them. For those who remained stubborn, they could be sent back directly. Whatever happened in their original destinies would stand. For those who showed remorse and could be of use, they would be saved and incorporated into this transdimensional tech company. As for concerns about disrupting the timeline, based on his experiences from previous time travels, it wasn't an issue for him as a legitimate dimensional traveler. Dr. Strange had also confirmed this after his consultation. Spider-Tom suddenly realized the significance. No wonder Mark had referred to Octopus Doctor as his employee when they first met. Wait a minute. I found something here. MJ suddenly exclaimed, placing her phone on the table, and the four of them gathered around to take a look. The scene appeared to be on a highway. In the middle of a vast expanse of wilderness, far in the distance, there were several power lines. However, some of these power lines seemed to be emitting smoke. This is a substation in the southern outskirts, supplying power to a large part of Brooklyn. Do you see these pictures with smoke? Does it look like an overload of electricity? MJ explained the reason she had noticed it. Spider-Tom nodded, very likely. Absorbing electricity is Electro's specialty, isn't it? Saying this, he looked at Mark, seeking his opinion. Mark pressed his chest, already wearing his nanometal suit. No need to doubt, it's him. And Sandman is likely nearby too. Peter, let's go. Mark exclaimed. All right. Spider-Tom quickly put on his iron spider suit. Since the battle on the bridge had been resolved by Mark, his iron spider suit wasn't damaged like it was in the original plot. Let's establish communication first, Mark said as he walked to Spider-Tom's side, revealing the communicator on his web shooter. This communicator was created by the deceased Spider-Man from the Ultimate Universe and had cutting-edge technology. It could tap into nearby city shortwave communications, intercept police broadcasts, allowing for quick responses to crime scenes. Spider-Tom's Iron Spider suit also had an integrated communication system. After setting up an encrypted channel, they brought MJ and Ned into it, enabling wireless radio communication within a certain range. With their preparations complete, the two of them left the VIP club and followed the route previously planned by Ned and MJ, heading toward the large substation in the southern outskirts of the city. As they swung through the city using their webs, Holland's Spider-Man, unable to withstand the silence, started asking questions. By the way, you didn't say why you wanted to confirm my aunt's workplace. Is there something wrong there? Chapter 91. Green Goblin we saw on the bridge earlier might go there to look for her, Mark said casually. What? Spider-Tom abruptly halted on the side of a building, staring at Mark in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Mark sighed. First, it's just a possibility. Second, if the Green Goblin seeks out your aunt for help, it means he has calmed down and is no longer the Green Goblin, temporarily. What do you mean? Spider-Tom asked in confusion. Mark explained, the Green Goblin was originally a successful businessman, the founder of the Osborn Corporation, as I mentioned earlier. Later, he injected something like a super soldier serum into himself, transforming into a super soldier while also developing a pathological and destructive alter ego in his mind. Wow! Isn't that like the Hulk? Ned suddenly chimed in. On the other side, MJ and Ned could also hear their conversation. Mark corrected, it's different from the Hulk. The Hulk had a childlike temperament when he first emerged, but as he merged with Dr. Banner, he gradually grew up and became controllable, a true superhero. Spider-Tom nodded in agreement. Although he hadn't fought alongside the Hulk much, he admired the superhero greatly. Plus, Iron Man had high praise for the Hulk, even developing Hulkbuster armor. But the Green Goblin is different, he's a born criminal with an endless desire for destruction in his mind. You can't reason with him, Mark continued. He wasn't exaggerating. In the original plot, the Green Goblin was the first to turn against the heroes, even using his words to manipulate Electro, the one most easily swayed. Furthermore, Mark had always had another idea. He believed that the birth of the Green Goblin and the Green Goblin Jr. wasn't as simple as the emergence of a second personality. It was more like a mental illness within the Osborn family itself, fused with certain components of the Green Goblin serum, which amplified this character flaw and turned him into a complete madman. So, instead of saying that the suddenly appearing Norman Osborn was the original, it was more accurate to say that he was the alter ego. The Green Goblin had firmly taken over that body when Norman Osborn had drunk the serum, becoming the dominant personality. Such an existence was no longer just influenced. Mental illness, especially of this antisocial type, is untreatable. So, for other villains, even Dr. Connors, Mark had considered the idea of treating and recruiting them for his own purposes. But not for the Green Goblin. This guy is a ticking time bomb, way too dangerous. The best way to handle him is to eliminate him directly to prevent harm to others. So, you mean the Green Goblin might temporarily return to normal and then go to see my aunt? Spider Tom slightly breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Mark nodded and confirmed, yes, if he actively seeks help, it's a clear sign of returning to normal. So, your aunt should be safe for the time being. And if he doesn't return to normal, he won't go to see your aunt either, so she'll be safe as well. Spider Tom relaxed completely upon hearing this. That's good, then. They continued on their way. What about the other two places? The Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building? Dr. Connors and Dr. Octopus have already been captured. Electro and Sandman are likely to be at the place you're about to go to. The Green Goblin is missing, but he might appear near the rescue center. Is there anything that would appear in these two locations? MJ wondered. While she spoke, Ned successfully hacked into the street cameras near these two buildings and began quickly reviewing the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, there were few cameras, and they didn't capture much. It was better than nothing, though. Mark grinned, those are places the Spider-Men from the other two worlds like to go. What? How is that possible? Oh my, there are still two other Spider-Men? Spider Tom, MJ, and Ned all exclaimed in surprise. Spider Tom spoke seriously, why don't we find them first and then go after the villains together? Mark sighed, I'd like to make it easier too, but Dr. Strange left too quickly and forgot to send them over first. Alright, Spider Tom sighed in resignation. The two of them had no choice but to continue on their way. However, knowing that there were two more Spider-Men out there only increased the enthusiasm of Ned and MJ, especially Ned. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he was too busy now and didn't want to interrupt. He decided to wait until all four Spider-Men were together to ask everything at once. The southern outskirts weren't too far, and Mark and Spider Tom were traveling in a straight line through the air. Without traffic to contend with, they were making good time. However, along the way, they had already noticed some clues. For example, the closer they got, the more power outages they encountered. This corroborated the Electro's location because it matched the scenes where the Electrico absorbed electricity. Soon, they left the city behind, leaving the skyscrapers in the distance. In the wilderness, a series of electrical towers appeared before them. Mark looked at this familiar scene, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This is it. He jumped onto the canopy of a tree and squinted into the distance. Soon, he spotted a humanoid figure in vivid blue among the many electrical towers. He was suspended between two electrical towers, and bolts of lightning shot out from him, connecting him to the towers on both sides. It was evident that he was absorbing the electricity from these towers. Look over there, Mark pointed at the Electrico. Oh my god. I see it. Spider Tom exclaimed, watching the figure suspended between the electrical towers in awe. Is that the Electrico? Ned and MJ also stopped their search for the other Spider-Man and focused on observing the scene, mostly through a phone attached to Spider Tom's chest, which was quite amusing. Yes, this guy's weakness is water, and he needs to recharge. Mark prepared for the battle. To be honest, he was a bit nervous. The villains he had dealt with before, like the Ultimate Green Goblin, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard, were all physical attackers. But the Electric Man, he was a bona fide Logia-type devil fruit user with control over lightning. And he didn't have the gum-gum fruit powers or hockey. To deal with such an intangible opponent, he needed to find a way to exploit his weaknesses. Water? Spider Tom looked at his surroundings with a troubled expression. Apart from the forest, there was only dry soil around. Where would they get water? If necessary, we can cut the power lines. Cutting off the electricity is the most direct way, Mark suggested. Spider Tom nodded. Although cutting the power lines would cause a widespread blackout, it was the optimal choice to subdue this monster and minimize collateral damage. Alright, you draw his attention later, I'll try to find his other weaknesses. Let's go. Chapter 92. The two quickly spread out, one to the left and the other to the right, converging on Electro. Oh. This guy looks quite shocking. Spider Tom lifted the magic wristband that Dr. Strange had given him and fired a shot at Electro, hoping to use the magical device to teleport this obviously tricky Electro directly to the magical prison. But unfortunately, at this moment, Electro was in a completely ionized state, without a physical form. The transmission magic he shot out passed through Electro's body, arcing through the air and hitting a large tree not far away. Crack! This unfortunate tree had the worst luck. It grew here, minded its own business, but encountered Spider Tom, who sent it straight to the magical prison beneath the Sanctum Sanctorum. MJ, Ned, Dr. Octopus, and the lizard were all startled. Dr. Octopus asked, puzzled, "Is this a tree person? From which universe?" The lizard grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. "This mutation is quite novel, a creative idea." No, it's just a tree," MJ said, feeling a bit embarrassed about her boyfriend's mistake. The lizard hesitated for a moment, thinking he had found a kindred spirit. Dr. Octopus also smiled awkwardly. The scene returned to the battle with the Electro. After Spider Tom's initial attack failed to affect the Electro, it alerted him while he was absorbing electricity. His eyes lit up suddenly, and he instantly spotted Spider Tom's position. He raised his hand and sent a high-voltage electric current towards Spider Tom. Spider Tom quickly dodged, but the high-voltage electric current struck the ground beneath him like thunder, creating a large crater. Seeing his first attack miss, Electro lifted his hand again and fired another high-voltage electric current towards Spider Tom. Spider Tom dared not stay in one place and swiftly maneuvered to the side. Boom! 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 One high-voltage electric current after another struck the ground and the trees below, either creating large craters or setting trees on fire, showcasing Electro's destructive power. At this moment, Mark had quietly approached Electro. His eyes turned into a starry sky as he entered a quantum state. Quantum insight. Originally, this move required direct contact to observe the quantum changes within the target. However, after receiving enhancements from the Master Weaver, which strengthened his powers from all directions, he gained the ability to use quantum insight to observe targets within a certain range without direct contact. Now, he was using this ability to observe the energy flow between the electrical towers and Electro. If he could find the point where he channeled the electricity into his body, they could defeat him in one blow. On the other side, Spider Tom had been continuously chased by high-voltage electric currents, causing the nearby forest and ground to become a mess. He found it strange that Mark hadn't taken action yet, but he didn't dare to rush him. He knew Mark must have his reasons. If necessary, they had the backup plan of disconnecting the power lines. Suddenly, it seemed like Electro had gotten smarter. He raised his hand abruptly, and the next high-voltage electric current appeared in the direction Spider Tom was heading. Although Peter's quick thinking gave him enough feedback, at this moment, he had just jumped to avoid the previous attack, and there was no way he could turn in time. In a critical moment, he could only shoot out a strand of web to twist his body slightly to the side. Boom! The high-voltage current hit Spider Tom, and the violent electricity spread across his body instantly. Spider Tom grunted, and his whole body was thrown out, lying motionless on the ground. Peter, MJ and Ned, who were in the Sanctum Sanctorum's underground chamber, became extremely worried. Ned couldn't help but call out to Mark, "Hey, Mr. Mark, it seems Peter is injured, where are you?" Mark couldn't afford to respond to him. He was concentrating on observing the energy flow within Electro's body, and he had made some progress. Just as Electro raised his hands, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Spider Tom, Mark took action. Found it. In Mark's quantum insight view, there were countless energy channels within Electro's body. Among these energy channels, several were particularly robust. For instance, there was one extending from each of his hands, leading to his heart. This might also be why Electro often uses his hands to absorb and release electricity. Quantum scalpel. Quantum blink. Mark's hands suddenly entered a quantum state in mid-air and, in the next moment, appeared directly behind Electro. Swish. The quantumized hands were like sharp surgical knives, piercing straight into Electro's shoulders on both sides. The two thickest energy channels within Electro's body were directly destroyed. Ah! Electro, who was usually immune to physical harm, suddenly let out a miserable scream. What was even more surprising was that at the injured points on his shoulders, sparks of electricity burst forth, as if a person's body was spraying blood when injured. Who are you? What is this? Electro struggled to turn his head around, but he dared not move rashly. He felt intense fear. Ever since he had become the embodiment of electricity due to an accident, he hadn't felt the word pain for a long time. But at this moment, the person behind him was forcefully making him recall that sensation. For a moment, Electro even forgot to transform into an electric current and just allowed Mark's hands to remain inserted into his shoulders. Max Dillon, actually, I don't really dislike you. I know that your evil actions weren't your intention. You just wanted to get attention from others, right? Mark said. No, you understand me. Who are you? Electro was both afraid and touched. This was the first time he had met someone who understood him. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have happily given the person a big hug and invited them for a drink. I am the Spacetime Spider-Man, appearing to change the tragic fate of those in different timelines. Mark replied. Changing tragic fates? Timelines? Electro was stunned. At this moment, he seemed to forget the pain, forget to continue absorbing energy, and even ignored his own changes. His entire body and mind were captivated by these words. And at this moment, Mark had already released his hands. Chapter 93. Mark held Electro by the neck and landed on the ground. At this moment, Electro had already reverted to his human appearance, but because the electricity he had absorbed had not completely dissipated, his body faintly shimmered with traces of electricity. After placing Electro on the ground, Mark sighed with relief. His brief ability to hover was not due to gaining the power of flight but rather the result of his self-quantization. In this state, as long as he didn't use his time and space abilities, he wouldn't naturally traverse through time and space. However, maintaining complete self-quantization still required a considerable amount of energy. So, despite the fact that he had only been hovering and talking to Electro for less than a minute, the actual energy expenditure was enough to sustain him in a battle against several supervillains for several tens of minutes. Moreover, this kind of short-term massive energy consumption was more exhausting than a prolonged battle. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Judging from Electro's current condition, the probability of subduing him was quite high. In reality, Electro was a pitiable individual. Unlike the comic book version, who was selfish, greedy, and filled with destructive tendencies, the movie version was just a cog in the Oscorp machine. He was unremarkable in appearance, even somewhat ugly. Despite designing a beautiful electrical diagram, it was stolen by his superior. Due to his position, he couldn't speak out. This was the tragedy of a small employee in the corporate world. Being a nobody, he had no friends, and no one even remembered his name, so he yearned for recognition from others. Harry Osborn could easily manipulate him into becoming his enforcer, exploiting Electro's vulnerability. At this moment, Mark was also taking advantage of this aspect. However, unlike Harry Osborn, who only wanted to use him for personal gain, Mark genuinely sympathized with Max and believed that he could be of help. He provided Electro with what he needed, and in return, Electro gave him what he needed. A mutually beneficial relationship. This was the beginning of friendship. Perhaps the starting point wasn't entirely pure, but in the world, truly selfless friendships, untouched by self-interest, were exceedingly rare. They probably only existed when everyone was still children. What happened to him? Spider Tom, who seemed to have sprung up from nowhere, approached Mark quietly and asked. Mark shrugged and replied, I'm not entirely sure. Let's give him some time to recover. By the way, I just encountered someone over there. A person? He seems to be from another world, probably the Sandman you mentioned. Spider Tom pointed to the other side. Mark raised an eyebrow. He had been wondering why Sandman hadn't appeared earlier, and he was a bit concerned that they had resolved the battle too quickly, causing Sandman to miss his chance to intervene. But now, Sandman had shown up. Where is he, and why isn't he coming over? Mark asked in confusion. Spider Tom shrugged and said, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the scene where you inserted your hands into Electro's body and then brought him down to the ground scared him off. Mark turned to look at Electro. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sequence of events did make it seem like he had taken out Electro directly. No wonder Sandman was scared. But this was awkward. Originally, Mark had thought that Flint Marko, the Sandman, was one of the few, normal individuals among these supervillains and would be the easiest to communicate with. For those who've seen the movie, they know that Sandman robbed banks to afford medical treatment for his daughter. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man even forgave him because he was just too nervous and shot his uncle by accident. So Mark had no reason to pursue him further. Moreover, Sandman's abilities were useful, making him a potential recruit. So he hadn't paid much attention to Sandman at first, thinking that with some kind words and mentioning the opportunity to help cure his daughter's illness in exchange for cooperation, Sandman would be on his side. Who would have thought that due to a series of misunderstandings, Sandman would be scared away because Mark seemed to have taken out Electro too decisively. This, Mark sighed. Finding Sandman wouldn't be easy. In the city, it would have been as simple as looking for flying sand. But New York is surrounded by three sides of the sea, with a considerable coastline and plenty of beaches, not to mention areas intentionally left as woodlands for specific purposes. There are too many places for Sandman to hide. Unless he shows himself voluntarily, it's challenging to find him. But given the circumstances, even if it's awkward, there's not much that can be done. Fortunately, there's still Electro as a backup plan. After exchanging a few words with Spider Tom, Mark walked back to Electro's side. By now, Max had recovered from his dazed state. The main reason he was in that state was not only due to Mark's words but also because Mark had abruptly cut off the energy flow within him, causing electrical disruptions and a sort of short circuit in his brain. Hearing Mark's footsteps, Electro lifted his head and looked at him. Mark removed his nanotech suit, revealing his youthful face. He wore a sunny smile and extended his hand towards Electro. "I'm Mark, Max, feeling better. Can you stand up?" The lights from the electric tower illuminated the scene. From Electro's perspective, it was as if he were looking at an angel of God, something sacred, warm, and enlightening. It illuminated his long-darkened heart. "Ah," Max instinctively raised his hand but then quickly withdrew it. "My hands are too dirty, I can't." Mark, however, bent down and lightning-fast reached out, gripping the hand Max had withdrawn, gently pulling him up from the ground. "We're friends, and friends don't have to worry about such things." "Friends," Max repeated the unfamiliar word softly, then broke into a wide smile. "You're right, we are friends." "Thank you, Mark, my friend. You're naked now, but there are some clothes over there." Mark pointed to a nearby box beneath the electric tower. The box contained a few specialized electricians' uniforms, likely used by maintenance workers for repairing circuits in this area. Considering the trouble they had caused and to ensure their electrical reserves weren't entirely stolen, was borrowing a piece of clothing really excessive? Mark used a strand of webbing to retrieve a set and handed it to Max. Max took the electrician's outfit and quickly put it on. After dressing, he walked up to Mark and showed it off. "How do I look, my friend?" "Not bad, it fits quite well." A small smile appeared on Max's dark face, and he scratched his head. Hee hee. Chapter 94. Spider Tom watched this scene with great interest. Although he didn't understand why Electro, who had been fighting him just a moment ago, suddenly became so friendly with Mark, the idea of turning enemies into friends was something he could get behind. If all the visitors from other dimensions were this easy to talk to, it would be fantastic. But he also knew that such thinking was wishful at best. Think about Dr. Octopus, who wanted to beat him up the moment they met. Think about that Green Goblin who threw grenades at him upon their first encounter, not to mention attacking military bases and probably making off with a bunch of weapons. Clearly, he was dealing with some restless individuals. To resolve such a significant threat so peacefully was already a satisfying outcome. "Shall we head back to the Sanctum Sanctorum?" Mark, after chatting with Max for a while, walked over to Spider Tom. "All right," Spider Tom asked, "what about Sandman?" Mark rubbed his temples. "Sandman is unpredictable, but he's a good person at heart, without any destructive desires. Let's leave him for now. Once Doctor Strange returns and reverses the magic, we can send him back to his own dimension." Spider Tom also thought that Mark's suggestion made sense. "In that case, let's go back together, Max. Can you keep up with us?" Max didn't have a friendly expression for Spider Tom, who had attacked him out of nowhere, but considering how familiar he was with Mark and following the principle of a friend is a friend, his attitude improved slightly. He nodded confidently. "Of course, my energy is beyond your imagination." "Then let's go, Peter, Max," Mark said, putting his suit back on and leading the way towards the city. Spider Tom followed closely behind. Max had a unique way of flying. He turned himself into a streak of lightning in human form, still wearing the electrician's outfit, and flew up to Mark's side. This specially designed electrician's uniform was quite suitable for Max. It was made of insulating materials capable of withstanding extremely high voltages without damage. If it were regular clothing, it would have turned to ashes when Max entered his electrical state, just like the clothes he initially wore. Max flew casually next to Mark and asked, "Where are we going now?" "To the Sanctum Sanctorum," Mark replied. "I feel like something's different here, very unfamiliar." "I think we should be cautious," Max continued. Mark smiled. "Indeed, it's different because we're now in another world, a parallel universe." "A parallel universe?" Max was surprised. "No wonder I feel the electricity here is different, higher voltage and more vibrant." That's because you haven't seen the better things, Mark said. Better things? Max's eyes lit up. What are they? Mark said, in another world, I have a friend working on developing a miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor. Once the research is successful, we can install one for you, and you won't need to rely on absorbing external electricity to stay active. A miniaturized nuclear fusion reactor. Is it very powerful? Max asked, puzzled. Spider Tom chimed in, it's huge, extremely massive. One nuclear fusion reactor can supply the electricity needs of an entire city. Max was delighted. That's fantastic. With that, I can help you even better. Ha ha ha, then I'll be looking forward to it. Mark laughed. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a small tavern in the Kingdom of Thailand. A scruffy-looking man with a full beard sat at the bar. In front of him were several empty glasses, and there were several sheets of paper covered in writing nearby. Okay, I think I've got it now. You're saying the whole world is filled with people with superpowers. The bearded man put down his pen, finding the information he just received still somewhat unbelievable. He's been talking about this for hours, a voice echoed in his mind. Alright, can you say it one more time? Sorry, because I'm actually a bit of a blockhead, the bearded man looked earnestly at the bartender. There's a billionaire flying around in a tech suit, right? The bartender nodded helplessly. This guy had been asking these questions repeatedly since he showed up here several hours ago. Couldn't he just search the internet? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Could he really afford to pay the bill? The bearded man didn't care about that. He continued, and there's an angry green guy. Hulk, the bartender replied. Hulk, who would name someone that? The bearded man burst into laughter. You think the name Lethal Protector is bad? The voice in his mind chimed in again, clearly irritated. There are even worse names, and people not only use them but also proudly announce them. You idiot. Yeah, but that name really is bad, the bearded man retorted. Then he turned to the bartender and asked, say it one more time, that purple alien who loves stones. From what I know, aliens don't like rocks. Eddie, the rude voice in his mind grew impatient. No, don't be upset, Eddie mumbled to himself. Nobody knows aliens better than I do. Aliens' favorite snack is brains. The bartender looked at him as if he were an idiot. They're all like this, you know. Eddie slammed the table. Not exactly, a voice replied. Suddenly, a golden circle appeared on the floor of the bar, and a man in a red cape walked out of it. Finally found you, Venom. The newcomer was none other than Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. Having received information from Mark, he quickly activated his magic, searching through various corners of the world and finally locating the presence of Venom here. Quite a dramatic entrance. What are you, exactly? Eddie turned to look at Dr. Strange, puzzled. The Venom symbiote shouted in Eddie's mind, you idiot. What question is that? Dr. Strange's face darkened. Visitor from another realm, since you can communicate, come with me to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Once I've set up the return program, I'll send you back to your own timeline. He says he wants to send us back. No, I don't want to go back. Eddie hadn't even spoken yet when the Venom symbiote voiced its objection. Eddie scolded, shut up. Whether we go back or not is up to me. You should be the one to shut up. I have the final say. The Venom symbiote countered. So, in front of Dr. Strange, they began to argue back and forth, one word at a time. Of course, because the Venom symbiote's voice was in Eddie's head, from Dr. Strange and the bartender's perspective, Eddie appeared to be a lunatic, muttering to himself and arguing with himself. The bartender looked at Dr. Strange, hoping this mysterious wizard would take this lunatic away and stop polluting his mind. Chapter 95. Dr. Strange seemed to hear the bartender's thoughts. With a wave of his hand, 2 teleportation portals appeared. However, Venom sensed danger at this moment. With a roar, it forcefully took control of Eddie's body, merging with him to become the true Venom. They crashed through the bar's wall and escaped. Dr. Strange immediately chased after them. Wait. You haven't paid yet. The bartender's angry voice echoed in the bar. Oh. Sir, I'm grateful for your help. Although skipping out on the bill isn't what honest Eddie should do, you're the one responsible for all this, not me, Eddie shouted loudly as he ran, occasionally looking back at Dr. Strange. A black line appeared on Dr. Strange's head. He thought this guy suddenly wanted to thank him for something, but it turns out he was blaming Dr. Strange for skipping out on the bill. If you want to thank me, come with me, Doctor Strange said. He extended his hand, and a teleportation portal appeared in front of Venom. Oh no! Venom suddenly changed direction, darting past the portal's side. He looked suspicious. What on earth is this thing? Magic? That's right, it's magic. Doctor Strange swung his right hand, creating a beam of light that shot towards Venom. Weird powers. There's actually magic in this world. This place is more complicated than I thought. Venom grinned. He had no intention of fighting and continued running forward. However, Doctor Strange had numerous tricks up his sleeve, and Venom couldn't get far. He was constantly pulled back to the same spot by Doctor Strange. But for a moment, Doctor Strange couldn't do much against Venom. The symbiote appeared large but surprisingly agile. Moreover, Doctor Strange had just attempted to separate Venom from Eddie's body, only to fail. It seemed like this guy didn't have a soul. How was that possible? At this moment, Doctor Strange truly understood the meaning behind what Mark had called tricky. However, Doctor Strange was not without the means to subdue Venom. He extended both hands and drew magical runes in the air. In his right hand, a whip of flames formed, tracing a circle around the area, directly enclosing it. Then, the whip of flames transformed into a towering wall of fire, blazing fiercely. Ah ah ah! Venom let out a terrified howl. Fire was his weakness. Deep fear almost made him shrink back. At the critical moment, Eddie regained control of his body. He attempted to break through the wall of fire and escape. However, realizing the intense heat of the flames, he looked up at the sky. It's about a dozen meters, it should be doable. Eddie estimated the distance in his mind, checked his own condition, and then made a desperate leap. But at that moment, the circular light from Doctor Strange's left hand flew into the sky, appearing directly in front of Venom, blocking their way. The circular light instantly split into dozens of pieces, spinning rapidly. As they rubbed against each other, they produced an extremely harsh noise. Ah! Roar! Venom crashed heavily to the ground, and the voices of both Eddie and the Venom symbiote sounded together. Seeing this scene, Doctor Strange breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Mark had informed him of Venom's weakness ahead of time. Combined with this guy's overconfidence, otherwise, dealing with him could have been quite tricky. Doctor Strange performed a teleportation spell, transferring Venom to the underground chamber of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Oh! Mr. Strange is back too. As a glowing portal appeared, Mark, Spider-Tom, and Max had just returned to the underground chamber of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Doctor Strange stepped out of the portal, looking somewhat exhausted. Mark was curious. Did you find Venom? Doctor Strange pointed to the magical prison in the corner. Found him, surprisingly easy. Because he knew Venom's weakness, the battle didn't take too long. However, the search had consumed a great deal of his energy. In a short time, he had opened so many portals and searched almost the entire world, checking everyone named Eddie Brock. The magnitude of the task was enormous. Right now, he just wanted to rest. But he forced himself to stay alert and asked, "How about your side? What's the situation?" Mark gestured towards Max behind him. "We initially found 2 of them, but unfortunately, 1 got away. The good news is, Max here will join us in the search." Doctor Strange glanced at Max, nodded without much expression, likely trusting in Mark's abilities. Mark walked over to the man lying on the ground in the darkest corner of the underground chamber. "Is this Venom?" Unfortunately, Mark couldn't see his face, so he couldn't confirm whether this was the version of Venom from Tobey's Spider-Verse or the one he had seen a bit of in Venom, Let There Be Carnage. These 2 versions were quite different and represented entirely different meanings. The former was a pure antagonist, and in that world, Eddie Brock held a deep grudge against Spider-Man, positioning him firmly as an antagonist. The latter, however, could be considered an anti-hero. An anti-hero is a character who has the qualities of a protagonist but also exhibits the flaws of an antagonist. They don't shine as brightly as traditional heroes and aren't universally praised, but they have their own set of moral standards. At times, they are heroes, while at other times, they are despised and even considered villains. Representative examples include Deadpool, certain versions of Venom, Catwoman, DC's Red Hood, and more. Compared to traditional heroes, they are more relatable, more in tune with human complexity. But if it's the latter, it raises a serious question. Because Venom from Venom, Let There Be Carnage, comes from another independent universe. This indicates that, apart from the original Spider-Verse with Tobey and Andrew, there's a third parallel universe affected by this event. Could there be a fourth, fifth, or even more? Hey! Are you Eddie Brock? Mark squatted in front of the magical prison barrier and knocked on it. What's your girlfriend's name? Gwen or Anne? Damn it. Who the hell are you, blabbering endlessly? I'm gonna tear your mouth apart. Eddie Brock cursed as he got up from the ground and looked at Mark. Then he glanced around. Where am I? Mark kindly introduced, you're in the magical dungeon of the greatest sorcerer in this world. Impressed? Eddie Brock rolled his eyes. The greatest sorcerer in the world? You must think highly of me. Should I thank him? No need for thanks, he's not here right now. Mark turned to look, not seeing Dr. Strange around, figuring he had gone to rest. Then he turned back to Eddie in the cell. You haven't answered my question yet. What's your girlfriend's name? Eddie Brock walked around the magical prison barrier, seemingly observing if there was any escape route. He looked puzzled at Mark. Why do you care so much about my girlfriend? Do you have some special fascination with other people's girlfriends? Let me disappoint you, I don't have a girlfriend. None. Mark selectively ignored Eddie's profanity. At this age and still no girlfriend? That didn't quite fit the norm, ain't it? What about your ex-girlfriend? Mark continued to ask. Bam! Eddie Brock suddenly rushed up to Mark, punching the magical barrier. What the heck are you trying to do? After bothering about my girlfriend, now you're curious about my ex-girlfriend? I'm gonna beat you to a pulp today. Mark, dot. Some awkward looks were cast from behind. Mark turned his head and found that Spider Tom had discreetly moved MJ slightly behind him. What the heck? Mark had a twitch on his forehead. I just wanted to confirm if you're from the world I know. Okay, my bad. Let me rephrase it. Do you know, Venom, lethal protector? Eddie began to reply, why do you? Ha ha ha. See, I told you someone likes that name. A dark head emerged from Eddie Brock's neck, abruptly interrupting Eddie's words. Venom, Mark's expression froze. However, after seeing the appearance of this symbiote and hearing what it just said, Mark finally confirmed its origin. Yes, he was the protagonist from Venom. A true anti-hero. But this directly indicated another issue, it wasn't just those two worlds connected to this universe. Perhaps there were even more parallel universe visitors roaming around in this world. Kid, I admire you. Want to play with me? Venom's head pulled out a strand from Eddie Brock's body and pressed its entire face against the magical barrier, looking at Mark. Full of fangs, and it had a crimson, oversized tongue. Oddly enough, it had a somewhat ugly cool appearance. Mark shook his head. Too bad, I'm not interested in you, and I don't want another consciousness sharing everything with me. What a pity. Don't you want to gain tremendous power? I can make you very powerful. The Venom symbiote didn't want to give up. It sensed an extremely powerful aura from Mark's body. Although it got along very harmoniously with Eddie Brock, pursuing powerful genes was an instinct among the symbiotes. Only that way could they keep strengthening themselves. Eddie shouted, what? You want to go with him? You're not here for a girlfriend, you're here to steal him. Hey, don't make it sound like a love triangle. I've already said, I'm not interested in him. Mark spoke up to stop this nonsense, otherwise, his reputation would be ruined in a flash. What is he? Why does he look so strange? Spider Tom and the others arrived at the scene. This question came from Ned. Symbiote Venom, Mark explained. He's very dangerous. Don't come into contact with him, he'll eat your brain. What? Ned stepped back in fear. That's terrifying. Chapter 96. The Venom symbiote glanced at Ned and said, hey, chubby, you've got too much fat on you, I'm not interested. But your brain seems tasty. Ned was immediately startled and stammered, oh my, I'll just continue searching for clues. You're not bad, do you crave power? Want to merge with me? After intimidating Ned, the Venom symbiote looked at Spider Tom. Among the people present, aside from Mark, who it had shown interest in earlier, Spider Tom was the most powerful, so naturally, it was curious. Hey! Do you have to flirt with them right in front of me? Eddie Brock exclaimed. No, I'm not interested, Spider Tom shook his head repeatedly. He remembered what Mark had told him earlier, the symbiote would implant itself into the marrow, read and record DNA, and even consume his brain. No way he was going to merge with this thing. Spider Tom kept his distance. MJ, on the other hand, was quite curious about this. She asked, "What kind of relationship do you have? Are you a couple, spouses, or just partners?" The Venom symbiote roared, "Fool, we're symbiotic. Pa, it's just parasitic on me, that's all, benevolent as I am." Eddie Brock retorted. And so, the two of them began to argue again, making a commotion throughout the underground lair. Mark and the others were speechless. They had figured out that these two were a pair of clowns, chatty, constantly teasing each other, a bizarre way of getting along. "The level of their banter is even higher than ours," Mark said, putting his arm around Spider-Tom's shoulder. Spider-Tom looked puzzled. "Ours? Do I talk a lot?" "Of course." MJ and Ned chimed in unison. "Oh no," Spider-Tom held his head, disbelieving, "I can't believe I'm considered talkative by you guys." "Ha ha ha." Mark noticed that Max had been standing quietly on the side and approached him. "Max, what are you thinking?" Max smiled and replied, "Nothing, I just really like this feeling, friends." "Huh, then you should join us," Mark said. "Okay." So, Max joined the group. The five of them cooperated to search for the remaining Green Goblin, Sandman, and the two Spider-Men, as well as the potential visitors from other parallel universes. The atmosphere was quite cheerful. Except for the fact that Eddie and the Venom symbiote were arguing incessantly. It got to the point where even the lizard doctor roared a few times, trying to get them to quiet down. But their bickering only led to more insults, like calling the lizard doctor, "Where did the big lizard come from?" or "Is this a dinosaur man?" and so on. This just made the situation worse. In the end, the battle even spilled over to Dr. Octopus. They teased him as the octopus guy with 8 arms, and it infuriated Dr. Octopus to the point that he threatened to thrust his mechanical tentacles into their behinds if he ever got out. Ned asked in confusion, "But doesn't he have only 6 arms?" MJ explained, "Doesn't he still have 2 legs?" "Oh," Ned exclaimed, his mouth agape, finally getting it. Bam! Dr. Octopus slammed the magical barrier again, glaring at these two troublemakers angrily. Ned shrunk his head back to the computer screen. MJ, however, provocatively smiled and picked up a piece of paper, quickly sketching something while facing Dr. Octopus. "What are you doing?" Dr. Octopus immediately sensed that something was amiss. "I'm drawing a person in distress," MJ replied without looking up, and then she stopped drawing, holding up the sketchbook to show it to him, and said with a smile, "It's you." On the sketchbook was a cartoonish portrait of Dr. Octopus in a difficult situation. Dr. Octopus was somewhat helpless in the face of this childish behavior and chose to ignore her. He turned to Mark and asked, "How long do you plan to keep us locked up?" Mark shrugged. "Watch your phrasing, Doctor. I'm not the one keeping you here. It's Doctor Strange who believes you might disrupt this world, so he temporarily detained you. Don't worry, he won't keep you for long." "Why?" Dr. Octopus asked. Mark explained, "He'll figure out a way to send you back." "Send us back?" Dr. Octopus was taken aback and then became angry. "No, you said that if I go back, I'll return to before my death. You want to send me back to die?" "Oh my, I don't want to die," Lizard Doctor chimed in. He remembered that Mark had previously said something about how he had been killed by Mark in another world. Although it wasn't the same world, because he had never met Mark before, the fact that he would die at the hands of Spider-Man was likely true. Nobody wanted to die, not even Max, who had been standing quietly on the side. He thought carefully and realized that he had also appeared in this parallel universe during a confrontation with Spider-Man. Did this mean that he would be killed by Spider-Man just like them? Mark patted Max on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I can handle this." "You can handle it? How?" Dr. Octopus immediately asked. "Since in your universe, you will die, all we have to do is not send you back to your universe," Mark replied with a smile. "You mean stay in this world?" Dr. Octopus asked. Mark shook his head. "Let's not get into whether Doctor Strange will allow you to stay in this world for now. Even certain entities you can't currently interact with won't allow you to stay here." "Certain entities we can't interact with? What are they?" I can't say," Mark acted mysterious. But he wasn't entirely making it up. In the vast multiverse, there indeed existed an organization known as the Time Variance Authority, TVA. They were located in a dimension known as the Null Time Zone and were unaffected by the passage of time. It was a massive bureaucratic organization dedicated to overseeing, adjusting, and balancing the numerous timelines across the infinite variations of the multiverse. Their low-level employees were known as hunters. They are mainly stationed at their respective desks, monitoring their assigned timelines for any irregularities. When anomalies were detected, hunters would inform their superiors, who would then dispatch clone agent operatives called Minutemen to deal with the time law-breaking culprits. At the highest level were 3 timekeepers, or certain entities hidden even deeper within. In theory, the TVA had the authority to access every existing timeline and possessed the power to undo everything, erase entire timelines, or even directly erase someone's existence from history. The Infinity Stones, considered artifacts of immense power, were just common stones in the eyes of the Time Variance Authority. When Mark learned about the existence of this organization, he was actually somewhat surprised, and even a little frightened. Because, in a way, he himself was a time criminal. However, despite traversing multiple worlds and changing many things, he had never encountered anyone from the Time Variance Authority coming to confront him. So, either this organization was merely an imagined concept created by people on his side of Earth, similar to the TOAA. Or, there were issues within the Time Variance Authority, and they were too preoccupied to deal with him. Of course, there was also the possibility that he was indeed a legitimate time and space traveler, just like his fabricated identity, which was why the TVA turned a blind eye to his alterations of the timeline. Regardless of which scenario it was, for him at this moment, he could temporarily set this matter aside. What does that mean, then? Dr. Octopus asked, growing annoyed and thinking that Mark was playing with him. Mark raised his hand and said, "Join my time-space team and become a legitimate quantum traveler like me." "You want me to be your subordinate, kid?" Dr. Octopus sneered. "I didn't say that," Mark shrugged, looking at Max by his side. He extended his hand and smiled, "And it's not a subordinate, it's a partner." Max was taken aback but also extended his hand, gripping Mark's firmly. "Partners?" Dr. Octopus remained silent. He wasn't Max, and he didn't have any psychological issues, so he wasn't easily swayed. Mark didn't really care either. He had already formed a partnership with one Dr. Octopus, and once they borrowed the miniature arc reactor left by Iron Man from Spider-Tom, their relationship would progress further. Whether there was one more or one less person didn't matter. As for the remaining 2, Lizard Doctor, to be honest, Mark didn't think much of him. He wasn't very powerful, his research abilities were rather average, and he had limited development potential. As for Venom, well, he was just too dangerous. Ding-a-ling. A rapid series of ringings suddenly echoed. It turned out to be Spider-Tom's phone. "Hello, Aunt May," Spider-Tom answered the phone, but his voice was soon interrupted. He, a sharp laugh came from the phone. "Little Spider." Spider-Tom's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. "Who are you? Where's Aunt May?" "The young spider in this universe. I heard you have Spider-Man from other universes with you. How about we play a team-based showdown game?" Another voice emerged, contrasting the previous one with its hoarse and low pitch, like gravelly. "Who are you people? If you want to deal with me, come at me and let Aunt May go." Spider-Tom's face turned red with anger as he shouted. "Don't worry, we're not interested in her for now," the voice replied. "Of course, if you don't cooperate, things might change." Mark reached out and gently pressed on Spider-Tom's shoulder to calm him down. He took the phone and said, "Explain your team-based showdown game. Who are you?" "Oh, I see now, you're the little spider from another universe, right? Since you fancy yourselves as heroes, we'll be the evil team. Let's have a grand game of good versus evil." The voice laughed wildly. Chapter 97. Spider-Tom wanted to snatch his phone back. Mark swiftly evaded, shaking his head slightly. However, Spider-Tom was worried about Aunt May's safety and persisted in trying to grab the phone. Mark had no choice but to exchange a glance with MJ. MJ understood and quickly hugged Spider-Tom. "Peter, we must first figure out the enemy's true intentions before we can find a way to save Aunt May." The reminder from his girlfriend calmed Spider-Tom slightly. He stopped struggling and stared at Mark, his eyes filled with concern and pleading. Mark nodded slightly, signaling him to relax, and continued to gather information. All right. What do you want? But you need to explain things like the location and rules of this game, right? You're an impatient one, aren't you? Well, listen carefully." The person on the other end chuckled sinisterly. "We are the Sinister Six, formed by supervillains from various universes. From now on, let's start the countdown. There are roughly 6 hours left. During this time, you are allowed to gather other so-called superheroes to help you. But if by the stroke of midnight, you haven't arrived at our designated location, we will kill Spider-Man's dear aunt. The Sinister Six. Mark was slightly surprised. The Sinister Six was indeed a classic nemesis of Spider-Man. However, there were various versions of this group. Originally, this group was founded by Dr. Octopus. After being defeated repeatedly by Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus realized that he was too weak to defeat Spider-Man on his own. So, he contacted many supervillains who had clashed with Spider-Man in the past. 5 of them answered his call, forming the original Sinister Six. These 6 were Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius, Vulture, Adrian Toomes, Mysterio, Quentin Beck, Kraven the Hunter, Sergei Kravinoff, Electro, Max Dillon, and Sandman, William Baker. Later, Kraven the Hunter committed suicide, and another supervillain called Hobgoblin joined the group. Additionally, due to some issues, Sandman had a falling out with Dr. Octopus and was turned into glass by him. So, Kraven the Hunter and Sandman were removed, and they were replaced by Hobgoblin and a spacefaring creature named Gog, who had been raised by Kraven the Hunter before. This was considered the second generation of the Sinister Six. Furthermore, there have been other versions of the Sinister Six led by Dr. Octopus, including one with Chameleon, Electro, Rhino, Sandman, and Mysterio, among others. But as far as Mark knew, all of these had appeared in the comic book world, which is the comic dimension. So far, apart from himself, he hadn't encountered anyone who could travel back and forth between the movie dimension, the animated dimension, and the comic dimension. If he considered his own reality dimension as Earth, then the movie dimension was like the Moon, and the animated dimension was like Mars. To go from Earth to the Moon was relatively simple, and with current technology, it could be achieved. However, going from Earth to Mars or from the Moon to Mars was much more challenging with current technology, especially with human presence. To go to Mars, you had to cross a massive technological barrier. Traveling between these different dimensions was likely a similar challenge. The difficulty would be exponentially higher. Mark could almost be certain that these guys came from various parallel universes within the movie dimension. However, it was somewhat difficult to determine which specific individuals they were. First and foremost, they were definitely not the original version of the group. Some of the supervillains related to Spider-Man in the live-action movies included Spider-Toby, Green Goblin, Tobey Maguire's version, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Andrew Garfield's version, First Venom, Topher Grace's version, Sandman. Andrew Spider, the Lizard, Rhys Ifans, Rhino, Green Goblin, Dane DeHaan's version, Electro, Jamie Foxx, Mr. Fears, the person who talks to imprisoned Harry Osborn at the end of the second movie. Spider-Tom, Vulture, Michael Keaton, Shocker No. 1, Shocker No. 2, Vulture's henchman with the gauntlets, Tinkerer, the overweight guy who always asks if he wants to make high-altitude toilets, Mysterio. Of course, if we count the ones he encountered in the universe, we should also add Thanos and his minions. Among them, Dr. Octopus and the Lizard have already been captured, and Electro has turned to their side, so these 3 can be excluded. Venom and Tobey Spider's version of Venom are not the same, so they are still counted. So, it's highly likely that the enemies that have appeared are 6 out of the remaining 13. How about it? You, who claim to be righteous, should dare to accept our challenge, right? The voice interrupted Mark's thoughts again. Heh, Mark responded with a cold laugh. Since it's like this, on behalf of our Justice League, we accept your challenge. Do you 6 clowns think you can defeat us just by joining forces? Ridiculous. Heh, the other party responded with a sneer. Then we'll wait and see. Oh, by the way, although I don't know how we came to this world, I guess that little Spider, as the native, should have a way to send us back. But if he dares to make any moves before the final battle, we'll definitely kill his aunt before going back. Despicable. Shameless. Low. The first 2 curses came from MJ and Ned, while the last one, well, it came from Venom. Everyone looked at him with surprised expressions. Eddie Brock shrugged. What? Can't I curse at him? Mark rolled his eyes and decided not to pay attention to this guy, saying to the phone, you haven't mentioned the location of the final battle yet. The location. It's this city. The other party chuckled coldly and hung up the phone directly. Watching the screen go black, Mark put down his phone. He turned to Ned and said, Ned, open the map of the whole city. Ned was puzzled but quickly complied. Mark squinted his eyes, and after a brief search on the map, he quickly locked onto a location. They're here. Mark drew a circle with his hand. The Chrysler Building. MJ asked, how did you know they're here? Mark said, I can't explain the specific details to you, but during the call just now, I followed their signal waves using the phone's signal and tracked their location. MJ wanted to ask how he did the tracking since she didn't see Mark use any additional devices, just holding the phone. However, Mark didn't want to explain all that to her. He certainly couldn't say that he just sent a portion of quantum through the phone's signal and sensed it through the quantum connection between himself and his quantum self, right? In fact, he could fully quantumize himself and send himself as a wave along the phone signal. But this required him to simulate an electromagnetic signal and had subtle differences from his native quantum state, which would consume quite a bit of energy. Moreover, he didn't even know who the other side was. Going over there alone would be dangerous, especially if the other side had someone like Mysterio, a master of illusions. Despite Mysterio's limited combat abilities, his power to influence minds and senses was a real threat to a warrior like SpiderMan. Too much trouble. So, if the other side did have someone like Mysterio, Mark would definitely hammer him first. What should we do now? Spider Tom asked anxiously. Aunt May was still in the hands of these villains, and he was the most worried one right now. Mark said, do you know where Doctor Strange is resting right now? It's best to find him first. I'm not entirely sure, Spider Tom shook his head, why are we looking for him? Oh right, we're looking for his help in dealing with them, aren't we? Mark nodded and then shook his head, he may not necessarily help us. We're mainly looking for him to expedite finding the other two Spider-Men. Alright. I'll go find him. Holland Spider was convinced that with the combined power of 4 Spider-Men, they could definitely defeat those enemies and save Aunt May. With that, he left the basement and headed towards the surface. Hey! How about we make a deal? Eddie Brock shouted loudly. Mark turned to him, waiting for him to continue. Eddie Brock said, you let us out and agree to let us roam in this world a bit longer as a condition. In exchange, we help you deal with one of them. How does that sound? Not a good idea, Mark decisively refused. Compared to those guys, Venom was even more dangerous. The key point was that this guy wasn't a well-behaved character to begin with. No one knew what he would do once released. Just like in the original storyline, before being sent away from this world, didn't he leave behind a seemingly clone or offspring? This would be a disaster if allowed. He couldn't possibly do such a foolish thing. Tisk, Eddie Brock instantly transformed into Venom, full of sharp teeth. Kid, you're really no fun. Thanks for the compliment, now please be quiet, Mark said. Then, he turned around and said, next, we'll give up on finding the Green Goblin and Sandman, they most likely have already joined this so-called Sinister Six. At the same time, we'll intensify our efforts to find the other two Spider-Men. If Doctor Strange won't help us, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Okay. Ned and MJ both knew the significance of Aunt May to Holland Spider. She was not only his aunt but also his guardian and, more importantly, his foster mother. They would never want to see Holland Spider lose his loved one. Next, Mark looked at Max. Max, for the upcoming battles, we hope you can assist us. Max nodded solemnly, of course, helping friends, I'm duty-bound to do so. Not long after, a light ring appeared in the basement, and Holland Spider and Doctor Strange walked out of it. Mr. Strange, please, you must help us find the other two Spider-Men. Please. Holland Spider pleaded as he walked. Doctor Strange, wearing a sleep mask on his head and yawning, asked, why are you looking for Spider-Men? The Spider-Men from other worlds probably aren't as troubled as you are. They should be fine. Let me rest, study a return spell, and they will naturally go back. It seemed that Holland Spider hadn't had a chance to tell him about the Evil Six. So, Mark approached him and said, Dr. Strange, wake up, something significant in the multiverse is happening. Oh. Doctor Strange was somewhat startled. He reached over and pulled a cup of coffee from a small portal, taking a sip. What happened? Weren't you supposed to bring back the remaining two unruly guys first? Haven't found them yet? How did a multiverse crisis occur? Mark then explained the content of the recent phone call to him. Doctor Strange paused, and his expression suddenly turned serious. So, at least 6 supervillains from parallel universes have gathered together, intending to create a disaster that will sweep through the entire city, he asked. Yes, that's why we need your help to find the other two Spider-Men, Mark replied. It's not that complicated, Doctor Strange shook his head, putting his half-drunk coffee back, I can research the return spell right here and send them back. Give me half an hour. No, that won't work. Spider Tom quickly interjected. They said that if we do that, they'll harm Aunt May before leaving. Doctor Strange furrowed his brows, but if we don't do it, what they plan to do next could affect the entire city and have a significant impact on the entire multiverse. Now, even Spider-Tom fell silent. On one hand was his beloved family member, and on the other hand, the entire city was at stake. At this moment, Mark chuckled, "What entire city, what multiverse, I don't understand. If we can't even save our own family, what's the use of this power? Besides, those supervillains are the ones causing destruction to this city, not us. What we need to consider now is how to defeat them and stop them from doing more harm before addressing anything else." Right. Spider-Tom quickly sorted out his thoughts, clenching his fists. "I must defeat them and save Aunt May. So, Mr. Strange, you can't send them back early." Doctor Strange narrowed his eyes, "But my choice is the optimal solution. Your choice will disrupt the entire multiverse. This will affect the entire multiverse." Chapter 98. So what? Why should we pay for the actions of the villains? Mark shrugged, wearing a puzzled expression. Moral dilemma? I don't buy that. Doctor Strange looked at Mark. "Your style doesn't quite match that of a superhero." Is that so? If being a superhero means being morally blackmailed, sacrificing the lives of loved ones for some greater good, then I'd rather not be one. Mark's attitude was very firm. "Very well," Doctor Strange said, looking deeply at Mark. In the next moment, Mark smirked and disappeared from his current location. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of the basement. There was a table with a peculiar-looking box on it. "Strange, my dear Stephen, are you looking for this?" Mark magically picked up the Machinus Decatavis from the side. This was Doctor Strange's return spell. When his magic failed earlier, he had placed the damaged spell into this device, keeping it in the same state as when the magic failed. With the correct ritual, he could reverse the spell and send these visitors from parallel universes back to their respective worlds. Although it was said to take half an hour, in reality, it would probably only take a few minutes. Unfortunately, Mark, who had knowledge of the plot and knew the device's purpose, had taken notice of it long ago and picked it up unintentionally. Now, it was coming in handy. "Give it to me," Doctor Strange coldly demanded. "Peter." Mark ignored him and tossed the box to Spider-Tom. "Take this and get out of here." "I understand." Spider-Tom grabbed the box and rushed out of the Sanctum Sanctorum. "Humph." Doctor Strange snorted and quickly followed. However, at this moment, Mark and Max blocked his path, one on the left and one on the right. "Doctor Strange, this is a dead end for you. You bullied my friend. So what should I do with you?" Max added. Doctor Strange remained silent. In a flash, he appeared on the other side, bypassing both of them. However, Mark activated his quantum blink and appeared right beside Doctor Strange. Max transformed into lightning and also appeared there, only a step behind. Doctor Strange was once again blocked. "This isn't your universe. If you keep interfering like this, I will capture you." Doctor Strange's face showed anger. "That's just perfect. I've been wanting to see your moves." Mark shot a web at Doctor Strange. This wasn't a lie, he genuinely wanted to spar with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, however, snapped his fingers, and the sound of shattering glass filled the air. Mark felt the surrounding space shatter suddenly, and his body felt weightless as he began to fall. Soon, he realized he was in a strange world. Around him, it was like a kaleidoscope, reminding him of the scenes he saw while quantum traveling through the space-time tunnel. But instead of being filled with quantum energies, this space was filled with various buildings. If they weren't floating in the air, they would hardly be any different from the real world. "Wow, is this your mirror dimension?" Mark curiously surveyed his surroundings, showing no signs of urgency. The longer Mark delayed here, the farther Spider-Tom ran. With Spider-Tom taking the Machinus Decatavis, Doctor Strange no longer had any reason to engage with them. So, this became a purely sparring action. Of course, this might be Mark's one-sided opinion. Doctor Strange was genuinely getting annoyed now. Although he didn't intend to harm Mark, he decided to teach him a lesson, to show him who was in charge in this world. Whoosh! A ring of light flew from Doctor Strange's hand, splitting into countless rings in midair. Using his spider sense, Mark found a gap in these rings and quickly flew out. He flicked his hand, sending a web towards Doctor Strange. The web exploded in the air, forming a net heading straight for Doctor Strange. However, Doctor Strange merely waved his hand, creating a portal in front of the net and another behind Mark. The web that was originally attacking Doctor Strange mysteriously turned to backstab Mark. Fascinating, so portals can be used this way. Mark's eyes lit up. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he focused his mind, and a quantum fluctuation spread. In the next moment, the web that had been behind him was instantly transported in front of Doctor Strange. What? Doctor Strange was slightly surprised and immediately used a portal to teleport himself to a distance. The web missed and fell downward. Doctor Strange stood on a large rock and asked, "Is this your trick? Do you also know magic?" "Wait, I didn't sense any magic aura from you." Doctor Strange was becoming increasingly convinced that this person who called himself the Time-Space SpiderMan had a mysterious origin. No magic aura, yet he could unleash abilities strikingly similar to magic. Magic? Perhaps, Mark chuckled. Quantum magic was still magic, wasn't it? Interesting, Doctor Strange chuckled, but unfortunately, I don't have time to continue tangling with you. As he spoke, he extended his hands and brought them together in the center. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling. The entire mirror dimension seemed to fold like a book, with both sides folding inward toward the middle where Mark was. Rocks and boulders fell from the sky, as if it were the end of the world. Whoa! Mark kicked away a boulder the size of 4 or 5 people hugging, then shot out a web to fling another massive rock toward Doctor Strange. Tit for tat, you shouldn't just stand there. Doctor Strange, however, just shook his head slightly. Stay put here until the matter is settled. Once I catch Peter, I'll bring him in to keep you company. With that, an exit appeared behind him, ready to leave this place. Doctor Strange, is it really appropriate to leave a guest all alone here? A voice suddenly sounded from beside him, startling Doctor Strange. He spun around, but a hand suddenly reached out, grabbing his clothes, and forcefully threw him downward. What the? Doctor Strange left behind a series of short screams as he was thrown hundreds of meters away in an instant, disappearing from sight. However, in the next moment, a portal opened in the same spot, and Doctor Strange emerged once more. I forgot you have similar abilities. Doctor Strange dusted himself off. All right, what do you want? From the looks of it, he seemed willing to temporarily call a truce with Mark. Mark didn't have any intentions to continue the fight either. Even though they had only exchanged a few moves earlier, Mark already had an idea of how formidable Doctor Strange could be. In simple terms, a sorcerer was a tough opponent. Unless he exposed a vulnerability, or unless he could beat him with something even more magical, like mathematics as in the original story, which was a bit bullshit, or caught him off guard like he did earlier, trying to defeat him, or even just confronting him, would be quite challenging. Unless necessary, Mark decided not to engage with spellcasters like Doctor Strange anymore. It was just too extreme. Doctor Strange, your concerns might not have a basis, Mark said. Oh. Doctor Strange inquired. Mark continued, I can offer some insights on the matter of parallel universes. Go on. Doctor Strange snapped his fingers, and the mirror-like space stopped rotating and distorting, quickly returning to normal. Mark and Doctor Strange found themselves sitting on separate rocks. Mark continued, I once encountered 6 Spider-Men from different parallel universes, including myself, in a world with someone named Kingpin. Then Mark briefly recounted his experiences in the Miles world. I understand your point, Doctor Strange replied after silently listening to Mark's story, but the situations back then and here are not the same. The Spider-Men who appeared in that world were all well-behaved characters. They wouldn't act like the villains who appeared in this world, causing wanton destruction. Mark shook his head slightly but didn't immediately challenge Doctor Strange's words. Instead, he recounted his encounter with the Green Goblin, who appeared to be affected by the disappearance of the ultimate Green Goblin in Particle Collider in the Miles world. What are you trying to convey? Doctor Strange asked, puzzled. He thought he had understood Mark's point but seemed to have lost track. Mark smiled faintly and said, if you consider each parallel universe as an individual entity, then your point is valid. Things that shouldn't be here suddenly appearing can undoubtedly cause disturbances and unnecessary turbulence. Doctor Strange nodded in agreement, as this had been his understanding all along. However, this was precisely where his perspective fell short. Mark continued, but what if you look at every parallel universe as part of a whole, as the multiverse? This, Doctor Strange was taken aback. This was a path he had never considered. When your magic failed, and you dragged them into this world, it became a historical inevitability. Even if you send them back now, you can't change the fact that they came from another parallel universe to this one. For the entire multiverse, a character moving from one universe to another, whether it's for a minute, an hour, or a day, has no impact whatsoever. Because they are still within the scope of the multiverse. So, from the very beginning, your concerns were unfounded. Mark fixed his gaze on Doctor Strange and stated firmly. Chapter 99. Doctor Strange's face gradually showed surprise. Before this, while he knew of the existence of dimensions, and had some knowledge related to multiverses and parallel worlds, he had never considered these questions from the standpoint of the entire multiverse. As Mark had mentioned, in his view, each parallel universe was an independent entity. These villains from different parallel universes had simply arrived here by chance. So his initial thought upon seeing them was to send them back exactly as they were, to restore things as much as possible. Even if they might have appeared here just moments before death and would die as soon as they returned, what did that have to do with him? He was merely maintaining the operational laws that kept each parallel universe separate. But if you followed Mark's theory, the multiverse was a single entity. Their appearance here was not a coincidence. Even if they hadn't arrived in this world for this reason today, they would have appeared here tomorrow for another reason. To put it in more mystical terms, it was a destiny. They came to this world with some kind of mission. However, regardless of how you looked at it, Mark's novel perspective had convinced Doctor Strange. After contemplating it for a long time, he sighed and said, "All right, tell me your plan." A smile appeared on Mark's face. Avoiding conflicts with Doctor Strange was the best course of action. Furthermore, this way, he could gain Doctor Strange as an ally. Dealing with the enigmatic master of illusions, Mysterio, whom he's wary of, was a whole different ballgame when it came to someone like Doctor Strange, who has mastery over real magic. Once they dealt with him, the rest should be manageable. Of course, if there was no Mysterio, that would be even better. They could just go all out. Mark said, "Since the other side wants to go to war, we'll go to war with them. However, we can't grant their wish for a battle in the city." Doctor Strange nodded, and he shared the same sentiment. Although, thanks to Mark's guidance, he had essentially accepted Mark's theory that the multiverse is a single entity, it didn't mean he wanted to see these parallel universe visitors wreak havoc in this world. No matter how you looked at it, this entire incident was caused by his impulsive spellcasting, coupled with a spell failure. If the city was damaged, or worse, if there were casualties, he would bear half of the responsibility, the other half naturally fell on Peter. The other side claims to have reserved 6 hours for us to assemble a team, but in reality, they might be using this time to acquire equipment and prepare traps for themselves. After all, they are visitors from other universes, and some of them might require outside assistance. They probably don't have much with them when they arrive. Do you remember the recent news about a Green Goblin attack on an outlying military base? That might have been one of their attempts to acquire equipment. So, we'll just pull them into this mirror-like space. This is your home field, and it's ours too. By doing this, we can minimize their impact on this world and prevent certain individuals from using ordinary people as hostages. But since they've chosen the entire city as their stage, they definitely won't all gather together. So, when the time comes, we need to split up and try to find them first. Afterward, we'll send a signal, and you need to rush over to throw them into the mirror space. Doctor Strange solemnly nodded in agreement. "I'll handle this matter." Even though continuously opening portals and maintaining the mirror space in a short amount of time would consume a significant amount of his energy, this was his responsibility, and he could only agree. When it came to matters of great importance, Doctor Strange was reliable. "In that case, let's leave this place first and explain the plan to Peter and the others." "All right." Doctor Strange opened a portal, and the two of them left. As soon as they appeared, a bolt of lightning came straight at Doctor Strange. Mark quickly raised his hand to block it. Doctor Strange drew a circle, redirecting the lightning to the side. Boom! There was a loud noise as the basement wall nearby was blown open. MJ and Ned both exclaimed in surprise. Doctor Strange looked over there for a moment, shrugged, and said to Max, who had launched the attack, "You'll have to pay for that." Max completely ignored him and rushed to Mark's side, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" "I thought." "Thank you, Max," Mark said sincerely. He was genuinely moved. When he had initially spoken to Max, it had been with the mindset of pitying him and using him. But now, Max was genuinely concerned for his safety. With friends like this, what more could you ask for? Max scratched his head and gave a goofy smile. Afterward, Mark opened the communication on his suit and notified Spider-Tom to come back. There was no need to run anymore. Although Spider Tom was puzzled, out of trust for Mark, he obediently turned back. "Alright, Dr. Strange, how about calling the other two teammates over while he's on his way back?" Mark suggested as Spider Tom was returning. Alright, Dr. Strange wanted to resolve this incident as soon as possible and immediately agreed. Then, he drew a circle on the ground. Because he didn't know what the Spider-Man from the other world looked like, he could only use the name, Peter Parker, to search for him. The other end of the first circle seemed to appear on the rooftop of a tall building. The current time had just passed 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was still dimly lit. Vaguely, you could see a figure sitting on the rooftop. It seemed like he sensed movement behind him, so the figure stood up and slowly approached. However, out of caution, he maintained a certain posture, one that allowed him to enter a combat-ready state at any moment. When the person reached the light circle and was illuminated by the basement's lights, everyone saw that he was an ordinary middle-aged man. "Well, sir, did your magic fail?" "He looks like a random guy," Ned said with a smile. Dr. Strange frowned slightly but didn't draw any immediate conclusions. He could sense the otherworldly aura on the person, but the newcomer's appearance seemed too ordinary. However, Mark smiled faintly. This person was indeed Toby Spidey. More accurately, he was the middle-aged Toby Spidey, around 20 years older than the one Mark knew. "Hey, Peter," Mark stepped forward and extended his hand to the middle-aged Toby Spidey. The middle-aged Toby Spidey looked at Mark's gesture, as well as the smile on his face. He shook Mark's hand, then, with Mark's help, stepped across the light circle and came fully to their side. The middle-aged Toby Spidey let go of Mark's hand and asked in confusion, "You're not the Spider-Man of this world, but you seem to know me?" I mean, how could you possibly recognize me?" Mark chuckled, "Because I've seen you when you were young, back when you were still in college." "Really? But I don't think I've ever seen you before," the middle-aged Toby Spidey said in puzzlement. "Parallel universes, you'll get it eventually," Mark shrugged. "Peter?" At this moment, a voice sounded from the other side. The middle-aged Toby Spidey turned to look and saw Dr. Octopus, who was imprisoned in a magical cell, and blurted out, "Dear Octavius, why are you here too?" "He, like you, came to this world, but he's a bit dangerous, so we had to lock him up for now," Mark explained. The middle-aged Toby Spidey nodded and then looked successively at Eddie Brock, Lizard Doctor, and then the poor tree. "Are they all from different universes?" Mostly, except for that tree," Mark replied with some bewilderment. "Dr. Strange, can you send this tree gentleman back? It's on the brink of withering and looks pitiful." Dr. Strange also felt a bit puzzled, and his perception of Holland Spidey's unreliability deepened. "Who told you to bring a tree back?" Nevertheless, he raised his hand and sent the unfortunate tree back to the outskirts near the power station. "You can wander around here for now. We need to call another comrade," Mark told the middle-aged Toby Spidey. The middle-aged Toby Spidey nodded and walked over to Dr. Octopus. "Dr. Peter, you've aged," Dr. Octopus said, seemingly accepting many things gradually. Even though he hadn't been cured by the chip replacement, he appeared calm when he saw the middle-aged Toby Spidey. Ignoring their reunion, Mark asked Dr. Strange to open another portal. This time, of course, they were looking for Andrew Spidey. The portal opened into a dimly lit room. However, the scene inside this room was strange and even shocking. On one wall of the room, 2 ropes extended from both sides and tightly bound a person who was beaten all over, limbs securely tied, right in the center of that wall. What was truly astonishing was that the person bound to the wall was wearing a Spider-Man suit. That's right. Even though it was already torn and tattered from battle, covered in traces of explosive powder, cut holes, and a lot of dried blood, you could still distinguish that it was a Spider-Man suit. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but Mark was the first to react. He went straight through the portal into the room on the other side. Lifting the head of the unconscious person hanging there, Mark realized that this person was Andrew Spidey. However, compared to the one he had seen before, this one was slightly more mature, probably around 24 or 25 years old. However, he was currently unconscious. A cold light flashed in Mark's eyes. Whoever had injured Spider-Man like this would have to pay a price. He quickly moved to the 4 corners of the room and broke the ropes. The person who had captured adult Andrew Spidey seemed quite confident in his current condition, using only ordinary hemp ropes. These ropes would be difficult for an ordinary person to break free from, but for Spider-Man's strength, snapping them wasn't a problem. Mark lifted adult Andrew Spidey's body and realized that almost all of his bones were shattered, he was barely breathing, and his condition was much worse than Gwen's was at the time. Chapter 100. Buzz. Spider sense tingled. Simultaneously, faint voices could be heard from a distance. While Mark was curious about what was happening, the immediate concern was rescuing adult Andrew Spidey. The fact that the adversary could beat adult Andrew Spidey to this extent indicated their capability to defeat or even kill Spider-Man. It wasn't the time to complicate matters. Suppressing his anger, Mark gently cradled adult Andrew Spidey and leaped through the portal. Doctor Strange promptly closed the portal. Holland, Spidey and Ned, who had just rushed back, joined Mark in carrying adult Andrew Spidey. Max had intended to help, but when he saw adult Andrew Spidey's face, he hesitated. After all, they were mortal enemies before. MJ swept everything off the table nearby, saying, "Place him here for now." So, the three of them gently laid adult Andrew Spidey on the table. What happened? What's wrong with him? Middle-aged Toby Spidey noticed the situation and came over to help. Mark said with a hint of anger, he was probably found by those guys while he was outside. They defeated him and did this to his whole body. At this point, adult Andrew Spidey's body was almost entirely shattered into palm-sized fragments, and he lay there like a limp noodle. With such severe injuries, even with Spider-Man's strong regenerative abilities, there was a high chance he wouldn't recover. Damn it! Holland Spidey slammed his hand on the table. Make some space. Dr. Strange pushed aside Mark and Holland Spidey, walked to the table, and began some urgent treatment for adult Andrew Spidey. Before becoming a sorcerer, Dr. Strange was an excellent, almost legendary, neurosurgeon. Although this situation wasn't within his expertise, being the only doctor present, his professional competence surpassed others. Don't just stand there. Given his condition, taking him to the hospital is the best option, Dr. Strange quickly said after giving adult Andrew Spidey some initial treatment. Wait, perhaps I have a better place, Holland Spidey spoke up. He picked up his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Hello, Happy, I need your help." Happy Hogan, Iron Man's bodyguard and assistant, was also the head of security and asset management at Stark Industries. Due to Iron Man designating him as Holland Spidey's liaison officer, he had a close relationship with Holland Spidey. Well, apart from that, he also had a short-lived, dewy relationship with Holland Spidey's aunt. After explaining the situation to him, Happy Hogan immediately agreed and arranged an intensive care unit for them in a private hospital under Stark Industries. Unfortunately, Stark Industries was temporarily under investigation due to its involvement with Holland Spidey, and most of its assets were frozen. Otherwise, he was even planning to send a plane to pick them up. Holland Spidey really had his ways. Of course, sending someone over was not that complicated. After providing the address, Happy Hogan, Dr. Strange, and Mark teleported directly to the hospital. Outside the operating room, everyone anxiously awaited. On one hand, they were worried about the life of adult Andrew Spidey, and on the other hand, they were concerned about the upcoming decisive battle in a few hours. They already had little time to prepare, and now, this happened. Over 10 minutes later, Happy Hogan hurriedly arrived. Holland Spidey mentioned that the injured person's name is Peter, and he initially thought it was him, feeling worried. Upon arrival, he realized it was another Peter. So, there's one Peter lying in the operating room, you're Peter, and he's Peter too. Oh, my word. After Holland Spidey's introduction, Happy Hogan was a bit confused. Mark raised his hand, indicating, actually, I'm called Mark. You can just call me Mark. Alright, Mark, hello, Happy shook hands with Mark and then shook hands with middle-aged Toby Spidey. Hello, Mr. Peter. As for why he's here, it must remain confidential. I'm afraid those guys, if they find out, might come here, Mark explained. Happy nodded, you can rest assured. This is a private hospital of Stark Industries, and confidentiality is very high. That's good. Do you need anything else? Maybe I can help you. Happy continued, he had just learned from Holland Spidey about the Sinister Six's kidnapping of May. Although May claimed it was just a fling, Happy was serious and genuinely concerned about her safety. Well, we do need some help, Mark nodded, not refusing Happy's offer. With Happy's assurance, the group temporarily set aside concerns about adult Andrew Spidey and focused on preparing for the upcoming battle. Firstly, Mark asked Happy for several high-end computers, prepared for Ned and MJ. They weren't combatants, but they could provide remote support, such as finding enemies, tracking locations, and detecting traps. Next was the arc reactor. This was a masterpiece left behind by Iron Man, from the initially flawed first and second generations to the perfected version now. In fact, it was the sun in the palm that Dr. Octopus had been tirelessly pursuing. It contained an enormous amount of energy, reaching an output power of 8 terajoules per second. However, in reality, the energy contained in Dr. Octopus's artificial sun was even more massive than the arc reactor. In his initial experiments, Dr. Octopus's artificial sun could release about 1 million kilowatt-hours of energy per second. And 1 kilowatt-hour equals 3.6 megajoules. 1 million kilowatt-hours is 3.6 million gigajoules, making the energy intensity 450 times higher than that of the arc reactor. It had a broader prospect. Of course, using pure output power as a comparison wasn't appropriate. Iron Man had also designed larger arc reactors that could power Stark Tower independently of the city's grid. However, a regular-sized arc reactor was just enough to sustain the needs of the Iron Man suits, and there was no need to make it too large. Moreover, this was a mass-produced version, as seen in Homecoming. However, the outlook for Dr. Octopus's artificial sun remained significant. As long as they absorbed some experience on how to constrain radiation energy from the arc reactor, made some adjustments to the artificial sun, success might be achievable. Most of the arc reactors were temporarily frozen due to the investigation into Stark Industries, but Happy, being the asset manager, had his ways. Upon hearing Mark's request, he quickly brought out an arc reactor. Mark examined the reactor, no larger than a palm, and once again marveled at Iron Man's technology. However, after only a brief look, he handed the arc reactor to Max. "Max, it's yours." Max's eyes gleamed. "I can feel the power it contains, so immense." "Huh, then don't waste it." Mark laughed. "Yeah." Max pressed the arc reactor to his chest, and a massive electric current flowed into his body, causing a faint golden electrical glow. "Oh. I feel my body is filled with power, it's incredible." Max lowered his head to examine his body and reported his situation to Mark. "You familiarize yourself with your powers first. Tonight, we have a big mission," Mark said with a smile. "Okay." Max transformed into a lightning bolt and appeared outside. Lightning phenomena began to occur frequently in the vicinity. Later, Mark, Holland Spidey, and middle-aged Toby Spidey approached a high-tech 3D printer. This advanced 3D printer was somewhat similar to the sewing machine of the deceased SpiderMan from Miles' world. However, this one was more technologically advanced. Perhaps because it was Iron Man's creation, it was usually used to manufacture accessories for Iron Man suits. Holland Spidey operated this high-tech 3D printer and designed a set for Toby Spidey. The style still referred to Toby's own combat suit, but the material directly used nanometal particles, enhancing its portability, defense, and functionality in all aspects. Apart from the appearance, it was similar to the Iron Spider suit that Holland Spidey had, manufactured by Iron Man. Mark's nanometal suit also underwent optimization and upgrades. For example, the spider pattern on the chest became a spider flyer with detection capabilities and a small firepower system. This small firepower system had 50 bullets and an extremely small missile, perhaps not achieving a one-hit kill effect but significantly increasing firepower, compensating for the lack of long-range output in Spider-Man's abilities. Moreover, navigation systems, distance measurement, and auxiliary aiming systems were added to the glasses, significantly improving combat proficiency and accuracy. The suits also came with a drying system, a temperature regulation system, and an internal air circulation system, convenient for combat in special environments like the sky, ocean, or even space. Additionally, at Mark's request, the new nanometal suits included a device to prevent mental intrusion. Some methods could deceive human senses but not mechanical devices, so using mechanical devices could counteract such illusions. This was mainly considered in anticipation of encounters with individuals like Mysterio, who excelled in manipulating illusions. Surprisingly, after Mark said this, Holland Spidey also found it reasonable. Probably because of Mark's words, it reminded him of the fear of being controlled by Mysterio's virtual reality technology in the past. If he had a similar function on his suit back then, he wouldn't have fallen for it. So, after Mark's suit upgrade was complete, Holland Spidey also upgraded his own suit. While Mark and others were busy preparing for battle, on the other side, the door of the abandoned warehouse was pushed open. A figure in a cloak slowly walked in, dragging someone's feet in his hand. The person being dragged wore a shattered metal armor, their head hanging to the side, seemingly lifeless. A half-piece of a grim mask was stuck to their bloodied face. It was the Green Goblin. The cloaked figure suddenly stopped, raised his head, revealing a mask almost identical to the Green Goblin's. A pair of crimson eyes stared at the wall through the holes in the mask, frozen for a moment. The wall that originally held adult Andrew Spidey was now empty. Who took away my toy? The cloaked figure roared angrily, forcefully flinging the Green Goblin's lifeless body. Thunk! The Green Goblin slammed heavily into the spot where adult Andrew Spidey had been hanging, blood splattering instantly. Mixed with the blood left by adult Andrew Spidey, it created a peculiar picture. It looked like a grotesque ghost face. Cough, cough. Impacted by the collision, the Green Goblin coughed violently. He leaned weakly in the corner formed by the wall and the floor, his head tilted, spitting out blood mixed with visceral fragments. Ha, ha ha ha. The Green Goblin looked at the cloaked figure and burst into laughter. I know, cough cough, who you are now. Speaking of which, you should thank me. It's me who, cough cough, made you what you are today. Ha ha ha. The Green Goblin's laughter was sharp and insane, echoing continuously in the abandoned warehouse. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The cloaked figure lifted his foot, slowly approaching the frenzied Green Goblin. He looked down at the seemingly mad Green Goblin, suddenly sneered, and a hoarse, low voice sounded, "You're right. Perhaps I should thank you properly." As he spoke, he lifted his foot and ruthlessly stepped on the Green Goblin's foot. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The Green Goblin grunted, but there was no scream or plea. Instead, he burst into laughter again. The cloaked figure clenched his fist and delivered a punch to the Green Goblin's face. Bang! All the front teeth were knocked out. The Green Goblin still didn't plead. After spitting out all his teeth, he continued to laugh recklessly. The cloaked figure remained silent, listening to the Green Goblin's laughter while ruthlessly breaking his hands, feet, and every part of his body inch by inch. Any last words? When the Green Goblin's entire body was battered and bruised, the cloaked figure inquired. At this point, the Green Goblin's face showed no intact areas. He spat out the last tooth, restrained his laughter, and looked at the cloaked figure, murmuring, "Poor Peter, no parents, no uncle and aunt, no girlfriend." Ah! Before the Green Goblin could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure grabbed his throat. Crimson eyes stared through the mask at the Green Goblin. After a while, just as the Green Goblin was about to suffocate, the cloaked figure opened the metal mask on his face, revealing a face covered in scars. He looked at the Green Goblin, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Uncle Osborne, do you know, when I killed Harry, he wasn't as tough as you." The Green Goblin's eyes widened suddenly. However, before he could speak, the cloaked figure delivered a punch, smashing his head directly. The cloaked figure casually tossed the Green Goblin's body on the ground, letting blood flow beneath his feet. The show is just beginning for the version of me from other worlds. Chapter 101. After more than an hour, when the battle suits of the three individuals were all upgraded, it was Toby Spider who finished first. Toby Spider, in his middle age, had never encountered such high-tech battle suits before, so his suit was the first to be completed. Of course, it also had fewer additional features. Toby Spider didn't mind. In his words, the battle suit had always just been an accessory for him. Spider-Man comes first, then, the Spider battle suit follows. It's not because of the Spider battle suit that he is Spider-Man, rather, the suit exists because of Spider-Man. His words left Mark and Spider-Tom deeply impressed. Entering middle age, Toby Spider must have experienced many trials and tribulations. He resembled a wise old man. However, even after obtaining the new battle suit, Toby Spider was still as happy as a child and went straight to test his suit. Delightful. Next was Mark's battle suit. The upgrade took about 20 minutes. His suit also consisted of nanometal particles, but the nanometal particles he used were different from those used by Spider-Tom. Mark initially had some doubts. So, Spider-Tom explained to him. The so-called nanometal particles only represented a particle specification. But, in reality, nanometal was still metal, with many different metal materials, mainly reflected in the nanomolecular formula. The nanometal commonly used by Iron Man was a gold-titanium alloy, composed of 99% gold and 1% titanium, with an extremely high melting point and hardness, commonly used in spacecraft. The nanometal given to him by the female Dr. Octopus was also a type of titanium alloy, but it belonged to a synthetic titanium alloy, slightly different from the gold-titanium alloy. Additionally, Spider-Tom informed him that his suit's materials weren't entirely a gold-titanium alloy because it was too hard. A full alloy covering would easily affect the Peter's Wit effect, comic book setting. This is true, so most Spider-Men don't wear full metal suits. His usual suit used a composite material specially designed by Iron Man for him, nanocomposite plus nanogold titanium alloy. Only the 4 spider legs on the back were made of pure gold titanium alloy. Although this meant the protective performance of the suit was somewhat lower than a full gold titanium alloy, it was light, breathable, and more suitable for him. After listening to Spider-Tom's lengthy explanation, Mark couldn't help but feel irritated. He felt that Spider-Tom wasn't explaining the difference in their suit materials but rather flaunting that he had a great dad. Listen, what does specially designed composite material mean? It not only considers the adaptation of his abilities but also ensures his safety. It's the treatment of a true son. Mark thought about his journey so far. The original nanomaterials were obtained through some tricks. He hardly planned to return to that world with the female octopus unless he had free time someday. The auxiliary artificial intelligence on the suit was acquired through deception. Exploiting the knowledge gap, he managed to persuade Dr. Octopus to provide it. The webbing was earned, training Andrew Spider, assisting him in defeating some villains, rescuing Gwen, all led to acquiring the formula for the webbing, creating his own unique version. And now, Spider-Tom, is this the advantage of acknowledging a great dad? Well, he admired it. Mark decided to exploit this advantage. So, he chose to redesign his suit, using the nanocomposite titanium alloy material provided by the female octopus as a base, combined with the nanocomposite fiber plus nanogold titanium alloy composite material provided by Spider-Tom. Because it was just a reworking, and with the high-tech 3D printer working efficiently, after inputting the suit blueprints, Mark quickly obtained his brand new suit. The new suit is divided into 2 layers and primarily comes in 3 colors. The base color is a reddish gold, mainly using the nanocomposite material provided by Spider-Tom, somewhat resembling Iron Man's armor. The shoulders, outer arms, etc., are a deep blue approaching black, primarily using the nanocomposite titanium alloy material from the female octopus. He also added a hood to the suit's head, similar to Spider-Gwen's. This design serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it can protect against potential head injuries. With the assistance of the suit's AI, the hood's front can extend into a face mask, creating a double-layer protection. However, extending the face mask significantly weakens the spider sense. Therefore, it is only used when necessary. Secondly, to deal with enemies skilled in illusionary techniques, a device to prevent mental intrusion was added to the hood. Inspired by Mark, Spider-Tom added this device to his suit. After adjusting his suit, his head slightly bulged on both sides, resembling a macabre head if you look closely, kind of melon-like. Of course, don't mention this to him. Mark, after putting on his new suit, was very satisfied with it. He felt like he had joined the ranks of high-tech spiders. After a while, when Spider-Tom also adjusted his suit, middle-aged Toby Spider and Max returned to the scene. Dr. Strange also returned. He had perfected his spell in the machinist Hiatus. Their top priority in this battle was to rescue Aunt May, who had been kidnapped. Once Aunt May was saved, they could inform MJ and Ned, who were holding down the fort, to press the button on the box, sending everyone back. If they couldn't find Aunt May immediately, they would have to engage in battle. To prepare for this, Dr. Strange added several magical prisons during this time, and each person, including Mark, was equipped with a teleportation wrist guard. If they could be dealt with directly, they would use the teleportation wrist guard to send them to the magical prison. If not, they would inform Dr. Strange, who would open a portal and pull the opponent into the mirror dimension for combat. With this, all the preparatory work was basically completed. At this moment, there was new information from Ned's side. Not long ago, the New York police received a tip and found a recently deceased, headless body in an abandoned warehouse in the city. This headless corpse bore a striking resemblance to the Green Goblin who attacked the military base in the suburbs during the day. He was wearing a similar suit of armor. From the scene, it seemed that the Green Goblin's entire body bones were shattered before his head was explosively smashed by some immense force. Seeing this news, Mark and others fell into silence. They quickly connected this incident with the severely injured adult Andrew Spider. Because the injuries on the adult Andrew Spider's body and the injuries on the Green Goblin's corpse were remarkably consistent. What kind of person did this? Is he a member of the Sinister Six, or someone opposing the Sinister Six? Mark was puzzled. That Green Goblin should be the Toby Spider version of the first-generation Green Goblin. Whether in that world or in this one, theoretically, his archenemy should only be Spider-Man. Regardless of who he is, since we're ready, let's set out directly. Spider-Tom clenched his fist. For these few hours, he had been suppressing his worry about Aunt May. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, unable to hold back any longer, eager to resolve the battle quickly and rescue Aunt May. Alright, let's go. Mark's gaze swept over everyone, nodding in agreement. The group split up according to the planned strategy. Mark and Max formed one group, middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider Tom formed another, and Dr. Strange acted alone. The three groups separated at the entrance of the sanctum, heading towards three different directions in the city. How do we find them? Max, all limbs in an ionized state, flew steadily beside Mark, asking. After obtaining the arc reactor, Max's endurance had significantly increased. Also, due to the power output of the arc reactor, the electrical power he controlled was now greater, appearing in a golden hue. Mark frowned, continuously releasing his quantum waves outward. With the coordination of quantum waves, his spider sense could actively expand from the original hundreds of meters to directly over a kilometer. However, even with this enhancement, compared to the vast urban area, it was just a drop in the bucket. The search progress was quite slow. Mark inquired about the progress on Spider Tom and middle-aged Toby Spider's end, only to find a similar situation. Not a single supervillain in sight, not even a petty thief. This is very un-American. What's going on? Are these guys really so honorable, not setting any traps, just waiting for us to walk in? Mark keenly sensed something fishy. This wasn't some martial arts competition with a code of chivalry. Both sides, one representing justice and the other evil, had long divided their territories. It was absurd for the self-proclaimed evildoers to make no preparations whatsoever. Hey, Spider-Man. Are you looking for us? As Mark swung past a tall building, a voice suddenly echoed from within. He immediately halted, pressed his body against the adjacent wall, and looked towards the source. A seemingly ordinary office worker in a suit stood by the window, waving at him. Weird. Is this Spider-Man's enthusiastic fan? Mark sighed in relief after quickly comparing the image with various supervillains in his mind and finding no resemblance. Seems like it. Spider-Man's popularity is really something. Max landed not far from Mark, expressing envy. Mark chuckled, maybe you'll have that too. Who knows, there might be action figures of you in the future. Besides, the Spider-Man they mentioned is probably referring to little Peter, not me. Because Spider Tom was the youngest in the team, several years younger than the other combatants in this makeshift group, hence everyone referred to him as little Peter. Max, looking forward to such scenes, said with a hint of excitement, let's go quickly and deal with the bad guys. I really want to see that scene soon. Huh, let's go then, Mark said, waving at the supposed Spider-Man fan, ready to continue their mission. However, at that moment. Buzz. Spider sense triggered. Mark leaped aside as a bullet hit the spot where he had just been standing. Turning around, he found the Spider-Man fan, holding a small handgun, sneering at him. Chapter 102. You. Max angrily unleashed a high-voltage electric surge. Mark furrowed his brows slightly. Max, hold on, something's not right. Boom. Thanks to Mark's timely warning, the office worker wasn't hit by the attack. What's going on? That guy dared to shoot at you. Max turned his head, expressing his indignation. Mark said, I feel like something's off about that person, but I can't put my finger on it. What's off? He's attacking us, he's definitely an enemy. Max insisted. Mark nodded slightly but added, I think so too, but I lean towards making contact first, see who we're dealing with. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion echoed from a distance. Boom. Flames soared into the sky. Judging by the power, it was even more powerful than the pumpkin grenades used by the Green Goblin. And the source of the explosion was the person they just encountered. But Max's previous attack hadn't hit him at all. Self-destruction. Suicide bomber. No, it's someone being mentally controlled. A flash of insight brightened Mark's mind. Among many villains, the one most skilled in mental manipulation was Mysterio. The Mysterio that Spider Tom had encountered before excelled in using virtual reality technology, with combat abilities practically equal to zero. In reality, Mysterio was exceptionally adept at mental manipulation. He could use linguistic suggestions to hypnotize targets, influencing their minds. For example, in the Far From Home, he used this technique to directly impact the Skrull disguised as Nick Fury and Agent Hill, as well as the naive Peter Parker, creating an image of himself as a hero from a parallel universe, successfully gaining their trust. Even individuals with superpowers like the Skrull and the superhero Spider-Man could be hypnotized, let alone ordinary people. Mark felt a bit speechless. He hadn't expected to encounter the last person he wanted to see right away. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, all hitting near Mark and Max. Max, these are all controlled people. The real culprit is someone else. Let's get out of here. Mark shouted. Although Max was somewhat reluctant, he followed Mark as they leaped to a higher floor. The range of pistol attacks was limited, and when they reached a certain distance, those hypnotized individuals stopped attacking. What should we do? It's challenging to find the hypnotizer this way, Max lamented. Mark, with a furrowed brow, shared his frustration. He disliked those who wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation, hiding behind innocent civilians as human shields. Not to mention whether it's appropriate to take action against these innocent people, even if they eliminate them, the mastermind behind the scenes might still be untraceable. That's the most troublesome part. Max, can you control the electric current to the extent that it just stuns people or temporarily paralyzes them? Mark asked after considering for a moment. Max lowered his head in thought and said, I haven't thought about that. Let me give it a try. Previously, he mainly focused on increasing the electric current and enhancing his output capabilities, without experimenting with reducing the current. You can release the current in an instant instead of continuous output, Mark suggested. The safe voltage for the human body is below 36 V. So, to control it in a way that only stuns people without electrocuting them, you need to control the current size. High voltage with low current should do the trick. Alright, I'll give it a try, Max said, extending his palm toward the nearby ground. Sizzle. A surge of electric current shot out. However, the current dissipated within less than a meter in front of Max. After several attempts, he remained unsuccessful. I can't do it. If the current is too small, it will disappear quickly once it leaves my body, making it impossible. But if it's too large, it exceeds the safe current, Max said, feeling a bit disheartened. Never mind. If it doesn't work, we'll engage in close combat and knock them out directly, Mark suggested. Max nodded, that's doable. I can control the voltage output of the current to reach 1,000,000 volts in an instant, but the current will be only a few milliamperes. It will stun people for about 2 or 3 seconds. Good. Next, we take the initiative and stun all these mentally controlled individuals, Mark said. All right. Max transformed into lightning, quickly disappearing from the scene. Mark also leaped down from the high building, landing among these mentally controlled individuals. Facing them, Mark didn't waste words. He delivered a precise chop to each person, controlling the force just enough to make them faint. With his considerable combat experience, accomplishing such a task was a piece of cake. However, there were an incredibly large number of people under mental control, men, women, old, and young. It seemed that a significant portion of the people in several nearby buildings and on the streets were under control. It was difficult to imagine how the person in the shadows accomplished this. Yet, Mark, seemingly tireless, repeated this behavior tirelessly. In just about 10 minutes, he had knocked out hundreds of people, leaving them lying on the ground. It was challenging to understand the purpose of this seemingly meaningless act. At the same time, in an office of a nearby building, a guy wearing a green uniform and a cape was watching this scene through the building's surveillance cameras. He burst into laughter. This guy seems to be in a hurry, not coming to find me but engaging in this meaningless activity. TSK, I thought this spider from another world had some abilities, but it's just this. Standing beside that person was a middle-aged, muscular man wearing a black leather jacket. He held a wine glass filled with crimson wine. Let me play with him, the guy in the green uniform laughed heartily. He opened a device beside him, projecting his image onto a large screen in the nearby building. On the street below, Mark once again knocked down a person under mental control with a swift strike and immediately noticed the change in the screen of the nearby building. On the enormous screen, a person wearing an upside-down goldfish bowl on his head appeared. He wore a green uniform, a red cape behind him, and the fishbowl on his head was emitting green gas, looking quite bizarre. Mark quickly recognized the person's identity with a single glance. Mysterio. Mysterio on the screen was also looking at Mark and suddenly made a very frightened gesture. Wow! Who's this? Isn't this our city's hero, Spider-Man? Why are you harming those innocent people? Is it because they only love me and not you? Did they speak ill of you? Mysterio's tone was urgent but carried a seductive undertone. At the same time, several spotlights were directed towards Mark's location. Snap! Another large screen on another building lit up, displaying Mark illuminated by spotlights. For a moment, this place seemed like a stage, and he was the protagonist standing on the stage under the spotlight. On the street, some unaffected people quickly noticed the scene. Oh! Goodness, it's really Spider-Man. I knew it, Spider-Man is a supervillain. Spider-Man, get out of our city. That's Mysterio, he's not dead. Our hero is not dead. Under the combined effects of the facts nailed down on the forum and Mysterio's mental suggestions, the public opinion on the scene almost showed a completely one-sided view. Mark suddenly found himself the target of universal blame. Z. Max descended from the sky and arrived next to Mark. What should we do? Take action. Mark nodded and said, let's go. Afterward, he gestured a thumbs up to a nearby camera and then slowly fell backward. On the screen, Mysterio was about to say something. In the next moment, suddenly, the entire building lit up. The lights went out in an instant and then, in the next moment, all came back on together. However, when people focused their gaze back on the stage, Spider-Man and the Strange Man had already disappeared. So, where were Mark and Max at this moment? Inside the building. Mysterio stared blankly at the disappearing figure on the screen, swallowed a mouthful of spit, and his voice trembled. What are you? Mark imitated the movement of Sadako, slowly crawled out of the screen, stood in front of Mysterio, and said in a sinister tone, Quentin Beck, I am Spider-Man from hell. Damn it, what just happened? The jacketed man, who was drinking wine, was directly scared, and his wine glass fell to the ground. He stared at Mark dumbfoundedly, then mechanically turned his head to look at Mysterio and asked, what did you just do? Mysterio took a step back nervously, I don't know what I did. I just wanted to tease our opponent, Spider-Man, that's all. Oh, Mark pulled a long tone, turned his head with a swaying motion towards the jacketed man, so, we have Adrian Toomes here too, right? You go by Vulture, don't you? Vulture was quite frightened by this eerie atmosphere. Z. On the other side of the room, there was a sudden burst of light outside the window. Immediately after, another golden figure broke through the window. Max, you're a bit slow to arrive, huh? Seeing that the encirclement was formed, Mark didn't bother to keep up the act, resumed a lazy posture, and said. Max grinned, I took a detour. Electro. I heard him talk about you. You're also an enemy of Spider-Man, right? Why are you helping Spider-Man? Mysterio, seeing Max, immediately gathered his spirits, intending to use his hypnotic techniques. However, Mark was well prepared. He knew that Max had some mental deficiencies and wouldn't be able to overcome them in the short term. So, when their suits was upgraded by Spider-Tom, he also equipped Max with a small device. It allowed him to stimulate himself with an electric current at any time, keeping himself alert and immune to mental manipulation attacks. Spider-Man might be my enemy, but Mark is my friend. Max shouted loudly and sent a lightning bolt toward Mysterio. Chapter 103. Mark had already told him, when facing these villains, just fight them without mercy, especially characters like Mysterio. So Max didn't hold back at all and directly transformed into his powerful form, unleashing 1,000,000 volts. Mysterio, being an ordinary person, couldn't escape the electrical attack. In a critical moment, a figure swiftly passed by, it was Vulture. He had put on his wing-like combat suit at some point. Astonishingly, his combat suit didn't resemble the bulky ones Mark had seen in the movie, Far From Home. His suit surprisingly employed nanotechnology, and beneath the clothes on his chest was a glowing arc reactor. Could this guy be from a world where Spider-Tom failed to stop him from stealing Stark Industries property? Vulture's next words confirmed Mark's speculation. With one hand holding Mysterio, he smashed through the furniture in the room and stopped on the other side, smiling triumphantly. Iron Man's stuff is indeed useful. Unfortunately, it's mine now. You stole Iron Man's stuff, and he didn't come after you. A voice sounded next to him. It turned out Mark had directly used Quantum Blink to arrive next to Vulture. Vulture was startled, dared not continue showing off, and quickly turned around to crash through the wall, attempting to escape. However, how could Mark let them go? He shot out spider silk from both hands, one on each wing of Vulture. Tremendous force pulled Vulture back just as he was about to take off after smashing through the wall. Boom! A tremendous force erupted instantly. On each wingtip of Vulture's wings, there was a small jet nozzle. Leveraging the tremendous propulsion force from these nozzles, Vulture gained the upper hand again in this struggle. Although Mark's strength was in the hundreds of tons, his body still weighed only tens of kilograms. The crucial point was whether he could hold on to this thing. His strength was one thing, but the friction under his feet was another. Even if he stepped into the floor of this room, it couldn't stop the combined force of these propulsion devices, and he was being pulled forward. In a critical moment, Max arrived. He turned one hand into a lightning spear, pointing it directly at Vulture. Seeing that he was surrounded by Spider-Man and Electro, Vulture had no time to care about Mysterio's life now. He decisively dropped Mysterio, controlled his wings with his hands, swaying left and right. At the same time, he increased the output power of the jet and also opened a few small holes on his wings, from which several micromissiles were launched. Great, more of Iron Man's technology. Mark was a bit speechless and puzzled. Was this Vulture from a world after Iron Man already sacrificed himself? Why did he have so much of Iron Man's technology and hadn't been taken down by Iron Man? However, he didn't want to confront these missiles head-on. He decisively let go, dodging to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Micromissiles landed on the ceiling and floor of the building, directly blasting away a considerable portion of the floors. Debris from the structure fell all around. Although Max took a direct hit from the micromissiles, he could transform into an ionized form, and the shell of the arc reactor on his chest was specially made, so this level of impact had no effect on him. Among the four present, only Mysterio was pitiful. His expertise in mental manipulation was entirely ineffective in this kind of high-intensity battle. The sounds of combat alone were enough to render his speech unintelligible. What could he use to bewitch people now? Vulture's micromissiles, moreover, directly claimed his life. Mysterio was instantly blown into chunks of meat. Mr. Strange. Seeing things escalating and Vulture seemingly ready to accelerate his escape, Mark promptly called for reinforcements. As Mark finished speaking, an opening appeared on the spot, and Dr. Strange walked out of it. With a punch through the air, Vulture disappeared on the spot. How's the situation over there? Mark used spider silk to pull himself up against the wall nearby and asked. Dr. Strange shook his head slightly. Only found a bear guy in rhino armor. He's been stripped of his armor and thrown into the dungeon. What about your side? He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the unexpectedly intense scene here. A building with dozens of floors had lost several levels from the explosions, narrowly avoiding structural collapse. Additionally, around the area, over 100 people had been knocked out and scattered about. Mark was also a bit speechless. Both Vulture and Mysterio were different from what he had imagined and more challenging than he had thought. Vulture seemed to have stolen a lot of Iron Man's equipment in his world. In just this short period of fighting, Mark found no less than 5 different things related to Iron Man on Vulture's steel wings. The main material for the steel wings was the same as Iron Man's armor, nanogold titanium alloy. Each feather tip of the steel wings carried a small jet thruster. There were a total of 3 arc reactors, serving as energy sources, placed on his chest and each wing. There was also a faint repulsive force that Mark sensed when he blinked next to Vulture. It should be a micro-force field similar to the one on Iron Man's armor, mainly used to protect the suit from collateral damage, such as shrapnel. However, it was not strong, just a small auxiliary device. Moreover, when he observed Vulture up close just now, he discovered that the pair of steel wings on Vulture was actually tightly connected to his arms. It felt like he had used nanotechnology to link the steel wings with the neurons in his hands and back, making it seem as if the wings were truly a part of his body. It was somewhat akin to a cyborg. Well, this middle-aged guy was quite cyberpunk. Additionally, there were probably some auxiliary devices that Mark couldn't identify. After all, he had never truly interacted or fought with Iron Man. His understanding of Iron Man's technology mostly came from the moment when Spider-Tom upgraded his equipment. As for Mysterio, this guy didn't use virtual reality technology, but his ability to manipulate onlookers was truly headache-inducing. If it weren't for Mark turning the tables, pretending to be fooled, appearing as a superhero exhausted from rushing around to prevent innocent bystanders from getting hurt, which attracted Mysterio's mockery, followed by Mark using his quantum abilities to traverse through the web and take him down. If it were middle-aged Toby Spider or Spider-Tom, they might have been tormented by Mysterio's tricks. Unable to fight and unable to locate him. Luckily, Mysterio is dead. Mark shared his discoveries with Dr. Strange. Simultaneously, his words were relayed to the other two in action through the earpiece. Finally, he cautioned them, due to potential deviations in the development process of each parallel universe, the abilities wielded by these supervillains may differ from what we're accustomed to. So, don't try to confront them based on past experiences, be vigilant. Middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider Tom assured him that they would be careful. I'll go to the mirror dimension first and see if I can deal with that guy. After Mark finished speaking, Doctor Strange exchanged a greeting with him and then entered the mirror dimension. Mark silently mourned for Vulture for a few seconds. Although he stole Iron Man's technology, he still wasn't Tony himself, and the mirror dimension didn't have as much logistical support. When encountering Doctor Strange, he hoped that feathers on his steel wings wouldn't be plucked out. Max, are you okay? Mark then turned to Max. Max shook his head, the aftermath here. Let the professionals handle the cleanup work, Mark said as he descended along the wall. He spent a little time in the ruins, ensuring that the Mysterio was completely gone before letting out a sigh of relief. Let's go, Max, we continue. Okay. The two set off again. Meanwhile, on the other side. Peter, a building on North 2nd Street is on fire, there might be enemies present. MJ informed Spider Tom through the earpiece. Spider Tom immediately agreed and swiftly glided towards the location. Mr. Parker, there's a robbery in progress on the street to your left. Ned also found a suspicious incident and relayed it to middle-aged Toby Spider. Mr. Mark. Mr. Max. For the next period, perhaps due to the consecutive losses they suffered, the Sinister Six seemed to have quieted down. Successive events were just some ordinary incidents, and there was no trace of the remaining 3 villains. Doctor Strange soon conveyed good news. After the battle, he had dismantled Vulture's armor completely, and now it was locked in the basement magical prison. Moreover, he used magic to interrogate Vulture and learned the identities of the remaining 3. One was Kraven the Hunter, another was Sandman, and the last one, codenamed Boss. Among them, Kraven and Sandman was already in their list, and they had made preparations for them. However, this Boss. Could it be Kingpin? Kingpin was indeed the boss of the criminal underworld, and he appeared in the post-credits scene of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, seemingly helping the captured Harry Osborn contact other villains to deal with Spider-Man. But Kingpin's appearances in the movie were so scarce that Mark had almost no relevant information about him. Moreover, Mark had a feeling that this boss should be someone else. Who else had such strong leadership and intimidation skills to bring together these unruly supervillains? Boom! Spider Tom broke through the crispy glass, holding a little girl, and jumped out of the burning building. Amidst the praise from the firefighters and the heartfelt thanks from the little girl's family, Spider Tom was about to leave. However, at this moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. He leaped high with force. Boom! An alloy spear descended from the sky, piercing the ground where Spider Tom had just stood. Before Spider Tom could rejoice, his body was grabbed in midair by another figure and ruthlessly slammed into the burning building behind. Chapter 104. Boom! 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 Having gone through numerous battles, even if he had mainly been a pendant for Iron Man before, Spider Tom had still gained a considerable amount of combat experience. The 4 iron spider legs behind him instantly sprung out, thrusting towards the person in front of him. However, several slender iron tentacles also emerged from the person's body, engaging in a fierce battle with Spider Tom's iron spider legs. What the hell? Spider Tom couldn't believe his eyes. The iron tentacles extending from the opponent seemed to employ a deconstruction similar to fish scales. They would sometimes become soft and elongate, and other times harden and shorten. They were more flexible than his iron spider legs and had a broader attack range. Moreover, it appeared to be controlled by artificial intelligence or the person directly, showing great orderliness in combat. This reminded him of the battle against Dr. Octopus on the bridge before. Spider legs against tentacles, man against man, both parties engaged in a frenzied battle amidst the blazing flames. Some of the surroundings they impacted were instantly destroyed. Soon, this building, which was already on the verge of collapse due to the fire, was dismantled into pieces. Who are you? Spider Tom's neck was gripped by the person, but he continued to struggle vigorously, roaring, "Who are you?" "Me. I'm a Avenger." The person's fist smashed into Spider Tom's face, the force so heavy that even through the iron spider's face mask, Spider Tom felt the pain. Avenger? Spider Tom was slightly stunned. Images of Avengers such as Captain America, Hulk, and Thor flashed through his mind. Then he said, "Impossible, you're none of them." Them? The person also paused for a moment, realizing that he was no longer in his own world, a world that once had a team called the Avengers. He sneered, "Huh, you mean those guys who call themselves the Avengers? I never said I was one of them." Boom! He suddenly delivered a heavy punch. However, during the moment he spoke, Spider Tom had secretly accumulated a wave of strength and struggled violently. At the same time, he also controlled the spider drone on his chest to detach quietly. It circled around to the person's back and sprayed a volley of bullets at him. The person managed to evade. Spider Tom took advantage of the situation to distance himself. Hee, the person suddenly laughed coldly, his voice becoming deeper. A flash of light crossed Spider Tom's mind. "It's you. You're the one who kidnapped May. Who are you? Where did you hide May?" Spider Tom roared with gritted teeth. This person before him was the true culprit behind everything. Without him, all they needed to do was capture or prevent the Green Goblin and Sandman from causing trouble, and they could find a chance to send them back to their own world. But because of him, the city was now in chaos, and Aunt May's life or death remained unknown. Spider Tom truly wanted to clench his fist and smash it hard on this person's head. Ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, the person across suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with desolation and madness. "I told you, I'm an Avenger from hell. As for the name I crawled out of hell with, what's it called? Are you the ghost?" Spider Tom exclaimed. Not long ago, Mark had provided them with information about various characters of potential villains that might appear in the Sinister Six and their respective methods, aiding them in countering these adversaries. Hence, he quickly identified the demon. The person showed a hint of surprise. He had intended to play around with this young spider, but he hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to have this kind of pretentious act interrupted. "How did you know?" The ghost was puzzled. As far as he knew, he should be unique. Whether it was the two green goblins from different worlds that he had killed, Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn, or the vulture who came from another world highly similar to this one, they all claimed there was no one like him in their respective places. Moreover, he himself knew that his birth was a coincidence. Because his former name was Peter Parker. In his world, he witnessed Gwen Stacy's death right in front of him. In his rage, Peter beat Harry Osborn, who had transformed into the Green Goblin, to death. When he woke up amidst the nearly torn to shreds Green Goblin's corpse, the police who had come to clean up the tragedy and reporters looking for news caught him. Subsequently, a series of news headlines like, "Spider-Man is a murderer," "Spider-Man's real name is Peter Parker," instantly swept through the entire New York City and even the whole world. Aunt May couldn't believe that her nephew would turn into such a person, and tried to explain to others. However, no one was willing to believe the words of an aunt who claimed her nephew wasn't a murderer. Until one day, Aunt May died. Someone, claiming to be a righteous individual, stood outside her house and threw Molotov cocktails inside. When he arrived at Aunt May's house, he only saw the burnt-down building and the charred corpse. Since then, that world had one less Spider-Man and one more lawless Avenger.